Uncle Drew returns to the basketball court. This time he unexpectedly encounters a sleeping Asian kid. In 2017, the final season of the Pepsi Uncle Drew series goes live. Uncle Drew, disguised as an old man, walks onto the basketball court. "Hey, can I join you guys?" A young man jokes. "Grandpa, we play hard here, don't hurt your back." The live chat goes wild. Is the intensity even close to the finals? Can't wait to see Uncle Drew reveal his true skills. The game begins, and Uncle Drew pretends to be terrible dropping the ball, missing shots, and getting easily beaten on defense. This old man is useless. The young players mock. Suddenly, Uncle Drew accelerates, makes a sudden stop, and pulls off a behind-the-back move, causing defender Clay to twist his ankle and fall. The ankle breaker. The live chat explodes. Uncle Drew sinks a shot and looks to the sidelines. "I want to play against the best." Everyone's gaze turns to a young man with yellow skin. He's actually sleeping. The live chat erupts. "Asian? Is this the best they have? What's wrong with yellow skin? Is there no pride in the NBA for Asians? Shut up in front. Just wait to be slapped in the face." "Wong, wake up." Wong Hao is shaken awake. A sudden pain in his head as memories flood in. He's crossed over. In this world, he is Wong Hao, a Chinese student who played NC, went undrafted, and is still waiting for an NBA opportunity. Will he accept Uncle Drew's challenge? Can an undrafted Chinese student outplay the dribbling god Uncle Drew? In this basketball showdown, can a yellow-skinned player shatter the doubts? Today, he came to the court to vent by playing and somehow ended up dozing off on the sidelines, only to be crossed over by Wong Hao. "Wong, you going for Clay? He seems seriously hurt and can't play, and this old man doesn't seem right." Wong Hao thinks, "It's not just not right. Have you guys never seen the Uncle Drew commercials?" He immediately recognizes Uncle Drew's disguise, but how can he match the original owner's skills? The original owner wouldn't be a match for Uncle Drew, and here he is, just a regular enthusiast going in to serve his food. System binding. Ding. Dimensional basketball system successfully bound to host. Wong Hao. Ding. Dimensional basketball system officially activated, delivering a beginner's gift package. Wong Hao smiles. As expected, crossing over always comes with a cheat. Open the beginner's gift package. Congratulations. You have received 1.2 million in cash. Definitely embrace single-use cards, X3 legendary skill Kagami Taiga's ultra-high arc 3-point shot upgradable. Legendary level? Wong Hao's eyes light up. Kagami Taiga from Kuriko's basketball, the man of the miracle generation with a 103-point shooting rate. Skill description. If the shot is taken within 2 meters of the three-point line, with a complete shooting motion and the basket in sight at the time of release, the three-pointer is guaranteed to go in. Looking at his personal panel, Wong Hao is speechless. Aside from the specific condition of a 103-point shot, all other attributes are failing grades. NBA players are all above 60. No wonder he went undrafted. Ding. This game's tasks: 1. Trash talk. 2. Score 3. Defend against Uncle Drew 3 times. Completing excellently grants double exchange value. Uncle Drew says casually, "I was really good in my youth, so don't hold back." The live chat laughs uncontrollably. Uncle Drew is too good. Just waiting for this Asian kid to take the bait. What can Wong Hao say in trash talk? Can he score against Uncle Drew with Kagami's three-pointer? Can he really defend against the dribbling god 3 times? "Uncle Drew, come on, hit me hard. Did you not eat today?" The live chat is in stitches, all waiting to see Wong Hao get taken down by Uncle Drew. The game begins, a full 5v5. Wong Hao takes a probing step and directly steals the ball from Uncle Drew. Wow, so fast. Someone in the live chat says, "Those who understand know, Uncle Drew let him have it." Wong Hao races down the court with the ball and slams it down with both hands. The sideline jokes, "Give the old man some face. Go home, old man, don't embarrass yourself." Uncle Drew feels secretly pleased. The harsher the taunts, the sweeter the slap in the face. Next, Wong Hao goes on a rampage, steals, blocks, and dunks, making the pretending Tobabad Uncle Drew question his life choices. After a folding layup, Wong Hao speaks up. "Go home, old man. Your dribbling is as soft as a baby's poop." This line causes an explosion in the arena. The live chat goes wild. The NBA Bible. Butler's iconic moment replicated. This trash talk is brutal. Right on Uncle Drew's sore spot. Pepsi is rolling in profits. This plot is more exciting than a movie. Uncle Drew's smile stiffens. The fire in his eyes barely contained. He rolls his wrists. The game isn't over yet. Point 2 spectators appear on the sidelines. Lakers assistant coach Brian Shaw and scout Little Bus, both watching Wong Hao closely. Uncle Drew advances with the ball. This time he's going to use 50 of his power. 8 to T is level. 50 is enough to dominate this court. Uncle Drew is getting serious. Can Wong Hao hold up? What kind of retaliation will Uncle Drew unleash with 50 strength? With the Lakers watching, can Wong Hao seize this opportunity? Wow, is it about to start? A plot twist? The live chat explodes, everyone waiting for Uncle Drew's comeback. Uncle Drew accelerates, dribbling closer. Wang Hao doesn't rashly reach for him. "You should respect your elders, young man," Uncle Drew says arrogantly. Wang Hao rolls his eyes. "Oh. Thinking you're pretending to be an old man to fish for compliments, and you still have a nerve to lecture me?" Uncle Drew's expression darkens. He steps forward, lowering his center of gravity to try to get past Wang Hao. Wang Hao shifts to defend, and Uncle Drew immediately crosses over. Crossover. The crowd gasps. Lakers scout Little Bus comments. "Just one crossover, and he's lost already." Assistant coach Brian Shaw shakes his head. He might not have the NBA talent. Smack. A crisp sound. Wang Hao instantly closes in, hands like the Grim Reaper's scythe, cleanly stealing the ball from Uncle Drew. Both teams' players widen their eyes. That defense has a Leonard vibe to it. The live chat explodes. Wang Hao passes the ball to his teammate, who scores easily. Uncle Drew is stunned. "How could he steal from me? It must have been luck." Little Bus is dumbfounded. "Brian, did we misjudge him? That defense is rare, even in the NBA." Wang Hao knows clearly that it was the system's deathly embrace single-use card that made the difference. Uncle Drew's gaze turns cold. This time he's going all out. After a series of behind-the-back dribbles, he suddenly accelerates, crossing over. Wang Hao shifts again, covering him once more. Smack. Another steal. An interesting scene unfolds. Uncle Drew has passed by, but the ball remains with Wang Hao. He got past him, yet didn't completely get past him. Wang Hao charges down the court, slamming the ball with one hand. With great force, the live chat is in an uproar. Did I just see that right? Uncle Drew got robbed. How many uses of the deathly embrace does Wang Hao have left? Will Uncle Drew be forced to unleash all his strength? When will he use Kagami Taiga's three-point skill? This plot doesn't seem right. Is Irving not taking it seriously? Impossible. His startup speed is incredibly fast, and his movements are large. Could there really be a grassroots expert who can defeat an NBA player? The viewers in the live stream were dumbfounded, and a bold idea popped into their minds. Wang Hao pounded his chest and shouted, "This play is just the beginning." In his past life, he could only be an enthusiast, but in this life with the system, he wants to make a name for himself in the NBA. Irving weaved through defenders and drove to the basket, scoring with a layup. As the offense transitioned, Wang Hao was targeted by Irving as he crossed half court. His teammate passed him the ball, and Wang Hao stood 2 meters beyond the three-point line. "Old man, I'm shooting from here." The live stream exploded. "Do you think you're Larry Bird or something?" Irving chuckled and raised his hand, signaling, "Go ahead, shoot." His teammates urged him, "Don't shoot. You'll miss completely." The spectators on the sidelines thought Wang Hao was bullying the old man and began to boo. Wang Hao remained unfazed, bending his knees to collect the ball, lifting it above his head, and with a flick of his wrist. The basketball shot up rapidly, tracing a terrifying parabolic arc, its apex exceeding the camera's view. OMG, that arc is even more exaggerated than Nowitzki's. As the basketball descended, everyone's pupils dilated. Swish. It went through the net without touching the rim. The live stream was instantly flooded with comments. "That super long three-pointer went in. This pose is beautiful. Such a high arc and it still went in. Incredible." The boos from the sidelines turned into cheers, and Wang Hao spread his arms, feeling proud. Teammates, damn it, he got us. Irving's mindset crumbled. How did the advertising star become him? Drew team launched an offensive, and Irving signaled his teammates to spread out for a championship-level play. With a triple threat and a fake shot, Wang Hao slightly lost his balance, and Irving instantly broke through. Wang Hao spread his arms and shifted sideways, his defensive ability skyrocketing from 59 to 89, reaching NBA elite level. Irving stopped abruptly to reorganize, dribbling between his legs and quickly faking his upper body, each move looking authentic. Wang Hao lowered his center of gravity and kept shifting, but his speed was still a notch below Irving's. Could Irving successfully break through? Would Wang Hao use his last card, the death clutch? In this street ball showdown, who would win? "No, if this drags on, my defense will definitely show flaws," Wang Hao thought. There was no way around it. The offense is always proactive in a matchup of equal skill. The offensive side has the advantage. Just like the old NBA saying goes, superstars can only be limited, not stopped. Wang Hao gritted his teeth and proactively moved in for physical contact. Irving accelerated to evade him, driving toward the basket. "Still too hasty. The rookie can't keep his cool," commented Tony Allen in the live stream. Rushing to steal is a big no-no. Netizens continued to critique that in the next second. Wang Hao, who had been left behind, quickly turned and launched himself at Irving like a spider. Death clutch. He's used this move to steal from Irving twice. The live stream erupted with excitement. This was Wang Hao's last trump card. His right hand shot out like the Grim Reaper's scythe, but in a split second, Irving reacted astonishingly. He pushed the ball to the left front, making an unconventional change of direction to dodge the steal. Bang! Swish! Irving executed a graceful jelly layup. He stood under the basket, catching his breath. The exchanges had been too intense. Wang Hao smiled wryly. He couldn't even stop the death clutch. It seemed his physical attributes were lacking. No matter how strong the skills, there would be limitations. Moreover, Irving was inherently hard to defend against, and his previous 2 steals were also due to him underestimating his opponent. He wasn't strong enough yet, but slowly he would improve. The livestream audience grew larger, with many NBA scouts tuning in. An undrafted player not signed could attract interest for various teams if he performed well. That old man is Irving. Uncle Drew is filming a new season. Someone shouted from the sidelines. Kyrie Irving? The one who scored 40 in the finals? Is Irving the one who looks so flustered being defended by Wang Hao? Does that mean Wang Hao has the level of an NBA defensive stopper? The more they thought about it, the more absurd it sounded. Seeing his identity exposed, Irving didn't want to continue. The dramatic effect was gone, and this lion seemed unable to take on the tiger. Young man, good defense, and great shooting, Irving said, no longer trying to hide his voice. I'm Kyrie Irving. Wang Hao, aren't you surprised? I recognize you halfway through. I'm your fan. Wang Hao said half-jokingly, not wanting to admit he had recognized him from the start and had trash-talked. You're not in the league? Which team drafted you this year? Irving asked curiously. With this level, he should have no problem in the NBA. I went undrafted. What? Irving's eyes widened. Those scouts should be fired. He couldn't believe he had lost to an undrafted player. Irving chatted with Wang Hao for a few moments before leaving at the staff signal. Would Wang Hao be able to secure an NBA contract? Would the Lakers extend an olive branch to him from the sidelines? Could this undrafted player turn his fate around with this streetball game? Have you truly given your all? In the van, Steven, the program planner for Pepsi, earnestly inquired, Come on, Kyrie, tell me the truth. I assure you, I have exerted myself 100%, Kyrie Irving replied with a look of resignation. As he settled back into the van, Irving contemplated the skeptical expression of the planner for a moment. All right, perhaps I am still recovering from my recent injury, and my physical condition has not fully returned. But that is no excuse for my performance. If asked, I cannot disclose this information. You know, I never make excuses. Irving's assertion was not made lightly. His idol is Kobe Bryant, and he firmly believes in the Mamba mentality. He would never allow himself to slack off during a game, nor would he use his injury as a justification. A loss is simply a loss. One must return stronger next time. Hey, Wang, you just dominated Kyrie Irving, exclaimed a bystander in disbelief. I can hardly believe my eyes. That was really Kyrie Irving. Dude, you're going viral. Check your Twitter and see how many followers you've gained. After Irving departed, the players who regularly faced off against Wang Hao approached him. Friends who usually played streetball together had just triumphed over an NBA All-Star, and the event was live-streamed on YouTube, with at least 1 million viewers witnessing the spectacle. For anyone else, this would be a moment of triumph. After some time, the crowd finally dispersed, and Wang Hao began to pack up his gear, preparing to head home. At that moment, the Lakers duo, who had been quietly waiting nearby, stepped forward. Hey Wang, long time no see. Do you remember us? Little Bus initiated the conversation. Of course, I remember you. Hello, coach. Wang Hao replied, momentarily taken aback as he matched their faces with memories from the past. We saw your performance just now, and we would like to invite you to participate in the Lakers preseason with a 10-day contract. What do you think? Chapter 6. Igniting the internet in silent prosperity. As night fell, the crowd at the court gradually dispersed. However, the live-streaming event did not fade into obscurity. On the contrary, major social media platforms across the United States promptly reported the news of an Asian player overwhelming Irving on the street court. Wang Hao's background was quickly uncovered. A recently undrafted rookie who had yet to secure a contract with any NBA team. The revelation sparked a frenzy on social media. Given that it was the off-season, with only trades and player signings to report, the media had been struggling for sensational news. Now, the story of an NBA star being bested by an undrafted player was undoubtedly the hottest topic. Yahoo Sports was quick to report, stating, NBA star overpowered. Opponent turns out to be a Chinese undrafted rookie. Renowned ESPN host Stephen A. Smith, affectionately dubbed the American Yang, passionately exclaimed during a broadcast, "This Asian undrafted player is set to take the NBA by storm, much like Jeremy Lin did years ago. No, I believe his talent surpasses that of Jeremy. He can soar even higher." Other American media outlets eagerly reported, did Irving let up, or was he truly overwhelmed? Let us revisit the live footage. Is a new figure rising in Asian basketball? Let us observe how Wang Hao performs in the NCAA. It is astonishing. The powerful guard who outplayed Irving remains unrecognized by any NBA team. A deluge of varied reports erupted, instantly causing a sensation across major basketball platforms. The reason is simple. Consider the key terms embedded within these headlines. NBA superstar, perennial all-star, Irving. Chinese player, undrafted, Wang Hao. These two seemingly unrelated figures unexpectedly converge today, presenting the narrative. An undrafted Chinese player has outclassed an NBA star. Merely glancing at the title seems utterly absurd. It is absurdity personified. Could this truly be our familiar offensive virtuoso, Irving? Is there anyone who witnessed the game live who could share the details? I was present in the stream, having observed the entire ordeal. Initially, Irving portrayed himself as the elder statesman, only to attempt a dramatic turnaround for the sake of entertainment, ultimately leading to his downfall. I attest that everything that transpired on-site aligns with the news reports. American netizens began to engage in discussions online. However, most who missed the live broadcast hastily dismissed it as false news, given that Irving's prowess has been validated in the highest levels of competition during the finals. Only one NBA player expressed a divergent opinion. The Lakers rookie, affectionately nicknamed both handsome and talented, Kyle Kuzma. He remarked, "Draft position does not dictate everything, even among undrafted players. There are hidden gems. I have yet to view the video, but I refuse to speculate on what is deemed impossible." Beneath Kuzma's tweet, a multitude of basketball aficionados gathered. No way could a rookie truly begin to pontificate on the game after performing well in mere summer league. You merely rode the coattails of Lonzo Ball. When you face actual NBA competition, you will understand the significance of talent. Rookie. Yet, 2 minutes later, Pepsi's official account released the game footage. Instant calma. Throughout the entire video, Wang Hao can be seen dominating the match. At first, it was evident that Irving was feigning incompetence, and being soundly defeated was merely for show. Had the video concluded there, today's news would have been pure clickbait. However, the video did not end. Next, viewers witnessed Irving, after enduring ridicule, taking the game more seriously. Strangely enough, despite this, Irving was thoroughly outmatched by the undrafted player from Huaxia, both offensively and defensively. It is nothing short of astonishing. Is this Huaxia player truly just an undrafted rookie? Observe his defense and his shooting. Goodness, this young man possesses undeniable talent. As fans fervently debated the sensational headline about the undrafted player from Huaxia dominating an NBA star, it swiftly ascended the trending charts on Twitter. It resembled a sensational tabloid headline about Tyson crying on the way from prison, yet here it was, transforming the news itself into a hot topic. Meanwhile, across the vast ocean in Huaxia, a basketball forum known as Tiger Park, reputed to be one of the most professional, began to see posts about Wang Hao. In the wet section, a post titled "Light of the Chinese," undrafted Wang Hao dominates on the playground, overwhelming Irving, rapidly garnered significant attention. Initially, many users flooded the thread without even reading the content, immediately launching into criticism. Is the UC Shock Department invading Tiger Park? Can one believe a single word of this title? I can't even be bothered to see how you've fabricated this. As someone familiar with the NCAA scene, I have followed Wang Hao closely. There is no way he possesses the ability to overwhelm Irving. Could you at least make your fabrication somewhat credible? Overwhelm Irving? Why not claim he single-handedly defeated the Warriors? However, soon enough, some patient users who read through the entire thread discovered that the original poster had cited the source of the news and even included a link to the video in the comments. In the video, a Huaxia player was seen dominating on the playground against a spry elderly man. Upon closer inspection, the white-haired gentleman was unmistakably NBA star Kyrie Irving. Is this not an advertisement for Drew League? I thought so too, yet the footage appeared remarkably authentic, devoid of any editing traces. Did you not notice the video title? It was a live recording from Drew League. Could it be that Huaxia basketball has a promising future? Wang Hao, Brother Hao is incredible. Ha ha. Just as the live event was gaining traction online, our protagonist, Wang Hao, was leisurely making his way home. After receiving an invitation from the Lakers, he did not deliberate for long before agreeing. The reason was simple. First, he currently only needed an opportunity to showcase his abilities. The specifics of the contract were of little consequence at this moment. Second, Wang Hao harbored a special sentiment towards the Lakers, intertwined with some lingering regrets from past life. Wang Hao, guided by his memories, returned to his residence. He had spent several years studying in the United States. merely renting a modest apartment. In the bathroom, Wang Hao turned on the shower head, quietly savoring the impact of the cascading water, his thoughts delving deep into his mind. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host, on completing the novice task. The comprehensive achievement of the task, along with the resultant impact of the event, has reached an astounding assessment. 102,100. Surprised, Wang Hao raised the corner of his mouth in a smile. In light of his exceptional performance, the rewards for the novice task have been elevated to $5 million in cash. 2. An epic skill, Death Entanglement, level 5. 3. Dimensional Basketball Store, 50 exchange points. To discover that he had obtained a level 5 epic skill was truly exhilarating. Wang Hao's eyes lit up with delight upon hearing the system's announcement. Having received this information, he understood the rarity of epic skills, particularly one in a perfect level 5 state. How much does it cost to purchase an epic skill from level 1 to level 5? The system store provides a clear answer. Acquiring an epic skill requires 1,000 exchange points, and each subsequent upgrade also necessitates 1,000 exchange points. Therefore, a level 5 epic skill demands a total of 5,000 exchange points. This means that Wang Hao had saved an impressive 5,000 exchange points, rendering the accompanying reward of 50 exchange points utterly insignificant by comparison. Wang Hao subdued his excitement as he perused the skill description. Deathly Entanglement, the signature skill of Kawhi Leonard. While others may simply intercept the ball, Leonard's Deathly Entanglement is akin to devouring the ball whole. This skill can reduce an opponent's shooting percentage by 10, increasing by 5 with each level, and boasts a significant chance of stealing the ball from the opponent. Available for use 5 times a day. Such an impressive skill is merely classified as epic. Wang Hao was somewhat taken aback. However, upon reflection, the legendary skill of ultra-high arc 3-point shot from the novice gift package is on an entirely different plane, capable of achieving a perfect 100 accuracy provided the conditions are met. In light of this comparison, the skill level of Deathly Entanglement becomes understandable, as it still falls within the realm of normal human capabilities. Chapter 7. A New Beginning, Team Training. After reviewing the skill description, Wang Hao delved deeper into the dimensional basketball system. Previously, due to time constraints, he had not had the opportunity to explore it thoroughly. Now, upon closer inspection, Wang Hao discovered that the system is primarily composed of 3 functions. The first is the task system, which randomly assigns tasks for each match and rewards the host based on their completion level. Wang Hao observed that the rewards for accomplishing the same tasks varied across competitions of differing difficulty levels. For instance, completing a dunk task in a previous streetball game only granted 2 points of exchange value. However, if executed during an official NBA game, the reward would rise to 4 points. Furthermore, there exists a skill shop where the host may exchange the currency earned from completed tasks for skills. The skills are categorized into 5 tiers: common, advanced, rare, epic, and legendary, each containing 5 levels. Acquiring a common skill requires 20 points of exchange value, while an advanced skill demands 50 points. A rare skill necessitates 100, an epic skill calls for a staggering 1,000, and a legendary skill escalates to an astounding 5,000. Each upgrade costs the same amount as the initial purchase. Thus, enhancing a common skill once necessitates 20 points of exchange value, and so forth. Additionally, there is an attributes panel wherein Wang Hao can utilize exchange value to augment his abilities. However, raising a single attribute costs 5,000 exchange points, which is exceedingly impractical in the early stages. Fortunately, equipping skills will also enhance the corresponding attributes. With these thoughts in mind, Wang Hao reopened the attributes panel. Name: Wang Hao. Height: 1. 98 meters. Weight: 90 kilograms. Wingspan: 2. 0.8 meters. Vertical jump: 70 centimeters. Running jump: 80 centimeters. Strength: 55 speed: 58 stamina: 52 explosiveness: 53 ball control: 59 passing: 55 close shot: 56 mid-range: 56 three-point: 60 100 super long range: 50 dunk: 50 steal: 59 99 block: 50 defense: 59 80 backpack. Green Space Shintero's Ultra High Arc 3-point shot LV1. Death Grip LV5. Cash: 2. $7 million. Having clarified the system, Wang Hao turned off the faucet and concluded a shower. Standing before the mirror, he meticulously examined his physique for the first time in this life. His limbs were long, and while his muscles were not excessively pronounced, their definition was exquisite. Even a layman could discern the inherent strength of this body. His facial features were well-defined, with sharp brows and bright eyes, and although his complexion was not particularly fair, the even, light wheat tone rendered him quite pleasing to behold. Clearly, he could rely on his looks to succeed, yet he opted to depend on his strength instead. Wang Hao smirked at his reflection. That evening, Wang Hao received a call from Little Bass, instructing him to join the Lakers at the arena the following morning. The Lakers. The current state of the team is still in disarray. Wang Hao murmured softly, "It is now the year 2017. This year marked Kevin Durant's joining of the Warriors, heralding the dawn of a new dynasty as they effortlessly clinched the championship. Meanwhile, the storied franchise of the Lakers remained shrouded in potential, utilizing their second overall pick to select the promising Lonzo Ball, subsequently acquiring Kyle Kuzma and Josh Hart. In a strategic maneuver, they traded D'Angelo Russell for Brook Lopez, seizing the opportunity to extricate themselves from the burdensome contract to Mozgov. As a time traveler, Wang Hao was acutely aware that the Lakers boasted a cadre of burgeoning talents: Julius Randle and Brandon Ingram, destined for all-star accolades; Jordan Clarkson, poised to become a premier sixth man; and Lopez, who, after departing the Lakers, was named to the all-defensive team and served as the starting center for the championship-contending Bucks. With Ball, Kuzma, and Hart all endowed with considerable prowess, the tumult of this era could indeed birth heroes. Perhaps this was his moment. With 2 years remaining until LeBron James would join the Lakers as a free agent, a different future might unfold. Wang Hao clenched his fist. At the very least, that situation must be altered. The following morning, Wang Hao arrived at the Staples Center. Shortly thereafter, the entire Lakers squad assembled. This youthful team appeared to be in high spirits. As Wang Hao gazed upon the familiar faces that appeared before him, an air of surrealism enveloped him. Head coach Walton, upon spotting Wang Hao, displayed a hint of astonishment. Just yesterday, he had come across news of Irving's mishap on the basketball court, and now he found himself in the presence of the very individual at the center of that narrative. However, Walton did not dwell on the matter for long. After exchanging brief greetings with the players, he promptly commenced the training regimen. The session began with warm-up exercises, followed by shuttle runs, variable sprints, and high knees, all aimed at enhancing physical conditioning. Subsequently, they engaged in fundamental ball-handling drills, including passing, shooting, and layups. Once these activities concluded, Walton organized an intra-squad scrimmage. Given the influx of new team members, Walton opted to experiment with team divisions for the competitive match. Chapter 8. Training Match Triumphs. Wang Hao reinstates the death grip. As a newcomer who has just joined the team, Wang Hao has yet to secure a place even on the bench and can only observe from the sidelines. The intensity of the training is quite significant, as young teams typically do not hold back during practice. The starting lineup includes Brook Lopez, Larry Nance, Brandon Ingram, Lonzo Ball, and Luol Deng. The bench comprises Clarkson, Randle, Kuzma, Brewer, and Bogut. Wang Hao gazed at the aging veteran, Old Deng, sprinting across the court, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. This former all-star small forward embarked on a journey of DNP, did not play. After the inaugural game of the season, never to don a Lakers jersey again. To exacerbate matters, his contract extends until 2022, a cumbersome burden that perpetually weighs on the Lakers' salary cap. The match raged on with fervor. The talent levels of the starting and bench teams were remarkably comparable, resulting in a fiercely contested score, with the bench team even holding a slight lead. Suddenly, a chilling scream pierced through the atmosphere of the arena. Wang Hao lifted his gaze and soon discovered that the team's second overall pick this year, LeVar Ball, had twisted his ankle. Ankle injuries are among the most common afflictions in the realm of basketball, and he promptly rose to assist in escorting the injured player off the court. Where has Caruso gone? The coach, Walton, inquired with a hint of confusion as Ball was being led away. Alex Caruso, another rookie on the team, was known for his defensive prowess and commendable physical attributes. It seems there are some matters at home that Alex needs to attend to. He just requested leave and departed, assistant coach Brian Shaw explained. Walton nodded in acknowledgement, signifying his understanding. He then surveyed the surroundings, taking note of the guardians of the water cooler on the sidelines. Perhaps we could give Wang Hao a try, Shaw suggested at an opportune moment, having scouted the undrafted player. Wang Hao displayed commendable performance during the recent training session. His stamina is not a concern, and he is quite astute, having swiftly grasped several tactics. It wouldn't hurt to give him a chance, he continued. Wang Hao, come here, Walton called, interrupting Shaw's thoughts with a wave of his hand. You will take Ball as position. Is that acceptable? Walton inquired. No problem, Wang Hao responded without hesitation. This question from Walton was the opportunity Wang Hao had been eagerly anticipating. Walton was taken aback by Wang Hao's swift reply, momentarily caught off guard. Yet upon seeing his confident demeanor, he chose not to elaborate further and gestured for the training to resume. Ding. A system task has now been issued. Showcase your prowess in the scrimmage. Task details. 1. Assist the starting team in securing victory in the competitive match. 2. Achieve a shutout against Clarkson during your matchup. Task reward. 50 exchange points. Wang Hao took a deep breath, slowly exhaled, and then proudly walked onto the court. The training match continued as Clarkson executed a breakthrough against Ingram, stopping abruptly for a jump shot that found its mark. At this moment, Ingram had just concluded a somewhat disappointing first season. His youthful inexperience set him apart from the future all-star small forward he aspired to be, particularly in terms of defensive prowess, which was still greatly lacking. Stay closer. Do not grant your opponent such ample shooting space. Walton urgently instructed Ingram from his sidelines. Feeling somewhat humiliated after being outplayed, Ingram pushed the ball up court, determined to drive straight to the basket, challenging Clarkson head-on for a layup. With commendable height and wingspan, he managed to muscle past Clarkson, yet a shot was forced and was promptly swatted away by the alert Randall, who provided a timely defensive intervention. Brian Shaw, observing from the sidelines, could only shrug in resignation. Such errors are typical of youth. Brewer, quick on his feet, seized a rebound and immediately initiated a counterattack, passing the ball to the guard Clarkson. As Clarkson advanced into the front court, this time he refrained from challenging Ingram directly. Instead, he called for a screen, switching to a different defender. This was a gesture of respect towards the team's future cornerstone. And now, the defender he faced was none other than Wang Hao. As Wang Hao faced his opponent, he lowered his center of gravity and assumed a standard defensive stance. He was well acquainted with Clarkson, a rare talent from the Philippines, often hailed as the premier point guard in Asia. He made a remarkable entrance into the league, being selected for the all-rookie first team in his debut season and later crowned the sixth man of the year in the 2020-21 season. A proficient offensive player, he was nonetheless plagued by inconsistency. At this moment, Clarkson's skills were still in their formative stages during his transfer to the Cavaliers. He struggled to maintain control of the ball in the finals, only blossoming into his true potential after joining the Jazz. Clarkson glanced at Wang Hao, his expression devoid of emotion, as he dribbled a couple of times before accelerating towards the basket. In his mind, Wang Hao's physical attributes rendered him incapable of keeping pace, so he felt no need to employ any feints. The viral video of him overwhelming Irving, merely a sham orchestrated by Pepsi to capture attention, perhaps aimed at the Chinese market. Although Clarkson dismissed Wang Hao as a threat, he did not hold back in his drive, demonstrating impressive speed and fluidity that delighted Walton on the sidelines. Such seemingly simple maneuvers often reveal a player's foundational skills, indicating that Clarkson had not squandered his time during the off-season. He had indeed improved. However, his expression soon shifted, for after his initial step, Clarkson found himself halted by Wang Hao's defense. Wang Hao appeared at the perfect moment on Clarkson's path to the basket, completely obstructing his route. Can it be that a player who went undrafted could thwart Clarkson's advance? Nonetheless, this scene certainly caught Walton's attention. Wang Hao's anticipation proved remarkably accurate, and his defensive movements were exceptionally well-timed, indicating him as a defender with commendable awareness. When his initial attempt was thwarted, Clarkson appeared taken aback. However, he remained composed, executing a behind-the-back dribble to create space between himself and Wang Hao, followed by a series of deceptive single-handed feints as he accelerated to maneuver past his opponent. What he did not foresee was Wang Hao reappearing in his path once more. Interestingly, the recently injured Ball brother, who had just exited the game, also directed his attention toward Wang Hao. His sprain was not serious, allowing him to remain in the arena to observe the match. One failed drive could be deemed a mere coincidence, but two in succession suggested otherwise. This Wang Hao seemed to possess considerable skill. Clarkson furrowed his brow. Both the head coach and assistant coach were observing from the sidelines, and he had failed to surpass an undrafted player not once, but twice. At this moment, he could not afford to yield and pass the ball. He could only press on with determination. He attempted another change of direction, this time with greater intensity. Suddenly, Wang Hao seized the moment, swiftly snatching the ball from Clarkson's grasp. Walton's eyes widened in disbelief. Clarkson had been intercepted by an undrafted player, no less. After Wang Hao executed a steal, he promptly passed the ball to Ingram, who surged down the court and executed a thunderous dunk. Could that video be genuine? Clarkson found himself in a moment of realization. Regardless of its authenticity, he found it hard to swallow. After all, Clarkson was a young talent once praised by Kobe, and his pride was considerable. Naturally, he felt indignant. Observing Brewer dribbling up the court, Clarkson took the initiative to advance and reached out for the ball. He had been careless prior, and now he was determined to reclaim his lost honor. With a series of deft movements, feints to the left, then to the right, accelerating and decelerating, followed by a change of direction, Clarkson displayed remarkable technical skill. Yet, Wang Hao consistently maintained his position in front of him, showing no signs of losing ground. This was intriguing. Walton, for once, wore a rare smile. He had not anticipated that Wang Hao's individual defensive prowess would mirror that of the video so closely. This revelation genuinely surprised Walton, and that astonishment swiftly morphed into delight, for it suggested that the team had unearthed a gem, potentially acquiring a formidable defensive anchor at a minimal cost. On the court, seeing Clarkson unable to penetrate, the ever-physical Bogut hurriedly stepped up to set a screen. Clarkson, disregarding his pride, immediately utilized the pick to drive forward. As he approached the free throw line, Wang Hao adeptly slid into position, closely shadowing him from the side. However, Clarkson, being seasoned, leaned into Wang Hao and then executed a sudden pivot. What a move! The players on the sidelines marveled at Clarkson's fluidity and the rationality of his actions. Yet, slap! As Clarkson turned, Wang Hao expertly stripped the ball away. Once again, Clarkson had been intercepted by Wang Hao, and this occurred the very instant Clarkson attempted to release the ball during his turn. It was clean, elegant, and beyond reproach. This time, not just Lonzo and the other players, but even Coach Walton was astounded. Could this truly be an undrafted player? Chapter 9. A subtle smile earns the coach's trust. Clarkson himself was left in disbelief. How could this be possible? He had clearly anticipated Wang Hao's shift in balance. So how was he still stripped upon turning? The pressure of that defense was undeniably reminiscent of that particular individual. A figure clad in the number 2 jersey suddenly materialized in Clarkson's mind, a man whose expression was as wooden as that of a robot, emanating an icy demeanor. He recalled the moment Lin Shuhei was intercepted consecutively, a scene that had etched an indelible mark in his memory. Now, this unheralded, undrafted player before him imparted a similar sense of intimidation. While Clarkson remained momentarily stunned, Wang Hao passed the ball to his teammate. A successful defense often paves the way for a fast break. Ingram, with his long strides, gathered the ball just inside the three-point line and initiated a 3-step layup. The temporarily matched Brewer struggled to keep pace with such a prodigious talent, unable to reach or defend effectively, and could only watch helplessly as Ingram scored. The entire counterattack flowed seamlessly, prompting the coaching staff on the sidelines to applaud in unison. Ingram, brimming with excitement, thumped his chest, a cathartic release of his earlier frustrations. As he sprinted back, he proactively sought out Wang Hao for a high five. Initially, Ingram had looked down upon Wang Hao when he first entered the game. However, with 2 brilliant defensive plays, Wang Hao had earned Ingram's respect. Indeed, on the basketball court, prowess speaks volumes. At this juncture, Brian Shaw refrained from reprimanding Clarkson. As a fleeting thought crossed his mind, had any other player been in that position, they would have struggled to breach Wang Hao's defense. Yet, he quickly dismissed this notion as utterly absurd. After all, Clarkson was not a top-tier star. Despite his notable talent, he required considerable refinement and experience. The game continued unabated. As the bench team prepared for a throw-in, Clarkson sought the ball again, prompting Randall to intervene. Calm down. He had discerned that Clarkson was becoming overly zealous. Further reckless isolation plays would only exacerbate the situation. Thus, Randall called for a play, first taking the ball himself to penetrate and draw the defense. Meanwhile, on the weak side, Clarkson utilized Bogut's screen to shake off Wang Hao's grasp, receiving a pass from Randall and attempting a mid-range shot. Thud! Perhaps due to his unsettled mindset, the shot fell notably short. Bogut aimed to crash the offensive boards, but Wang Hao had secured his position, preventing entry. While Lopez safeguarded the defensive rebound, Ingram advanced the ball into the front court, and upon reaching the three-point line, he spotted the diminutive Brewer before him and decisively fired a three-pointer. Confidence surged. Swish! The clean sound rang out as Ingram's shot found its mark. He had scored 7 consecutive points. Ingram let out an exuberant shout, followed by a vigorous high-five with Wang Hao. I always knew Wang Hao could play. At this moment, Brian Shaw turned to Walton and spoke. Walton smiled and nodded, as he was contemplating the timing of Wang Hao's participation in the preseason and with whom he would partner. The offensive unit of the bench had been stagnant for a while, and it was imperative for Randall to step up. Instead of requesting the ball in the low post, he moved directly to the three-point line to receive the pass and signal Clarkson to set a screen. Subsequently, Randall found himself mismatched against Wong Hao. Wong Hao's presence on the court is quite pronounced during this segment, and he needs to temper his fervor. Randall's decision is the most advantageous choice for the team. Wong Hao sensed that Randall was poised to engage him in a one-on-one confrontation. Thus, he summoned every ounce of his concentration. After all, the disparity in height and weight between the two was a challenge that could scarcely be mitigated by defensive prowess. Randall lowered his center of gravity, alternating the dribble between his left and right hands, incorporating a deceptive crossover beneath his legs. In comparison to Clarkson, his ball-handling skills were markedly superior. Suddenly, he made a swift step forward. Wong Hao stepped forward to seize the defensive position. He succeeded. Randall's drive was thwarted. At that moment, both the players on the court and the spectators off it widened their eyes in astonishment. Even Randall was unable to penetrate. Unbelievable. Wong Hao astonishingly managed to defend. This undrafted player is quite remarkable. After being pressured, Randall accelerated once more, followed by a significant change of direction. Wong Hao attempted to steal the ball, but was unsuccessful. However, he remained steadfast in his defensive position, consistently keeping Randall confined outside the 3-second area. With time running short on the offensive clock, Randall was ultimately compelled to opt for a step-back jump shot. Wong Hao leapt forward, nearly succeeding in his attempt to block the shot. The ball soared past his outstretched hand, striking the backboard before gracefully arching into the net. Upon hearing the sound of the basket, Wong Hao turned his head and shook it in disappointment. His physical prowess paled in comparison to that of Randall. In such circumstances, Wong Hao found himself unable to employ his signature move, the death grip, rendering him incapable of completely thwarting Randall's advance. However, at that moment, the others were utterly astonished. Wong Hao has surprisingly pushed Randall to such a limit, had it not been for Randall's exceptional individual skills. A moment's hesitation in his shot could have led to a rejection. It is worth noting that Randall has always been the king of one-on-one battles within the team. Walton turned to Brian Shaw and remarked, "I am seriously contemplating whether to reserve a spot on the final roster of 15 for Wong Hao." 15-man roster? Brian Shaw responded, taken aback. Gaining entry into this roster would signify Wong Hao's establishment in the NBA, having only participated in a single training match, during which he merely guarded a few shots. Is Walton already considering a guaranteed contract? Walton nodded affirmatively. "I have no objections, but for management to endorse this proposal, it hinges on Wong Hao's performance in the preseason," Brian Shaw articulated. Naturally, Pelinka is likely to grant such contracts to undrafted players with ease. However, do you not believe that his defensive prowess is precisely what we lack? Walton replied with a smile. After a moment of contemplation, Brian Shaw nodded in agreement. Indeed, the offensive talent of this team is relatively commendable, yet their defense leaves much to be desired. In today's league, small ball lineups are in vogue, and the Lakers' starting center, Lopez, possesses a robust physique but lacks speed, making him susceptible to mismatches in high-intensity games. As the game continued, Wong Hao posed a significant challenge for the starting team on the defensive end. Attempts to exploit mismatches against him were largely unsuccessful. Once the training match concluded, Walton summoned Wong Hao to his side. "Are you willing to devote yourself entirely to defense and assist the team?" Walton inquired directly. "Absolutely," Wong Hao replied without hesitation, adding, "Coach, I will excel in every defensive assignment, but I will not limit myself to just defense." "Excellent. I will provide you with an opportunity in the preseason. Whether you seize it will depend on your own efforts," Walton continued. Wong Hao nodded in acknowledgement. He understood that Wharton would not guarantee him a place in the team merely because of this training match. The mere promise of a chance to participate was already a commendable gesture, should he prove beneficial to the team in the future. It was certain that the management would not hesitate to offer him a contract. After all, this year, the Lakers were filled with rookies, and they were in dire need of players. In the team's locker room, Wong Hao assumed a posture of relaxation with his eyes closed. Suddenly, a notification chimed. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the task. Task reward. 50 exchange points have been credited to your account." Chapter 10. The first game of the preseason. Wong Hao versus Lou Williams. On September 8, 2017, in Los Angeles at the Staples Center, a highly anticipated match was underway, featuring the two Los Angeles rivals, the Lakers and the Clippers. This was the Lakers' first preseason game, and their opponent was their local nemesis. The derby, already significant, garnered even more attention when the Lakers announced the signing of Wang Hao on a 10-day contract prior to the game. The match was broadcast live across the nation. Across the ocean in China, Tencent Sports was simultaneously streaming this focal battle. The Lakers started strong, quickly taking the lead in the first quarter and extending their advantage to 10 points in the second. However, the dynamics shifted dramatically in the second half. Once the third quarter commenced, the Clippers unleashed a barrage of attacks, launching a 15-2 run that turned the tide in their favor. At that moment, Lakers shooting guard Clarkson committed a foul against the Clippers' Lou Williams, who stepped up to the free throw line. Wang, prepare yourself. You're going in for Clarkson. Once you're in, keep a close watch on that damn number 23, instructed Lakers head coach Luke Walton, glancing anxiously at the young talent from China seated at the end of the bench. You've shown commendable performance in practice, especially on defense. You must contain Lou, who has already scored 8 points this quarter and is on fire. Not a problem. Leave it to me, Wang Hao replied, his tone calm, yet resolute. With Lou's first free throw successfully made, the substitution alert echoed from the sidelines. Clarkson exited the game. As Wang Hao stepped onto the court, familiar voices resonated from a corner of the arena, exclaiming his name with fervor. Upon hearing his name being called, Wang Hao turned towards the source of the sound and was pleasantly surprised to see numerous familiar yellow faces. These individuals were local overseas Chinese, who had gathered to cheer him on, knowing he was set to play that day. Previously, another player from China, Ding Yanhang, had participated in the Maverick Summer League, but had failed to secure a place on the team. Just as Chinese fans lamented this outcome, Wang Hao's appearance ignited a renewed sense of hope among them. Initially feeling a tinge of anxiety as it was his first official match, the sight of these enthusiastic compatriots instantly sparked something within him, igniting a flame of determination and filling him with vigor. For no other reason than to honor the support of his fellow countrymen present, Wang Hao resolved to perform exceptionally well in the game, vowing not to let them down. Ding! The system task has been issued. A test of skill. Task objectives. 1. Aid the team in securing victory. 2. Achieve 3 steals. Task reward. 50 exchange points. Taking a deep breath, Wang Hao officially entered the game. In the first round, after Wang Hao took the court, he did not gain possession of the ball. Randall was engaged in a back-to-the-basket duel with Griffin, and after a few encounters, he was forced to pivot and attempt a fadeaway jump shot, which resulted in a resounding miss. The Clippers center, DeAndre Jordan, swiftly seized the rebound and promptly passed the ball to the guard, who was none other than Lou Williams. An experienced veteran with years of prowess, Williams possessed exceptional shooting, dribbling, and foul-drawing skills. It was his remarkable offensive capabilities that ignited the Clippers' explosive performance in the second half. This time, it was Wang Hao's turn to defend against Lou Williams. As the game progressed, Williams orchestrated the offense with the ball in hand, and upon glancing up, he noticed the imposing 198-meter-tall Wang Hao fixated on him. Why am I being defended by someone I've never encountered before? He must be a novice, and I should certainly teach him a lesson, he thought, resolute in his intention. Williams accelerated towards Wang Hao. In response to this approach, Wang Hao refrained from recklessly attempting to steal the ball. At that moment, Williams slowed his pace, lowering his center of gravity as he faced Wang Hao. I truly wonder why they brought you in. Does the Lakers need to rely on the Chinese market for profit? The undisguised mockery in Williams' smirk and the taunts escaping his lips seemed crafted to provoke Wang Hao deliberately. However, Wang Hao remained unfazed, both internally and externally. He had anticipated encountering such racially charged trash talk, reminiscent of the experiences faced by Jeremy Lin, a Chinese-American who, despite his commendable performances, encountered numerous instances of racial prejudice. Wang Hao, a newcomer, was not immune to such scrutiny, yet he chose to disregard it. He intended to demonstrate on the court who truly held the upper hand. Seeing that Wang Hao was unyielding, Williams' expression darkened. He ceased his taunts and initiated a series of dribbles, passing the ball under his legs to his left hand, then pushing the ball forward with his left, causing it to drift slightly away from his body, as if he had made an error. Wang Hao immediately reacted, leaning forward with the intention of intercepting the ball. Yet, in the next instant, Lou Williams swiftly extended his right hand, reclaiming the ball and executing a crossover step. Sham God, the commentator exclaimed. The Sham God, a signature move of streetball maestro Sam God, is a classic maneuver. Unlike many streetball techniques, the Sham God is entirely legitimate, applicable in formal basketball competitions. It is an exquisite and practical skill that dazzles spectators and often incites fervent excitement among fans upon its execution. Indeed, the Staples Center erupted in a chorus of astonishment. Although this move is spectacular, it is fraught with risk. Lou Williams boldly employed it during their initial matchup, clearly underestimating Wang Hao. It was nothing short of playful mockery. Clarkson, who had just been substituted, could not help but shake his head. At this moment, Wang Hao found himself completely outmaneuvered, left only to view the back of his opponent's head. Luke Walton also shook his head in disbelief. In the face of his adversary's agile display, Wang Hao's movements appeared overly clumsy. This defensive effort was nowhere near the level he had demonstrated during practice games. Assistant coach Brian Shaw expressed quiet regret. Could it be that Wang Hao's talent was insufficient to excel in such a high-stakes environment? Having witnessed countless players shine in training, yet falter in official matches, he recalled the sharpshooter Capono, who never missed in practice but struggled to maintain control on the court. Just then, crack, Lou Williams felt a sudden chill behind him, and the ball vanished from his grasp. It turned out that Wang Hao, initially trailing, suddenly lunged forward, his right hand striking like a mantis wielding a scythe, deftly knocking the ball away. The Staples Center erupted once more. Lou Williams had been stripped of the ball by an unheralded Asian player, no less. Ingram, quick to react, seized the ball that Wang Hao had dislodged and initiated a counterattack. The Clippers players, evidently caught off guard by Lou Williams' blunder, failed to retreat in time. Ingram surged toward the three-point line, passing the ball to Kuzma, who effortlessly scored with a layup. Wow! The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. Here in Los Angeles, there is but one home team, and that is the Lakers. What was the difference between that steal and Leonard's relentless pursuit? Across the ocean, a college student from China gasped in astonishment while watching on his computer. He was an ardent Lakers fan, never missing a game, even in preseason. Hey, come quick. Wang Hao seems to have something special. Is that for real? Is he as strong as Xiao Ding? Let me check it out. How could he possibly seize the ball from me? Lou Williams is still in disbelief, his gaze fixed intently on the young Asian man, not far away. Wang Hao noticed the hostile gaze of Lu Wei, yet seemed oblivious to it, returning directly to his defensive position. How infuriating to dare to disregard me. Chapter 11. Who was the father in Luocheng? Enraged, Lu Wei marched back to his half of the court, demanding the ball. As a seasoned veteran, he could not tolerate the audacity of a novice. Dare to ignore me? In the streets of Luocheng, let it be known who truly holds authority. With confidence, Lu Wei dribbled the ball back. Suddenly, a shadow darted past. Where did the ball go? It vanished. A cold sweat broke out on Lu Wei's brow. Goodness, how Gu shows no regard for the rules of engagement. Launching a surprise attack on an old comrade like Lu Wei, commented Tung Sun's analyst, Kufan. After Wang Hao's steal, the path ahead was clear. Bang! With a single-handed slam dunk, he scored 2 points. The arena erupted with elation. This rookie with yellow skin had just entered the game and had already executed 2 spectacular steals, followed by an extraordinary dunk. Under Wang Hao's leadership, the Lakers scored 4 consecutive points, narrowing the gap to just 2. As Wang Hao exuberantly raced back to his half of the court after his dunk, Kuzma reached out to give him a high five. Since the commencement of the live broadcast, Kuzma had harbored great admiration for Wang Hao. In his eyes, both he and Wang Hao were underestimated, and they both aspired to silence their critics through basketball. Meanwhile, basketball enthusiasts around the globe, captivated by the match, cheered for Wang Hao. The young point guard from Huaxia, Wang Hao just completed his first career basket with a sensational dunk, marking a splendid debut. ESPN commentator Stephen A. Smith exclaimed, "Impressive. To steal the ball from the likes of Lou Williams twice in a row is no easy feat. Even having Paul defend him might not yield such results." In a university dormitory in Huaxia, 2 close friends were excitedly watching the live stream. Posts about Wang Hao began to emerge on social media. Quick, tune into the live broadcast to watch the Lakers preseason game. Wang Hao just executed 2 consecutive steals and made a dunk. So impressive. Incredible. An undrafted player from Huaxia dominating on defense, with consecutive steals. Could he be the successor to Leonard? On the court, Wang Hao remained oblivious to the wave of attention his brief performance had generated. At that moment, the Lakers were still trailing, and he pondered how to assist his team in turning the tide. It was the 3rd quarter, with approximately a season and a half remaining, and the Lakers were behind by 2 points. The current lineup for the Lakers was PG Wang Hao, SG Hart, SF Ingram, PF Kuzma, and C Randall, a typical small ball formation, with Randall occupying the center position. Such a lineup offered exceptional mobility, but posed a challenge regarding defensive capabilities. However, at that moment, apart from Wang Hao and Hart, the others were not particularly known for their defensive prowess. On the bench, Ball, known for his defensive skills, was unfortunately not in form for this game. As the second overall pick, he was expected to deliver, and it could be said that at least 50 of the fans in the packed arena had come to see him. Unexpectedly, in the first half, Ball's performance was lackluster, with an abysmal shooting percentage of just 5%. After a series of poor plays, he was benched by the coach. Therefore, despite Wang Hao's emergence as an unexpected asset, the Lakers' chances of victory in this game remained uncertain. Just moments ago, the Clippers had been hit with 2 fast breaks, prompting an immediate timeout. They would undoubtedly make targeted adjustments. Perhaps they would not allow Wang Hao to be singled out again. Regardless of how formidable Wang Hao's individual defensive capabilities were, he would find himself at a loss. Wang Hao was acutely aware of this reality, and today he had but 3 opportunities left to employ his deathly entanglement. To secure victory, he could not afford to squander them so easily in the third quarter. What to do? The timeout was about to conclude, and anxiety gripped Wang Hao. At that moment, a metallic voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Expert suggestion. The host currently possesses unused exchange points, which can be utilized in the skill shop to find solution. Although the notification was devoid of any emotion, it provided Wang Hao with an invigorating sense of clarity. He hastily summoned the skill shop within his thoughts. The immediate priority was to elevate the defensive prowess of the entire team. Only with steadfast defense could they hope to turn the tide. I currently have 100 exchange points. Let us explore the rare skills. With this resolve, Wang Hao meticulously searched the list and ultimately fixated on the skill known as Defensive Pillar. Defensive Pillar, rare level, LV1, enhances personal defensive capability by 10, while bolstering the entire team's defense by 5. With the acquisition of the Defensive Pillar, Wang Hao had effectively transformed into a player endowed with a built-in defensive system. At that moment, Lou Williams once again dribbled past half court. A mixture of embarrassment and frustration etched upon his face. On the Clippers bench, head coach Rivers extended his hands towards Lou Williams, signaling him to calm down and not to panic. Observing his coach's cue, Lou inhaled deeply, lowered his center of gravity, and cautiously surveyed the looming defender, Wang Hao. After failing to successfully execute his one-on-one plays twice in a row, Lou, wary of Wang Hao's capabilities, refrained from aggressive maneuvers this time and chose to await his teammates' tactical movements. Chapter 12. The Beagle Strikes, Lakers in Crisis. This time, the Clippers employed a well-rehearsed handoff play that had proven successful in the third quarter. Point guard Lou Williams stationed beyond the three-point line, while sharpshooter J.J. Redick maneuvered, supported by the other 3 teammates who set screens. The strategy was not overly complex, yet the defensively fragile Lakers often exposed vulnerabilities during defensive switches. Though not renowned for his passing, Lou Williams, a master of offense who had once scored over 50 points in a single NBA game, was quick to identify any gaps should the defensive players fail to keep pace with the Clippers' movements. At this juncture, Lou was patiently awaiting his teammates to break free. Surprisingly, as the 24-second shot clock dwindled, the Lakers' cohort of defensive novices managed to stay resolutely attached to their corresponding Clippers players. In this possession, the youthful Lakers displayed a remarkable display of teamwork in their defensive efforts. No matter how the Clippers maneuvered or executed screens, it seemed impossible to shake off their relentless defense. Commentator Smith remarked, as the 24-second shot clock was about to expire, Lou Williams was left with no choice but to pass the ball to the barely positioned J.J. Redick. Upon receiving the pass, Redick found himself devoid of time for any adjustments and could only awkwardly lean against the defending Hart, preparing for a forced shot. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Hao, realizing that Redick had no opportunity to pass, decisively abandoned his pursuit of Lou Williams and swiftly moved to provide assistance in front of Redick. Time was of the essence, and Redick, under the dual pressure of Wang Hao and Hart, had no option but to attempt a desperate shot. The ball clanged against the front of the rim, and Julius Randle seized the rebound, passing it to point guard Wang Hao. Meanwhile, Ingram had anticipated the successful defense and had already initiated a fast break. Having raced into the Clippers' half, Wang Hao, with remarkable agility, swiftly passed the ball. However, his passing skills were rather mediocre, sending a lofty, floating ball that drifted languidly towards Ingram. The slow speed of the ball afforded the Clippers ample time to regroup defensively. Fortunately, Ingram, in excellent form this evening, quickly adjusted, executed a feint to elude the approaching defender, and with a single step, made a mid-range jump shot that found its mark. The score was even. A splendid play. On the sidelines, Coach Walton celebrated with an excited fist pump. While the defense was commendable, the pass itself was indeed rather clumsy. In the player tunnel, a portly, Bald African-American gentleman clad in a suit chuckled. Beside him stood a similarly attired white man. These two were of considerable stature. One was the newly appointed president of basketball operations for the Lakers, Magic Johnson, and the other was the renowned agent and current team manager, Rob Pelinka. Look again, Pelinka remarked. Wang is a tall guard with strong defensive skills, and he hails from China, which holds significant market value. If he can progress swiftly, we might consider offering him a short-term contract. Oh, you hold him in such high regard. Magic responded, somewhat astonished by Pelinka's assessment. It was worth noting that Pelinka was a seasoned agent who had represented superstars like Kobe, possessing an uncanny eye for talent. As they conversed, the Lakers executed two successful defensive plays in quick succession. One disrupted a Clippers shot, while the other forced a 24-second violation. I must say, I have a newfound respect for these young Lakers. Their defensive prowess has improved remarkably within just a single quarter, commentator Smith praised. What could have prompted such a sudden enhancement in the Lakers' defense? Smith pondered, bewildered. It is indeed rare to witness a team's defense undergo such a drastic transformation in a short span. The defensive performance of the Lakers in the first half of the third quarter was of an entirely different caliber compared to their current play. Suddenly, an incredulous thought struck Smith. This transformation seemed to have occurred since Wang Hao entered the game. Could it be that an undrafted rookie from China possesses the ability to elevate the entire team's defensive capabilities instantaneously? Throughout NBA history, players who can impart a collective defensive boost to their team are exceedingly rare. For instance, the Spurs' perennial stalwart Tim Duncan and the defensive specialist Gary Payton. Known for securing lucrative contracts through their defensive prowess, such pillars of defensive systems can catalyze a qualitative leap in a team's overall defense, no matter where they go. It is difficult to fathom that a fledgling rookie could embody such a role. If Wang Hao were to hear Smith's musings, he would undoubtedly laugh heartily and declare, "It is but a humble talent of mine." The recent series of remarkable team defenses exhibited by the Lakers undeniably relied on the rare, exceptional skill of Wang Hao, their defensive cornerstone. Although a primary defensive pillar may only enhance the team's defensive prowess by a mere 5 points in the realm of high-level professional leagues, an overall improvement of even 1 point is exceedingly challenging to achieve. An enhancement of 5 points could indeed be regarded as a transformative change. As the match continues, the Lakers currently lead the Clippers by 4 points, with a score of 68-64. As Wang Hao, playing as a point guard, dribbled past the half-court line, it became evident that expecting him to orchestrate the offense was an unrealistic proposition. Currently, apart from his proficiency in making open three-point shots, he possessed no skills that could rival NBA standards. Ever self-aware, Wang Hao promptly passed the ball to center Randall upon crossing the half-court, then swiftly moved to the corner to create space for his teammates. Following the strategy, Randall executed a handoff to Ingram, who navigated through the crowd to receive the pass while simultaneously obstructing his defender. Upon receiving the ball, Ingram made a slight adjustment, leveraging Randall's screen to accelerate towards the Clippers' basket. The Clippers' defense quickly collapsed, forming a double team. However, Ingram faced the impending defenders with unwavering resolve. Like a determined hawk, he charged forward, undeterred, as he descended into the Clippers' territory. Just as he was about to complete the play, Clippers' Redick unexpectedly darted in from the side. As Ingram focused on the physical confrontation, Redick swiftly attempted to intercept the ball. With a resounding smack, the ball was deflected, simultaneously colliding with Ingram's forearm. The whistle blew foul. Ingram calmly sank both free throws, bringing the score to 66-64, with the Lakers leading by 2 points. In the subsequent possession, the Lakers' offense mirrored the previous play, with Ingram again opting to go one-on-one. However, this time, after penetrating the defense, he chose to pass. Kuzma seized the opportunity for an open shot, successfully netting 2 points, making it 68-64. The Lakers' momentum was palpable. Yet, just as the Lakers fans caught a glimpse of victory, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. During an offensive play, Ingram utilized a screen to maneuver past his defender. Faced with the Clippers center who was rotating to defend, he opted for a mid-range jumper. Just as he released the shot and prepared to land, calamity struck. Clippers' newly entered guard Beverly awkwardly lunged forward in an attempt to disrupt the shot, his feet stumbling into the space where Ingram was about to descend. A sharp crack echoed, and in the next moment, Ingram crumpled to the floor, clutching his ankle in evident agony. Lakers players rushed to his side, concerned, while Magic Johnson anxiously approached the bench from the tunnel. A chorus of boos erupted from the crowd, clearly displeased with Beverly for injuring their core player. In this match, Ingram had been on fire, almost single-handedly carrying the Lakers' offense, having scored 28 of their 68 points. Should he be unable to continue due to injury, it would undoubtedly be a significant blow to the Lakers. The referee halted the game, moving to the broadcast booth to review the footage and ascertain whether a malicious foul had occurred. The imposing Randall, known for his fiery temperament, was engaged in an animated discussion with Beverly. "He just stepped on my foot by accident, but I've already forgiven him," he stated. Beverly nonchalantly spoke, igniting the atmosphere with palpable tension. Following a brief assessment, Ingram gradually rose, limping toward the bench. Preliminary examinations indicated his injury was not severe, and with a bit of rest, he might return to the game. However, given that it was merely a preseason match, the Lakers deemed it unwise to risk his continued participation. Supported by teammates, Ingram made his way back to the locker room. After reviewing the footage, the referee firmly stated that there was no evidence of Beverly intending to harm. He was simply clumsy. This explanation incensed the Lakers players and the fans in attendance, as a chorus of "referee sucks" echoed throughout the Staples Center. Nevertheless, the ruling remained unchanged, and the game continued. Luol Deng replaced the injured Ingram on the court. In the ensuing 2 minutes, the Lakers, lacking their core player, saw their offense stagnate, failing to score on 3 consecutive possessions. Following a successful fast break from the Clippers, the score leveled at 68. The Lakers' offensive strategy appeared overly simplistic, devoid of stable scoring methods. Smith commented that especially after the departure of primary scorer Ingram, other players were unable to capitalize on their opponents, leaving Walton to contemplate solutions. In the player tunnel, Magic Johnson stroked his chin, articulating that modern basketball cannot rely solely on defense, criticizing the young player for merely lurking in the corner during offensive plays, rendering their attack effectively a 4-on-5. "Let us make a wager. With Wong's offensive capabilities, he cannot possibly score in double digits," suggested Magic. Pelinka smiled uncertainly, continuing to observe the court, where Wong Hao remained focused on defense. Chapter 13. Little Rivers in Despair. "This man is simply a bandit." Walton continued to adjust his lineup. Wong Hao, who had previously performed well defensively, was also substituted for a breather. In truth, Wong Hao had been feeling somewhat constrained during this period. On one hand, he lacked the ability to orchestrate offensive plays. Aside from his unparalleled three-point shooting from standstill, he had little else to offer at that moment. However, there were no teammates available to supply him with opportunities. Thus, he was left to merely linger in the corner, quietly observing his teammates struggle to score. After this match, he would need to acquire the skill of self-sufficient offensive play. Wong Hao resolutely decided that this match would likely rely solely on exploiting the gaps during defensive counterattacks. At this juncture, the game had reached the fourth quarter, with merely 5 minutes remaining before its conclusion. Following Ingram's injury and Wong Hao's subsequent respite, the Clippers swiftly reclaimed their lead. The much-anticipated ball, upon re-entering the game, continued his dismal performance, shooting a woeful 1 out of 13, with 3-point attempts failing at 0 out of 6, a performance that could only be described as catastrophic. Beverly, embracing his role as the antagonist, relentlessly taunted Ball during his struggle. Eventually, the referees, unable to tolerate his antics any longer, ejected him from the game. Fortunately, this year as 27th overall pick, Kuzma seized the reins of the offense. Currently, he had amassed 12 points, with 8 of those scored in the fourth quarter, preventing the Clippers from extending their lead too far. ESPN commentator A. Smith remarked that the Lakers' performance in this game was a double-edged sword. On the one hand, the two underrated rookies, Wong Hao and Kuzma, showcased their brilliance, one on defense and the other on offense. On the other hand, Lonzo Ball, the highly anticipated second overall pick, was delivering a performance that could only be deemed disastrous. As the game approached its conclusion, although the Lakers trailed by a narrow margin, they found themselves at a loss against the Clippers. If this continued, it would lead to a slow demise. I believe the Lakers must focus on their defense. It remains uncertain whether Wong Hao, who exhibited stellar defensive prowess in the third quarter, would return to the court. Simultaneously, Lakers assistant coach Brian Shaw shared this sentiment, turning to Walton with a suggestion. Currently, with Ball orchestrating the offense and Kuzma finishing plays, scoring remains relatively stable. However, we seem powerless against the diminutive Rivers on defense. Perhaps we should consider Wong Hao. Walton nodded, directing his gaze deep into the bench. Wong Hao, prepare yourself. When you enter, your sole task is to contain Rivers. Understood. Coach, Wong Hao responded with a nod. He swiftly discarded his warm-up attire, stood up, and approached the scores table. As the Lakers committed an offensive foul, The game entered a dead ball state, allowing Wang Hao to replace Luol Deng. With only 3 minutes left in the game, the Lakers trailed by 6 points. Upon entering the court, Wang Hao approached Rivers Jr. directly, lowering his center of gravity in preparation for defense. Rivers Jr. is a guard renowned for his offensive prowess and exceptional athleticism. While his playmaking abilities are rather mediocre, his speed and agility set him apart, presenting a stark contrast to Lou Williams' style. "Rookie," he taunted, "I am not Lou Williams. Do not expect to rely on your physical advantages to contain me. Scoring against you is as effortless as indulging in a donut." Rivers Jr. skillfully unleashed a barrage of trash talk. Wang Hao naturally paid no heed to his uninspired banter. The recently showcased performance of Lou Williams, who at least possessed the caliber of a 6th Man of the Year, starkly contrasted with this individual, who merely embodied the level of an ordinary NBA bench player. He had just taken advantage of the Lakers' defensive lapses to score a few points, and now he was riding high on that fleeting success. As the game progressed, after a series of passes, the ball found its way to Austin Rivers. Having previously made consecutive shots, his confidence soared, prompting him to signal his teammates to spread out and opt for a one-on-one against Wang Hao. Lou Williams observed from the sidelines, hopeful that a teammate would assist him in reclaiming his pride. However, given Wang Hao's demonstrated defensive prowess, a sense of foreboding lingered in Lou's mind, an instinct born of his veteran experience. The imposing presence of Wang Hao during defense instilled a sense of concern for the young Rivers. Unbeknownst to the latter, he was unaware of Lou Williams' apprehensions. Confronted by the towering Wang Hao, who stood at 198 meters, Rivers found himself endowed with a speed advantage. Thus, after a few tentative dribbles, he seized the opportune moment, feigned a move, and accelerated towards Wang Hao's right flank. Thud! Rivers collided squarely with Wang Hao's chest. How could he have kept pace? A jolt of surprise coursed through Rivers. Yet, he did not halt his advance. Instead, he took a step back, executed a between-the-legs dribble to create space, and promptly made a wide-angle move, attempting to cut into Wang Hao's right side. Thud! Once again, Rivers crashed into Wang Hao's chest. How is this possible? The Asian undrafted player before him, seemingly lacking in speed, consistently anticipated Rivers' next maneuver and preemptively shifted to defend against it. This, in fact, was the remarkable effect of the death grip. The advantages of this skill extend beyond merely intercepting the opponent's ball. It enhances the user's reflexes, speed, and predictive capabilities. In essence, Wang Hao has now acquired the elite defensive prowess characteristic of top NBA players. Of course, his physique remains a far cry from that of Leonard, preventing him from fully harnessing the potential of this skill. Nonetheless, it suffices to contend with players of Rivers' caliber. After being thwarted once more, Rivers opted for a turnaround jump shot. Wang Hao, with his swift reflexes, stepped forward and extended his right hand in an attempt to block the shot. Although he failed to make contact, the inherently unstable nature of Little Rivers' shot, compounded by the interference, made it impossible for him to score. The Lakers secured the defensive rebound, and a wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. What flawless defense! Wang Hao, his defensive prowess was precise, clean, yet profoundly aggressive. He was nothing short of the guard version of Leonard, as A. Smith marveled. The Lakers launched a counterattack. Many scouts have remarked that Lonzo Ball is virtually unstoppable in transition. In a display reminiscent of a quarterback pass in a football game, Ball sent the ball soaring from his own half directly to Kuzma, who was sprinting into the Clippers' half. It was a pass that spanned the entire court. Kuzma effortlessly finished with a layup, securing 2 points. The entire fast break unfolded in less than 2 seconds. The fans were ecstatic, as if they could glimpse the dawn of a comeback. In the Clippers' possession, Lou Williams orchestrated the offense. Little Rivers darted into position, seeking to shake off Wang Hao with the aid of a teammate screen. Wang Hao may not possess remarkable speed, yet he adeptly navigates through screens by leveraging his keen defensive awareness to exploit openings, seldom losing his position. Upon spotting a slight gap, Lou Williams promptly delivered a pass. As Rivers Jr. received the ball and contemplated the unfolding situation, he was suddenly confronted by a shadow, none other than Wang Hao. With both hands extended, his swift reflexes left Rivers Jr. no time to react. Wang Hao's large hand grasped the basketball held by Little Rivers as if it were a pair of enormous pincers. What? Little Rivers instantly gasped in astonishment. Wang Hao's steal was so swift that he could only express his astonishment, his body unable to react in time. Under the incredulous gaze of Little Rivers, Wang Hao seized the ball with remarkable agility. The death grip was in full effect. Once again, Wang Hao executed a maneuver reminiscent of Leonard's infamous death grip. In the commentary booth, Smith shouted with exhilaration. Having completed the steal near the three-point line, Wang Hao found himself facing only Lou Williams, a lone Clippers player. Lou had no choice but to hastily retreat on defense, positioning himself near the free throw line. Upon witnessing the scene, Wang Hao could not help but smile. Given his current skill level, unless presented with an open basket, he truly lacked confidence in executing a fast break. Positioned at the three-point line, he observed that Lou Williams had retreated to the vicinity of the paint. If not now, then when? With the eyes of the crowd upon him, Wang Hao offered a subtle smile, gathered the ball, bent his knees, leaped, and released it. The basketball soared through the air, tracing a rainbow-like arc. The height of the trajectory, as the ball departed from Wang Hao's hands, seemed to stretch into eternity before it finally swished through the net. This was the extraordinary high-arc three-pointer of Kyrie Irving. Swish! The Staples Center erupted into a thunderous cheer after a fleeting moment of silence, with numerous fans rising to their feet in exhilaration. Oh my goodness! How can I articulate the bizarre, yet exquisite high-arc three-pointer? It is nothing short of art. Smith was driven to a frenzy. At this moment, the other protagonist, Chris Paul, remained unaware of the trials that awaited him. He merely felt that he had been somewhat careless. Thus, the Clippers initiated their offense, and Little Rivers received the ball. Crack! Wang Hao executed a steal. The Clippers launched an offensive, and Austin Rivers seized the ball. Bang! Wang Hao has executed another steal. Within a mere minute, he astoundingly completed 3 consecutive steals. Furthermore, following one of his steals, he sank a three-pointer, while assisting Kuzma with a layup on another occasion. The crowd erupted with fervor. The commentators were aflame with excitement. Fans around the globe watching the match were in a state of euphoria. Meanwhile, the victim, Austin Rivers, found himself questioning his very existence. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing here? He glanced helplessly at his teammates and then toward the coaching bench, seemingly seeking solace from his coach or fellow players. Yet, the expressions of both his father, Coach Doc Rivers, and his teammates were filled with confusion and skepticism. Could this be an act? How could he be so effortlessly stripped of the ball? In the stands, a disgruntled Clippers fan voiced his discontent. Austin Rivers, on the verge of tears, might have wept in agreement with the fan, lamenting that Wang Hao truly resembled a bandit. While others focus on stealing the ball, he simply grabs it. After a series of blunders, Coach Rivers could no longer bear to watch and promptly called for a timeout, with the Clippers trailing the Lakers by 6 points. Once the timeout concluded, Wang Hao remained on the court. Interestingly, he had already exhausted his quota of relentless defense for the day. However, it seemed that the Clippers players had been utterly intimidated by Wang Hao's formidable defensive prowess, as no one dared to challenge him in the ensuing minutes. Wang Hao continued to serve as a formidable defensive pillar, guiding his teammates to execute an impressive defense. Once the defense succeeded, Ball's innate talent for fast break offense was unleashed. Though he struggled through the first 3 quarters, he led the Lakers in executing several aesthetically pleasing fast breaks in the final moments, ultimately demonstrating a performance that oscillated from dismal to commendable, barely achieving a passing grade. In stark contrast, the most unfortunate player of the night was undoubtedly Little Rivers. He was a significant threat for the Clippers during the 3rd quarter. Yet once Wang Hao entered the game, Little Rivers' nightmare commenced. Following a series of 3 consecutive steals, his fear of being intercepted again led him to swiftly pass the ball back to his teammates after each reception. Once, twice, thrice, the previously vibrant offensive core of the Clippers found itself questioning its very existence under Wang Hao's relentless defense. Ultimately, he was left to sulk in the corner, rendered invisible. Consequently, the Clippers' offense suffered greatly, rendering them powerless and leading to a bitter defeat. The final score settled at 98-89, with the Lakers claiming victory in this city rivalry by a margin of 9 points. Chapter 14. Acquiring New Skills, Wang Hao bets against the magician. The game has concluded. In his debut, Wang Hao played for 10 minutes, contributing 8 points, 2 assists, 5 steals, and 1 rebound. Statistically, his 5 steals were particularly impressive. Moreover, Lakers fans who witnessed the game understood that without his timely intervention, the outcome of this Los Angeles derby could have been dire for the Lakers. The statistics alone, however, fail to encapsulate Wang Hao's true impact on the game. This is something that head coach Walton is acutely aware of. Wang, prepare yourself. You'll be attending the press conference shortly. Typically, the coach brings 2 standout players to the post-game press conference. Besides Ingram, Walton chose not Kuzma or Lonzo Ball. But Wang Hao. All right, coach. Wang Hao nodded in agreement, a rite of passage for every NBA professional. After exchanging pleasantries with the coach and teammates, Wang Hao returned to the locker room. Grabbing a change of clothes, he headed straight to the shower. As the water cascaded down his body, he closed his eyes, allowing his mind to delve into the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the system task. A test of skill. Task details. 1. Assist the team in winning the game. Accomplished. 2. Achieve 3 steals. Exceeded. Reward earned. 50 points of exchange value. Due to the host's exceptional performance, an additional reward of 20 points of exchange value. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao felt a twinge of excitement. It seemed that he needed to strive diligently to accumulate more data in the future. After completing his tasks, Wang Hao briefly reflected on the match. My defense is now solid. Even without further enhancement, I possess at least a level of 2 defense, akin to a top defensive duo. However, my offensive capabilities, solely relying on open shots, are woefully inadequate. Once the opponents discern this weakness, they will devise targeted defenses, rendering my offense entirely ineffective. I must now acquire an additional skill, one that can swiftly elevate my offensive prowess. With clarity of purpose, Wang Hao accessed the skill marketplace to seek suitable enhancements. After perusing the ordinary skills, one particular skill caught his attention and was added to his cart. Butterfly through flowers, basic upon equipping. This skill enhances the host's dribbling ability and provides a chance to evade opponents. With a grand gesture, Wang Hao ascended to level 3. The butterfly dance. Level 3. The host possesses 5 points of dribbling ability, with a 10% chance to evade an opponent and a 2% chance to topple them. Usable 10 times per match. To put another way, I can only realistically expect to evade an opponent once per game. That scarcely seems sufficient. Wang Hao gazed at the skill description, a wry smile gracing his lips. Nevertheless, he quickly came to terms with it. After all, it was merely a foundational skill, serving only as a transitional mechanism and certainly not destined to be his primary source of strength in the future. After purchasing the skill, he casually opened the attributes panel. Wang Hao name. Wang Hao height. 1. 98 meters weight. 90 kilograms wingspan. 2. 0.8 meters vertical jump. 70 centimeters approach jump. 80 centimeters strength. 55 speed. 58 endurance. 52 explosiveness. 53 ball control. 64 passing. 55 close shot. 56 mid-range. 56 three-point. 60 100 super long three-point. 50 dunk. 50 steal. 59 99 block. 50 defense. 59 80 backpack. Green interval Shintero's ultra-high arc 3-point shot level 1. Death entanglement level 5. Butterfly through flowers level 3 current balance. 2. $7 million. Withdrawable. Aside from 3-point shooting, stealing, and defensive awareness, the rest are not worth noticing. The road ahead is long and arduous, Wang Hao mused. Ah, can this current balance truly be withdrawn? Indeed, it can, a cold metallic voice echoed in his mind. System, I wish to withdraw it all, Wang Hao silently contemplated. In the next moment, his phone beside him emitted a notification sound. Wang Hao turned off the faucet, swiftly donned his clothing, and picked up his phone to take a glance. Your bank card, ending in XXXX, has received a deposit of 2,700,000, and the current balance stands at 2,701,221. Wang Hao's joy was palpable as he suddenly transitioned from the impoverished Moonlight clan to a millionaire. Furthermore, the system explicitly stated that rewards would be distributed through legally permissible means, alleviating any concerns regarding scrutiny. Wang, are you ready? Why have you been in there for so long? At that moment, the Lakers' strength coach inquired from outside the bathroom. I'm coming, Wang Hao responded loudly. 2 minutes later, Wang Hao returned to the dressing room and discovered that Ingram and Walton were already dressed and waiting for him. I apologize for the delay, he said. No worries. Let's head out promptly, Walton replied nonchalantly. Just remember not to be nervous. Answer the reporter's questions as you usually would, Walton added, pulling Wang Hao aside for further reassurance on their way to the press conference, concerned that Wang Hao might become too anxious to speak once they arrived. Wang Hao nodded thoughtfully. In his previous life, his overall impression of Walton was less than favorable, perhaps due to an excessive enthusiasm for egalitarianism. He not only failed to harness the prowess of star players, but also struggled to cultivate exceptional rookies. Consequently, Walton was dismissed in the second year following James's arrival at the Lakers. However, at present, Walton's overall demeanor towards Wang Hao is quite amiable. He is willing to grant him opportunities and has acknowledged his performance. The press conference venue was already brimming with journalists, equipped with an array of long-lens cameras, ready to capture every moment. Even during their less fortunate times, the Lakers' press conferences remain unparalleled by most teams. Once the three took their seats, the conference commenced promptly. The first journalist called upon posed the question that weighed heavily on everyone's minds. Wang Hao, is my pronunciation correct? Your face is still unfamiliar to many. Could you please introduce yourself to everyone? Although Wang Hao has played in the NCAA, it was for a small school with minimal attention. Your pronunciation is impeccable. Wang Hao smiled and replied, I am a Huaxia person. A few years ago, I came to the United States as an exchange student, where I participated in the NCAA, but unfortunately went undrafted. Therefore, I would like to express my gratitude to the Lakers for providing me with an opportunity to showcase my talents. As an undrafted player, achieving such a remarkable performance in my first professional game is largely due to the trust of my coach and the support of my teammates, and I would like to thank them. Wang Hao maintained a calm demeanor as he spoke. In his previous life, after graduating from university, he worked as a legal advisor in a public relations firm and eventually became an agent, making him quite familiar with media interviews. The reporter was taken aback by such an official and meticulous response. Walton was also somewhat surprised, glancing at Wang Hao, thinking that this young man possessed a composure beyond his years. At that moment, a young female reporter who had just finished a phone call raised her hand. After being granted the opportunity to ask a question, she inquired with a playful smile, Wang, I just interviewed your general manager, Magic Johnson, in the player tunnel. I learned that he has a wager with Pelinka that you will not score in double digits throughout the entire preseason. What are your thoughts on that? Wang Hao chuckled upon hearing the question. He recalled when Barkley bet that Yao Ming would not score more than 19 points, only for Yao to score 20 points in 23 minutes the very next day. Barkley, true to his word, then kissed a donkey's behind. Now, with Magic Johnson engaging in a similar wager, Wang Hao felt intrigued. Does this old man look down on me? He is not someone to be trifled with. Madam, may I know your name? Wang Hao responded, I am Angelina Hermione. Hello, Hermione. Could you please inquire what the terms of the wager are with the general manager? Just a moment. Let me check. A few minutes later, Gina hung up the phone and smiled. According to Magic's response, the wager held no malice and could even be seen as a gesture of goodwill towards Wang Hao. After all, even if Wang Hao were to lose the bet, he would still have the chance to dine with him. This is Magic Johnson, the greatest point guard in history. Having dinner with him is a dream for many players. I accept the wager. Please convey to the general manager that I grew up idolizing Kobe and would be honored if I could arrange a dinner with him if I win. Wang Hao stated after a moment of contemplation. You can't lose with this wager, Wang. Hermione chuckled. After the press conference concluded, Wang Hao reunited with his teammates and boarded the team bus. In the upcoming match, the Lakers would continue to host at home, facing the challenge posed by the Timberwolves. Chapter 15. The aftermath of the match, a first encounter with Billy. Following the interview, Wang Hao returned to the hotel with the team bus. The next game would take place in 3 days, and the team granted the players a day off, marking Wang Hao's first holiday since his arrival. After dinner, he began to browse his phone. In his previous life, he had cultivated a habit of perusing the online forum for several years. He would visit it daily, typically exploring 2 sections, one dedicated to the most well-maintained pedestrian street in the nation, and the other focused on discussions about basketball. Therefore, upon re-downloading the app and registering a new account, Wang Hao was taken aback when he entered the basketball section and saw his name populating the entire screen. Wang Hao casually clicked on several posts, such as punching Lou Williams, kicking Little Rivers, and rational discussion. Is Wang Hao the future of men's basketball? Additionally, with precise three-point shooting and ferocious defense, without bias or favor, Brother Hao already possesses top-tier 3D potential. Wang Hao clicked on the post and discovered that the reply with the most likes stated, although Brother Hao has yet to showcase any offensive skills beyond his impeccable three-point shooting, the precision of his shot is such that even if he were to lounge in the corner smoking, the opposing team would be compelled to assign someone to bring him an ashtray. The ensuing comments, however, took a humorous turn. Even if Brother Hao were to relieve himself in the corner, the Clippers would send someone to hand him toilet paper. If Brother Hao were to doze off in the corner, the Clippers would assign someone to fan him. Wang Hao felt somewhat overwhelmed. Having just played an exceptional match, he was now subjected to an abundance of unrealistic praise. Should he falter in the upcoming game, it was likely that an equally large number of critics would emerge to condemn him. Wang Hao pressed his throbbing temple, exited the damp atmosphere, and raised his cup to sip some water. Subsequently, he opened the Lakers fan zone, eager to see how the fans were appraising the game. Almost immediately, a headline captured his attention. Everyone praises the extraordinary defense of Wang Hao, but I wish to commend Lonzo Ball, who shot a dismal 0 for 6 from beyond the arc. With a chuckle, Wang Hao found himself spitting out the water he had just consumed. Upon clicking the link, he was met with a quote from Zhuge Liang's memorial on the expedition, which resonated with the dire circumstances of the game, entrusted in the face of a defeated army. Commanded in times of peril, aptly reflecting the struggles of Lonzo Ball in this crucial preseason match. Wang Hao couldn't help but lament how some irrational fans easily tarnished the reputation of their favorite stars. Just then, a sudden knock echoed through the room. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the splendidly attired trio of Lonzo, Ingram, and Kuzma. "Wang, have you ever been to a nightclub? You can't miss out on the fun in Los Angeles. Hurry, change your outfit. Let us go out and enjoy ourselves," Kuzma exclaimed with a broad smile, extending the invitation. Wang Hao was momentarily taken aback. These three were seeking to recruit him. In his previous life, the trio of Ball, Ingram, and Kuzma were affectionately referred to as the Purple and Gold Trio by Lakers fans, highlighting their significance within the team. However, it is worth noting that 2 years later, both Ingram and Ball were utilized as trade assets in exchange for Anthony Davis. Wang Hao understood that he had earned the respect of a few through his performance on the field, which was the reason for his invitation. "All right, give me 5 minutes." Wang Hao would naturally not decline such an invitation, as remaining with the Lakers would render the support of these three gentlemen crucial to his future. Los Angeles, renowned for its Hollywood allure, is often dubbed the City of Angels. It has been humorously remarked that even if one is destitute, with just a few dollars to their name, a trip to Los Angeles might turn their fortunes around. Conversely, even the wealthiest may experience the harsh realities of homelessness amidst its glitz. This city is a paradox, embodying both hell and heaven. As one of the world's premier international metropolises, Los Angeles offers a nightlife that is undeniably vibrant and diverse. With over $2 million at his disposal, Wang Hao is not inclined to be overly frugal. He, along with Ingram and the others, ventured into a well-known nightclub in Los Angeles, eager to immerse themselves in its atmosphere. Upon entering the venue, the reactions of the four friends varied significantly. Despite Ingram's calm demeanor and Ball's confident chatter, both fell silent upon stepping into the nightclub. Their curiosity piqued as they surveyed their surroundings. Wang Hao and Kuzma found amusement in the awkwardness of their companions. Guided by a server, they settled into a private booth, opting not to order an excessive amount of drinks, as their primary intention was to soak in the ambience. True to its reputation, the nightclub in Los Angeles boasted an impressive array of striking young women, causing Kuzma's eyes to gleam as he observed those dressed in revealing attire. "Should we approach them? We can't leave empty-handed tonight," Kuzma suggested to the group. Indeed, it was a rare opportunity to visit a nightclub, and returning without any exploits would surely invite ridicule. Ball concurred, revealing that beneath his serious facade on the court, he possessed a playful side. And Wang Hao was aware that he had a girlfriend. Observing his companions, Wang Hao couldn't help but reflect. They were all like young wolves in the throes of desire. Wang Hao turned to Ingram, who was quietly seated beside him, resembling a well-behaved child, and asked in confusion, "Aren't you going over?" I'm not in a hurry." "Why aren't you going?" Ingram retorted. "I'm not in a hurry either. The youth should practice moderation," Wang Hao replied, waving his hand as he leaned back on the sofa, surveying the vibrant and indulgent atmosphere around him, his demeanor remarkably calm. Ingram nodded in agreement. Since childhood, he had been deeply passionate about basketball, often holding back in various aspects due to certain reservations. Given that Wang Hao was also not inclined to pursue the allure of the night, he found comfort in having someone to accompany him. However, before Ingram could utter a word, Wang Hao had already risen to his feet. "I have a target. I shall take my leave first." Without granting Ingram a moment to respond, he swiftly made his way towards the bar not far away. During their brief exchange, a striking figure had captured Wang Hao's attention. With cascading green hair, exquisite features, a world-weary gaze, and clad in oversized streetwear, this extraordinary woman was undeniably the center of attention wherever she went. As he approached, recognition dawned upon Wang Hao, and he felt a surge of astonishment. What a coincidence! The woman's name was Billie Eilish, a renowned singer and model in the United States. She was a star Wang Hao greatly admired in his previous life, possessing remarkable talent and an unrestrained personality. Her rise to fame had been propelled by her distinctive world-weary expression. "Do you know me?" Before Wang Hao could speak, the beautiful young woman addressed him first. "Billie Eilish." Wang Hao replied casually. Chapter 16. A nightclub adventure and the commencement of a second battle. "Do you know me?" The lovely girl spoke again, before Wang Hao could respond. "Billie Eilish," Wang Hao reiterated. The The girl was taken aback. You are my fan? Wang Hao smiled and shrugged, neither affirming nor denying. At this moment, Billie was just beginning her career, having earned the title of a prodigious musical talent in America, yet she had not yet achieved widespread fame. And her works remained somewhat obscure, appealing to a limited audience. What is your name? Billie inquired, her demeanor poised and confident, devoid of any shyness. Wang Hao, NBA player. He replied. Oh. Billie responded with intrigue, observing the fair-skinned Asian youth before her. Her expression one of skepticism. You certainly are quite tall. Wang Hao offered no explanation, taking a sip of his drink before stating nonchalantly, you will soon come to believe it. Did you come alone? Billie did not linger on the topic. With my teammates, Wang Hao replied, turning his gaze towards his booth. Following his glance, Billie spotted Ingram, alone and engrossed in his phone. He looks somewhat familiar. Well, perhaps I should not doubt you, Billie mused, smiling as she downed her drink in a gesture of apology. And you? Surely. You didn't tea come by yourself? At your age, you shouldn't tea be drinking, right? I merely came to seek inspiration, Billie remarked indifferently. This was her first time in such an establishment. She hoped to experience the nightlife and find creative sparks for her new album. As for age restrictions, Billie was utterly unconcerned. She had matured early, exuding an air of confidence that belied her actual years. Wang Hao was not one to meddle in trivial matters. He deftly shifted the topic, suggesting, I don't frequent this place often. Perhaps we could exchange numbers? As he spoke, he retrieved his phone and opened his contacts, offering it to Billie. This was Wang Hao's customary approach to flirtation, simple and straightforward. Billie shot him a glance of exasperation, yet she accepted the phone nonetheless. Wang Hao left a favorable impression overall, and leaving a contact number posed no significant issue. 3 days later, at the Staples Center, the second preseason game commenced as scheduled. Following Wang Hao's remarkable debut, which garnered widespread attention domestically, Tencent swiftly dispatched a broadcasting team to Los Angeles for a live telecast. This match featured Tencent's two most popular commentators, Kufen and Young Yi. Both the Lakers and the Timberwolves are currently teams brimming with talent, boasting numerous young stars. The Lakers include Lonzo Ball, Brandon Ingram, as well as the impressive Kuzma and Wang Hao, while the Timberwolves feature Karl-Anthony Towns, Andrew Wiggins, Jimmy Butler, and Jeff Teague. Both teams secured victories in their preseason openers. However, prior to this game, news emerged that Ingram would be sidelined for the remainder of the preseason due to injury. Kufan provided insights regarding the teams. With Ingram absent, the Lakers undoubtedly faced a significant setback. Furthermore, during the offseason, the Timberwolves welcomed the formidable new addition, Jimmy Butler, renowned for his tenacity. This all-star small forward is poised to bring transformative changes to the youthful Timberwolves, and we eagerly await the results. Overall, the Timberwolves appeared to possess greater strength than the Lakers, especially in light of the latter's key player's absence, making this match seem rather precarious for Los Angeles. Kufan proceeded with his pre-game analysis and predictions. Indeed, he raised valid points. However, I implore you, Kufan, to remember that the Lakers still have our remarkable young talent, Wang Hao. Yang Yi added, I believe that should the Lakers encounter defensive issues from the perimeter, Coach Walton will undoubtedly recall Wang Hao, who, under pressure in the previous match, led the team to victory with his stellar defense. Coach Yang's perspective is sensible, and we hope Wang Hao can continue his admirable performance in this matchup. I can hardly contain my anticipation. Let us turn our attention to the court. Within the arena, after completing his warm-up exercises, Wang Hao returned to the bench. Earlier, Walton informed him that he would be part of the rotation today, which was excellent news for Wang Hao. He needed more playing time to showcase his abilities. At this moment, fans began to fill the seats. Wang Hao lifted his gaze and beheld numerous Lakers fans in the stands, adorned in jerseys numbered 8 and 24. Wang Hao, like many others, is an ardent admirer of Kobe Bryant. Growing up watching Kobe play, he has sprinted home from school countless times, eager to catch his games. Thus, the tragic helicopter accident of 2020 remains a profound sorrow in Wang Hao's heart. Now, presented with an opportunity to alter the course of history, he is resolute in his determination to seize it. At that moment, a metallic voice echoed in his mind, announcing the system's command. Ding! The main quest has been issued. Rescue the legend. Task 1. Win the bet. The host must score in double digits during this match to fulfill the wager with Magic Johnson. Task rewards. 1. 1,000 exchange points. 2. 1 chance to draw from the Dimensional Mall. Such rewards are indeed bountiful. Is this truly the main quest? Wang Hao is elated. This wager marks the first step of the rescue plan, and he is determined to secure those 1,000 exchange points and the opportunity to dine. At this juncture, the starting players of both teams have begun to take the court. The Minnesota Timberwolves feature Towns, Wiggins, Butler, Jeff Teague, and Gorgui Dieng as their starters. The Los Angeles Lakers, on the other hand, have Kuzma replacing Ingram in the starting lineup, which consists of Ball, KCP, Kuzma, Luol Deng, and Lopez. As the referee tosses the ball into the air, the game commences. Lopez tips the ball back into the Lakers' half, granting them the first offensive opportunity. Ball orchestrates the play. After a series of tactical movements, he finds an opening and passes to KCP in the corner, who takes a wide-open three-pointer. Clang! The shot misses. Towns secures the rebound. The Timberwolves swiftly counterattack. Wiggins, upon receiving the ball, drives rapidly towards the Lakers' interior. Fortunately, the young Lakers are quick on their feet, retreating to fortify their defense and converging upon Wiggins. However, Wiggins manages to pass the ball to Towns, who is lurking beyond the three-point line. Known as one of the greatest three-point shooting centers in history, Towns receives the ball without hesitation and launches a three-pointer. The basketball arcs beautifully through the air. Swish! The Timberwolves take an early lead. The Lakers initiate another offensive. This time, they alter their strategy, positioning Lopez in the low post to take on Towns. Leveraging his weight and strength, Lopez successfully penetrates the paint, backing into his defender for a turnaround jump shot. Yet, Towns, with his towering height and long arms, raises his hands to contest the shot. Lopez's attempt is thwarted, and the Timberwolves claim the defensive rebound. In a fast break, Wiggins assists a teammate, adding another 2 points to the scoreboard. 5-0. The Lakers have squandered 2 excellent opportunities at the onset, allowing the Timberwolves to capitalize on their counterattack for an early advantage. A most regrettable turn of events. The commentary was effusive. The game continued as Ball dribbled past half-court, this time spotting Kuzma, making a cut towards the basket. With a precise and timely pass, he assisted Kuzma in scoring 2 points, marking the Lakers' first points of the match. However, before the Lakers could revel in their achievement, the Timberwolves swiftly executed an inbound play. Butler passed the ball to Wiggins, who seized the opportunity for a fast break. With 3 quick strides, he surged towards the basket, catching the Lakers off guard. 7-2. Focus. He breezes into our paint as if he were strolling through his own backyard. Walden shouted from the coach's bench. Chapter 17. Enter the substitutes to turn the tide. The defense is too lax. Get physical. Engage in the contest. Assistant coach Brian Shaw anxiously yelled from the sidelines. The Lakers' current lineup evidently struggled with a strong offense, but a weak defense, particularly against a talent like Wiggins. The game persisted. After 9 minutes of the first quarter, the Lakers trailed 19-26, with the deficit nearing double digits. At this moment, Wiggins utilized a screen from a teammate, shifting his defender to Deng. The current Deng was far from the British Jordan of yesteryears, moving sluggishly and showing signs of age. Wiggins, of course, would not squander such an opportunity. He signaled for his teammates to spread out, with even center Towns retreating to the corner. Lopez, compelled by Towns' formidable three-point ability, followed suit, leaving the Lakers' paint unguarded. Seizing the moment, Wiggins executed a series of crossovers, and upon noticing Deng's weight shift, he accelerated past him. Deng could only watch helplessly as Wiggins barreled towards the basket. Lopez attempted to return to defense. Yet, as a large center, his mobility was limited, and he too could only stand by. With a surge of momentum, Wiggins leapt, lifting the ball above his head. In midair, his body resembled a taut bow. Bam! A visually stunning dunk. The crowd erupted in astonishment. This dunk extended the Timberwolves' lead to 9 points. Many Lakers fans had already buried their faces in their hands, as if foreseeing a massacre. Realizing the situation was dire, Walden quickly called for a timeout. Wong, prepare yourself. You will defend Wiggins shortly. Without hesitation, after calling the timeout, Walden turned to Wong Hao and asserted, his shooting ability is mediocre. Your primary focus should be on preventing his drives to the basket. Understood. Leave it to me, coach. Wong Hao nodded, responding with unwavering conviction. He wholeheartedly agreed with Walton's suggestion. As a time traveler, he was acutely aware of Wiggins' characteristics. Although he appeared to be brimming with talent, he lacked a singular, overwhelming ability to dominate defensive players. Wong Hao formulated a defensive strategy in his mind, resolving to prevent Wiggins from gaining momentum. The timeout soon concluded, and before re-entering the court, Walton urged his players, lift your spirits. Do not let down the multitude of fans who have come to support you. The game resumed, and the Lakers initiated their offense. Lonzo Ball called for a screen, and Lopez swiftly moved to set the pick. Teague, tasked with guarding Ball, chose not to fight through the screen, but instead allowed Ball a step. He underestimated Ball's three-point shooting capability. Unexpectedly, upon noticing the opening, Ball raised his hand and launched a three-pointer without hesitation. Swish! Ball's three-pointer found its mark, providing a much-needed spark. In truth, the Lakers' offense was not lacking. It was their defense that elicited genuine concern, as noted by the commentator. The Timberwolves regained possession, and the ball reached Wiggins in the frontcourt. Wiggins had previously handled both KCP and Luol Deng with ease, but now he found himself facing an unfamiliar opponent, an inexperienced rookie with yellow skin mentioned only briefly by the coach before the game. Wiggins was momentarily taken aback. Prior to this match, the Timberwolves had conducted a video meeting where Wang Hao's impressive prior performance had been thoroughly analyzed. However, the majority of the Timberwolves players had not taken this undrafted rookie seriously, Wiggins included. So what if he completed 5 steals in the last game? He thought. Does he really believe he is on par with the likes of Lou Williams, who is aged, or with Rivers, who relies solely on his dribbling and aggressive drives? Wang Hao had entered the game. Some spectators voiced their thoughts. He has only defended small guards before. Can he really guard Wiggins? A Lakers fan questioned his companions, who responded mostly with silence and head shakes. Are they really expecting this obscure rookie from China to defend the exceptionally gifted Wiggins? Walton is asking too much. Even KCP, who is a decent defender, struggled to contain the informed Wiggins today. This seemingly average Chinese player might very well become a moving ATM on the court. Why not let Lonzo defend him instead? At least Ball appears more robust and quicker on his feet. Two basketball enthusiasts were grumbling among themselves. Just as they voiced their inner frustrations, Wiggins had already received the pass and was poised to initiate an offensive play. He assumed the classic triple threat stance, executing a series of swift and powerful probing steps. Noticing that Wang Hao remained unfazed, Wiggins abruptly advanced with his right foot, simultaneously executing a crossover that transitioned the ball to his left hand. In an instant, he lowered his center of gravity and attempted a crossover step to maneuver past Wang Hao's defense. This was a tactic Wiggins had successfully employed multiple times that day. Coupled with his unparalleled first step, the onlookers seemed to foresee Wang Hao being effortlessly outmaneuvered. However, a wave of commotion soon rippled through the crowd. To their astonishment, Wang Hao not only remained steadfast, but also firmly secured his defensive position, pressing his chest against Wiggins' shoulder. Despite Wiggins' flurry of moves, he found himself unable to penetrate, merely pivoting in place. This turn of events was utterly unexpected. Wiggins had not anticipated Wang Hao's defensive anticipation to be so precise, nor his lateral movement to be so swift. Wang Hao would not grant his adversary a moment's respite. He advanced with purpose, applying pressure on Wiggins through physical confrontation. In a state of disarray, Wiggins clumsily halted the ball. Upon his stop, Wang Hao immediately extended his arms, imposing his presence and denying him any space to pass. Confronted with Wang Hao's relentless pursuit, Wiggins struggled to maintain his balance, and after a few agonizing seconds, he finally discerned a fleeting opening for a pass. Just as he lifted his hand to execute the pass, Wang Hao's hand swooped in like the scythe of death, mercilessly intercepting the ball. Behold, the Wang Hao version of the death grip. It was a magnificent display, a veritable exemplar of defensive prowess. The commentary in the Tungshuan live broadcast was brimming with excitement, praising the sequence from the block to the pressure, culminating in the interception. Wang Hao's defense exuded a seamless and aesthetically pleasing quality. Ball brother swiftly seized the opportunity to retrieve the ball that Wang Hao had intercepted, igniting a fast break for the Lakers. Showtime. With remarkable agility, Ball brother dribbled towards the front court, capitalizing on the opponent's unsteady footing, creating a numerical advantage in the offensive zone. He then executed an no-look pass, distributing the ball to the advancing Kuzma, who effortlessly finished with a layup. The Lakers surged ahead with a brief 5-0 run. Coach Yang, have you noticed? Just like in the previous game, Wang Hao's entry immediately transformed the dynamics of the match, exclaimed Ku Fan with excitement. Indeed, some players make their mark by scoring to assist their teammates, while others swiftly alter the situation through their defense. The former type is not uncommon. Many American guards, such as Jamal Crawford from the Timberwolves bench or the Lakers' former player Nick Young, fall into this category. Wang Hao, however, clearly belongs to the latter. This is a remarkably rare trait, and I am confident that the Lakers' professional coaching staff has recognized Wang Hao's unique value. Yang declared with unwavering conviction. Chapter 18, A Clash of Titans, Wang Hao versus Butler. At this juncture, the score stood at 24-17. 26, with the Lakers trailing by a mere 2 points. Wiggins awkwardly scratched the back of his head, raising his hand to apologize to his teammates. He had underestimated Wong Hao. This seemingly unremarkable Asian youth possessed astonishing defensive prowess. But who was he? He was Wiggins, the extraordinarily gifted first overall pick of the draft. Could such a minor setback deter him? Thus, upon receiving the ball once more, Wiggins decisively passed it to Butler. If I cannot confront him, I will at least evade him. I refuse to suffer further embarrassment, Wiggins thought to himself. Wong Hao gazed at the calm figure of the Timberwolves number 22, Wiggins, squatting in the corner, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Fate is indeed equitable." It bestowed unparalleled talent upon an individual, yet neglected to endow him with a temperament to match. The moniker Goji brother is truly well-deserved. The game continued. The primary offensive focus for the Timberwolves shifted from Wiggins to Butler, yet the defensive pressure exerted by the Lakers did not diminish. On the contrary, it seemed to escalate slightly. Wong Hao observed the situation keenly, his heart racing with urgency. Although he possessed the buff of a defensive pillar, his teammates' foundational defensive capabilities were rather mediocre, making it exceedingly difficult to thwart the more talented Timberwolves. If memory serves, this year marks the Timberwolves' first playoff appearance in many years, showcasing their commendable strength. It seems that a breakthrough must be sought through offensive maneuvers. Resolute in his decision, Wong Hao began to move. The Timberwolves are a team characterized by their offensive prowess, yet their defensive capabilities remain notably weak, languishing at the bottom of the league despite the tutelage of the defensive maestro, Tom Thibodeau. The root of this issue lies significantly in the defensive willingness of their two former first overall picks. Assigned to guard Wong Hao is none other than Andrew Wiggins. While Wiggins boasts exceptional physical attributes and explosive power, engaging him in a one-on-one ball-handling duel proves to be a formidable challenge. However, his off-ball defensive skills are rather unimpressive. In simpler terms, he often struggles with maintaining focus, frequently trailing his assignment and losing sight of his man. Wong Hao was acutely aware of this, and thus he transformed into a relentless runner, embarking on a frenzied quest for open space, accelerating, decelerating, executing reverse runs, and setting screens. Wong Hao exerted every effort to carve out a clear opportunity. His teammates, having trained together on multiple occasions, had come to appreciate Wong Hao's shooting prowess. The two interior players, Randall and Lopez, actively set screens for him. At long last, Wiggins, momentarily distracted, was outmaneuvered by Wong Hao's reverse run. Lonzo, Wong Hao raised his right hand, signaling for the ball from the orchestrator. Without hesitation, Lonzo deftly maneuvered the ball, delivering it accurately and swiftly into Wong Hao's hands. Upon receiving the ball, Wong Hao adjusted and released. A perfect arc. Young, he exclaimed with excitement. To be honest, watching Hao Ji shoot is truly a delight, Kofan added. With a swift motion, the three-pointer found the net. The Staples Center erupted in jubilant celebration. Nice pass. Wong Hao grinned as he exchanged high-fives with Lonzo in celebration. Transitioning between offense and defense, Butler advanced past half-court and successfully penetrated the interior. A sweet ball. The Lakers initiated their offensive play. This time, Wiggins was notably more cautious, closely shadowing Wong Hao. Unable to create an opening, Wong Hao refrained from forcing a shot, leading to an unsuccessful pull-up three-pointer from Lonzo. Fortunately for the Timberwolves, Teague reciprocated, missing a mid-range attempt after a lengthy 20-second possession. The Lakers immediately launched a fast break. After a strenuous defensive effort, Wiggins relaxed momentarily, failing to retreat in time. Wong Hao received a swift pass from his teammate beyond the three-point line and unleashed another shot. The basketball gracefully swished through the net, leading the Lakers to reclaim the lead. As Butler retreated to the paint, he caught the falling basketball and forcefully slammed it against the rim, clearly displaying his frustration. It was difficult for him to accept being scored upon repeatedly by an undrafted rookie. With fire in his eyes, Butler approached Wiggins and quietly asserted, "I will take him on from here." "Understood," Wiggins replied, his tone laced with embarrassment. In this moment, Butler's leadership qualities shone through, as noted by ESPN commentator A. Smith, who astutely observed the nuances on the court. Butler was communicating to his teammates through his body language that he would not allow their defense to be breached so easily. "I suspect he will personally guard Wong Hao from now on, and not only on the defensive end. Butler would also seek to challenge Wong Hao offensively. Let us wish this young rookie good luck, for Jimmy is indeed a formidable opponent." True to form, in the next possession, Butler called for a pick and roll, directly switching his defender to Wong Hao. It was a one-on-one confrontation, face-to-face, without any screens or double teams, as the two engaged in a direct duel. Wang Hao lowered his center of gravity, arms outstretched, adopting a quintessential defensive posture. Butler, too, sank his weight low, scrutinizing the Asian youth before him. From the footage and his recent matchup against Wiggins, Butler had gathered a rough understanding of Wang Hao's defensive capabilities. While it would be challenging to maneuver past him with dribbling, his physical attributes were rather average, suggesting he might struggle against a frontal collision. Resolute in his decision, Butler did not hesitate. With a simple change of hand on the dribble, he accelerated towards the basket. There were no elaborate maneuvers, just a straightforward drive. Butler's intent was clear, to overpower with sheer force rather than finesse. Wang Hao swiftly maneuvered to defend, yet he did not anticipate that his opponent, having been obstructed in his initial advance, would not falter but rather continue to charge forward with fervor. Butler truly possesses an audacious spirit. Kufan's tone was tinged with concern. Chapter 19. Curse it. Once again, Wang Hao was taken by surprise. Bang! The two bodies collided with tremendous force. Wang Hao distinctly felt a constriction in his chest. An acute pain and a fleeting sensation of suffocation surged through him, yet it simultaneously ignited a fire within. However, he possessed the self-awareness to recognize that confronting his opponent head-on would yield no advantage. Thus, as Butler lunged towards him once more, Wang Hao deftly sidestepped. Hey, why did Wang Hao evade? That leaves Butler with an open basket, Kufan remarked in confusion. Butler shared a similar thought. Upon witnessing the sudden expanse before him, a surge of delight filled his heart as he prepared to receive the ball and take 3 steps. His defensive skills were commendable, yet they lacked the necessary tenacity, a common shortcoming among Asian players who often shy away from confrontation. A wave of disdain washed over Butler. However, the next moment brought an unexpected turn of events. Butler felt a gust of wind sweep past him, and in an instant the basketball slipped from his grasp, hurtling towards the baseline. Wang Hao's sidestep had been a tactical ruse, having evaded the direct collision. He propelled himself with a swift push of his right foot and executed a wraparound maneuver, deftly dislodging the ball from behind Butler. Wow, what an astute defensive play. Wang, once again, has astonished me. He relies not only on instinct but also possesses remarkable basketball intelligence. ESPN commentator A. Smith remarked. Regrettably, the other Lakers players failed to seize the dislodged ball in time, allowing it to roll out of bounds, thus granting possession back to the Timberwolves. Butler turned to face Wang Hao, his gaze piercing. That was a decent defense, but there won't be a second chance. You may try, Wang Hao replied, meeting Butler's gaze with a slight smile at the corners of his mouth. It was merely bravado, a moment where he could not afford to lose his composure. Just as the two locked eyes, oblivious to the tension, the oblivious Wiggins received the ball from the referee and tossed it directly at Butler. Thud! The basketball struck Butler squarely on the head. Butler, Wang Hao, with remarkable agility, ball swiftly intercepted the rebounding basketball and launched a counterattack. The Lakers added another 2 points. Andrew, at that moment, if looks could kill, the fiery gaze of Butler would have surely incinerated Wiggins. Meanwhile, the instigator, Andrew Wiggins, awkwardly scratched the back of his head, smiling apologetically. Wang Hao, unable to contain his amusement, observed the signature smile of his teammate, marveling at its warmth and innocence. The match progressed as Butler, his expression dark, initiated an offensive play. With only 35 seconds remaining in the first quarter, the Lakers held a narrow lead of 33-30 over the Timberwolves. Butler called for a pick, with Towns stepping forward. This time, his screen was remarkably solid, effectively blocking Wang Hao behind him. The Lakers were compelled to switch their defense, placing the towering Lopez against Butler. Having just faced a setback against Wang Hao, Butler was seething with frustration. Upon noticing that his defender had become a less agile giant, he immediately resolved to take him on one-on-one. With the ball in his right hand, he accelerated forward, seemingly intent on overpowering his defender with sheer speed. Lopez quickly retreated. Thud, thud, thud. After the third dribble, Butler suddenly executed a sharp stop, then, with a deft maneuver, switched the ball to his left hand, creating instant separation from his defender. Lopez attempted to break and recover, but his considerable weight made it exceedingly difficult to shift his balance swiftly. Just then, he felt a sharp pain in his ankle, causing him to lose his equilibrium and tumble to the ground. The crowd erupted in a chorus of cheers. What a beautiful change of pace, exclaimed the commentator, Kufan, in admiration. After evading Bryant, Butler did not immediately take a shot. Instead, Noticing the absence of any defensive players nearby, he glanced over at Wang Hao, a hint of provocation evident in the upward curve of his lips. With a swish, Butler sank the three-pointer, leveling the score once more. Wang Hao disregarded Butler's provocation. Yet he had resolved to vindicate his teammate. He approached Lopez and helped him up. The latter was unharmed and able to continue the game. With time dwindling, ball swiftly dribbled past half-court. This time, Butler positioned himself at the three-point line, paying no heed to the ball handler, his fierce gaze fixated squarely on Wang Hao. Wang Hao stood calmly, approximately 2 meters away from the three-point line. Given the challenging nature of attempting a direct shot from his position, defenders typically do not closely mark him. Observing his teammates struggling to find open space, the Ball brother decided to drive towards the basket. However, Teague, a seasoned defender, anticipated his movement, compelling him to take a mid-range shot instead. The ball clanged off the rim. Butler glanced at Wang Hao, positioned well beyond the arc, and chose to race back to protect the rebound. Unexpectedly, Lopez, recently embarrassed by a feint, leaped recklessly, swatting the ball away. It fortuitously landed at Wang Hao's feet beyond the three-point line. With 3 seconds remaining, Wang Hao secured the ball confidently. Holding it in his left hand, he suddenly extended his right hand, performing a gentle forward motion as if to convey a sense of calm urgency. This gesture was remarkably composed, bordering on elegance, even somewhat out of place on a basketball court. It left not only his teammates in astonishment, but also made Butler instinctively slow his pace upon witnessing such poise. With bated breath, he watched as Wang Hao slightly bent his knees and effortlessly released the shot. Another arc like a rainbow, as the ball hung in the air. The timer's red light illuminated, and in an instant, the basketball swished through the net. A buzzer-beater three-pointer. The crowd erupted once more, filled with exhilaration. What a spectacular moment. The lights flashed as the ball found its mark. Despite the dwindling time, Wang Hao exhibited an extraordinary composure, showcasing a remarkable heart under pressure. This shot reminded me of a similar one made by Paul George during his time with the Pacers. It was strikingly reminiscent. "Hey!" Smith echoed the excitement, passionately exclaiming. While Paul George often found himself as a mere backdrop in dramatic finishes, he too had a share of unforgettable buzzer-beater moments. Wang Hao's polite greeting followed by a buzzer-beater echoes the memorable shot made by Paul George in years past. Not only were the fans and commentators exhilarated, but the Lakers players were also ignited with enthusiasm. Notably, Lopez rushed towards Wang Hao in a spirited manner, leaping up to celebrate with a chest bump. Ball and Kuzma joined in the merriment, affectionately ruffling Wang Hao's hair. Thanks to that last-second three-pointer, the Lakers entered the second quarter with a slender three-point lead. In the second quarter, both the Lakers and the Timberwolves made strategic substitutions, resting their key players. After all, it is merely a preseason game, and the coaching staff prioritizes the refinement of team dynamics. Wang Hao was substituted out during the first timeout of the second quarter. At that moment, he had already scored 9 points, along with 3 steals and 2 assists, just a step away from winning the wager with Magic Johnson. In the subsequent period, the Lakers bench players performed admirably. Coach Walton adhered to a philosophy of egalitarianism. Whenever a particular lineup excelled, he rewarded them with increased playing time. Consequently, Wang Hao did not re-enter the game throughout the entirety of the third quarter. It was not until the fourth quarter that he donned his uniform once more, with both teams locked in a 90-point tie. This time, his assignment shifted from Butler to the Timberwolves' illustrious sixth man, Jamal Crawford. Chapter 20. The Curtain Falls. That breathtaking buzzer beater. On this occasion, Wang Hao's task was no longer Butler, but the Timberwolves' exceptional sixth man, Jamal Crawford. Crawford, a mercurial guard, possesses a slender physique, capable of remarkable agility and leaping ability. His specialty lies in dribbling and penetrating defenses, earning him the moniker J Crossover, as he frequently showcases dazzling and intricate maneuvers, sometimes even delivering game-winning shots. To summarize, one might liken him to a less physically endowed version of Kyrie Irving, with enhanced height but diminished shooting prowess. In this match, Crawford entered as the sixth man, having made 3 out of 6 attempts from beyond the arc, already amassing 15 points and showcasing a hot hand. He was instrumental in the Timberwolves' resurgence. At this juncture, Butler advanced with the ball, and Crawford swiftly maneuvered, utilizing a screen from a teammate to dart from the left corner, skillfully navigating along the baseline. Wang Hao sought to advance, yet Towns timely obstructed his path with his formidable physique. Had the camera panned to the Timberwolves bench at that moment, one would have discerned the confidence etched upon Thibodeau's face. This was precisely what he had orchestrated for Wang Hao. Thibodeau understood well that while Wang Hao boasted exceptional one-on-one defensive capabilities, his speed was not particularly swift, rendering it arduous for him to maneuver swiftly through screens. In the second quarter, Wiggins capitalized on this vulnerability, compelling the Lakers to switch their defensive assignments, thereby creating mismatches. Now, the Timberwolves sought to employ the same strategy. This is the nature of the NBA. Once a weakness is exposed, opponents will relentlessly exploit it. Crawford had just circled from the baseline when he noticed Wang Hao seemingly lagging behind, a smirk of triumph creeping onto his face. However, their smiles were abruptly frozen in place the next instant, as Wang Hao appeared to have anticipated the play. Instead of following the baseline, he darted in from the side. Remarkably, Wang Hao predicted Crawford's movement, choosing not to force his way through the screen, but rather ingeniously positioning himself at the exact spot where Crawford was destined to receive the ball. Yang could not contain his astonishment. Butler, responsible for orchestrating the play, was equally taken aback by Wang Hao's ability to keep pace. Observing Crawford emerge from the screen, he passed the ball to him. Suddenly, a figure materialized between them, decisively swatting the ball away. A steal. Oh my goodness. Wang's defense was not only formidable against the ball handler, but equally imposing off the ball. A. Smith, with fervor, bestowed upon him the highest accolades. His anticipation, his positioning, his decisiveness in reaching for the ball. Never in my many years of commentary have I encountered a rookie who could rival him. A counterattack ensued. After Wang Hao executed a steal, the path ahead lay unoccupied. Following a mispass from Butler, he swiftly reacted, exerting all his energy to pursue the advancing Wang Hao. Yet, no matter how swiftly he ran, he could not catch up to the already launched Wang Hao. In desperation, he resorted to a foul to impede his opponent. Free throws. Wang Hao stood at the free throw line, marking his inaugural attempt in a formal match. He took a deep breath, receiving the ball from the referee. In his past life, as an ardent basketball enthusiast, he possessed but one point of pride: his proficiency in free throws. Wang Hao flawlessly emulated an entire series of Kobe's free throw routines. Every aspect, from the pre-shot breathing adjustments to the number of dribbles and the shooting posture, mirrored that of the legendary player. Keen-eyed Lakers fans naturally took note, and the Staples Center erupted with cheers. Both free throws were successful. The Lakers led by 2 points, and this moment elevated Wang Hao's score into double digits. Accomplished. Wang Hao pumped his fist, overwhelmed with joy. As the game progressed, both teams engaged in a fierce tug-of-war. Crawford found himself completely locked down on the offensive end, with his signature crossover being effortlessly intercepted by Wang Hao. Thanks to Wang Hao's exceptional defense, the Lakers thwarted multiple offensive attempts from the Timberwolves. However, the Lakers' offense also hit a standstill. With Ingram injured, Wang Hao was closely shadowed by Butler, causing the Lakers' offensive flow to stagnate. Thus, the teams exchanged futile attempts until only 15 seconds remained in the fourth quarter, with the score tied at 105. At this juncture, the Timberwolves executed a baseline inbounds play, with Crawford, under Wang Hao's vigilant watch, lurking quietly in the corner, a bittersweet smile gracing his face. During the recent timeout, Thibodeau had devised a strategy that involved Crawford merely lingering in the corner. A sacrificial strategy, in an effort to keep Wang Hao from contributing to the team's defense. The coach had chosen to use him as a pawn to counter Wang Hao. This clearly illustrated the Timberwolves' apprehension towards Wang Hao's capabilities. However, Crawford's sacrifice did not yield success. The Timberwolves point guard, Jeff Teague, after dribbling for 10 seconds, opted for a driving layup, only to be met with a resounding block from Ball. The Lakers surged forward. Ball led the charge, with Wang Hao swiftly trailing behind, followed closely by Kuzma and others. The Timberwolves players scrambled to retreat on defense, but in their panic, their focus shifted predominantly towards the ball handler, Ball, and the Lakers' leading scorer, Kuzma. Wang Hao has once again been overlooked. Only 2 seconds remain. At this moment, the Ball brother, who surged into the penalty area, spotted the unmarked Wang Hao. With a flick of his right hand, he executed a swift pass to the perimeter. 1 second. Wang Hao received the pass and took his shot. With a resounding thud, the timer sounded the moment he released the ball. Swish. A last-second victory. Wow. The entire audience raised their hands in jubilation, rising to their feet in exuberant cheers. In an instant, the deafening roar of excitement filled the arena. Across the ocean, in Huaxia, within the Tangshuan live broadcast room, Wang Hao's game-winning shot sent the two commentators into a frenzy. Game winner, game winner, game winner. Wang Hao has delivered. Wang Hao has delivered. He left the Timberwolves with no chance. The magnificent defender of Huaxia has upheld the glorious tradition of the Lakers. In this moment, the spirits of Jerry West, Elgin Baylor, and Kobe have been channeled. Wang Hao stands alone, embodying the rich historical tradition of the Lakers. In this moment, he is not fighting alone. He is not solitary. He feels a familiar line emerging in his mind, and he speaks it aloud. Director Yang, this phrase sounds rather familiar. However, with Wang Hao, our esteemed Hao Ge, and that remarkable three-pointer at the end of the first quarter, he has executed 2 buzzer beaters in a single game. His defense and three-point shooting are undoubtedly the keys to the Lakers' victory in this match, Kafa sincerely remarks. This game will surely enhance Coach Walton's understanding of Wang Hao. He is not merely a defensive powerhouse. He possesses exceptional three-point shooting ability, making him one of the league's rarest 3D players. Yang continues. Our correspondent on the ground has located Wang Hao. Let us turn the camera over to them and see what Wang Hao has to say. Kafa exclaims excitedly. Greetings to all our viewers. I am Liu Yinqing, a special correspondent for Tengshuan Sports. And beside me is Wang Hao, who has just delivered an exhilarating game winner. Wang Hao, please say a few words to the audience. Liu Yinqing, affectionately known as Barbecue Sister, is a special correspondent stationed in the United States and a devoted Warriors fan. Hello everyone, I am Wang Hao of the Los Angeles Lakers. Wang Hao, for the first time since his traversing, engages in a one-on-one interview, conducted in a warm and familiar Mandarin, which brings him a pleasant surprise. Indeed, it is evident to all that Wang Hao's Mandarin is remarkably standard, despite residing abroad. He has not abandoned his mother tongue in the slightest. Wang Hao, it appears that domestic fans are quite concerned about your situation, especially following the conclusion of the draft, where many expressed their worries for you. Fortunately, you secured a contract with the Los Angeles Lakers, and your impressive performances in consecutive preseason games have caught attention. What has enabled you to rise again from the disappointment of being undrafted? This inquiry by Sister Kara mirrors what many fans are eager to know. Firstly, I do not feel disheartened by my undrafted status. Numerous players who were overlooked have demonstrated through their outstanding performances in the NBA that the decision to pass them over was misguided, such as Ben Wallace and Jeremy Lin. Furthermore, the unwavering support from fans has fueled my determination, and the trust bestowed upon me by my coach and teammates has been invaluable. Wang Hao's response is both structured and gracious. Indeed, not only are there many overseas Chinese fans present, but countless others across the ocean cheer for you through our Tencent Sports live broadcast. Sister Karu proceeds to inquire. In this match, you primarily faced off against Timberwolves players Wiggins, Butler, and Crawford, representing the old, middle-aged, and young generations. What was your experience in competing against them? I must express my gratitude for the support from the fans. Engaging with them was quite enjoyable. I have never shied away from challenging formidable opponents. On the contrary, I relish such high-level confrontations as they illuminate my shortcomings. Now, for the final question, you previously mentioned Jeremy Lin. We know that although he is of Chinese descent, he holds American nationality and cannot represent China in competition. Conversely, you possess authentic Chinese nationality. If the opportunity arises, would you be willing to compete for your country? Sister Karu's concluding question is audacious and perhaps somewhat ill-timed. However, Wang Hao responds without hesitation. Of course, I would be honored to represent China whenever my country calls upon me. Thank you, Wang Hao, and congratulations once more on your remarkable performance. As Sister Karu's interview concludes, domestic forums immediately erupt in fervor. Upon opening the web pages, Wang Hao's name appears in a flood of comments. Post-match, Wang Hao delivers a game-winning shot, scoring an impressive 11 points and making 4 steals. He leads the Lakers to consecutive victories. The post-match interview is invigorating. Tiger News. Wang Hao's fluent Mandarin during the interview reveals his willingness to compete for his country. Everyone, come witness this extraordinary talent. Brother Hao, I am willing to represent China, as long as my country needs me. As the online community buzzed with excitement, Wang Hao had already returned to the locker room. While others were honing their skills on the training ground through sweat and toil, he humorously reflected that he was essentially upgrading in the shower. Yet, upon further contemplation, this sensation of seemingly effortless gain became rather addictive. However, it was entirely unearned. It merely indicated that he had an additional pathway for advancement. Lost in thought, Wang Hao turned on the showerhead. As the gentle cascade of water enveloped him, his mind drifted into contemplation. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the main quest, the first task of the legendary rescue mission. Win the wager. In this match, The host scored in double digits, triumphing in the bet against the magician. Now, the rewards are as follows. 1. 1,000 exchange points. 2. 1 opportunity for a draw from the Dimensional Mall. What exactly is this draw from the Dimensional Mall? Wang Hao inquired. As the name suggests, anything that exists within this system can potentially be drawn, such as skills, attributes, items, and so forth, a cold metallic voice replied. All right, let us proceed with the draw. Drawing in progress. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the legendary skill, Eye of the Heavenly Emperor. Eye of the Heavenly Emperor, a signature skill of Seijiro Shin from Kuriko's basketball. It enables the user to foresee all of the opponent's moves, whether offensive or defensive, rendering them transparent. Wang Hao was nearly taken aback, almost dropping the shower head. This was a legendary skill, valued at 5,000 exchange points. Containing his exhilaration, he clicked on the skill description. Eye of the Heavenly Emperor, Level 1. Ankle Terminator. Increases the host's dribbling ability by 20 points. When activated, it allows the user to anticipate the opponent's shift in balance, unraveling their defensive strategies, and with a sudden feint, can incapacitate the opponent's ankle. Usable 3 times per match. Fantastic! Wang Hao could hardly contain his excitement. This skill was precisely what he urgently needed. The previously purchased Butterfly Dance, while somewhat effective in bewildering opponents, was too ordinary. Given Wang Hao's current role on the team, if he were to stall for 20 seconds on a single offensive play, he risked being benched in the next round. The efficiency was far too low, but now, with the transformation from Butterfly Dance to Eye of the Heavenly Emperor, it was akin to upgrading from a pea shooter to a cannon. Simply put, it was splendid. Moreover, with the 1,000 exchange points earned from completing the main quest, he decided to hold on to them for now and see what he might require in the future. At this moment, Wang Hao felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He casually opened the attributes panel. Wang Hao stands at an impressive height of 1.98 meters and weighs 90 kilograms, boasting a wingspan of 2.08 meters. His vertical leap reaches 70 centimeters, while his approach jump measures 80 centimeters. His strength is rated at 55, speed at 58, endurance at 52, explosiveness at 53, ball control at 84, passing at 55, close-range shooting at 56, mid-range shooting at 56, three-point shooting at 60, ultra-long three-point shooting at 50, dunking at 50, stealing at 59, blocking at 50, and defense at 59. His backpack includes the following abilities. Green Interval's super high arc three-point shot at level 1, Deathly Embrace at level 5, Butterfly through Flowers at level 3, and the Eye of the Heavenly Emperor at level 1. He currently has a balance of $0, available for withdrawal. As he gazed at his rising statistics and skills, Wang Hao began to anticipate the next match. Upon returning to the locker room, he suddenly discovered that the 2 prominent figures of the team had been waiting for him. These 2, of course, were the legendary Magic Johnson and Robert Pelinka. Hey Wang, a flawless game. Congratulations, Johnson exclaimed with a hearty laugh as he approached Wang Hao. Thank you, Wang Hao replied with a smile, lightly bumping shoulders with Johnson, a customary greeting among African Americans, which Wang Hao embraced with cultural appreciation. Pelinka stepped forward as well, stating, "The purpose of our visit is twofold. First, to extend our congratulations, and second, to discuss a new contract with you as your 10-day agreement is nearing its conclusion." Upon hearing this, Wang Hao was somewhat taken aback. Given his performance, it was only natural for him to secure a guaranteed contract. However, he did not anticipate that the Lakers would be so eager, rushing to seek him out immediately after the conclusion of the game. Chapter 22. New Contract and Court Turmoil. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao was taken aback, albeit slightly. Given his performance, it was only reasonable for him to secure a guaranteed contract. However, he did not anticipate that the Lakers would be so impatient, seeking him out immediately after the game concluded. In truth, this urgency stemmed from Pelinka's vision. Since assuming his role, his ambitions extended far beyond merely returning to the playoffs. He aimed to reclaim the long-lost championship for the Lakers. In the current NBA landscape, the formidable Warriors stand as both the benchmark and the archetype for every team aspiring to seize the title. Their success hinges on 2 pivotal elements. First, their astonishing shooting prowess, particularly from beyond the arc. Second, their exceptional defensive capabilities. Often overshadowed by their unparalleled offense, the Warriors' defense is equally formidable, as insiders recognize that many of their dominant performances are built upon equally sharp defensive strategies. Every championship team necessitates a robust defense. The seasoned Pelinka is acutely aware of this truth, which fuels his eagerness to retain Wang Hao. We intend to offer you a 2-2 guaranteed contract. With the third year being a team option, Pelinka stated, presenting Wang Hao with a document for his review. Wang Hao took the contract, swiftly perused its contents, and then handed it back to Pelinka, stating, "I apologize, General Manager, but I cannot accept this agreement." For a moment, Pelinka was taken aback. It was rather sudden. "Wang, are you dissatisfied with the salary?" In truth, an average annual salary of $2.39 million is already the highest available for undrafted players in the market. We genuinely wish to offer you a more generous compensation, but regulations dictate otherwise. It is not the salary that concerns me, but rather the duration of the contract. If I may be candid, I believe my abilities warrant a significantly more lucrative agreement. Wang Hao's tone was gentle, yet imbued with unwavering confidence. "I wish to sign a one-year contract. Utilizing this time to demonstrate my capabilities," he declared, fixing his resolute gaze upon Pelinka. Upon hearing this, Pelinka furrowed his brow, poised to respond, when the legendary Magic Johnson intervened, raising a hand to halt him. "Ha ha! My dear boy, you possess ambition," Magic exclaimed with hearty laughter. "Let Robert and I confer once more." After a brief interval, Pelinka returned with a revised contract in hand. "Here you go, Wang, as you requested. I present you with a one-year contract. Here's to a fruitful collaboration." Wang Hao swiftly perused the contract once more before setting his pen to paper. A delightful collaboration awaits. Wang Hao extended his hand, and the two engaged in a handshake. With a click, a nearby staff member captured this moment with a camera. Shortly thereafter, the official Twitter account of the Lakers announced the signing of Wang Hao. Before departing, Magic Johnson handed Wang Hao a note. "A deal is a deal. I have already spoken with Kobe. Arrange a time with him yourself." As he spoke, he also presented Wang Hao with a wick. Wang Hao was filled with uncontainable joy, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. This day had proven to be exceptionally fruitful for him. A last-minute victory, the acquisition of a legendary skill, a guaranteed contract, and now, the opportunity to dine with Kobe. "NBA, I am truly here," Wang Hao murmured to himself as he lightly clenched his fist. That evening, he returned to the team hotel to rest, already devising strategies for the upcoming game. With a new legendary skill at his disposal, he was eager to test it on the court. The next match would be against the Minnesota Timberwolves, where he was determined to showcase the might of the Heavenly Emperor's eye to Butler. Just as Wang Hao was preparing to unleash his prowess in the forthcoming rematch against the Timberwolves, the team unexpectedly informed him that he would no longer be required to participate in the remaining preseason games. Instead, he would remain in Los Angeles to train alongside the main roster, gearing up for the new season. The following day, the Lakers scheduled a full team practice, and Wang Hao arrived early at the gym to hone his skills. He began with a 30-minute jog to warm up, followed by shooting practice. Thanks to the enhancement from the high-arc three-pointer, his understanding of shooting mechanics and rhythm deepened significantly. As he practiced mid-range shots, he noticed a subtle transformation in his shooting form, which led to a remarkable increase in his accuracy, a delightful surprise for Wang Hao. The skills he purchased from the system were not merely mechanical, akin to video game abilities. They had genuinely integrated into his very being, elevating his technical prowess. Swish, swish, swish. Wang Hao's shots from beyond the arc were nearly flawless. A round of applause erupted behind him, and upon turning, he discovered the coaching staff led by Walton had arrived. Among them was Phil Handy, the renowned NBA trainer who had previously worked with Kobe. "Hello, coaches," Wang Hao greeted respectfully. "We're here to analyze some footage." "You needn't mind us," Walton replied with a smile. "By the way, your three-point shooting has truly exceeded my expectations. Keep up the hard work, and opportunities will undoubtedly come your way. I will strive to improve." "Thank you, Coach," Wang Hao nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, a condescending voice shattered the harmonious atmosphere. "Don't let a few compliments go to your head, undrafted rookie. You still have a long way to go if you wish to establish yourself in the NBA." The speaker was the tardy Australian center, Andrew Bogut. Wang Hao was well aware of this individual. In his previous life, this outspoken center had committed numerous foolish acts. For instance, during his rookie season, he audaciously claimed that comparing him to Duncan was unjust. Later, during the Men's Basketball World Cup held in China, Bogut's Australia narrowly lost to Spain. During the match, he made a gesture as if counting money towards the referee, openly questioning the integrity of the Chinese officiating. After the game, Bogut unleashed a tirade in the player tunnel, exclaiming, "F-I-N-G referees. F-I-N-G Spain." Before long, a video of Bogut's outburst was uploaded to YouTube, mentioning his insults directed at China. From that moment on, a rift was formed between Bogut and Chinese fans, leading to frequent exchanges of unpleasantries. This incident also gave rise to his infamous moniker. "Bogut, what are you saying?" Andy exclaimed anxiously. "Oomph. I'm merely reminding everyone that talent is essential to succeed in the NBA. Relying solely on hard work might yield a few fortunate games, but ultimately, one will be eliminated," Bogut retorted relentlessly. "Enough." Walton interjected, unable to tolerate it any longer. In his own past, he had faced ridicule from the media for his average physical attributes. Some even suggested that he only made it to the NBA because of his father, Bill Walton. "Don't let it bother you. I'll deal with him later. Just continue with your training," Walton reassured Wang Hao, giving him a pat on the back before leading the group away. Wang Hao fixed his gaze upon the towering figure before him, a man of 7 feet. The palpable tension in the air was felt by his teammates, prompting them to swiftly escort the instigator, Bogut, away. Kuzma and Ball quietly approached Wang Hao from behind, offering a reassuring pat on his back. Wang Hao perceived the disdain directed towards individuals with yellow skin in this land of freedom, which could even be described as unfounded hostility. Naturally, he would not be swayed by such waning players, yet he was not someone to be bullied either. He would seek retribution, he thought to himself. As training continued, the primary focus of the day was tactical drills, just as the Lakers were fully immersed in their practice. An episode reminiscent of a palace intrigue unfolded in one corner of the court. "Did you witness the altercation between Wang Hao and me this morning?" "I did." "Why did you say such things?" "There was a reason. Previously, I had casually asked him, what would happen if you were to face Clarkson on the Asian stage in the future? Can you guess his response? Perhaps he proclaimed that their team from Huaxia would undoubtedly triumph? If it were me, I would assert that our team from the Philippines would certainly prevail. Such confidence is essential for a player. I could understand that, but his reply was, a team like the Philippines, which relies on naturalized American players, is akin to acknowledging the United States as a father. They are utterly unworthy to compete with Huaxia. He truly said that? Absolutely, without a doubt. However, he delivered it in a joking manner, so do not take it too seriously. I simply find such remarks excessive. After all, Australia also has its share of naturalized players, which is why I spoke up today. Just keep this to yourself and remain calm. Ha! After only 2 commendable games, he has lost all sense of perspective. Very well. I shall ensure he pays for his words. Chapter 23. Breaking news. The tension in the intra-team scrimmage beep. Walton blew the whistle for a timeout, clutching a thick notebook in his hand, and announced, "All right, we will now conduct a scrimmage with team divisions. There have been some changes to the roster of the starting and reserve teams based on the recent 2 preseason games. Of course, this is not the final arrangement. I will continue to monitor your performances. First, Brandon Ingram, your ankle sprain has not healed, so you will sit out of the scrimmage. Do not glare at me. This is the medical team's decision. You will rest on the sidelines. Zubac has muscle soreness in his thigh, so he will also refrain from participating. Starting team, Lonzo Ball, Wang Hao, Luol Deng, Julius Randle, Brook Lopez. Reserve team, Clarkson, KCP, Kuzma, Larry Nance, Bogut. All right, you may go change now, and do so promptly." Wang Hao was momentarily taken aback. Happiness had arrived unexpectedly. "Congratulations, Wang. It's a pleasure to collaborate." The Ball brother smiled and exchanged a high five with Wang Hao. "Just be careful not to get overwhelmed by me later." Kuzma approached with a cheerful smile to greet him. "You should still be cautious," he chuckled. These two were currently the closest teammates to Wang Hao and the team. In a jesting manner, Wang Hao responded. Just as he was laughing, an unusual sensation suddenly washed over him from behind. Turning around, he spotted Clarkson in the distance, glaring at him fiercely. Upon noticing Wang Hao's gaze, Clarkson immediately averted his eyes. "How perplexing," Wang Hao muttered to himself, dismissing the thought. Dressed in the starting team's training uniform, Wang Hao felt a surge of joy. At that moment, a cold metallic voice echoed in his mind once more. Ding! The task for this game has now been announced. Defend the starting position. To solidify your place as a starter within the team, it is paramount to demonstrate to the coach that you are superior to your opposing player. Task details. 1. Shake off the defending opponent once. 2. Prevent the opposing player from scoring in one-on-one situations 5 times. 3. Lead the starting team to victory. Task reward. 100 exchange points. No problem at all. Wang Hao whispered to himself as he stepped onto the court. Playing as a shooting guard, Wang Hao was matched up against Pope, a 3D type player. He was swift in his defensive movements and seldom committed fouls. On the offensive end, Pope rarely held the ball, primarily relying on movement and catch-and-shoot opportunities. Such a player posed a challenge for Wang Hao, as it was difficult to find moments to employ his signature move, the death grip. The game commenced. The bench team initiated the offense. Clarkson appeared invigorated from the outset, brimming with energy. He first utilized Bogut's south screen to drive to the free throw line, sinking a mid-range shot. Turning back, Clarkson then delivered a resounding block to Ball on the defensive end. For the starting team, Lopez scored 2 points with a low-post maneuver. However, Clarkson was in exceptional form today. He continuously energized the bench team's offense by penetrating the paint, assisting Kuzma and Randall to score consecutively. After Rolo's three-point attempt missed, Clarkson swiftly initiated a counterattack. He pushed the ball forward at high speed, racing from his half of the court to near the starting team's 3-second area. Faced with a double team from Ball and Lopez, he executed a stunning spin move, slipping through the narrow gap between them. Clarkson made a low layup, and although Ball leaped to block it, he only grazed Clarkson's wrist. And one, Clarkson shouted. The whistle blew. The basket counted, along with a free throw. What a play. The coaching staff on the sidelines rose in unison to applaud Clarkson, whose performance today was nothing short of exceptional. The team's second overall pick, Ball, found himself somewhat overwhelmed by Clarkson's prowess. However, just as the crowd erupted in cheers for Clarkson's splendid display, the ensuing scene shattered the harmonious atmosphere. Clarkson, after scoring, suddenly turned to Wang Hao and shouted, Wang Hao, come match up with me. Where's that arrogance you had before? Wang Hao, which nerve has this student misfired? Why are they suddenly uttering such nonsensical remarks? Not only is Wang Hao bewildered, but his teammates and the coaching staff are equally perplexed. Wang Hao couldn't help but take a closer look at the fiery-eyed Filipino defender. Clarkson. This was not their first encounter in a practice match. However, at that time, Wang Hao was still an unnoticed, undrafted player, receiving no regard from his opponent. The once heir apparent to Kobe Bryant now found himself relegated to the role of sixth man on his team, epitomizing the notion of peaking too soon in one's career. His transformation would not occur until 4 years later, in 2021, when he finally blossomed with the Jazz and earned the title of best sixth man. As for his current state, quite lacking indeed. As Wang Hao was about to respond, a sarcastic voice interjected from his side. Perhaps it's best to let it go. If the opponent is you, I fear I might end up in tears during the draft. What if I am humiliated to the point of losing the dignity to remain on the team? A thunderous noise erupted from the sky, heralding the arrival of the deceased. Bogut, what nonsense are you spouting? The team's veteran, Luol Deng, said with some irritation, perplexed by how these two had suddenly chosen to provoke Wang Hao. I am merely speaking the truth, Bogut retorted nonchalantly. You, Luol Deng, was about to speak further when Wang Hao raised a hand to stop him. Brother, allow me to handle this. Wang Hao had never been one to shy away from confrontation. Lonzo, I will take on Clarkson from here on out, both offensively and defensively. His voice was remarkably calm, his tone flat, yet undeniably authoritative. All right, Ball nodded in agreement. Such scenarios often unfolded on the basketball court, within the same team, if there were tensions. They could be resolved through the game of basketball. Chapter 24, The Eye of the Heavenly Emperor, an astonishing ankle finish. Lonzo, I will take on Clarkson from here on out, both offensively and defensively. Wang Hao's voice was remarkably calm, his tone flat yet undeniably authoritative. All right, Ball nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Clarkson approached Pope, exchanged a few words, and after receiving a nod, dashed to the corner. It was evident that Clarkson was also prepared to match up against Wang Hao on the defensive end. The main team was on the offensive. Wang Hao, as usual, executed his movements in accordance with the tactics. Clarkson immediately rushed over, propping his right hand against Wang Hao's waist, exuding an aura of intimidation. As the flames of irritation gradually ignited within Wang Hao, he found himself perplexed by Clarkson's inexplicable provocations. Determined to respond assertively to the incessant taunts, Wang Hao ceased his off-ball movements, lowered his center of gravity, and engaged in a physical contest with Clarkson. Being a lightweight guard, Clarkson, both in stature and weight, soon found himself outmaneuvered and pinned behind Wang Hao. Subsequently, Wang Hao raised his right hand, signaling for the ball for Ball brother. Was Wang about to attempt an isolation play? This was not his forte, and assistant coach Brian Shaw felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. After all, he was a young player, likely driven to a frenzy by the provocation. Walton stroked his chin, pondering aloud. We must investigate what transpired between these two. Something feels amiss. He resolved to summon them for a discussion shortly. Logically, these two are generally amiable young men. How could their discord escalate so suddenly? Shaw mused in confusion. Ball brother was equally taken aback by Wang Hao's request for the ball. Given the previous games and practices, it was evident that Wang Hao possessed certain deficiencies in offensive play. While he could effortlessly sink open three-pointers, the notion of him executing an isolation play was entirely uncharted territory. As Ball brother hesitated, Wang Hao beckoned him once more, his gaze unwavering and resolute, declaring, "Rest assured, I know what I'm doing." This proclamation carried an inexplicable gravitas that momentarily stunned Ball brother. In the next instant, he lofted the ball towards Wang Hao. Wang Hao leaned against Clarkson, turning to face him. At that moment, the two were nearly touching, their proximity almost intimate. Wang Hao turned to Clarkson, saying, "There may be a misunderstanding between us. Let's discuss it after the match." "Very well, but I shall exert every effort to overwhelm you. There will be no leniency." Clarkson replied earnestly, "Do not concern yourself with that. Let us engage in a fair contest." Wang Hao responded nonchalantly. Coincidentally, he hoped to establish his position with the Lakers through this one-on-one duel, with Clarkson, a seasoned player of considerable skill, serving as a stepping stone. Noticing Wang Hao's unwavering confidence, a look of skepticism crossed Clarkson's face. He had observed the previous two matches and held great admiration for Wang Hao's defensive capabilities. However, what about his offensive skills? Although Wang Hao had executed a game-winning shot in the second match, his dribbling skills displayed during the game were likely inferior even to those of an average NCAA point guard. If I maintain tight defense throughout, how could he possibly score over me? Why is he so self-assured despite his seemingly mediocre skills? Clarkson pondered. Does he think a single open three-pointer is sufficient to triumph over me? He shall not pass. Clarkson lowered his stance, preparing for the challenge ahead. Wang Hao paid no heed to the voice of his opponent and directly activated the eye of the Celestial Emperor. In an instant, it felt as though time itself had come to a standstill on the field. Clarkson's every breath and movement unfolded like a meticulously crafted presentation, each frame playing out in perfect succession. Wang Hao lowered his gaze, observing every subtle movement of Clarkson's feet, noting the shift in his center of gravity with keen precision. To surpass you? Such an endeavor is unnecessary. Wang Hao's voice bore no trace of emotion, reminiscent of a judgment being rendered. You shall yield for me. As he spoke, Wang Hao executed a fundamental yet flawless between-the-legs dribble. Suddenly, Clarkson twisted his ankle, his body uncontrollably collapsing backward, landing squarely on the ground. How could this happen? It was merely a simple maneuver, lacking in any significant amplitude. Why then did Clarkson's reaction prove so exaggerated? On the sidelines, Ingram's eyes widened, filled with questions. The other players on the court stood momentarily stunned. Clarkson, having displayed such bravado in challenging others, now found himself unceremoniously grounded by a mere encounter. At that moment, the esteemed trainer, Phil Handy, interjected, "No. Wang Hao's actions are far from simplistic." Handy elaborated, stating that Wang Hao's shift in weight was a calculated response to Clarkson's movements. In essence, at the moment Clarkson reacted to Wang Hao's actions, Wang Hao executed a change in his center of gravity, thus incapacitating Clarkson's ankle. While the spectators remained perplexed, Wang Hao had already secured the ball, poised to shoot. Before him sat the fallen Clarkson, and the surrounding defenders were unable to react in time. All conditions for a high-arcing three-point shot had been met. Bending his knees, he released the ball. Wang Hao's movements flowed seamlessly. While the basketball soared through the air, he had already raised his hands high, turned his back, and began to stroll towards his own half of the court. Celebrating before the ball had even descended, the Lakers players were left dumbfounded. This young man from Huaxia had seemingly taken himself for Stephen Curry. Moreover, what an audacious confidence this displayed. As if the three-pointer had already found its way through the net. "Damn it, he's showboating again," Ingram exclaimed in frustration from the sidelines. "OMG." The players at the water cooler gasped in disbelief. It was only then that Clarkson, as if awakening from a dream, rose to his feet, utterly bewildered. How had he just fallen? It seemed as though the opponent had done nothing at all. The sensation was akin to being ensnared by invisible chains from behind. At that moment, Bogut approached, offering words of consolation. "It's all right. You just slipped a bit. You'll make up for it on the offensive end." "All right, I understand," Clarkson replied, regaining his composure. After all, he had played in the NBA for several years and had witnessed many high-stakes situations. He quickly calmed himself. However, he was aware that the fall was certainly not merely due to a slip. The opponent's cunning could very well be a factor. Chapter 25. This steal is a crime. As the play transitioned from defense to offense, Clarkson used a screen to emerge and successfully receive the ball at the three-point line. Wang Hao closely followed. maintaining his defensive position. All others cleared the area, as the two prepared for a one-on-one showdown. "Don't get too cocky, rookie," Clarkson taunted, lowering his center of gravity into a triple threat stance. He then lunged forward with his right foot as if to cut in from the right, but swiftly shifted his weight to drive left. What a rapid hesitation step. Ingram watched from the sidelines, his expression filled with concern. Whoosh! The speed of Clarkson's first step was astonishing, almost transforming him into a fleeting shadow. Without a moment's hesitation, he initiated his attack the instant he received the ball. He was aware of Wang Hao's formidable ball defense, yet knew that his own speed would be his advantage, aiming to catch him off guard. Though Clarkson's strategy was sound, breaching Wang Hao's defenses would not be an easy feat, as noted by Brian Shaw. As one of the few who had been following Wang Hao since the live broadcasts, he understood the strength of his defense all too well. Yet, even as Clarkson already had a half-step advantage over Wang Hao, the latter made no move in response. His feet remained perfectly straight, and his center of gravity did not shift. Witnessing this, the players on the bench widened their eyes in disbelief. This was rather audacious indeed. Hendy found it, while Bogut was momentarily stunned before breaking into a cold smile. It seemed that Wang Hao was merely a paper tiger when faced with a determined opponent. He appeared to lose his composure and forget how to play. Yet, in the next moment, Wang Hao suddenly sprang into action, enveloping Clarkson from behind in an instant, his hands darting forth like a mantis wielding its scythe. Hiss! The coaching staff collectively gasped, once again astounded by Wang Hao's formidable defense. Clap! Clarkson's body moved past, but the ball remained stationary. Death grip, and it was initiated from behind. Clarkson's offensive surge was abruptly halted. This steal was nothing short of audacious, with all teammates drawn to the perimeter and the interior left utterly unguarded. Daring to allow an NBA player a clear path only to execute a steal from behind. What immense confidence. One can only say, skill begets courage. The arena erupted in astonishment. Every player wore an expression of disbelief. Ingram instinctively covered his mouth, shocked by the terrifying level of Wang Hao's defense. Following the successful steal, Wang Hao passed the ball to the fast-breaking ball. The path ahead was unobstructed. Bang! Ball executed a spectacular one-handed dunk. It is worth noting that prior to the draft, he had earned the moniker of a Curry with a remarkable vertical leap of 1 meter. Meanwhile, on the other side of the court, Clarkson posed a soul-searching question. What have you done? Clearly, Clarkson remained baffled, unable to comprehend how his explosive first step had ultimately proven futile. No response. Wang Hao merely cast a fleeting glance at him before returning to his defensive position. Witnessing this, Clarkson was immediately incensed. This fellow had the audacity to disregard his question, completely ignoring him. It was not that Wang Hao deemed him unworthy of attention. Rather, he adhered to the principle of letting his basketball prowess speak for itself on the court. He had little inclination to offer excessive explanations. Just because one possessed a peculiar ability, it did not imply victory over him. Such arrogance. Let him understand the formidable nature of those who can thrive in the NBA. Clarkson promptly re-engaged in the offensive play. Meanwhile, Bogut sensed that the situation was unfolding differently than he had anticipated. He had to take action. Thus, as Clarkson dashed past him, Bogut had an epiphany. He realized that Wang Hao had already anticipated Clarkson's trajectory. Remaining in his position would render him incapable of obstructing Wang Hao's path. Consequently, he swiftly pivoted, positioning himself directly in Wang Hao's direction, an unmistakable moving screen. However, perhaps due to the nature of the scrimmage, the assistant coach, who was officiating from the sidelines, failed to call the foul in a timely manner. Wang Hao collided with Bogut, creating an opportunity for Clarkson. Bogut chuckled, pleased with his cunning strategy. Regardless of the situation, the ball found its way in, allowing Clarkson to regain some ground. However, in the next moment, the ball brother swiftly positioned himself to interfere just before Clarkson could release the shot. The ball struck the back rim and ricocheted out. Lopez secured the rebound and passed it to the guard, Wang Hao. A counterattack ensued. Wang Hao propelled the ball forward with remarkable speed. Upon encountering the defensive Clarkson, he immediately abandoned the thought of passing and charged straight at him. Simultaneously, Wang Hao activated the Eye of the Heavenly Emperor. Upon witnessing Wang Hao's advance, Clarkson exhibited no fear, lowering his center of gravity and adopting a defensive stance to meet him head-on. Wait, I recall Wang Hao's dribbling skills being rather average. Why does it appear so fluid now? Brian Shaw pondered. Indeed, I had almost forgotten about Wang Hao's dribbling shortcomings until you mentioned it. Phil Handy echoed, equally perplexed. In that moment, Wang Hao, sprinting at full throttle, suddenly intensified his dribbling force. As the basketball accelerated and bounced, he leveraged this momentum to execute a swift turn. Woo! Wang Hao's decisive and seamless pivot elicited gasps of astonishment from the players on the sidelines. Clarkson had evidently underestimated Wang Hao's dribbling prowess. His body was now leaning against him, having already committed half of his position. All he could do was exert every ounce of his strength to leap forward in an attempt to defend. My speed may not be sufficient, but there is still a chance, Clarkson thought to himself. Yet, in the very next instant, it seemed as though Wang Hao had anticipated Clarkson's defensive maneuver. He momentarily halted his body at just the right moment, applying force with his right foot to break and then springing backward. A step back. With Clarkson lunging forward with all his might, he found it nearly impossible to regain his balance, a sharp pain shooting through his ankle. As he beheld Wang Hao, poised to shoot after gathering the ball, a flicker of astonishment filled his eyes. Is this truly the same Wang Hao who struggled to cross half-court just moments ago? This silky smooth pivot was executed by him. This solid and powerful step back, this mastery over the rhythm of dribbling. What on earth is happening? No one was there to answer his questions. The players present, along with the entire coaching staff, were rendered speechless. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Wang Hao's shot swished through the net, propelling his team ahead. Observing the astonished expressions of those around him, Wang Hao couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Chapter 26. Dominating Offense and Defense. Wang Hao shines in the training match. After Wang Hao scored, it was Clarkson's turn to initiate the offense. Having suffered a setback previously, Clarkson now approached the situation with utmost caution. Meanwhile, Wang Hao was incessantly on the lookout for a chance to intercept, relentlessly pressing forward, fully committed to physical confrontations, and poised to unleash a relentless pursuit. Under the weight of Wang Hao's aggressive defense, Clarkson appeared somewhat flustered as he guarded the ball, unable to even advance beyond the three-point line. It was as if he had been cornered into a dilemma by Wang Hao. Clarkson continued to retreat. A flicker of anger etched upon his face. How could he be so thoroughly challenged by an undrafted player? Casting a glance at his amused teammates nearby, Clarkson gritted his teeth. Realizing that further dribbling would yield little opportunity, he resolved to take a risk instead. With this thought in mind, he decided to abandon his attempts at maneuvering past defenders. Suddenly, Clarkson took a step to the right, followed swiftly by a step back. Without concern for whether he had created sufficient space, he launched into a three-point shot. It was a Kobe-esque, audacious three-pointer. Wang Hao was somewhat taken aback, immediately leaping to disrupt the shot, yet failing to deliver a block. The moment the ball was released, it veered off course. Ingram squinted, exclaiming, "Wait a minute, it's a bank shot three-pointer." Bang! Swish! The three-pointer found its mark. Clarkson, filled with exhilaration, clenched his fist and let out a low roar. It was incredibly challenging. Previously, Wang Hao's defense had left him feeling quite frustrated. Wang Hao offered a wry smile, yet he remained undeterred. The NBA is, after all, a realm where miracles transpire. A bank three-pointer is hardly an anomaly. As it was time for the starting team to mount an offense, Ball brother dribbled past half court and swiftly passed the ball to Wang Hao. Subsequently, his four teammates spread out. However, this time, Wang Hao gestured with his hand, signaling for a play to be executed. Having already taken several shots, it would be rather selfish to reduce the intra-squad scrimmage to a one-on-one duel due to his conflict with Clarkson. At that moment, fearing Wang Hao's prowess from beyond the arc, Clarkson immediately tightened his defense against him. Wang Hao maintained a composed expression and cast a knowing glance at Randall, who was a few steps away. Understanding the unspoken cue, Randall swiftly rushed over to provide assistance with the screen. The members of the opposing team, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, remained oblivious to the unfolding situation. Wang Hao seized the opportunity, effortlessly slipping away from his defender with the aid of screen, gracefully penetrating the area near the free throw line, completely oblivious to the situation behind him. In the midst of the action, the basketball seemed to leap from his fingertips, soaring away with remarkable speed. It struck the backboard with a resounding thud. A mistake? Clarkson mused with a hint of delight. However, before he could further indulge in his thoughts, a figure soared through the air, capturing the rebounding basketball. Lonzo Ball, often overlooked. This second overall pick possessed astonishing leaping ability. He ascended and emphatically slammed the ball into the hoop. The pass was somewhat rough around the edges. After completing the frequently executed alley-oop, Ball jokingly remarked, "Maybe you should teach me sometime." Wang Hao responded with a smile, "No problem." Transitioning between offense and defense. At this moment, Clarkson found himself feeling somewhat hesitant, intimidated by Wang Hao's defense, holding the ball in uncertainty, yet unable to lower his pride to opt for a pass. Wang Hao seized the opportunity and executed another steal. A counterattack ensued. Wang Hao swiftly maneuvered the ball past the halfway line, penetrating the paint and creating a 2-on-1 scenario. Just as everyone anticipated that Wang Hao would attempt a layup himself, he instead passed the basketball to Randall, who was trailing from center. Randall seized the moment, leaped with vigor, and delivered a thunderous two-handed slam dunk. Upon landing, he exuberantly exchanged a high-five with Wang Hao. What a splendid pass! Your dunk was equally impressive. Wang Hao and Randall were engaged in mutual flattery, appearing to share a harmonious rapport. Throughout the subsequent match, Wang Hao adeptly contained Clarkson on the defensive end while gradually enhancing his collaboration with teammates on offense. With spectacular plays unfolding, Walton frequently nodded in approval. "It seems our starting guard has been solidified," Brian Shaw remarked with a smile. Indeed, Walton's face was alight with joy as the game approached its final moments. The starting team initiated their offensive strategy. Clarkson remained utterly focused, diligently applying tight defense. Despite being at a disadvantage throughout the contest, the Kobe enthusiast Clarkson embodied the Mamba mentality, displaying an unwavering resolve. He gasped for breath, yet his gaze remained steadfastly fixed on Wang Hao. At that moment, Wang Hao, poised in a triple threat stance, suddenly noticed Clarkson's positioning was somewhat off. Perhaps it was due to Wang Hao's lack of three-point attempts in the latter half of the game. Or maybe Clarkson's fatigue led him to fear that Wang Hao might exploit a direct drive past him. At this juncture, Clarkson had not clung closely to Wang Hao, but maintained a distance of one step. If not now, then when? Wang Hao knelt, gathered the ball, and released it in one fluid motion, the basketball soaring forth like a cold arrow. Alas, Clarkson's eyes widened in an instant, as he immediately sought to leap forward. With his speed and explosive power, he could have disrupted Wang Hao's shot before it was taken. Yet, once interference was initiated, the high-arching three-pointer would become impossible. Thus, Wang Hao activated the third eye of the Heavenly Emperor. Time seemed to slow once more. In the blink of an eye, those watching perceived a minute tremor in Wang Hao's body. Simultaneously, Clarkson, who had intended to leap, suddenly found his feet weighed down as if encumbered by lead. Forced to watch as Wang Hao completed his shot. On the sidelines, the coaching staff held their breath, anticipating whether this decisive shot would find its mark. The ball spun rapidly through the air, while time appeared to stretch. Bogut in the paint could not help but swallow hard, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Swish! The ball sailed through the net. Wow! Ingram couldn't help but leap to his feet, raising his arms in celebration of his teammates' remarkable display. Following the shot, the starting team had established a substantial lead. "Let us call it a day for today's scrimmage," Walton declared, signaling the end of the game. "Everyone else, take a break. Wang Hao, Clarkson, and Bogut, please proceed to the conference room on the second floor." Chapter 27. The curtain falls, a leap into the Dragon Gate as a starter. "Let us call it a day for today's scrimmage," Walton reiterated, while others rested, and Wang Hao, Clarkson, and Bogut made their way to the conference room. "What is this about?" Ball and the others exchanged puzzled glances with Walton and then with Wang Hao. "It's nothing," Wang Hao replied calmly. After observing the game, he had gained a certain understanding of Clarkson. "I bear no grudges against him, nor does he have any animosity toward me. He is not one to shy away from competition for a position. There must be someone secretly instigating." Wang Hao gazed at the distant figure of the deceased, whose eyes darted about, and his mind began to draw conclusions. The group swiftly departed from the court, ascending to the second floor. Approximately 15 minutes later, the illustrious Magic Johnson and Pelinka arrived at the arena. The onlooking players, taken aback, stood in alarm. What was transpiring? Uncertain. Yet it was evident that Clarkson's demeanor had been amiss since the commencement of the game. I surmised that Bogut is likely the culprit, as he had spoken with Clarkson at length during the morning tactical practice. Therefore, Bogut, you cannot definitively articulate when or in what context Wang Hao uttered those disparaging remarks about the Philippines, can you? In the conference room on the second floor, Walton sternly interrogated. "He truly did say it, I just cannot recall specifics," Bogut sheepishly explained. Walton refrained from vocal rebuttal, yet his countenance betrayed his ire. The duo, Magic and his companion, also bore expressions of grave concern. A nascent team still in the formative stages of establishing its culture requires unity above all. Bogut's actions could undoubtedly be construed as a deliberate attempt to undermine team cohesion. At this moment, the truth of the matter had largely come to light. Wang Hao and Clarkson have reconciled, now awaiting the resolution from the team's management. After a few minutes of discussion, Walton announced the disciplinary measures. Firstly, Bogut's actions have sown discord among teammates, severely undermining the team's unity. Considering this is your first offense, the team will impose a 5-game suspension, during which you will forfeit your salary. This penalty is a consequence of your behavior. Should such an incident occur again, the team will terminate your contract outright. Walton's expression was unusually grave as he solemnly conveyed the disciplinary verdict. Clarkson, you were misled, fortunately avoiding a more serious incident. However, due to your slightly excessive actions, 3 days' wages will be deducted. Clarkson nodded in acceptance of the punishment. Wang Hao, you were the most innocent in this situation. The team has recognized your maturity. Keep up the good work. Wang Hao smiled and nodded. Let us proceed and join the team. I have significant news to announce, Walton stated. After the preseason and several training sessions, the coaching staff had developed a deeper understanding of each player. Walton, with a sense of growth, continued, following extensive analysis and discussions. We have finalized the starting lineup for the upcoming season. The gathered Lakers players brightened at this revelation, as it was of utmost importance to them. The specific lineup is as follows: center, Brook Lopez; power forward, Julius Randle; small forward, Brandon Ingram; shooting guard, Wang Hao; point guard, Lonzo Ball. In addition to the starting 5, the team also boasts reserves and role players such as KCP, Kuzma, Clarkson, and Larry Nance Jr. Objectively speaking, this roster does not rank among the elite in the Western Conference and barely qualifies as mid-tier. Yet, observing the youthful camaraderie among his players, Walton felt an inexplicable surge of confidence. Ultimately, his gaze settled on a young Asian player. Each game showcased this youth's progress. What transformations might he bring to the team? Time shall reveal the answer. That night, Wang Hao returned to his long-neglected apartment. In the days ahead, he would remain in Los Angeles, training with the starting lineup. Before the regular season commenced, he intended to meticulously strategize his developmental direction. With this thought, Wang Hao's mind delved deep into contemplation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the match objectives. Defend the starting position. Task details. 1. Shake off the defending opponent once completed. 2. Successfully prevent the opposing player from scoring in one-on-one situations 5 times completed. 3. Lead the starting team to victory completed. Task reward. 1,000 exchange points have been granted. He now possessed 2,000 exchange points. Should he acquire a new skill or upgrade an existing one? Wang Hao pondered, lost in thought. His defensive capabilities were now solid, exhibiting a stable perimeter defense of elite caliber. Only when faced with exceptionally athletic opponents or lightning-fast guards did he encounter difficulties. Offensively, utilizing the eye of the Celestial Emperor in conjunction with high-arc three-pointers should yield several open-shot opportunities in a single game. However, the conditions for triggering the level 1 high-arc three-pointer were indeed stringent. Firstly, the shot must be taken within 2 meters of the three-point line, which is relatively manageable. Secondly, a complete shooting motion is required. Furthermore, he must have a clear view of the basket at the moment of release. Presently, he remained an unknown player, primarily facing one-on-one defenses. In the future, as he establishes a reputation, he would undoubtedly encounter targeted defenses akin to those faced by Curry. At that moment, executing a complete shooting motion without distractions proved to be quite challenging, even bordering on the impractical. Should he enhance his three-point shooting skill, it might reduce the necessity to request the ball with a redemption value of 5,000, which, after some contemplation, did not seem entirely out of reach. After much deliberation, Wang Hao ultimately resolved to first upgrade to a high-arcing three-point shot. After a brief, refreshing routine, he retired to bed, preparing to rest. As was his habit before sleep, he opened his IS. The original owner of this body had activated IS long ago, but perhaps due to an obsession with basketball, had neglected to curate his social media presence. His Twitter account was filled with mundane motivational quotes, and his followers were few and far between. As a former professional agent, Wang Hao understood the significance of self-promotion, and in recent days, he had uploaded numerous photos showcasing his training sessions. Coupled with the buzz surrounding his prior appearance in Uncle Drew's livestream, his follower count had surged remarkably. To his astonishment, he discovered he had amassed 500,000 followers. Casually perusing the follower list, he noted a considerable number of Asian users, which seemed rather typical. Suddenly, a familiar name caught his eye: Billie Eilish. Ah, isn't that Billie? Upon further inspection, he found a verified blue checkmark, confirming it was indeed her. Wang Hao promptly followed back and opened his private messages, sending a simple hi. Chapter 28. Witnessing the tragedy, the path to domination begins. After sending the message, Wang Hao assumed that the other party would not respond immediately, so he set his phone aside and prepared for sleep. To his surprise, just as he laid down his device, the notification sound of a new private message rang out. Wang Hao opened it to find, to his astonishment, a response from Billy. Hi, superstar. Wang Hao was taken aback. This young lady was teasing him. He replied, long time no see, superstar. I'm busy working on my new album. Haven't you listened to my songs? Would you like to hear a demo of a new track? Soon after, an audio clip of approximately 30 seconds was sent over. Wang Hao clicked to listen and immediately recognized it as Party Favor, a song he quite enjoyed in his previous life. However, this demo was evidently not the final version, as many elements differed from his recollections. I wonder if altering the beat to 48 beats at the 20-second mark would enhance its fluidity? Wang Hao calmly presented his well-considered suggestion. On the other end of the dialogue box, silence ensued. Approximately 10 minutes later, Billy finally responded. You are a genius. Wang Hao smiled faintly, concealing his achievements and fame. The following morning, he rose early, donned his sneakers, and prepared to head to the gym for training. Upon opening the door, he encountered his old neighbor, Uncle In, a Chinese expatriate businessman who had long resided in America and was also Wang Hao's landlord. Wang Hao had resided in this apartment for 4 years and had developed a close rapport with Uncle In. Over the years, Uncle In had taken good care of this young man, often providing him with housing at the lowest market price and never pressuring him about the occasional late rent payments. According to memories from his past life, Uncle In's wife had passed away early, and he seemed to have a daughter, though Wang Hao had never met her. Good morning, Uncle In. Wang Hao greeted with a smile. It's been a while, Xiao Hao. Congratulations on finally achieving your dream of entering the NBA. Uncle In replied warmly, giving Wang Hao a friendly pat on the shoulder. I've been meaning to tell you in person. By the way, I may need to trouble you for a while longer. This place is particularly close to the arena, and I don't plan to move out just yet. Wang Hao mentioned, not a problem at all. Stay as long as you wish. Uncle In responded readily. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they parted ways. In the following days, Wang Hao dedicated himself to rigorous training and completed several system tasks during his sessions, successfully accumulating 500 exchange points. On October 17th, the NBA 2017 to 2018 season officially commenced. Although the Los Angeles Lakers did not have a game on the first 2 days, they were set to face their old rivals, the Los Angeles Clippers, on the third day. The significance of this inaugural match was not lost on anyone within the Lakers organization. Each player aspired to kick off the new season with a resounding victory. That evening, under the leadership of Coach Walton, the coaching staff organized a gathering for the entire team to watch the season opener, the Cleveland Cavaliers versus the Boston Celtics. During the recently concluded offseason, these two Eastern Conference powerhouses had engaged in a shocking trade. The Cavaliers had sent Kyrie Irving to the Celtics in exchange for Isaiah Thomas, Jake Crowder, and Zizic, and a 2018 first-round draft pick. The Cavaliers, while nursing the newly acquired Thomas, boasted the legendary LeBron James and had also brought in formidable players like Derrick Rose and Dwayne Wade. At first glance, they appeared to be a force to be reckoned with. Meanwhile, the Celtics, having secured the all-star point guard Irving, also acquired another all-star, Gordon Hayward, from the free agency market. Coupled with their existing duo of young stars, Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown, along with the seasoned Al Horford, the Celtics quickly emerged as championship contenders for the new season, with both teams possessing similar strengths and the added narrative of Irving's return to Cleveland. The matchup garnered immense anticipation. The game commenced amidst a flurry of eager expectations. Perhaps it was the prolonged duration of the offseason, coupled with the players' estrangement from the court, that rendered both teams somewhat apprehensive at the outset. It was not until approximately a minute had elapsed that the Celtics broke the deadlock, thanks to the new acquisition, Hayward, executing a mid-range jump shot. As the match progressed, both sides gradually loosened their inhibitions, and the intensity of the offensive and defensive engagements escalated. However, an unexpected turn of events soon unfolded. Merely 5 minutes into the game, the Celtics launched an offensive. Hayward, maneuvering effectively, evaded Osman and leaped beneath the basket in an attempt to complete an alley-oop. LeBron James, arriving just in time, intervened with a timely defensive effort, disrupting Hayward's descent. Following a collision midair, Hayward lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. In the next moment, a heart-wrenching scene transpired. Hayward, after hitting the floor, did not rise swiftly. Instead, he writhed in agony, and as the camera zoomed in, it became evident that his ankle had been grotesquely deformed. The game was immediately halted, as both Celtics and Cavaliers players crouched in disbelief, unable to comprehend the unfolding tragedy. Good heavens! Kuzma, watching from the sidelines, widened his eyes in shock. Meanwhile, Ball clasped his hands in prayer, bowing his head in supplication. Injuries, an unfortunate aspect of the game, serve as a poignant reminder to cherish every moment on the court. For one can never predict what may transpire in the next instant, Walton solemnly remarked. As a traveler through time, Wang Hao had long foreseen this incident. Yet, as he revisited such an injury from the perspective of a player, his mindset had undergone a profound transformation. One cannot assume that the presence of a system guarantees stability. To achieve prominence in the NBA, one must rely on personal effort and a touch of fortune. This conviction emerged for the first time in Wang Hao's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering the main quest, Path to Dominance. To forge a successful career on the basketball court, mere external assistance is insufficient. It requires a resilient spirit, diligent effort, and a sprinkle of luck. As the host of the dimensional basketball system, you have officially embarked upon the path to dominance. Wang Hao was taken aback, realizing that this was his second main quest, following the legendary rescue. He opened the task description for the path to dominance, where a series of subtasks unfolded before his eyes. Monthly best rookie, weekly best, monthly best, all-star selection, all-star starter, defensive player of the year, all-NBA team, MVP, division champion, championship, finals MVP, establishing a dynasty. The road ahead was indeed arduous. He couldn't help but sigh. Taking it slow. What did you say, Hao? Ball brother inquired. Oh, nothing. 10 minutes later, the game resumed. This unexpected incident had clearly impacted the players on both teams, dissipating the tension that had previously filled the air. Throughout the match, the Cavaliers maintained a steady lead, while the Celtics displayed their unwavering spirit, repeatedly closing the gap. Ultimately, in the season opener, the Cavaliers triumphed over the Celtics with a score of 102-99. Chapter 29. Back when I played for the national team, these two teams exemplified the pinnacle of the league, and they were our forthcoming adversaries, Walton summarized. Everyone knows that the day after tomorrow, we will face the Clippers at home, Walton continued. You might think, didn't we win against the Clippers in the preseason? It's entirely different, guys. In that preseason game, Griffin played only 20 minutes, Gallinari just a quarter, and the entire team was holding back. In simple terms, we would be up against a Western powerhouse ready to unleash their full potential in the season opener. Walton's expression was grave, deeply concerned that this young team might underestimate their opponents. The defensive focus would be on protecting the paint. Once Griffin found his rhythm, we would need to implement double-teaming strategies. Of course, the opponent's perimeter threat, the superb sixth-man Lou Williams, would be entrusted to you. Walton turned and directly assigned the task to the seemingly unremarkable Asian youth. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao nodded. Leave it to me. I want to allow him to score easily. Good. Wang Hao's tone was calm, but his eyes radiated determination, as it was his first regular season game in the league. And as a starter, he felt compelled to make a remarkable impression. The Clippers were the perfect stepping stone for him. Walton had complete confidence in Wang Hao's defensive abilities, as did the rest of the Lakers, particularly Clarkson, whose expression was one of schadenfreude, as if he had already begun to pray for Lou Williams. Time swiftly passed. On October 19, 2017, the Lakers finally faced their season opener. In the afternoon, at the Staples Center, the Lakers arrived early, preparing for warm-ups. Hey, Wang, how does it feel for the first regular season game? Upon spotting Wang Hao, Kyle Kuzma approached him with a warm greeting. Not too bad, Wang Hao replied nonchalantly, engaging in a customary chest bump with Kuzma. At that moment, Lonzo Ball and Brandon Ingram strolled towards them. Ingram wore a broad smile, his eyes narrowed to mere slits. Lonzo, although managing a strained smile, bore an unmistakable weight of concern. Recently, he had encountered troubling matters. Just yesterday, while the team was fervently preparing for their inaugural clash against the Clippers, LeVar Ball, a figure of considerable notoriety, made a startling statement during an interview. If you were to have my son and Curry both don masks on the court, no one would be able to distinguish Lonzo from Curry. This declaration sent shockwaves across the nation. Some lamented that LeVar was merely seeking attention, while others were incensed by his lack of decorum. Among the dissenters was Clippers guard Patrick Beverley, who took to Twitter to assert his intention to dismantle Lonzo during the game, intending to show him what the NBA truly entailed. Wang Hao was acutely aware of the situation at hand. However, he refrained from elaborating further, merely exchanging pleasantries with the two individuals. Yet, within the confines of his mind, Wang had resolutely decided to assist Lonzo Ball in overcoming the formidable challenge posed by Patrick Beverley. As a devoted Lakers fan in his previous life, Wang vividly recalled the impression left by that inaugural game. Beverley was relentless, akin to a ravenous hound, attacking Lonzo from the very first play. Many of his maneuvers skirted the edge of foul play, yet the inexperienced Lonzo was ill-equipped to perform theatrics, leading the referees to overlook numerous flagrant actions. Consequently, Beverley's aggressive defense rendered the rookie Lonzo utterly flustered, leaving him with no breathing room. He managed a meager 3 points and 4 assists over 29 minutes of play. Eventually, Coach Walton recognized Lonzo's predicament and, in an effort to safeguard him, kept him on the bench throughout the fourth quarter. The Lakers returned from the season opener with a disheartening defeat. One would think the matter concluded there, yet Beverley remained undeterred post-game, vociferously proclaiming in the player tunnel, "This was too easy. Too easy. Let him face me one-on-one." This display incited considerable ire within Wang Hao. Was this not an affront to the well-mannered? One must exercise restraint and compassion. The bombastic rhetoric from LeVar Ball had unfairly burdened Lonzo with responsibility, and to harass him after the game seemed excessive. Just as Wang resolved to aid Lonzo, the system's cold notification echoed at the opportune moment. Ding! A special mission has been issued. Villains need villains. Mission objectives: 1. Dominate Beverley in the season opener. 2. Utter 3 taunts during the game. The system would dispense rewards based on the host's completion of these tasks. Upon absorbing the mission details, a wave of dismay washed over Wang Hao. The objectives were sound, yet what did the title imply? When had I become the villain? That evening, the highly anticipated Los Angeles Derby unfolded. Broadcast nationwide and live-streamed by Tencent, it was an event of the utmost grandeur. Perhaps you have just entered the elevator. Now you are tuned into the NBA broadcast brought to you by Tencent Sports. I am your commentator, Fan, and today we are joined by former national team mainstay, Coach Wang Shipong, as well as the lovely Mina, to provide commentary for this eagerly awaited showdown. Greetings to all. I am Wang Shipong. Hello, everyone. I am Mina. Coach, this match promises to be full of intrigue, and naturally, our primary focus is on our Chinese point guard. Wang Hao, what is your perspective on him? Fan inquired. To be candid, I just finished watching Wang Hao's 2 preseason games yesterday. My initial impression reminds me a bit of our shooting guard Li Nan during my time with the national team. Li Nan, the renowned Little Li Flying Dagger? He just made an appearance as a commentary guest yesterday. Indeed, in my days representing the national team, I would witness Coach Li effortlessly sinking 3-pointers during every training session, truly embodying the essence of precision. On the offensive front, he resembled Coach Li, but what about the defensive aspect? Defensively, he bore a resemblance to Zhu Fanyu. The starting lineup has just been announced. Fan interrupted Wang Shipong's meeting with a look of disbelief. Wang Hao, Brother Hao, you are actually a starter. Chapter 30, the grand performance commences. As the starting lineup was revealed, Fan interrupted Wang Shipong's meeting once more, exclaiming, Wang Hao, Brother Hao, you are actually a starter. Let us eagerly await the unfolding of the match. The game is about to begin, and now we turn our cameras to the front lines. At this moment, Wang Hao concluded his warm-up, removed his training attire, and returned to the bench, poised for the commencement of the game. It is noteworthy that this match is hosted at the Clippers' home ground. However, both teams share the Staples Center as their venue. Presently, the majority of the audience comprises Lakers fans, adorned in jerseys emblazoned with either the number 8 or 24, along with a few sporting the number 2, Ball's jersey, and 14, Ingram's jersey, transforming the arena into a sea of purple and gold. Moreover, the venue is filled with numerous faces of yellow complexion, clearly present to support Wang Hao. Suddenly, the lights dimmed, and the arena DJ began to announce the starting players. First to take the court, hailing from Kentucky, is the versatile power forward, Julius Randle. Next, let's welcome the young point guard from Huaxia, Wang Hao. Wang Hao rose to his feet, emerging amidst the resounding cheers of the fans. As the referee tossed the ball into the air, the match commenced in earnest. Lopez triumphed in the jump ball, granting possession to the Lakers. The Ball brother took the ball in hand, orchestrating the play. This was the highly anticipated regular season debut of the newly minted 2nd overall pick, and the Lakers supporters responded with fervent applause. However, the unfolding events of the game left the expectant Lakers fans utterly astonished. From the very onset, Clippers guard Beverley clung to the Ball brother like a relentless shadow, aggressively pursuing him with the fervor of a rabid dog. applying unyielding physical pressure whenever the ball brother seized the ball. Before the match, Wang Hao had forewarned Lonzo Ball that Beverly would undoubtedly target him aggressively. However, as the game unfolded, it became apparent that Ball was ill-prepared for this confrontation. He was knocked around by Beverly, struggling to maintain control of the ball. After being hit, Ball looked up at the referee, but his helpless gaze elicited no response. Unable to execute his playmaking duties effectively, the Lakers' offense stagnated, leaving Wang Hao, as the shooting guard, without opportunities to shine. The Clippers surged with a brief offensive flurry, quickly establishing a double-digit lead. In desperation, Walton called a timeout just 3 minutes into the game. Yet upon the resumption, Ball found himself once again ensnared by Beverly's relentless defense. After stumbling a few steps, he struggled to collect himself and attempted to pass to a teammate. But Beverly was relentless, applying pressure without respite. In the midst of this intimidation, Ball inadvertently shifted his pivot foot. Beep. Traveling violation. Resigned, Ball raised his hands in exasperation, beads of sweat already dotting his forehead. Following the turnover, he could only muster a wry smile, feeling hesitant to meet Beverly's gaze, who was flaunting his biceps nearby. Beverly roared at the stands, seemingly challenging the Lakers fans with the question, "Is this your hope?" Observing this scene, Wang Hao clenched his fist, aware that he needed to step up. As he transitioned back on defense, he quietly approached Ball and patted him on the shoulder, whispering, "Take it easy, Lonzo. Take it easy." The Clippers were on the offensive. Beverly carried the ball past half court, brimming with confidence, animatedly directing his teammates' movements. While a somewhat dazed Ball failed to exert the necessary defensive pressure, Wang Hao could no longer endure. He was matched up against the European guard Teodosic, whose perimeter shooting ability was relatively weak, thus posing little threat at that moment. Wang Hao made a swift decision, releasing his assigned opponent and charging towards Beverly. This defensive choice was audacious, as such a gamble could easily allow the opposing team to exploit open opportunities. Wang Shipong observed the unfolding scene with a composed demeanor. Beverly, taken aback by Wang Hao's approach, instinctively sought to pass the ball. Should he release it, it would create a 4-on-3 advantage for their side. But would Wang Hao allow him that opportunity? The deathly grip commenced as Wang Hao spread his arms wide, resembling a colossal mantis, his hands slicing through the air like scythes aimed at Beverly. His approach was both rapid and precise, casting a shadow over Beverly. Realizing the impending threat, Beverly promptly abandoned the idea of passing. For reasons unknown, he felt a premonition that the moment the ball left his hands, it would undoubtedly be intercepted by Wang Hao. What to do? In a moment of desperation, Beverly decided to call a timeout. Yet, as he bent down to secure the ball, Wang Hao's hand had already reached him. With a swift motion, the ball was snatched from Beverly's grasp, awakening the Ball brother, who leveraged the basketball to ignite a fast break for the Lakers. The Ball brother surged forward, while Beverly hurried back on defense. The Lakers found themselves in a 2-on-1 situation, unsure if he could successfully score against Beverly. The Ball brother opted to pass to Wang Hao on the right. Beverly quickly pivoted, only to find Wang Hao facing an unguarded basket. At this moment, Wang Hao had two choices: to take a layup, as Beverly could no longer impose any interference, or to return the ball to the Ball brother, allowing him to finish the play. Wang Hao did not hesitate and immediately passed the ball back. Beverly, quick to react, attempted to pivot but lost his balance while retreating in defense, collapsing onto the floor. The Ball brother seized the opportunity, finding himself in an open space, and leapt with all his might. Bang! A powerful one-handed slam dunk. Roaring with exuberance, the Ball brother unleashed his pent-up emotions. Still not satisfied, he approached Wang Hao and exuberantly bumped chests with him. "Thank you, brother. No big deal." The two exchanged knowing smiles and sprinted back to their half of the court. Beverly, now dejected, rose to his feet, his earlier arrogance completely vanished. The crowd erupted into cheers once more, a wave of exhilaration sweeping through the arena. Chapter 31. Do you lack the courage to dribble before me? The atmosphere surged again with cheers, and the fans present began chanting Wang Hao's name. Beverly, watching from a distance as Wang Hao basked in the applause, felt a flicker of anger. Why should someone who merely executed a successful defense receive such adulation? Why are some individuals perpetually fortunate, always favored? Clenching his teeth, Beverly harbored a deep-seated resentment toward young prodigies, a sentiment rooted in his tumultuous basketball journey. Beverly's collegiate basketball career had initially been smooth sailing, but during his junior year, he faced a 1-year suspension due to academic issues. With no other option, he left college to seek fortune overseas, playing in professional leagues. After a year, he returned to the United States to enter the draft, where he was selected in the second round by the Lakers, only to be immediately traded to the Heat. However, during the era of the Big Three, the Heat had no need for a short, average shooting guard, leading to his release. Reluctantly, Beverley found himself overseas once again. In 2010, he finally received a call back to the NBA from the Heat, representing them in that year's Summer League. Yet, his performance was dismal. He averaged a mere 5.8 points with a shooting percentage of 34.8, leading to his release once more after the preseason. Consequently, he wandered overseas for another 3 years until the Rockets signed him to a minimum contract in 2013. Such a tumultuous journey forged Beverley's resilient character, yet it also left him with a lingering bitterness. He resented all those blessed with innate talent, believing that many of them were undeserving of their accolades, merely fortunate. Beverley's defense was relentless, offering no quarter to others, nor to himself. His aggressive style often resulted in injuries for both opponents and himself. Perhaps the most infamous instance involved a thriving Russell Westbrook. At that time, during a timeout, Beverley's knee was struck from the side, resulting in an annual ritual of surgical intervention. It is universally acknowledged that Beverley's defensive tactics are overtly aggressive, employing every possible means to assert his dominance. Presently, his animosity has shifted from Lonzo Ball to Wang Hao, merely after a couple of commendable preseason performances, buoyed by his heritage as a Chinese player. Wang has garnered an immense amount of attention and adoration. How is it that such fervent acclaim, which took me years to earn, is so readily bestowed upon him? Beverley seethed with indignation. In that moment, he resembled a feral dog, fixating intently on his prey, Wang Hao. As Wang Hao retreated on defense, he sensed a penetrating gaze from behind. Turning around, he met Beverley's stare with unwavering resolve. The stark contrast between Beverley's clenched jaw and Wang Hao's composed demeanor was palpable. 1 second, 2 seconds, neither was willing to avert their gaze. A standoff. Even the players on both teams, along with the spectators in the stands, could feel the tension in the air. It was not until the referee's whistle signaled the start of play that their confrontation came to a temporary halt. The Clippers commenced the play, with Griffin passing the ball to Beverley. Wang Hao initially intended to directly switch defenses with Ball Brother. But just as he was about to speak, Ball Brother raised his hand to indicate, "I can handle this." "All right," Wang Hao shrugged, choosing not to elaborate further. Nonetheless, this gesture from Ball Brother earned him points in Wang Hao's mind, reflecting the ambition that accompanied his status as the second overall pick. However, Beverley had set his sights on Wang Hao. As soon as he crossed half court, he called for Teodosic to assist with a pick and roll, seizing the opportunity to pressure the Lakers into a defensive switch. Beverley versus Wang Hao. Upon matching up, Beverley exhibited a measure of rationality. He was acutely aware of his limitations in ball handling and opted to pass the ball to Gallinari. Despite his irritation towards Wang Hao, Beverley was wary of his formidable defense. This time, he stealthily positioned himself in the corner, feigning inactivity. With Beverley's commendable ability to shoot open threes, this effectively created a 4-on-4 scenario on the court. The strategy was clear: engage with Wang Hao, and then allow the two to exhaust each other. "Rookie, you've managed to provoke me," Beverley taunted idly, exchanging barbs with Wang Hao. "Oh, very well," Wang Hao replied nonchalantly, dismissing Beverley's words entirely. The indifference in Wang Hao's tone left Beverley feeling stifled, nearly choking on his own frustration. It is well known that Beverley despises being underestimated. At the other end of the court, Griffin successfully executed a post-up against Randall. The score stood at 20-10, with the Clippers in the lead. As the game transitioned between offense and defense, Beverley continued to press Ball Brother, who, following a dunk, seemed considerably more relaxed. In fact, he had a distinct advantage in height and weight over Beverley. As long as he used his body to shield the ball from Beverley, the risk of being stripped was minimal. At this moment, he dribbled with his back to the basket, while simultaneously surveying the dynamics of the game unfolding around him. Wang Hao faced off against Teodosic, an aging European rookie with mediocre physical attributes and defensive capabilities that barely meet the average standard. Capitalizing on this vulnerability, Wang Hao incessantly maneuvered, seeking opportunities to find an open shot. At last, Lopez set a screen that effectively obstructed Teodosic's path, while the Clippers center, DeAndre Jordan, with his sluggish footwork, could only manage a feeble defense. Lonzo, the young Asian athlete, raised his right hand high. This opportunity was fleeting, for once Jordan positioned himself to defend, Wang Hao would be unable to employ his shooting skills. However, Lonzo was determined to prevent such a scenario. With his right hand shielding Beverly, he deftly flicked his left wrist, delivering a high-quality pass. This pass not only traveled swiftly, but also led the recipient, accounting for the necessary anticipation. Wang Hao received the basketball 2 steps beyond the three-point line. This distance is well within his shooting range, requiring no adjustments whatsoever. Swish! Wang Hao executed a three-point shot successfully. At 22-13, the Lakers once again narrowed the score. The Clippers launched an offensive. Beverly employed the same tactic, drawing Wang Hao to the corner once more. Upon witnessing the scene, Wang Hao recalled a particular piece of trash talk from the competition's tasks, and promptly remarked, "After all this time, do you lack the courage even to dribble the ball in front of me?" Chapter 32. Taking over the game, Wang Hao dominates offense and defense. With a tone laced with disdain, Wang Hao reiterated, "After all this time, do you lack the courage even to dribble the ball in front of me?" Beverly paused for a moment, then smirked and replied, "Your taunts won't work on me. I've seen through such tricks many times before." Upon hearing this, Wang Hao smiled, pondering that Beverly was certainly not a simple-minded brute. Yet the question lingered. Could he endure the provocation from a rejected contestant not once, but twice, or even thrice? At this moment, seizing the opportunity presented by a dead ball, the Clippers made a substitution. Lou Williams replaced Teodosic, aiming to bolster their offensive strategy. True to his role, once on the court, Williams immediately showcased his signature drifting jump shot, adding 2 points to the Clippers' score. In the subsequent possession, he once again drew a foul from Ingram, converting both free throws with precision. The score widened once more. If each possession devolved into a battle of attrition, narrowing the gap would prove exceedingly difficult, and they could no longer afford to waste time in the corner with Beverly. Wang Hao, resolute in his decision, sprinted towards Pop, who had just replaced ball. With unwavering conviction, he declared, "From now on, we shall switch our defensive assignments. I will guard Lou Williams, regardless of how the opponents attempt to engage in pick and rolls. We shall not alter our defensive strategy." Over the past few days of training, Pop had been profoundly impressed by Wang Hao's defensive prowess, and he readily nodded in agreement. At that moment, Lou Williams dribbled across the half-court line. Upon glancing up, he noticed that his defender had changed. Beverly continued to run towards the pick. Yet Wang Hao and Pop adhered strictly to their principle of not switching. They opted to navigate around the screens instead. Observing this, Lou waved his hand, signaling for a one-on-one confrontation. This marked the second time he and Wang Hao had faced each other directly. The previous encounter had seen Wang Hao seize the initiative and dominate the exchange. However, he sensed that Lou had not exerted himself to the fullest in the preseason game. In Wang Hao's memory, Lou Williams was the quintessential bench assassin, renowned for his scoring ability and knack for drawing fouls. During that prior preseason match, Wang Hao had scarcely witnessed Lou's signature skills. After being intercepted once, Lou had seemingly conceded defeat, adopting a demeanor that suggested, "All right, you are formidable." Yet this time, as the two faced off, Wang Hao could feel a palpable shift in Lou's demeanor. Gone was the languid expression, replaced instead by a focused intensity, as if he were a predator poised to strike. Although Lou's dribbling speed was not particularly rapid, he was a master of rhythm. Should a defender act impulsively, he would swiftly accelerate. If a defender allowed him to gain even a half step, they would find themselves helplessly agitated on the sidelines. For if one were to overcommit in their pursuit, Lou would seize the opportunity to draw a foul, typically resulting in a shooting foul. Of course, this was only applicable to the average defender. Wang Hao remained utterly indifferent to these matters. As Lou Wei began to dribble, Wang Hao wasted no time and initiated a relentless pursuit, akin to the Grim Reaper wielding his scythe, sweeping forward with unyielding determination. Having previously suffered a setback, Lou Wei was on guard. As he sensed Wang Hao's advance, he immediately prepared to change direction. Confronted by an oncoming opponent, the most effective strategy, as agreed upon by these professional athletes, is to charge forward at full speed. Lou Wei's maneuver was swift, his dribble low, and his non-ball handling arm was raised to protect the ball. However, smack! Wang Hao's right arm seemed to elongate instantaneously, as he positioned himself in front of Lou Wei, deftly intercepting the basketball that was transferred to his left hand. Behold, an unparalleled and audacious steal from the ancient Eastern realm. This match was broadcast live across the United States, naturally accompanied by the impassioned commentary of A. Smith. As Wang Hao intercepted the ball, a clear path lay ahead of him, with only Beverly trailing behind in a desperate pursuit. Bang! Wang Hao executed a swift and graceful maneuver, leaving no opportunity for Bago to commit a foul. just a hair's breadth away. He almost made contact with me. Wang Hao continued to taunt the tardy Beverly. Although Beverly's expression darkened, he found himself utterly powerless. The tide of offense and defense shifted. Wang Hao continues to demonstrate his terrifying dominance on the defensive end. This time, Lu Wei opted to receive the ball after a run and take the shot. Yet, in the very moment he lifted his hand, Wang Hao swiftly intercepted the ball with a decisive strike. Witnessing this, Wang Shipong could not help but exclaim, "Fast, precise, ruthless." This encapsulates the most profound impression of Wang Hao's defense. Wait a minute, Coach Wang. Does the national team have such a formidable defender? Ku Fan interjected. What I mean to say is, during my time with the national team, I never encountered such tenacious defense. Wang Hao is undoubtedly the answer for the Chinese men's basketball team on the perimeter for the next 2 decades, Wang Shipong fervently added. Within mere minutes, he was utterly captivated by Wang Hao. This defense is astonishingly formidable, clean, and efficient. In a luxurious mansion, a retired veteran observed the television, nodding in approval. Moreover, this young man is quite handsome, remarked a little girl, whose focus was evidently different. Gigi, when watching a basketball game, one must concentrate on the game itself. The old man admonished earnestly. Wang Hao executed another steal. This time, the Clippers players were well prepared, swiftly transitioning back on defense. Beverly quickly moved to position himself in front of Wang Hao. This marked his first attempt at single coverage against Wang Hao on the defensive end. It is imperative to suppress his audacity, Beverly thought to himself. With this resolution, he boldly launched into his signature close-quarters defensive maneuver. Do not harbor such illusions. A detached voice, devoid of any emotion, resonated. Beverly was taken aback. In a moment of confusion, he witnessed Wang Hao take a step to the left. Beverly immediately shifted his position, yet as he adjusted, he discerned that Wang Hao's center of gravity was leaning leftward. He was about to change direction. Realizing this, Beverly instinctively halted his rightward movement, intending to step left. However, in the next instant, he felt a sudden pressure in his ankle, which gradually morphed into a sharp pain. Moments later, Beverly began to sense his body uncontrollably tilting backward. Thud! Beverly found himself abruptly seated on the ground. A gasp of astonishment echoed throughout the arena. A Klebe Eek, the ankle terminator. Hey! Smith exclaimed in disbelief. Wang Hao gazed impassively at Beverly, who had collapsed onto the ground. He collected the ball, bent his knees, and released it. Swish! The shot was executed with precision. Wang Hao single-handedly ignited a brief surge of 5-0. How infuriating! He once again outshone everyone. On the bench, Ball and Kuzma celebrated exuberantly. Years later, Wang Hao, upon entering the Hall of Fame, left behind the following words. I'm a basketball player adept at driving my opponents to the brink of despair, a master of human psychology. In my inaugural regular season game, representing the Lakers, I faced Beverly. With just 3 sentences, I incited his emotional breakdown, leading to his ejection. At the onset of our matchup, I challenged him, saying, "Come, I'll give you a chance to get past me." Beverly remained unperturbed, too intimidated to dribble in my presence. This exemplifies a seasoned veteran, one who is not easily rattled. I then proposed, let us engage in a little question-and-answer game. Do you know when you look your best? Beverly replied, when I'm fiercely defending. I shook my head and said, you look your best when you're sprawled on the floor after I've faked you out. This provoked an unforeseen fury in Beverly. From that moment on, I needed only to watch as he committed fouls and was subsequently ejected. Chapter 33. A call to action after Wang Hao scored 5 consecutive points. Momentum shifted toward the Lakers. Ingram and Kuzma quickly contributed to the scoring, followed by Pope and Lopez making defensive plays with blocks and steals, narrowing the score. As the timer expired, the first quarter concluded with the Clippers leading by a mere 2 points, 33-31. Excellent. This is our true caliber. On the bench, veteran Luol Deng rose to applaud the players for their successful efforts in closing the gap. Ball, brimming with excitement, rushed towards Wang Hao, and the two celebrated with a chest bump. Well played, exclaimed Ball earnestly. Wang Hao shrugged dismissively, feigning nonchalance. Had it not been for Ball's breathless demeanor, he might have believed him. However, at that very moment, on the coaching sidelines, head coach Walton and assistant coach Brian Shaw wore smiles that belied their inner anxiety. Despite the recent surge, Shaw looked towards Walton, worry etched across his face. Indeed, Walton replied, arms crossed, nodding thoughtfully. An outsider may revel in the spectacle, but an insider perceives the intricacies. Walton turned to scrutinize the fatigued players on the bench and sighed. Although we gained the upper hand in the latter half of the first quarter, our players expended a significant amount of energy, especially Wang Hao, who played the entirety of the first quarter. While he is young, sustaining such intensity is not feasible. Brian Shaw observed the perspiring Wang Hao with a tinge of sympathy. This match held immense significance for the Lakers. Firstly, they had languished in mediocrity in the Western Conference for several years. This season, the Lakers bid farewell to veteran Russell and welcomed the newly crowned second overall pick, Lonzo Ball. The notoriously critical Lakers fans might tolerate a misstep, but should Ball fail to shoulder the responsibilities, immense pressure would descend upon the entire organization, from management to players. Secondly, they have been overshadowed by the Clippers for far too long. Since Kobe's decline, the Lakers have found it nearly impossible to secure victories against their rivals. This nationally televised season opener represented a splendid opportunity for this young team to assert their presence both across the nation and globally. Meanwhile, on the Clippers bench, Griffin wiped his brow with a towel, surprised by the Lakers' potential. They are far stronger than we anticipated. These newcomers have promise. Potential alone won't win games. They're merely a group of relatively strong rookies, Beverly remarked, squinting. Yes, that Huashiagar, what was his name? Wang Hao. His defense is indeed formidable. However, he clearly struggles with stamina in the latter stages. This is only the first quarter. Soon, we will demonstrate the true disparity in skill, spoke the previously silent Italian forward. Gallinari. Exactly. For years, we have dominated the Lakers. Yet when will the Los Angeles fans grant us the respect we deserve? We must assert our prowess and deliver a resounding blow to the faces of these once mighty fans. The head coach of the Clippers, Rivers, decisively declared that the Lakers' tenacious counterattack in the first quarter caught them somewhat off guard. At the same time, it successfully ignited their competitive spirit. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. The early phase of the second quarter served as a transitional period, with both teams fielding a blend of starters and substitutes. For the Lakers, Ball replaced the fatigued Wang Hao on the court. He teamed up with KCP in the backcourt, while Kuzma and the younger Nance occupied the forward positions, and Lopez anchored the interior. The Clippers, on the other hand, deployed a lineup featuring Lou Williams, Wesley Johnson, Decker, Gallinari, and Griffin. Right from the outset of the second quarter, the Clippers adjusted their offensive strategy, focusing on the interior. Both Griffin and Gallinari stepped up prominently. First, it was Griffin who, at this moment, was at the pinnacle of his technical and physical prowess, unencumbered by injuries, undoubtedly ranking among the top 15 players in the league. Matched against him was the Lakers' power forward, the younger Nance, a blue-collar player still under a rookie contract. It was a mismatch of epic proportions. In desperation, the Lakers were compelled to double-team Griffin. Eventually, Griffin's momentum faltered, yet another forward, Gallinari, emerged in his stead. As an all-star caliber player, Gallinari boasted a robust playing style and impressive static attributes, though he lacked the dynamic abilities such as speed and vertical leap to elevate further. Nevertheless, he was more than capable of handling the Lakers' youthful forwards. After several possessions, Gallinari decisively overpowered Kuzma, scoring 6 consecutive points and widening the scoring gap. At this juncture, Gallinari once again drew a foul on Kuzma, earning a trip to the free throw line. The Lakers bench observed intently. Wang Hao pressed his forehead in distress. Since his last break, the Lakers' performance could only be described as a catastrophic decline. Lonzo Ball vanished once more under the watchful eye of Patrick Beverley, while Kuzma and Josh Hart were similarly subdued by the Clippers' formidable front line. Perhaps due to the early season experimentation with lineups, Coach Walton hesitated to reintroduce Wang Hao promptly. Adhering to a philosophy of egalitarianism, he sought to observe the effects of various player combinations. Yet, the results were evident. Without Wang Hao, they stood no chance against the Clippers. It was not that the other Lakers players possessed inadequate skills. Rather, their style of play was completely countered by the Clippers. Primarily, without Wang Hao, the Lakers were unable to withstand the Clippers' offensive onslaught. Just as they managed to stifle Griffin's advances, Gallinari emerged. And on the court was also the scorching hot Lou Williams. Unable to defend, they consequently lacked opportunities for fast-break offense. In half-court sets, the Lakers struggled to find consistent scoring methods, making it difficult to earn easy points. Failing to score led to the Clippers striking back. The Lakers found themselves ensnared in a vicious cycle. As the game neared its conclusion, Walton finally relinquished his intention to experiment with the lineup. He understood that the Lakers' management was equally invested in the outcome of this match. Just as Gallinari approached the free throw line, Walton gestured towards the bench behind him. As Wang Hao approached, Walton inquired with a hint of curiosity, Do you have confidence in defending Gallinari? The moment those words escaped his lips, assistant coach Brian Shaw looked at Walton with astonishment. Was Walton placing an excessive amount of faith in Wang Hao's defensive capabilities? Although Wang Hao had indeed defended against small forwards like Kuzma during practice matches, assigning a guard under 2 meters tall to guard an opposing star forward nearing 2 meters and 1 in height was undoubtedly a gamble. I will do my best, Wang Hao replied earnestly, nodding. Faced with such a considerable disparity in size, he did not possess absolute certainty. However, there were no alternatives. Thus, with 3 minutes remaining in the second quarter, Wang Hao prepared to re-enter the fray. Wang Hao replaced Kuzma. During the period of Kuzma's respite, he valiantly bore the burden of the Lakers' offensive endeavors. Unable to execute the strategy in a half-court setting, Kuzma would take on the challenge single-handedly. With but a second remaining on the shot clock and no opportunities in sight, Kuzma would launch a desperate shot. After tirelessly shouldering such responsibilities, Kuzma's stamina had reached its limit. Life is arduous, and with a heavy sigh, he trudged over to Wang Hao, who waited on the sidelines. Apologies. The score has widened once more. With a weary expression, Kuzma exchanged a high-five with Wang Hao, offering a wry smile. You have performed admirably, Wang Hao consoled him. Now, I shall take over. His tone was unassuming, yet imbued with unwavering resolve. Really? Kuzma glanced at Wang Hao, taken aback. We can turn this around. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Kuzma felt an inexplicable surge of confidence upon hearing Wang Hao's words. As Gallinari made his second free throw, the score stood at 48-35, with the Clippers extending their lead to 13 points. What a pity. It seems we have reverted to the previous predicament. Upon Wang Hao's entrance, Beverly immediately approached to confront him, launching into a tirade of taunts. No matter your efforts, the outcome remains unchanged. Such is the chasm of talent between us. Nevertheless, I commend your futile endeavors. Beverly wore a triumphant grin, clearly eager to reclaim the pride lost in the first quarter. Oh, Wang Hao replied. Beverly immediately erupted in fury. Chapter 34. The Philosophical Queries from Gallinari. Upon his entrance onto the stage, Wang Hao did not rush to launch an offensive. With 2 opportunities to utilize the eye of the Heavenly Emperor remaining, he wisely chose to conserve them for the decisive moment. Wang Hao began to position himself according to the tactical plan, while his teammates from the Lakers actively set screens for him. However, it must be acknowledged that Beverly's tight defense was quite formidable. No matter how much Wang Hao dashed left and right or made sudden stops and starts, he could not shake off this persistent defender. There was no hope for open opportunities as Beverly remained glued to him. Never mind that. Look over there, Wang Hao said calmly. Following his gaze, Beverly was surprised to see Lopez completely unguarded in the corner, enjoying an open shot. The Clippers' defense had made a serious mistake, one that should not have occurred. In the commentary booth of Tangshuan Sports, Ke Fan expressed his astonishment, noting that the Clippers had been orderly in their defensive strategy throughout the game, but had now granted the opponent's sharpshooter an open 3-point shot. There was a reason for this lapse. Wang Shipong stroked his chin and explained earnestly the issue stemmed from Wang Hao. Both Beverly, who was directly guarding him, and the interior defenders, Griffin and Jordan, were focusing their attention on Wang Hao, which ultimately led to the defensive breakdown. In essence, Wang Hao's movement and his 3-point shooting ability indirectly facilitated this scoring opportunity. Indeed, this is a value that statistics cannot capture. Thank you to Coach Wang for the insightful commentary. Let's continue watching, Ke Fan said. After being interrupted, Wang Shipong felt an inexplicable discomfort that he could not quite articulate. As the Clippers initiated their offense, Beverly nervously dribbled past half-court, constantly vigilant of Wang Hao, fearing a sudden strike. Lou Williams also wore a grave expression, anticipating the defensive prowess of Wang Hao. Meanwhile, Wang Hao quietly positioned himself in front of Gallinari. Oh, we see that the Lakers have assigned Wang Hao to guard the 6'10" Gallinari. While I understand Walton's intention to contain this Italian forward, can a player with such a clear disadvantage in height and weight effectively defend against him? A. Smith questioned. Gallinari shared similar thoughts. Observing the Asian youth before him, who was notably shorter, he scoffed. No way, they can't be serious about letting this small, slender yellow monkey defend me. With a disdainful laugh, he dismissed Wang Hao entirely. Good defensive skills? Beverly and Lou Williams are wary? What does that matter? In light of such a physical disparity, what use is technique? This poses a significant challenge for our brother Hao. As the old saying goes, one strength can overcome 10 skills. How will Wang Hao compensate for this physical difference? We shall see. Ke fans stated with concern. On the court, Wang Hao clearly heard Gallinari's taunts, and a burning fury ignited within him. "You'll pay for those words." Wang Hao replied coldly. "Oh, ha, I'm so terrified," Gallinari mocked. Gallinari remained unfazed, advancing directly to the low post. With a subtle shift of his weight, he signaled to his teammates for the ball. Beverly, eager to witness Wang Hao's plight, promptly lobbed the ball into the paint. Gallinari effortlessly caught it, with Wang Hao unable to exert any influence from behind. With both hands raised high, he positioned the basketball while pivoting his hips, beginning his advance into the key. Wang Hao assumed a horse stance, his right hand poised firmly against Gallinari's waist, yet he was unable to impede the latter's advance. Gallinari, testing the waters, nudged twice before penetrating the paint, a derisive smile creeping upon his lips. Too easy, simply too easy. Unable to bear the sight, Lopez contemplated abandoning his assignment on DeAndre Jordan to provide assistance. However, at that moment, Wang Hao raised his hand, signaling him to refrain from doing so. Gallinari, noticing this exchange, inwardly scoffed at the recklessness, and with a sudden dip of his shoulder, he intended to glide towards the basket. The rim loomed before him as Gallinari secured the ball, preparing for a thunderous dunk. Yet, just as he was about to elevate the ball, an unyielding iron hand emerged once more. With a resounding smack, Gallinari's eyes widened in disbelief. From where had that hand sprung? How could it be so swift, so precise? Wang Hao paid no heed to his opponent's reactions, swiftly seizing control of the ball and passing it to his teammate, Ball. The Lakers launched a counterattack, a long-awaited opportunity for a fast break. Upon receiving the ball, Ball lifted his gaze and noticed Hart stealthily sprinting down the court. With both hands on the ball, he flicked his wrist, executing a precise long pass that traversed the entire court, finding Hart, who had already dashed into the Clippers' 3-second zone. Hart effortlessly scored with a layup. Splendid. Walton excitedly pumped his fist. The two new additions to the Lakers this year, the emerging backcourt duo Wang Hao and Lonzo Ball, demonstrated exceptional synergy. First, Wang Hao delivered an impeccable pass, followed by Ball's quarterback-like long throw. A flawless collaboration. Damn it. On the Lakers' side, Gallinari clenched his fist. "Don't get too smug. I was merely careless just now." "Oh," Wang Hao responded coldly. Gallinari, feeling even more frustrated, reached out for the ball once again. In the same low post, he aimed to advance again with caution this time. The next moment, Gallinari turned. Bang! The ball was intercepted once more, and the Lakers counter again, with Hart soaring for another layup. I haven't even taken a shot yet, and I've been intercepted?" Gallinari pondered existentially. "Are you convinced now?" Wang Hao held his head high, forced to do so, and scoffed. "Just you wait." Gallinari clearly remained unconvinced. Thus this time, as Beverly's pass landed in his hands, a shadow flashed by. Gallinari stood dumbfounded on the Lakers' half, pondering the philosophical questions. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Meanwhile, the deficit had shrunk by 6 points since Wang Hao entered the game. Wang Hao! Wang Hao! Wang Hao! With thunderous applause, Staples Center erupted with the name of the undrafted talent from Huaxia. Chapter 35. You fake fan young teams possess a distinctive trait. If you allow them to build momentum, they may unleash astonishing energy. Attempting to suppress them at that moment becomes exceedingly challenging. The current Lakers were riding an exhilarating high, their spirits soaring. Ever since Wang Hao consecutively intercepted Gallinari 3 times and initiated the counterattacks, the Lakers' offensive onslaught became unstoppable. Besides Wang Hao, Ingram executed a series of successful one-on-one plays. Ball contributed 2 blocks against Lou Williams on the defensive end, and Kuzma frequently cut into the lane upon his arrival. The Lakers were fully alive. Conversely, the Clippers relied solely on their star player Griffin, who remained steadfast, helping the team maintain a grip on the score through repeated drives to the basket. As the third quarter ticked down to 3 minutes remaining, Wang Hao took a breather, and at that moment, the Lakers led the Clippers by 5 points, 85-80. Wang Hao! Wang Hao! Wang Hao! The crowd rose in cheers. From trailing by 12 points to leading by 5, everyone recognized that Wang Hao had orchestrated this wave of resurgence. Wharton rose to greet Wang Hao, a look of satisfaction gracing his features as he patted his protégé's back. This time, he had made the right bet. Wang Hao's defensive prowess, the energy he exudes, and his ability to sink open three-pointers have completely invigorated the entire team. Undoubtedly, this also demands considerable stamina from Wang Hao. It seems that enhancing physical fitness must be prioritized henceforth. Seated on the bench, Wang Hao wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel. contemplating new strategies within his mind. The game presses on. After Wang Hao left the court, the young players of the Lakers maintained their offensive momentum. Yet the pressure they exerted on their opponents defensively noticeably diminished. This interplay resulted in a stalemate between the two teams. With 5 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, the score stood at 102, with both teams locked in a tie. Wang Hao once again dons his battle attire. It appears that Coach Walton has placed great trust in Wang Hao, as he is summoned to the court at this pivotal moment with the expectation that he will secure the victory. Ku Fan remarked. Wang Shipong nodded in agreement. Indeed, Wang Hao replaced Hart, and the Lakers' decisive lineup consisted of Ball, Wang Hao, Ingram, Randall, and Lopez. This could be considered the strongest configuration of the current Lakers team. The intensity of the match was palpable, causing perspiration to bead on my palms, and I fervently hoped that brother Hao could secure the victory. However, as a commentator, one should ideally maintain a neutral perspective. Yet exceptions do exist. When the great Yao Ming graced the NBA, he became a beacon for Chinese basketball, and countless fans from China rallied behind the Rockets, fervently supporting him at every game. Under such circumstances, it is entirely understandable for commentators to inadvertently cheer for their compatriots. The game resumed with the Lakers on the offensive. This time, Wang Hao was defended by Lou Williams, while Beverly took on the task of guarding Ball. This strategic arrangement was devised by Rivers in light of the circumstances observed during the second and third quarters. He noted that although Wang Hao occasionally shone on the offensive end, he predominantly assumed the role of an off-ball shooter. Assigning Beverly to guard such a player seemed somewhat wasteful. It was more fitting to utilize someone with quick footwork, like Lou Williams, to keep pace with him. Upon noticing that Liu Wei was guarding him, Wang Hao began to formulate a strategy. Having exhausted his allotted share of deathly entanglements in the first 3 quarters, he now had 2 opportunities left to deploy the eye of the Heavenly Emperor. It was imperative to utilize these chances judiciously, reserving them for the most pivotal moments. Given that he was currently matched against a defender of mediocre prowess, Wang Hao naturally prioritized maneuvering to create open shots. He executed sudden stops and swift bursts, darting about the court with agility. Wang Hao resembled a graceful antelope, darting across the court with agility. Lou Williams trailed closely behind, exerting every effort to catch up, while occasionally confronting the screens set by the Lakers' interior players. Amidst his relentless pursuit, Lou Williams could not resist taunting. "Do not flee, rookie, no matter how fast you run. You shall never escape my grasp." Wang Hao casually replied, "Take it easy, old man." Just as Lou Williams was about to respond, he realized that Wang Hao had already seized the opportunity to dart outside. Lonzo's pass was precise, making the most of that fleeting moment without a hint of hesitation. Wang Hao received the ball, bent his knees, aimed, and released a shot. His three-pointer soared like an arrow, igniting the flames of hell. The Lakers led by 3 points. In the swift transition from offense to defense, Griffin attempted a 4-shot, only to be thwarted by Lopez's interference, allowing Ball to secure the rebound. The Clippers swiftly retreated to defend. In the haste of the moment, Beverly found himself matched up against Wang Hao. Wang Hao beckoned, and the ball approached. To everyone's astonishment, Wang Hao chose to attack upon encountering Beverly. "Hey!" Smith exclaimed in surprise. "Do not even think about it." Beverly gritted his teeth. "Down!" Wang Hao proclaimed coldly. With a resounding thud, Beverly fell to the ground. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Wang Hao cast a glance at his fallen opponent, took a moment to compose himself, and launched a 3-point shot. The basketball spun rapidly, tracing a parabolic arc akin to a rainbow through the air. Everyone held their breath, and the entire arena fell into a profound silence. Until, swish, the ball swooshed through the net. Wow! The Staples Center erupted in a wave of purple and gold, transforming into a sea of jubilation. Across the ocean in a quaint town in China, a group of elderly gentlemen sat raptly watching the television. The elder in the center remarked, "This young man is truly remarkable. During Yao Ming's debut, he wasn't this formidable." The elder on the left, who had just arrived, nodded in agreement after witnessing Wang Hao's basket, saying, "Indeed, I have been following Yi Jianlian for quite some time." The elder on the right interjected, "UFO fan. That is Sun Yu." The elder in the center responded with silence. The host declared, "I can confidently say that Wang Hao is the answer for our national team's backcourt for the next 20 years. The 2 elders on either side remained silent. Chapter 36. The Resurgence of the Rabid Dog, Stalemate. Amidst the jubilant cheers that reverberated throughout the court, Beverly stood up, feeling desolate. As soon as Wang Hao took to the court, he swiftly sank 2 3-pointers, instantly widening the gap in the score. Even the perpetually irate trash dog could not help but feel a sense of powerlessness. The seemingly unremarkable Asian youth before him had repeatedly thwarted his efforts. It's not just luck this time, Wang Hao remarked nonchalantly, responding to his opponent's earlier taunts with undeniable skill. Beverly's lips moved as if to argue. Yet he found himself at a loss for words, stammering without any coherent reply. I stand here not due to the advantages of the Chinese market, nor the favors of enthusiastic fans, Wang Hao asserted earnestly. My starting point is even lower than yours. I am merely an undrafted player. Upon hearing these words, Beverly paused, reflecting on the truth of Wang Hao's statement. Wang Hao indeed rose to fame overnight on the internet, yet it was his genuine prowess that outshone Irving. Prior to that, he had not garnered the attention of any team manager, finding himself among the many overlooked prospects. Had he not delivered a breathtaking performance during that live broadcast, the Lakers scouts would have remained oblivious to his talent. Consequently, this player who now dominates the game might have struggled to even secure a position in the developmental league. Is Wang Hao fortunate? In a certain sense, indeed he is. However, it is also due to his prowess in seizing unexpected opportunities that he has not allowed good fortune to slip away. If there exists any similarity between the two, it lies in their refusal to be defined by the judgments of others, opting instead to confront those who underestimate them through their actions. With this thought, Beverly's jealousy gradually subsided, yet her competitive spirit remained unwavering. The Clippers launched an offensive. Lou Williams, utilizing a screen, penetrated to the free throw line for a jump shot. The Ball brother, wary of the opponent's propensity to draw fouls, failed to execute a block, but still managed to create interference due to his height advantage. Williams' shot missed, prompting both teams' players to rush to the paint in a fierce contest for possession. Wang Hao initially believed that Beverly, standing just over 6 feet tall, would struggle to compete in the densely populated paint. Yet the Mad Dog is indeed a Mad Dog. There are only erroneous names, but never an incorrect nickname. With unparalleled determination, Beverly charged towards the basket, leaping high into the air, unreservedly throwing himself into the void. After making contact with the Lakers center Lopez midair, he miraculously grazed the basketball, sending it soaring beyond the three-point line. Gallinari leaped to catch the ball and immediately launched a three-pointer. Its arc was not particularly lofty, yet the ball circled the rim twice before settling into the net. This three-pointer was nothing short of a lifeline. The score stood at 108-105. With the Clippers tightening their grip on the game, Beverly undeniably contributed at least 50% to this pivotal play. Curiously, despite having secured such a critical rebound under Wang Hao's defense, he refrained from taunting, instead focusing intently on his defensive duties. Wang Hao raised his hand to signal to his teammates, acknowledging that the mistake was his. As the game transitioned from defense to offense, the point guard dribbled past the halfway line, while the other players commenced their movements in accordance with the strategy. Wang Hao is under heavy guard. Not only is there a player closely marking him, but interior players also resolutely delay any screen and roll situations. In simple terms, they ensure that Wang Hao is afforded no space whatsoever. This type of targeted defense employed by the Clippers seems to have been primarily observed in games featuring Curry. As A. Smith commented, in this moment, Wang Hao found himself unable to seize an opportunity, compelling the Lakers to seek alternative avenues. It was at this juncture that Ingram stepped forth. With merely 8 seconds remaining on the shot clock, he received the ball beyond the three-point line. The established strategy had utterly collapsed, necessitating a resolution through sheer individual prowess. Ingram boldly signaled for his teammates to disperse. He first dribbled backward, creating space between himself and Gallinari. Then, transforming into a relentless force, he lowered his center of gravity and executed a direct drive to the basket. Gallinari, despite his height advantage, was at a disadvantage due to his weight and age, and soon found himself outpaced by Ingram's lengthy strides. Griffin rushed to provide help defense, but upon leaping, he discovered his fingertips were a mere centimeter shy of the basketball. As Ingram, following the contact, tumbled out of bounds, the ball kissed the backboard before finding its way through the hoop. The 2 points were awarded without any foul call from the referees. It was indeed perplexing that Griffin, who clearly leaped higher than his opponent, failed to block the layup. A. Smith, with a mischievous grin, feigned ignorance. With 1 minute remaining in the game, the Lakers led 110-105 by 5 points. The Clippers called a timeout, with the ensuing possession poised to determine the outcome of the match. On the Lakers bench, Walton, clutching the tactical board, illustrated while instructing, "Remember one principle: staunchly defend the three-point line. Better to concede 2 points than allow them a 3. Particularly ensure we do not permit Lou Williams to draw foul. Wang Hao, you will defend Williams on this possession. Understood, leave it to me. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. The Clippers' offensive strategy was crystal clear, involving intricate teamwork that culminated in a three-point attempt by Williams. However, due to Wang Hao's previously assertive on-ball defense, Williams felt hesitant to engage in any dribbling maneuvers at this critical juncture. Unbeknownst to Williams, Wang Hao was currently unable to employ his relentless grip, making it nearly impossible to snatch the ball from him face-to-face. Under these circumstances, Williams was left with no choice but to attempt a challenging shot after a single dribble. "Well defended," exclaimed Ku Fan in the Tungshuan Live broadcast room, his excitement palpable. Victory seemed tantalizingly close. Yet, in a miraculous twist, Williams's awkwardly executed three-point shot found its mark, striking the backboard and sinking in, 110-108. The suspense lingered on. Chapter 37, the error-prone ball brother and the Lakers' desperation. With only 35 seconds remaining, the Lakers clung to a slender 2-point lead. The decisive moment had arrived. The ball brother swiftly dribbled past half-court, closely guarded by Beverly. Wang Hao darted across the court in search of open opportunities, while Ingram remained poised to receive the ball. Ball brother, with his back to the basket, skillfully dribbled while using his body to shield off Beverly, all the while surveying the unfolding dynamics of the game. There was no rush. The Lakers aimed to exhaust as much time as possible before executing their final move. Conversely, the trailing Clippers sought to regain possession swiftly. Beverly, fully aware of this strategy, charged at the basketball with the fervor of a rabid dog. Ball brother endeavored to protect the ball, enduring repeated collisions from behind. Beverly's actions teetered on the brink of fouling. Each attempt at a steal could easily warrant a whistle. He committed a foul. The audience erupted in shouts of indignation. Moments later, the chorus of "F.E. sucks" grew louder. Yet, the referee seemed intent on allowing the players to determine the outcome of the match. Refraining from blowing the whistle, time trickled away. 25, 24, 23. At last, after a particularly jarring impact, ball brother stumbled slightly, and Beverly seized the moment, lunging forward to snatch the basketball. A pivotal steal. Walton, on the sidelines, clutched the back of his head in frustration. What he had believed to be a secure victory for the Lakers had taken a startling turn. The Clippers counterattacked. Wang Hao, positioned furthest from the ball at the baseline, could only watch helplessly. Ball brother sprinted back with every ounce of determination. One could only imagine the ire of the fans who despised LeVar Ball's antics if this blunder were to cost them the game. Ball brother dared not contemplate such a fate. However, since he was intercepted 2 steps beyond the three-point line, a turnover in that spot meant his teammates were ahead, rendering it nearly impossible to defend against an advancing opponent, who often found themselves with a clear path to the basket. The entire court saw 10 players sprinting toward the Lakers' half. Beverly surged ahead, already in the paint, preparing for a layup. In that moment, Lonzo Ball found himself in a precarious position. Unlike LeBron James, he lacked the towering ability to block shots with authority. Should he leap with all his might to contest the shot, the current distance between them could result in a potential 2-1 situation, which might turn the tide in favor of the Clippers. Yet, if he restrained himself to jump, he risked failing to provide effective interference. In a split second, Ball brother could only rely on instinct. With a resounding clap, his attempt to block the shot struck Beverly's wrist. Beep! The whistle blew foul. After being fouled, Beverly managed to release the ball, which soared erratically towards the upper rim of the backboard. The basketball spun as it struck the backboard, resulting in an oddly angled rebound that directed it towards the hoop. Could it be? A Lakers fan covered his mouth, as if foreseeing what was to come. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the descent of the ball. The sphere bounced precariously on the rim once, twice, thrice, before finally settling into the net. 2 points, with an additional free throw to follow. Beverly raised his arms triumphantly, striking a pose reminiscent of a bodybuilder to showcase his biceps. He unleashed a fervent roar towards Lonzo Ball, who could only feign ignorance and walk away in solitude. This could be the pivotal moment for a comeback. Beverly approached the free throw line. At this juncture, the Lakers fans in Staples Center erupted into a cacophony of boos. It remained ambiguous whether the jeers were directed at the audacious Beverly or at the error-prone Lonzo. Taking a deep breath amidst the overwhelming sound waves, Beverly confidently sank the free throw. With only 7 seconds remaining, the Lakers had no timeouts left. Walton, on the sidelines, was visibly anxious, perspiration beading on his forehead as he shouted something, but the players on the court could scarcely hear over the din. The game resumed. "Stay focused, Lonzo. It's not over yet." The seasoned Lopez called out motivational words to Lonzo while passing him the ball. Lonzo received the pass and swiftly advanced. He initially surveyed the matchups on the court, seeking an opportunity to exploit any mismatches during the transition from defense to offense. However, the Clippers' defense was remarkably organized and well-positioned, clearly having been meticulously strategized during the timeout. Each player faced their corresponding defender, with a few Clippers ready to assist at a moment's notice. Ingram was the focal point of attention, leaving him no chance to receive the ball. Just as Lonzo hesitated, a figure cut through the paint. None other than Wong Hao. "Pass it to me." He raised his right arm high, resolutely and decisively demanding the ball. However, the defender behind him, Lou Williams, was not easily shaken off and was hot on his heels. The Ball brother was still contemplating whether to pass, for Wong Hao's ball-handling offense was rather rare, both in games and in practice. Yet, with time slipping away and lacking confidence in his one-on-one against Beverly, he ultimately chose to entrust the ball to Wong Hao, sending it his way. Upon seeing the ball land in Wong Hao's hands, Beverly was inexplicably struck by a sense of foreboding. Perhaps it was the instinct of a top-tier defender, but he sensed that if Wong Hao were allowed to face Lou Williams one-on-one, the game could very well slip away. Thus, Beverly made a swift decision and rushed over to provide assistance. Indeed, the moment Wong Hao caught the ball, Lou Williams inexplicably lost his balance, staggering back 2 steps. A shooter with a perfect three-point shooting percentage was left unguarded just a meter in front of him. Meanwhile, Beverly exerted every ounce of effort, finally arriving just before Wong Hao took off for the shot. The entire crowd had risen to their feet, awaiting the climactic moment. Just as everyone anticipated Wong Hao's release, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. Wong Hao passed the ball. He did not shoot. Chapter 38. The curtain falls. Affirmation from the opponent. Pass. It was utterly astonishing that Wong Hao chose to pass the ball, as Ku Fan in the Tungshuan live broadcast room expressed his confusion. At the same moment, Smith shared the same bewilderment. Although Wong Hao had attempted only 4 shots from beyond the arc in this match, he maintained an astonishing 100% success rate. Had he chosen to shoot this time, he might have faced interference from Beverly. Yet with his current hot hand, the chances of scoring remained high. Surprisingly, he passed the ball to Lonzo Ball, who had been struggling with his performance today. On the court, Ball was equally astonished to receive Wong Hao's return pass. At that moment, Wong Hao had drawn all the defenders towards him, leaving Ball completely unguarded. With merely 1 second remaining, his teammates were all marked. There was no option but to shoot. Ball steadied himself, quickly bent his knees, and readied his awkward shot, though Beverly sprinted back with all his might, even shouting in an attempt to disrupt the shot, despite his previous mistakes that had plunged the team into a significant crisis. Despite having failed to score a single three-pointer in 7 long-range attempts throughout the game, despite the looming disaster should he miss this shot, which would brand him as the scapegoat for the season's opening defeat, Ball resolutely took the shot. Under the sonic assault from Beverly, he released the ball. The entire arena held its breath as the basketball spun through the air, the fleeting second stretching into eternity. Swish! The ball went in, the lights flashed, a buzzer beater. Roar! The Staples Center erupted. The season's first game, a city rivalry, a stunning undrafted player, and a game-winning second overall pick. The multitude of elements converged and erupted into cheers that threatened to lift the roof off the arena. Ball, overwhelmed with excitement, gazed skyward, pounding his chest as he looked towards the stands. Typically reserved and expressionless on the court, he had been constrained throughout this match. The pressure from Beverly and his critical mistakes in the fourth quarter fueled his determination to prove himself. Now he had succeeded. Once the tension was released, Ball immediately began searching for Wong Hao, once in the first half, and now again at the moment he most needed to validate himself. It was always Wong Hao who lent a hand, creating opportunities for him. Soon, Ball spotted Wong Hao. The two exchanged smiles, instinctively extending their right hands for a celebratory high five. "Well shot, brother," Wong Hao congratulated. "It was your perfect pass. Thank you." Ball sincerely expressed his gratitude. As they continued to converse, an ESPN reporter approached Ball, eager to interview the hero of the game-winning shot. Wong Hao waved his hand, gesturing for the player to proceed with the interview, and made his way towards the player tunnel. "Hey, Wong." Wong Hao, a clumsy pronunciation of Mandarin, reached him from behind. Upon turning, he was surprised to find it was Beverly. "Hey," Wong Hao replied graciously. "You played well," Beverly remarked with a smile, infused with an unexpected sense of admiration. Wang Hao questioned his own hearing. Just moments ago, he had been exchanging banter during the match due to a system task. How could it be? Could this person actually be experiencing some emotional connection? Wang Hao swiftly took a step back, his expression one of vigilance as he regarded the other person. Do not misunderstand, he stated. My words stem from my initial assessment of you as a player of limited prowess, merely fortunate in your circumstances. Beverly earnestly elaborated. In truth, you must have exerted considerable effort to transform from an undrafted player into a starter. Your performances on the court are undeniably genuine. In a certain sense, we all strive to dismantle the prejudices of others through our capabilities. Wang Hao, looking utterly bewildered, listened to Beverly's effusive compliments, feeling a hint of embarrassment. However, he found it somewhat peculiar that Beverly categorized him alongside herself. Thank you. You played quite well as well, he replied with a smile, embodying the adage of not striking a person who bears a smile. How about we exchange jerseys? Beverly proposed. Sure, Wang Hao acquiesced, under the spotlight of the reporters present. The two completed the jersey exchange. What an unusual turn of events. Wang Hao mused to himself as he made his way back to the locker room. After simply gathering a change of clothes, he headed toward the bathroom when Walton timely appeared, intercepting him. Wang Hao, you will join Lonzo for the post-game interview shortly. All right, Coach. Wang Hao nodded slightly. In this match, he had achieved 12 points, 3 assists, 2 rebounds, and an impressive 5 steals. Such comprehensive statistics for a rookie on their debut were already astonishing, not to mention his decisive performance at critical moments of the game. If there were to be an award for the best player of the match, Wang Hao would undoubtedly be a top contender. In the bathroom, he allowed the warm water to cascade from his shower head, letting his thoughts drift into his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the special task. A villain needs a villain. The cold metallic voice brought him a wave of joy, and he eagerly anticipated the rewards he might receive. Task details. 1. Dominate Beverly in the season opener. Completion rate 100. 2. Utter 3 trash-talking lines during the game. Completion rate 100. As the host had perfectly completed the tasks, a reward of 50 points would be granted. Chapter 39. Post-game interview. Mamba text message. 1. Dominate Beverly in the season opener. Completion rate 100, earning 500 exchange points. 2. Utter 3 trash-talking lines during the game. Completion rate 100, earning 100 exchange points. Due to the host's flawless task completion, an additional reward of 50 points would be granted. In total, the host earned 900 exchange points from this task. As the host had expertly utilized the Eye of the Emperor during the match, he achieved the milestone of 3 ankle-breaking plays in a single game. Furthermore, he had not committed any dribbling errors, earning a special reward, 1 to ball handling attributes. Additionally, due to hitting 3 consecutive three-pointers with a perfect shooting rate, he received another special reward, 1 to three-point shooting attributes. Special rewards. Wang Hao was elated and quickly summoned the attribute panel to check. Wang Hao height, 1. 98 meters weight, 90 kilograms wingspan, 2. 0.8 meters vertical leap, 70 centimeters approach jump, 80 centimeters strength, 55 speed, 58 endurance, 52 explosiveness, 53 ball control, 65 passing, 55 close shot, 56 mid-range, 56 three-point, 61, 100 deep three-point, 50 dunking, 50 stealing, 59, 99 blocking, 50 defense, 59, 80 backpack, green intervals super high arc, 3-point shot level 1. Deathly Embrace level 5, Eye of the Heavenly Emperor level 1, Butterfly Through Flowers level 3 redemption value, 2900 in the bathroom. Wang Hao nodded in satisfaction. These 2 attributes were of paramount importance to him, essential qualities for a guard in this era of small ball. Furthermore, this match revealed yet another method to enhance his abilities, achieving accomplishments to augment his attributes. By skillfully utilizing his abilities to garner commendable statistics, he could attain the corresponding achievements, akin to the gameplay he often indulged in during his previous life with 2K. He decided to continue accumulating redemption value, aiming to upgrade his super high arc 3-point shot as swiftly as possible. With his thoughts organized, Wang Hao quickly dried his hair, donned casual attire, and prepared to attend the press conference. The Lakers' press conference was perpetually packed to capacity. Various cameras, both long and short, were positioned, as reporters from numerous nations awaited the arrival of the coach and players. As Wang Hao and his companions made their entrance, the reporters erupted in playful cheers and applause. Walton, embodying grace, waved in acknowledgement and joined in the clapping, creating an atmosphere that was momentarily electric. as soon as they took their seats. The first eager journalist could hardly contain himself and began to pose a question. Hello, Wang Hao. I am Bruna from T Television. Today, you showcased remarkable defensive prowess against the Thunder, achieving 5 steals. Many fans believe you are the cornerstone of the Lakers' defense. What are your thoughts on this? Upon hearing this question, Walton furrowed his brow, realizing the potential pitfall for the young player. Although the question seemed complimentary at first, a poorly crafted response from Wang Hao could easily stir discontent among his teammates. Just as Walton intended to offer a word of caution, Wang Hao calmly began his response. This is all part of the game. There's no need for such a fuss, he jested. However, I can confidently make those steals because I trust that my teammates will cover for me if I falter, he added. A splendid, seamless reply. Walton silently applauded Wang Hao's composure. Hello, Wang Hao. I am Reno from ESPN. In the final moments of today's game, you had the opportunity to take the last shot, yet you opted to pass. Was it due to uncertainty about making the winning basket, or because your teammate was in a better position? Neither, Wang Hao replied coolly. It was because Lonzo needed that moment. I believe in his ability to make that shot. At this juncture, Wang Hao discerned that the reporters, even after a significant victory, were intent on conjuring negative narratives, evidently still struggling to accept him as a newcomer from China. Walton noticed this as well. Despite Wang Hao's commendable responses, he decided to take over the microphone to shield him from further sensitive inquiries. The journalists, finding no opportunities, shifted their focus to Lonzo Ball, who had clinched the game with a last-minute shot. Once the press conference concluded, the team held a brief summary meeting before dispersing, granting the players a day off. In 2 days, they would return to their home court to face the similarly youthful Suns. That evening, Wang Hao, hitching a ride with Ball, returned to his apartment. As a starting player for a prestigious team, it was surprising that he did not yet own a personal vehicle, a fact that astonished Ball. Wang Hao felt a twinge of embarrassment. In ancient times, there was the story of Giannis running to the arena. Now, there was Wang Hao hitching a ride home, which could certainly be considered a curious anecdote. Once, Giannis had to take a taxi to the bank to send money home, but after completing the transaction, he realized he lacked sufficient funds for the fare back. With the game looming that day, he had no choice but to run to the arena. After a mile, he was recognized by a fan who kindly offered him a lift to the Bucks Stadium. Tomorrow, I have some free time. Perhaps I should purchase a vehicle. Without hesitation, Wang Hao immediately began searching for suitable models on his phone. As he scrolled, a text message suddenly popped up. Upon opening it, he was astonished to find it was a message from Kobe. Congratulations, young man. I watched the game, and I truly admire your defensive skills. Wang Hao smiled knowingly. Ever since winning the wager against the Magician in that preseason match, he began to engage in sporadic conversations with Kobe. The dialogues were rather uncomplicated. They commenced with expressions of admiration, followed by discussions of his training regimen and inquiries regarding challenges faced during practice. Kobe, devoid of any pretense, responded to every question, and gradually, a camaraderie blossomed between them. Prior to the game against the Clippers, Kobe even offered him several pieces of advice. It turned out that those suggestions were remarkably effective. Wang Hao promptly responded, initially humbly accepting the praise, and then expressing his desire to share a dinner as a token of gratitude. Chapter 40. Acquiring a supercar. Farewell to Billy. Wang Hao promptly replied, initially humbly accepting the compliment, and then expressed his desire to share a dinner as a token of gratitude. Kobe readily agreed, and the two quickly arranged a time and place. After concluding their conversation, Wang Hao, lying in bed, was suddenly engulfed by a surreal sensation. In just a brief span of half a month, he had ascended to become a starter for the Lakers, and soon he would dine with Kobe. These were all aspirations he had cherished in his previous life, and now they had materialized with such ease. In this lifetime, he vowed to make a name for himself in the NBA. Wang Hao murmured to himself. Early the next morning, Wang Hao set out with a straightforward goal for the day, to purchase a car. Luxurious vehicles and beautiful companions have long been the hallmark of successful men. As for the latter, he deemed it an unnecessary distraction for the time being. A splendid automobile was far more pragmatic for Wang Hao at this juncture. In his past life, he had yearned to own a supercar, yet financial constraints had thwarted his dreams. Now, with a bounty of $7 million from the system's rewards, he was poised to fulfill his long-held wish by purchasing a car outright. The previous night, Wang Hao had conducted considerable research, and the upscale dealership he had chosen was one he had carefully selected, boasting an array of supercars that were available for immediate acquisition. Upon entering, the first sight that captivated his attention was not a particular supercar, but rather a familiar figure. With her distinctive green hair and alluring physique, adorned in an oversized fashion. It took but a fleeting glance for Wang Hao to recognize the enchanting lady before him. Feeling the gaze upon her, the woman turned, revealing a delicately disdainful expression that met Wang Hao's eyes. It was Billy. "Hello." Wang Hao greeted her with a warm smile as he approached. Today, Wang Hao's attire exudes a sense of effortless casualness. He donned a simple black t-shirt paired with form-fitting distressed jeans, complemented by a Cuban link chain, and stepped out in a classic pair of white Air Force Ones, embodying a clean and minimalistic style. However, the simplicity of his outfit, combined with his chiseled features and remarkable height, creates a striking impression. Interestingly, as he was about to leave his home in the morning, he initially intended to wear a pair of Vans sneakers. Yet, as he slipped into his shoes, a whimsical thought crossed his mind. Recalling the widely circulated words of Billie Eilish, "Whenever I see someone in Vans, I can't help but wonder if that person is Wu Qian." Wang Hao was acutely aware of his modest resources, and, realizing the shoes he wore were ill-suited for the occasion, promptly exchanged them for another pair. "Oh, is that not a renowned superstar?" he mused, a chance encounter indeed. Billy recognized Wang Hao and playfully remarked on his presence. Although they had only met once before, she held a favorable impression of him, particularly after trying out a suggestion he had made during their previous conversation. To her astonishment, that advice aligned perfectly with the musical essence she had long sought, endowing Wang Hao with a sense of kinship in her eyes. Indeed, quite a coincidence. Wang Hao replied without a hint of modesty, embracing her playful acknowledgement. Billy couldn't help but chuckle at his unabashed response. This inadvertent humor made her interactions with Wang Hao feel refreshingly effortless. "Here to purchase a car?" she inquired. "Yes, I'm looking to acquire a vehicle for transportation." "Are you in the market for one as well?" Wang Hao responded. "Not quite. I'm here for a touch-up after scraping my car while reversing," Billy candidly replied. "By the way, cars here are rather pricey. If you're short on funds, you might consider borrowing from your sister." Having seen footage of Wang Hao alongside Irving online, Billy had researched him and was aware he had recently signed a contract and likely hadn't received his salary yet, meaning his finances were somewhat limited. The dealership predominantly featured luxury vehicles like Ferraris and Maseratis. "Haha, thank you, but I should manage on my own. I'll take a look at the cars and catch you later," Wang Hao said, waving goodbye to Billy. Wang Hao wasn't particularly knowledgeable about cars. To him, selecting a vehicle was akin to choosing a romantic partner, driven by two primary criteria: aesthetics and performance. After a brief perusal, a sleek, all-black Lamborghini LP 700-4 caught his eye. Its perfect aerodynamic silhouette and extensive hexagonal design exuded a fierce beauty and an aura of raw power. At first glance, Wang Hao felt an irresistible attraction toward it. Upon further inquiry, he learned that the LP 700-4 could accelerate from 0 to 100 km per hour in a mere 2.9 seconds, reaching a top speed of 350 km/h, a veritable beast of steel. With both visual appeal and performance in abundance, he glanced at the price tag: $1.58 million. Considering his savings of over $2 million, he felt confident in making the purchase. Thus, in less than 10 minutes, Wang Hao completed the entire process from test driving to payment. After settling the payment and signing the contract, he merely needed to wait for the dealership to finalize the paperwork before he could drive away with his new vehicle. As Billy approached, she happened to witness Wang Hao concluding the contract, receiving his bank car for a respectfully attentive saleswoman. This scene took even a star of her stature by surprise. Having just retrieved her own car, she had come to see what Wang Hao had chosen, her mind briefly conjuring images of him meticulously selecting a vehicle due to financial constraints. Little did she expect that he had already completed his purchase, and the car he chose was undeniably of significant value. Who would have thought? "You're quite the affluent heir," she mused silently. Billy examined Wang Hao from head to toe, her gaze tinged with surprise. He was not a scion of wealth, merely a fortunate individual who had earned some money. Wang Hao offered a smile in response. Billy did not contradict him, yet the playful smirk on her face clearly conveyed her disbelief. After all, as a rising star in the music industry, even she would need to meticulously select and compare options before spending such a substantial amount on a car. How could Wang Hao have managed to do so with such effortless ease in such a short span of time? As they conversed, the two exited the car dealership. At this point, Billy had donned a mask and lowered the brim of her hat, concealing her petite face almost entirely, leaving only her pair of expressive eyes visible. Walking side by side, Wang Hao turned his head and found himself captivated by Billy's sparkling gaze. It could be said that the essence of her uniquely beautiful, world-weary visage resided within her eyes. In moments of quiet, they exuded an air of untamed spirit and extraordinary grace. Yet when she smiled, they radiated a sense of carefree mischief and playful irony. Wang Hao distinctly remembered that Billy's unique charm captivated countless admirers. In 2021, Billy graced the pages of the renowned fashion magazine Vogue with a series of vintage-inspired photo shoots. On the day of its release, the Vogue website astonishingly surpassed 1 million visits within a single day, setting a record for the highest single-day traffic in its history. Among these, the cover photo garnered over 1 million likes within just 6 minutes of its public debut, establishing the fastest record for reaching 1 million likes in 2021. Ultimately, the total likes exceeded 16 million, making it the most liked cover in Vogue's history. Furthermore, the 4 accompanying posts related to this photo shoot also ranked among the top 20 in historical likes on Instagram. It can be said that Billy emerged as a true global sensation in 2021. "Are you enchanted by my sister's beauty?" Billy teased as she noticed Wang Hao lost in admiration. "Ha!" Wang Hao snapped back to reality, chuckling awkwardly. What was wrong with him? Had he been away from such a lure for too long that he became entranced? "By the way, I have officially signed with the Lakers now, and I'm a starter. If you have some free time, you could come watch a game." Wang Hao swiftly changed the subject to ease the awkwardness. "I might consider it, but depend on my schedule. Please send me your availability." Billy did not refuse nor immediately agree, as she needed to check her calendar. "All right, we can discuss it later." Wang Hao understood that haste makes waste, and the fact that she did not outright decline was a promising beginning. After walking together for a while longer, they waved goodbye. In the afternoon, Wang Hao drove his new car to the training facility. Chapter 41. Igniting Public Opinion. Is Wang Hao becoming popular? Wang Hao planned to focus on strength training, specifically weightlifting, that afternoon. He initially thought that during the brief holiday, none of his teammates would be training, but upon arriving at the gym, he was surprised to find several familiar faces. Ingram was practicing offensive techniques, while Randall was training low post moves with the assistance of Coach Handy. Both were well-known gym rats. For instance, Ingram once faced the wrath of Walton for overextending his practice hours. His relentless training was a key factor in his evolution from being labeled a draft bust to becoming an all-star, and Randall's journey mirrored this narrative. As he ventured further into the gym, Wang Hao found Lonzo already drenched in sweat from his workout. Lunzu, ban oata. You're here too." The young man set aside his equipment and lifted his shirt to wipe the sweat from his brow. Thus, the two engaged in light conversation while diligently lifting weights. Perhaps due to their similar ages and the context of their recent match, they quickly became acquainted. The young man gradually opened up, sharing with Wang how the experience of having a father who relentlessly creates adversaries, a man whose words often provoke. "He brought me much attention. Throughout my life on the basketball court, I have always been a protagonist or one of the leading figures. For this, I am deeply grateful, as it compels me to hold myself to higher standards." However, the flip side of the coin is that many people begin to harbor disdain for a player who, without having achieved any accolades, is exalted to the heavens. The young man remarked with a wry smile. In his previous life, Wang Hao was an ardent fan of the Lakers, and he could deeply empathize with the struggles of his team, particularly due to some of LeVar Ball's exceedingly absurd remarks. LeVar first captured public attention with his comments regarding Michael Jordan, famously stating during an interview that, if he were to return to his prime, he could effortlessly dominate Jordan in a one-on-one match. He believed himself to be significantly stronger than Jordan, claiming he could overpower him in the paint. Such statements ignited a firestorm within the basketball community, both domestically and internationally. It is essential to remember that Jordan is revered as the god of basketball, the GOAT of the NBA, whereas LeVar has never played in the league. His contributions to the NCAA were meager, averaging a paltry 2 points and 3 rebounds per game. If LeVar merely boasted about his own abilities, it would be one thing. However, he also made extravagant claims about his son, Lonzo Ball, leaving no room for doubt. He proclaimed his son to be an enhanced version of Magic Johnson. In a recent interview, he audaciously asserted that Lonzo is far superior to Stephen Curry, stating that if Curry were placed at UCLA, his performance would pale in comparison to that of Lonzo. Conversely, if Lonzo were on the Warriors, the team would undoubtedly be much stronger. Emphasizing Curry's slight stature and asserting that he would not stand a chance against Lonzo in a one-on-one situation. It is worth noting that Curry is currently at the pinnacle of his career, holding 2 consecutive MVP awards and 2 championships, undeniably ranking among the top 3 players in the league. Following LeVar's series of statements, Lonzo garnered immense attention and a multitude of fans, yet he also faced countless criticisms, such as those from Patrick Beverley. On the bright side, Wang Hao mused, "You have at least become a household name in the basketball world. Many players have toiled for years in the NBA without attaining your level of fame." This sentiment held a kernel of truth. Speaking of which, you are now the focal point of widespread discussion online. Many see you as the second Lin Crazy, with countless discussions circulating about you. Lonzo chuckled in response. "Is that true?" Wang Hao inquired, somewhat skeptical, as he had been preoccupied with other matters after the game and had not paid much attention to social media. As he spoke, Wang Hao paused his actions and retrieved his phone. Firstly, he discovered that his follower count had skyrocketed to an impressive 5 million, a milestone befitting an ordinary star athlete. Furthermore, he noticed 3 trending searches directly associated with him. Wang Hao assists ball for the game winner, and the new generation of Lin Crazy. Wang Hao rubbed the back of his head, astonished at the fervor surrounding him. He then opened Hupu, the largest basketball forum in China. To his surprise, the threads regarding him were flooding the platform. Discussions ranged from rational debates about whether Wang Hao could become the Lakers' future cornerstone in their championship pursuits, to the assertion that his defensive highlights in the preseason were even more captivating than his offensive plays. Queries arose about who would prevail in a one-on-one showdown between Wang Hao and the formidable Black Bear. Wang Hao casually clicked on a trending post titled, "From 0 to 1, a comprehensive review of Wang Hao's turbulent basketball journey." The article narrates his evolution from a youthful prodigy to a life-altering family crisis that led him overseas, from being an overlooked, undrafted player to becoming the starting point guard for the Lakers. I dedicated several hours meticulously compiling the chronicles of Hao's basketball odyssey from childhood to adulthood. The content is rather extensive, so I urge you to be patient and read it at your leisure. I believe that upon finishing, you will gain a deeper appreciation for the arduous circumstances that have shaped Hao's current situation. Wang Hao is filled with enthusiasm. After his traversal, some of his more distant memories had become exceedingly vague. However, as he continued to observe, his expression gradually transformed. Did I truly possess such a tumultuous array of stories in the past? And what is the story with this celebrity? I have absolutely no recollection of her. Furthermore, the struggles of my academic journey seem rather dismal. Wang Hao found himself repulsed by overly sentimental content, his skin crawling in response. As he scrolled down, he encountered a plethora of comments, such as, "The Lakers are the champions," and "Brother Hao, you are eternal." While others urged him to focus on physical training, he felt a pang of sympathy for his brother. "All right, it seems I have indeed ignited some fervor." Wang Hao, feeling a mix of emotions, was unsure whether to be pleased or dismayed. Chapter 42, Battling the Suns. Wang Hao confronts new challenges. Time swiftly passed, marking the second game day of the Lakers season. This evening, they would host the young Phoenix Suns at their home court. Thanks to Wang Hao, Tencent Sports would broadcast the match live, freely available for Chinese fans to enjoy. Greetings, everyone. Welcome to the NBA coverage brought to you by Tencent Sports. I'm your host, Wang Zixing. Today, we're joined by the esteemed Su Kun to watch the game together. "Hello, I am Su Kun." Wang Zixing inquired, "What are your thoughts on this match, Mr. Su?" From a personnel standpoint, both teams appear evenly matched. The Lakers do not lag behind. However, Wang Hao is likely to face significant challenges. Su Kun replied, "I have just received the starting lineup from the venue." The Lakers maintain the same lineup as the last game. Ball and Wang Hao in the backcourt, supported by Ingram, Randall, and Lopez in the frontcourt. The Suns, on the other hand, feature the formidable backcourt duo of Bledsoe and Booker, with TJ Warren and Josh Jackson on the wings, and veteran Tyson Chandler at center. Wang Zixing elaborated, "Bledsoe and Booker are both formidable talents. Regardless of whom Wang Hao faces, it will not be an easy task." Remarked. Indeed, the game is about to commence. Let us eagerly anticipate Wang Hao and the Lakers' performance. In the arena, Wang Hao had completed his warm-up, awaiting the start of the match. Just before taking the court, the system's metallic prompt sounded. Ding! The system task is announced. A tribute to legends. Legends never die. They merely grow old. Youngster, pay homage to those illustrious veterans. Task details. 1. Achieve a 100 shooting accuracy with Yao Ming's response, scoring over 19 points. Reward. 500 exchange points. 2. Execute a confident shot, like arenas, celebrating without looking at the result, while ensuring the ball goes in. Reward. 200 exchange points. Note, the host may pay tribute to other legends, with the system providing additional rewards based on similarity. The rewards for this match were indeed substantial. If accomplished flawlessly, the rewards would exceed 1,000 points. Wang Hao felt a surge of excitement. He recalled the significance of these tasks. The first referenced the legendary Charles Barkley's remark during a broadcast. If Yao Ming scores 19 points in a single game of his career, I will kiss Kenny Smith's backside. Yao Ming's response came during that match, where he played merely 23 minutes, yet achieved an impeccable record of 9 attempts with 9 successes, alongside 2 free throws, resulting in a flawless shooting percentage of 100. He garnered 20 points, surpassing 19 by a single point. The second task revolves around the legendary Gilbert Arenas of the Wizards. In a memorable game against the Jazz, the two teams remained tied until the final moments. In a critical moment, Arenas faced off against Darren Williams, executing a pull-up three-pointer from beyond the arc. Even before the ball had truly found its way into the basket, Arenas had already raised his arms in celebration. As he lifted his hands, the ball swished through the net, coinciding perfectly with the sound of the final buzzer, sealing a dramatic 114-111 victory over the Jazz. His exuberance and preemptive celebration have since become one of the most iconic moments in NBA history. The second task did not specifically demand a game-winning shot. Thus, the difficulty is relatively manageable, as it merely requires skill. The challenge lies primarily in the first task. Achieving a flawless shooting percentage while scoring such a substantial number of points is indeed a formidable endeavor with my current offensive skills. Wang Hao began to contemplate how to accomplish this goal. As the match was about to commence, both teams took to the court, preparing for the jump ball. Prior to entering the game, Wang Hao deliberately donned a white arm sleeve, a tribute to Kobe Bryant. In this new generation of players, few opt for such long arm sleeves, whereas during the era of the 4 great guards, it was commonplace for each player to sport one. As the referee tossed the ball high into the air, the game officially commenced. Chandler won the jump ball, and the Suns initiated their offense. In this match, Wang Hao's defensive assignment was Devin Booker, a formidable player who once scored 70 points in a single game. Presently, Booker possesses exceptional scoring ability, though he still exhibits some immaturity in terms of stability and emotional control. Nevertheless, he is undoubtedly a scoring guard of all-star caliber. Currently, apart from Kyrie Irving, he stands as the most formidable opponent Wang Hao has faced. Of course, the matchup against Irving was not in a formal setting, which doesn't count, remarked Prince Shing. Indeed, and the opponent's height and weight are certainly comparable, with speed and explosiveness likely surpassing Wang Hao's, Su Kun added with a tone of concern. Yet we are well aware of Wang Hao's defensive prowess. He will certainly not allow Booker to score easily. This is bound to be a fiercely competitive match. What Prince Shing has said is not without merit. As Wang Hao and Booker faced each other for the first time, a verbal skirmish ensued. "Rookie, you can't guard me," Booker declared, lowering his center of gravity in anticipation of receiving the ball, all the while keeping his mouth busy. "You'll find out soon enough," Wang Hao replied coolly. In no time, Booker maneuvered off a screen, darting to the three-point line to receive the pass, while Wang Hao swiftly positioned himself to defend. "Come on," Wang Hao shouted, understanding the significance of this initial confrontation. He intended to take the initiative, for the rationale was simple. Unlike previous opponents, Booker was the offensive linchpin for the Suns, typically attempting around 20 shots per game. Meanwhile, Wang Hao had only 5 opportunities for relentless defense in a match. What about the other moments? Given his current defensive prowess, he could hardly contain his opponent. The only viable strategy was to establish intimidation from the outset, thereby diminishing Booker's offensive eagerness. Being an ardent fan of the Mamba mentality, Booker was not one to back down from provocation. After signaling his teammates to spread out, he held the ball with both hands, adopting a triple threat stance, and executed several rapid feints. Booker's movements were swift and fierce, each step seeming to hint at a genuine drive to the basket. Under the barrage of his fakes, Wang Hao's balance inevitably wavered. In a flash, seizing upon Wang Hao's instability, Booker opted for a pull-up jumper. However, at the very moment he lifted his hand, snap! The crisp sound of a clean steel echoed. With precision akin to a surgeon's scalpel, Wang Hao intercepted the ball just as Booker was airborne, his legs still elevated. "What a steal!" Su Kun exclaimed, exhilarated by the display of skill. Wang Haoshuan seized the descending basketball with finesse. The Lakers launched a counterattack. As the steal occurred near the three-point line, there was no one in front of Wang Haoshuan at that moment. Wang Hao sprinted over long distances, while Bledsoe desperately pursued him, but alas, it was too late. Bang. Wang Hao executed a stunning one-handed dunk, marking the score at 2-0, as the Lakers seized the initial advantage. Chapter 43. A surge at the end of the quarter. Wang Hao versus Booker. This was Wang Hao's formidable display of strength. In the clash of two teams, momentum holds immense significance. By employing a relentless grip right from the outset, Wang Hao aimed to gain a psychological edge in their confrontation. However, Booker appeared unfazed by Wang Hao's defensive prowess. He merely raised his hand to signal his teammates before re-engaging in the offensive, seemingly unaffected in his demeanor. Wang Hao returned to his defensive position, and the two faced off once more. Not bad. Let's do it again, Booker said earnestly. Wang Hao was somewhat taken aback. Yet upon gazing into Booker's fervent and competitive eyes, he instantly comprehended that this night was destined to be anything but ordinary. In this offensive play, Booker opted not to engage in a one-on-one dribble, but instead sought to create a shooting opportunity through his movement. Wang Hao diligently pursued his opponent from behind. Yet, due to a disadvantage in speed and the cover provided by his adversary, he ultimately fell behind by a step in the final 24 seconds. Randall promptly provided assistance on defense. After receiving the ball at a 45-degree angle, Booker executed a half-turn and launched a shot while leaning back. Randall leaped with all his might, but inadvertently infringed upon Booker's cylinder as he descended. With a swift swoosh, the 2 points were secured, along with an additional free throw. The Suns led by a single point, 2-3. Although the opponent succeeded in a 2-1 play, Wang Hao remained emotionally unperturbed. If Booker could maintain composure, so could he. As the play transitioned to offense, the Lakers took their turn. This young Suns team was distinctly characterized by its potent offense and relatively weak defense. The team's core player, Booker, showcased decent one-on-one defensive capabilities. However, his overly aggressive defensive maneuvers often led to fouls, and he frequently lost focus during off-ball defense. His backcourt partner, Bledsoe, despite having once been recognized as a member of the all-defensive first team, was hampered by his height and often displayed lapses in intensity. When unable to exert physical pressure on opponents, his defensive prowess was rather average. Coincidentally, Wang Hao and Lonzo Ball, as a backcourt duo, did not rely on a brute force offensive strategy. Wang Hao maneuvered near the baseline while Ball brother orchestrated the offense from the center. Standing at a modest height of 1.8 meters, Bledsoe found himself at a disadvantage against Ball brother, who had just faced the relentless Beverly. Wang Hao executed a sudden stop-and-start move, skillfully utilizing Lopez's screen to evade his defender, leaving Booker far behind. Just as Wang Hao was poised to seize an open shot, Chandler was compelled to rush in for a defensive intervention. At that moment, the paint became a duel between Lopez and Booker, and without hesitation, Wang Hao delivered a high lob pass into the paint. Lopez swiftly turned, executing a delicate hook shot with his right hand to score. Following the basket, Lopez pointed towards Wang Hao in a gesture of gratitude. The ensuing sequence transformed into a fierce offensive exchange between the two teams. For the Suns, Wang Hao's reluctance to employ his skills made it challenging to contain Booker, resulting in several impressive plays on the offensive end. Meanwhile, on the Lakers' side, Ball brother appeared rejuvenated, consistently sinking three-pointers against Bledsoe's defense. With 3 minutes remaining in the first quarter, the Lakers held a narrow 3-point lead over the Suns. At this juncture, both teams began substituting their starting players. Yet Wang Hao and Booker remained on the court, continuing their matchup. Wang Hao contemplated that the substitute lineup of the Suns exhibited a notably weaker defense. If they exerted themselves during this crucial period, it was highly probable that they could generate a minor surge, widening the score gap and establishing an initial advantage. Thus, when Booker once again possessed the ball and prepared to launch an attack, he noticed a shift in Wang Hao's expression. "Hey, what's up, brother? Are you getting anxious just because I might score a few?" Booker's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Even if you're anxious, it won't matter. Basketball is not a game where merely being eager guarantees victory." Wang Hao ceased his verbal exchanges, grounding himself and adopting a quintessential defensive posture. Booker raised his hand, calling out a pick-and-roll strategy, and Bender promptly scampered out to provide him with a screen. However, the quality of this screen was rather mediocre, failing to fully obstruct Wang Hao's movements. With a decisive stride, Wang Hao maneuvered past the screen, closely shadowing Booker. It is important to note that when the opponent completely obstructs him with their body, Wang Hao is unable to execute his signature move, the death grip. Thus, it is not merely a matter of Wang Hao being able to intercept the ball from his adversary at any given moment. He too must await the opportune moment. And now, that moment has arrived. Booker finds himself near the free throw line, leaning against Wang Hao with his back and hips, surveying the Lakers' interior defense. The Lakers center, Zubac, a somewhat sluggish European big man, hesitates between rushing out to double-team Booker or retreating to fortify the paint. What an opportunity! Booker keenly perceives the hesitation of his opponent and promptly takes a step forward to the right, ready to receive the ball for a shot. However, unexpectedly, the Asian youth who seemed firmly entrenched behind him suddenly sprang into action. With a burst of speed, Wang Hao dashed out from Booker's left side. His right hand shot out like a razor, sweeping from left to right, aimed directly at the basketball in Booker's grasp. A gasp of astonishment arose from some fans in the audience. At this moment, Wang Hao charged fiercely towards Booker. If the latter had reacted in time, a mere leap forward and an elevation of his hands could have resulted in a defensive foul. However, Wang Hao's steal was executed with such precision and swiftness. He afforded Booker no opportunity to respond, deftly weaving in front of him and snatching the ball away. Once again, the notorious entanglement of Wang Hao was on display. This steal bore an uncanny resemblance to Leonard's signature moves. In the Tangshuan live broadcast room, Ke fan erupted with excitement. The Lakers launched a counterattack. Within a single quarter, Booker had been directly stripped of the ball by Wang Hao in one-on-one encounters twice, naturally inciting his determined pursuit. Wang Hao dribbled the ball with fervor, advancing towards the three-point arc in the Suns' half. Due to his speed, Booker had already caught up, positioning himself defensively on the three-point line. "You cannot guard me," Wang Hao remarked nonchalantly, echoing the words Booker had uttered at the outset of the game. Now, Wang Hao returned the phrase with a sense of irony. "How amusing." Booker scoffed, having just witnessed Wang Hao's dribbling prowess during the preceding play. To be candid, his ball-handling skills were merely at the level of an NBA benchwarmer. Did he truly believe he could take him on one-on-one? Suddenly, as Booker, brimming with confidence and ready to defend, lowered his center of gravity, he felt a sharp pain in his ankle, causing his body to lose balance and tumble backward. A Klebe eek! The crowd erupted in astonishment. Chapter 44. The Resurgence of Old-School Basketball. A Klebe eek! The audience gasped collectively, perhaps influenced by his skills. Every time Wang Hao utilized the eye of the Heavenly Emperor, his expression mirrored that of Seijiro Shinzo from the anime, both defiant and icy. He cast a glance at Booker, who lay on the ground, and with composure, he took his shot. Swish! The three-pointer found nothing but net, placing the Lakers ahead 29-23 with a 6-point lead, while Wang Hao, having made both of his attempts, accumulated 5 points. At this moment, the Staples Center erupted with excitement. The Lakers bench, including lively figures like Kuzma and Hart, exaggeratedly mimicked Booker's fall. Ignoring the sharp sting in his ankle, Booker sprang to his feet, casting a fierce glare in Wang Hao's direction. Since entering the league, he had never experienced such a humiliating moment. Wang Hao paid no heed to the adversarial glares of his opponent, calmly returning to his team's half of the court. He understood that as a disciple of Kobe, and one who deemed himself a bearer of the Mamba mentality, Booker would undoubtedly seek to reclaim his pride in the ensuing possession. True to form, during the Suns' offensive play, Booker swiftly positioned himself in the low post, eagerly awaiting the ball. The moment their eyes met, a fierce contest ensued. They jostled for position, each refusing to yield an inch, their bodies entwined in a battle of wills. With a resounding thud, Booker met Wang Hao's defensive stance with unyielding force. Engaging in a vigorous physical confrontation, Wang Hao let out a muffled groan upon being struck, and at that moment, his displeasure became evident. Bang! Wang Hao forcefully retaliated. The referee's whistle sounded, signaling a defensive foul by Wang Hao. This left him quite displeased. Is it permissible for the officials to act with impunity while the commoners are restrained? While it's true that Booker is indeed a rising star, such biased officiating should not be tolerated. As Wang Hao was about to approach the referee to voice his concerns, his teammate, Sun Won, Booker, dashed forward first. "Referee, this is a legitimate physical contest. There is no need to call a foul," Booker asserted earnestly. The referee paused momentarily before raising his right hand to signal Booker to step back. The decision remained unchanged. Yet, this action amused Wang Hao, who thought to himself, "This kid is quite straightforward. He indeed possesses a certain charm." It brought to mind a memory of Kobe Bryant representing the United States in the America's Cup. During a match against Brazil, he felt the referee's calls were overly meticulous, stifling the game's passion. Consequently, while defending a Brazilian player, he encouraged the defender to maintain their intensity and exert themselves further. The referee, unable to tolerate this, called a foul on the Brazilian player, prompting Kobe to immediately confront the referee, asserting that it had been a commendable defense. That physical exchange had a nostalgic feel of old-school basketball, but alas, the referee did not share the sentiment, commented Ke fan from the commentary booth. The game continued. The Suns executed an inbound pass, and Wang Hao maintained his vigilant focus on Booker. Booker opted for a low-post isolation. He matched Wang Hao in height, but had a slight advantage in weight and a longer wingspan. However, this was insufficient for him to overpower Wang Hao physically. Instead, Booker relied on his exquisite skills. He held the ball at chest level, using his back to gauge the position and movements of the defender behind him. Then, he lowered his center of gravity, attempting to drive towards the paint. Throughout the progression, he frequently executed convincing shoulder fakes, each shoulder dip suggesting a potential turn and cut. At this moment, Wang Hao hesitated to take action, as he could not ascertain Booker's next move. In such a scenario, recklessly employing the death grip would not only fail to secure a steal, but could also result in being easily bypassed. Moreover, Wang Hao was left with merely 3 opportunities to utilize the death grip. He reminded himself to remain calm and to patiently await the right moment. Regardless of the numerous feints Booker might execute, he would ultimately have to make a shot. In a moment of swift decision-making, Wang Hao resolved. The instant the ball is exposed, he would employ his skills to intercept it. Booker had advanced close to the 3-second area. Any further penetration would render him susceptible to interference from the Lakers' interior defense. Consequently, he executed an even more pronounced feint with his right shoulder, followed by a significant lateral step, instantly creating a 2-body distance from Wang Hao. Booker's movements were exquisite, this feint completely eluding Wang Hao's defense, and he prepared for a jump shot. Just as Wang Hao surged forward at the moment Booker was about to catch and leap for the shot, he deftly swiped the ball away. Wang Hao adeptly defended the opposing team's core player twice in succession, successfully executing a steal. The Lakers launched a counterattack. Wang Hao, embarking on a solitary quest, surged towards the opponent's basket. On the Suns' side, the power forward Bender, who had just taken position beyond the 3-point line, became the final bastion of defense. He swiftly retreated, positioning himself firmly in front of Wang Hao. Meanwhile, the flustered Booker, having committed a turnover, hastened to Wang Hao's rear, poised to provide assistance. Confronted with the dual threat, Wang Hao's mind raced with possibilities. Employing the eye of the Heavenly Emperor at this moment could easily deceive Bender, yet Booker would be right there to counter, leaving Wang Hao devoid of an open shot. Such a scenario would result in a squandered opportunity to utilize his skill. Conversely, if he were to halt his advance now, his teammates had yet to catch up, and the encirclement could lead to a potential steal or a jump ball. Then it struck him. He had another skill at his disposal that might yield unexpected results. With this thought in mind, Wang Hao charged towards Bender. Chapter 45. Even the protagonist of a novel would not dare to write this. Wang Hao, struck by a flash of inspiration, recalled a technique he had yet to employ since mastering it, the butterfly dance through flowers. This skill boasted a mere 10% chance of confounding his opponent. Yet Wang Hao deemed it worth a try. He initiated the maneuver with a deft dribble between his legs, transferring the ball to his left hand before swiftly returning it to his right. Bender, with his elevated center of gravity, maintained a series of small, measured steps in defense, remaining unfazed by Wang Hao's subtle feint. Wang Hao's movements showed no signs of hesitation. After returning the ball to his right hand, he suddenly lowered his center of gravity, immediately executing a powerful crossover dribble to the left. This maneuver was executed with considerably more intensity and range than his initial attempt. It appeared he was truly committed this time. Bender reacted swiftly, shifting laterally to counter. Yet, to his surprise, Wang Hao swiftly returned the ball. "Killer crossover," exclaimed a knowledgeable fan in the crowd. This was the signature move of NBA legend Tim Hardaway, a quick crossover dribble that often left opponents unable to react in time. With a mere 10% chance, Wang Hao successfully faked out Bender. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Wang Hao dribbled to the right, creating distance between himself and his adversary, all while positioning himself beyond the 3-point line. Observing his teammates' misalignment, Booker rushed forward to provide assistance, inadvertently obstructing Bender's path to recover. The moment of opportunity had arrived. A surge of joy coursed through Wang Hao as he seized the fleeting moment when 2 Suns players aligned perfectly. Activating the eye of the Heavenly Emperor, he perceived Booker's movements as though they were unfolding in slow motion. Every subtle gesture, every shift in balance, was laid bare before his keen gaze. With a slight sway of his body, Booker fell once more. To add to the spectacle, his collapse inadvertently knocked down Bender behind him, who, struck in the calf, also crumpled to the ground in pain. One deft maneuver had toppled 2 players. The arena erupted into a frenzy. Fans could scarcely believe their eyes. A rookie, freshly emerged from obscurity, had managed to outmaneuver the all-star Booker not once, but repeatedly within the span of a single minute. Such an occurrence was utterly inconceivable. A profound humiliation. After Wang Hao effortlessly toppled his opponent, he calmly retrieved the ball, even pausing momentarily for the struggling Booker to rise. He then launched a three-point shot, sending the ball soaring in a high arc that seemed to reach for the shot clock itself. A photographer, seated beneath the basket, strained to elevate his lens, eager to capture the magnificence of this elevated three-pointer. Little did he know that the ensuing spectacle would extend beyond the spinning basketball. Upon releasing the ball, Wang Hao turned with poise, arms outstretched, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle while the ball remained airborne. Could this truly be the act of a rookie? Is there no law to govern such audacity? If arrogance were a crime, Wang Hao would surely be apprehended at this moment. I can't believe I might be once again captivated by his bravado. On the bench, Ingram, who had witnessed Wang Hao's moments of flamboyance on several occasions, felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation. The basketball spun rapidly through the air, and Lakers fans held their breath, yearning to witness the ball find its mark. For how many years has the Lakers' dazzling style of play faded into obscurity? From the era of Magic Johnson to the legendary duo of Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant. And through the Kobe era, the Lakers' showtime had long been a source of delight for their supporters. Yet, following Kobe's repeated injuries, culminating in his retirement, the Lakers' once spectacular offense had become a distant memory. Fans had pinned their hopes on D'Angelo Russell, their first overall pick. But the promising player struggled to adapt to the NBA after a vibrant college career. A year later, their expectations shifted to the prodigious small forward Brandon Ingram, who possessed physical attributes reminiscent of Kevin Durant. Unfortunately, Ingram's rookie season was far from stellar. This year, they welcomed their third top draft pick, Lonzo Ball, as they focused on this unique talent. Renowned for his passing prowess and exceptional physical gifts, albeit with an unorthodox shooting form, an unnoticed, undrafted player began to emerge in their sights. Wang Hao, this seemingly unremarkable Asian youth, has consistently surpassed the expectations of Lakers fans since the preseason. Initially regarded as a choice motivated by the Chinese market, he has since captivated onlookers with his defensive prowess and his aesthetically pleasing three-point shots. Now, merely in the second game of the regular season, this rookie has audaciously taken on the role of an ankle terminator. Not only has he incapacitated the opposing team's star player, but he also aims to recreate the iconic moments of the former number 0 agent. Even the protagonists of novels would hesitate to pen such a narrative. With the eyes of the entire arena upon him, the basketball swished gracefully through the net, causing the rim to tremble. Wang Hao! Wang Hao! Wang Hao! The fans erupted into a frenzy, chanting his name. Frustrated, Booker rose to his feet, urging his teammates to quickly inbound the ball for the next play. The thunderous cheers felt piercing to his ears. Beside him, Bender lay in agony on the floor, having suffered a direct hit to his calf when Booker fell heavily against him, causing his knee to buckle. Bender had anticipated some concern from his teammates. Yet the Suns appeared momentarily dazed by Wang Hao's dazzling display, oblivious to Bender's plight. Fortunately, the head coach of the Suns noticed the situation and, seeing the Lakers gain momentum, promptly called for a timeout to disrupt the opposing team's rhythm. Wang Hao approached the bench with palpable excitement, greeted warmly by his teammates, save for one who remained indifferent. Walton observed the emerging talent with admiration, exclaiming, "Well done." Chapter 45. The rematch as the timeout concluded. The Suns replaced the error-prone Booker and the injured Bender. On the bench, head coach Earl Watson sought to reassure his core players, advising, "Stay composed. Reflect on the recent plays, and soon opportunities will present themselves to reclaim the game." Booker, head bowed, silently wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel, his gaze filled with a mixture of frustration, resentment, and confusion. Why had he been so easily outmaneuvered twice? Wang Hao had not employed particularly deceptive feints. How could he have lost his balance so readily? The questions tormented Booker, fueling his anger to the point where he struck his own ankle, as if blaming it for failing him. Watson, too, felt a sense of urgency. Last season, he had taken over this youthful squad midway, and the results had been dismal, with dwindling support from fans. This season was his first complete campaign, bolstered by the selection of the explosive forward Josh Jackson with the 4th overall pick. He was desperate to prove himself. However, the season opener had ended in a staggering defeat, as the Suns fell to the Portland Trail Blazers by a score of 76-124, marking the largest margin of loss in NBA history for a season opener. Anxiety permeated the team. Could this be yet another dismal season of futility? They had to secure a victory against the youthful Lakers, or Watson's position might be in jeopardy. He was acutely aware of this pressure before the game. Yet, just one quarter in, despair began to creep in. The Lakers' newcomers were proving formidable. These guys are beasts, Watson thought, overwhelmed. Lonzo Ball had already scored 10 points on 4 of 5 shooting, including 2 of 2 from beyond the arc, while also contributing 3 assists and 3 rebounds. As a second overall pick in a draft year laden with talent, Watson found this acceptable. But what was happening with Wang Hao, an undrafted player? He burst onto the scene with a steal and a thunderous dunk, followed by consecutive three-pointers. Were they to be denied any chance of success? Watson felt like crying in frustration. In the midst of his mental turmoil, Wang Hao sank yet another three-pointer. By the end of the first quarter, he had amassed 11 points, astonishingly with a shooting percentage of 100. He had not missed a single shot. I believe that from this game onward, Wang Hao deserves to be in the discussion for Rookie of the Year, co-fan remarked with sincerity. The Lakers entered the second quarter with a 12-point lead. Wang Hao, having completed the first quarter, exited the court to rest. The Eye of the Heavenly Emperor still had 1 usage left, and Death Spiral was also available once more. On the bench, he sipped on Gatorade to replenish his energy while contemplating the forthcoming strategies for the match. He silently summoned the task panel. Task details. 1. Achieve a 100 shooting accuracy with Yao Ming, scoring over 19 points, current progress, 11-19. 2. After a confident shot from Arenas, turn without looking at the result and celebrate while completing the score, current progress, completed. Note, the host may pay homage to other legends, and the system will provide slight additional rewards based on similarity. He needed at least 8 more points without missing a single shot, which posed a considerable challenge. Wang Hao mused. After a significant rest, with 4 minutes remaining in the second quarter, he donned his gear once more, seizing the opportunity created by Kuzma's foul to re-enter the game. During Wang Hao's time on the sidelines, Lonzo Ball emerged as the linchpin for the Lakers, scoring repeatedly over the formidable defender, Bledsoe, while orchestrating the team's offense with remarkable precision. The Lakers' lead swelled to a staggering 15 points. However, midway through the second quarter, the Suns, led by the re-entering Booker, mounted a fierce counterattack. Following a series of successful scores by Booker, the gap between the two teams began to narrow. When Wang Hao entered the game, the Lakers held a slender lead of 55-48, just 7 points ahead. Upon his arrival, Wang Hao quietly approached Booker. It was evident that Walton had summoned him to contain Booker's fiery touch. "You finally returned," Booker remarked, resting both hands on his knees as he awaited his teammates to inbound the ball. "Indeed," Wang Hao replied tersely, as indifference was his customary demeanor, save for the necessity of the task at hand. Despite Wang Hao's aloof response, Booker remained unfazed. His focus was unwavering, driven solely by the desire to prove himself. As the Suns prepared to inbound, Chandler stepped forward to set a screen for Booker. Wang Hao, with his keen defensive awareness, anticipated the movement, deftly evading his opponent's obstruction, and swiftly pursued Booker. Upon receiving the ball, Booker was immediately closely guarded. However, with no hesitation, he executed a graceful mid-range jumper. Wang Hao was taken aback by the decisiveness of his opponent's move, forcing him to leap awkwardly in an attempt to interfere. The ball swished through the net. Booker gently raised his fist in triumph. At long last, he had scored against Wang Hao. However, he failed to notice Wang Hao stealthily slipping past him, initiating a fast break. The Suns' transition defense was indeed lackluster, and that included Booker himself. Having just sunk a beautiful shot, he was slow to return on defense. By chance, the Lakers had a master of long passes and ball. With a swift motion, he executed a pinpoint, quarterback-style long pass. Chapter 46. The youngsters lack martial virtue. Booker had just made a splendid basket, yet his return to defense was sluggish. Meanwhile, Ball was poised to capitalize on the situation. Whoosh! The perfectly guided pass soared over the heads of the Suns players, directly finding the elusive Wang Hao. On the Suns side, only rookie Josh Jackson managed to return in time. However, lacking experience, he rushed recklessly toward the 3-second area, attempting to secure a favorable position to thwart Wang Hao's advance. Yet, after receiving the ball 2 meters beyond the 3-point line, Wang Hao took a step forward to adjust his stance and halted his advance. Swish! A 3-point arrow, igniting the flames of hell. The score was now 58-50, with the Lakers leading by 8 points. Having just scored 2 points, the Suns were quickly answered with a 3-pointer by their opponents, inevitably dampening their spirits. Bulga sighed, lowering his head, but soon lifted it again, urging his teammates to rally and not lose heart. The Suns initiated their offense once more. This time, Bledsoe opted for a drive to the basket, but his layup was swatted out of bounds by Ball. Faced with a defender of superior height and comparable speed, Bledsoe, an undersized yet tenacious guard, found himself at a disadvantage. After the inbounds pass, Bledsoe, with determination, launched a forceful three-pointer, but it clanged off the rim. The Lakers countered swiftly, with Ball advancing the ball at a breakneck pace, and Wang Hao quickly followed on his left. The Suns, having suffered multiple fast breaks, finally realized the importance of unwavering diligence in their return to defense, hastily rushing back to their half. Among them, Booker and Jackson hurried back. But perhaps wary of Wang Hao's shooting ability, they both converged on the unguarded Wang Hao. With two defenders on one, it was inevitable that someone would be left open on the opposite side. Ball, with a clear line of sight, immediately located the unmarked Ingram on the right. Upon receiving the ball, Ingram took long strides, driving straight to the basket and executing a one-handed dunk with finesse. The score now stood at 60-50, and with Wang Hao's entry into the game, the Lakers had once again extended their lead to double digits. After suffering consecutive setbacks on both ends, the Suns' youthful roster had managed to gain a slight momentum, only to see it swiftly dissipate. Frustration mounted. Why did the dynamics of the game shift so drastically upon Wang Hao's arrival? This time, he and T even made a steal. The head coach of the Suns finds himself at a loss for strategies. Why is it that when Wang Hao steps onto the court, the Lakers seem like an entirely different team? This phenomenon is not difficult to comprehend. Firstly, when you have a teammate who can effortlessly secure steals on the defensive end and stifle the rhythm of the opposing player who is in the zone, it inevitably allows one to play with greater ease. Knowing that even if one cannot contain their opponent, there exists another capable ally to rectify the situation is reassuring. Secondly, Wang Hao possesses an exceptional three-point shooting accuracy, making him a constant threat. This spatial advantage on the court deters opponents from collapsing into the paint. In essence, the moment Wang Hao enters the game, the Lakers, in both offense and defense, come alive. Young teams often find themselves in a harmonious flow. And under the leadership of Wang Hao and Lonzo Ball, the Lakers continue to surge offensively. By the end of the second quarter, the Lakers have established a commanding 17-point lead over the Suns. During halftime, Walton wears a broad smile, as if victory is already within reach. Wonderful, splendid. Let us maintain our offensive momentum and deny them any opportunity for a comeback. Come on, let us keep pushing, Walton exclaims passionately, raising his right hand to rally the players in a chant. 1, 2, 3. Lakers. The game resumes. Before the third quarter commences, Wang Hao resolves to decisively conclude the match. Thus, upon entering the court, he immediately adopts an offensive mindset. As he approaches the front court, he notices that his defender is no longer Booker, but rather Bledsoe. This opponent indeed presents a tougher challenge, adept at using physicality to disrupt offensive maneuvers. This represents the last strategy Walton could devise. Bledsoe, with a grim expression, regards Wang Hao. He has been somewhat perturbed throughout this match. In the first half, he focused on defending Lonzo Ball, believing, based on footage from the Lakers' previous game, that containing this newly minted second overall pick would not pose significant difficulty. Although Ball hit a game-winning shot, he appeared quite flustered under Beverly's defense, revealing the rookie's inexperience. Yet today, upon facing Wang Hao, he found himself crashing through the rookie wall, utterly unable to withstand the onslaught, leaving Bledsoe in disarray. At halftime, the coach approached him, offering sincere encouragement about the clash of playing styles, advising him not to lose heart, and assigning him a new task. Touched by the coach's understanding, Bledsoe resolves to lock down this Asian rookie in the second half. Let me see what you're made of, he thinks, grounding himself as he firmly slaps the floor with both hands. Wang Hao gazed at the imposing Bledsoe, observing his positioning and stance, which suggested an inability to launch swiftly. He gestured to Lonzo for the ball. In an instant, Lonzo delivered the pass, and without hesitation, Wang Hao unleashed a three-pointer. Swish! The ball sailed through the net effortlessly. The fierce glare in Bledsoe's eyes faded into a vacant stare, and he awkwardly straightened up, glancing back at the basketball that had fallen to the ground. A sneak attack, a brazen ambush. The youth of today seem utterly devoid of sportsmanship. Bledsoe felt a profound sense of despair. On the sidelines, the Suns' head coach incredulously cradled the back of his head. A defensive stalwart reduced to this? Chapter 47. The curtain falls. The success of this surprise strike, achieved without the use of any active skills, was not solely due to Bledsoe's negligence, but also a testament to Lonzo's timely pass. It reflected a bond of trust. Once you raise your hand for the ball, I knew you were confident, prompting me to deliver the pass instantly. As they retreated defensively, Wang Hao and Lonzo exchanged gestures, intertwining their movements and celebrated with a high five. With this three-pointer, Wang Hao was merely 2 points away from his goal of 19. Victory was within reach. The youthful backcourt duo of Wang Hao and Lonzo Ball had begun to display their prowess after just 2 games, suggesting a promising future for the Lakers with their own dynamic duo. Remark. As the transition between offense and defense occurred, Bledsoe dribbled past half-court while Booker executed a V-cut to break free. This time, Chandler's screen was particularly solid, completely obstructing Wang Hao, forcing the Lakers to switch defenses. Upon receiving the ball, Booker faced Lopez's defense, executed a simple change of direction followed by an expansive step back, swiftly creating space for a three-point attempt. Clang! The opportunity had fully presented itself, yet Booker's wide-open three-pointer failed to find its mark. Fortunately, Chandler effectively boxed out Wang Hao and secured the rebound. Due to his age, Chandler could not jump for a second attempt immediately. He needed to make a slight adjustment before bending his knees to leap again. However, that fleeting moment of adjustment granted Wang Hao an opportunity. The final, desperate struggle unfolded at this very moment. Snap! Wang Hao's slice shot is executed with precision, marking his 5th steal. The Lakers launch another counterattack. Wang Hao first passed the ball to Ball brother, as he was not yet capable of handling the dribbling advances himself. He then swiftly broke away, once again confronting Bledsoe. This time, Bledsoe was not to be taken lightly. He began to closely defend from 2 steps beyond the three-point line. To be candid, Bledsoe's defensive pressure was formidable at this moment. For the sake of prudence, Wang Hao should have patiently awaited a more opportune moment to ensure a flawless shot. However, caught up in the thrill of the game, he was determined to decisively overpower his opponent. He exerted himself to lean against Bledsoe, striving to maintain his balance while simultaneously reaching for the ball. Ball brother delivered the pass in a high arc. As Wang Hao received the ball, he stumbled slightly due to a collision with Bledsoe. Perhaps owing to the significant point difference at that juncture, the referee refrained from calling a foul. Upon receiving the ball, Wang Hao struck a pose of 3 potential threats, executing a probing step followed by a feigned shot. This sequence, from reception to the deceptive throw, is the culmination of his arduous practice over recent times. Aware of his modest natural talent, he refrains from relying solely on the system and has sought guidance from Phil Handy, perfecting this seemingly simple combination to remarkable proficiency. Despite its apparent simplicity, the effectiveness of this maneuver is substantial. The reason is clear. Wang Hao is endowed with legendary three-point shooting skills, and the threat posed by his shooting ensures that his feigned shot is exceedingly persuasive. Indeed, just moments ago, the beleaguered Bledsoe, who had fallen victim to Wang Hao's three-pointer, was deceived into jumping, allowing Wang Hao to seamlessly drive toward the basket. At that moment, the Suns' interior defense was still manned by the whirlwind of a young player. Josh Jackson. There was no alternative. The young athlete, agile and swift, stood as the last line of defense, while seasoned veterans like Chandler were still laboring near half-court. Confronted by Josh Jackson, Wang Hao hesitated not. With a haughty declaration, the opponent succumbed to the floor. In that instant, only the hoop remained before Wang Hao, devoid of any obstruction. Bledsoe, attempting to intervene from behind, was too late. Wang Hao had already leaped. Bang! Wang Hao delivered his second thunderous dunk of the match. Oh my! In a moment of sheer brilliance, Wang Hao penetrated the defense. In the commentary booth, Prince Shing could not help but exclaim. With this remarkable dunk, Wang Hao's score surged to 19 points, and even more astonishingly, his shooting percentage remained an incredible 100%. Beep! The whistle blew, signaling a foul by Bledsoe. Wang Hao stood at the free throw line, a moment of immense opportunity. At this instant, the ecstatic Lakers fans began to chant for MVP, their voices rising in unison. Wang Hao took a deep breath, skillfully executed a complete set of free throw motions identical to Kobe's. The ball swished through the net. The Lakers extended their lead to 23 points, rendering the game devoid of suspense. In the ensuing moments, the Suns faltered progressively. The Lakers, fueled by momentum, established a 30-point gap by the end of the third quarter. To ensure the completion of his task, Wang Hao refrained from further attempts, concluding his scoring at 30 points. The fourth quarter devolved into garbage time, with the Lakers starters taking a breather. On the bench, Wang Hao and his teammates joked and enjoyed the game. Ultimately, The Lakers triumphed with a resounding score of 125-105. As the game concluded, Wang Hao eagerly sought to slip back to the locker room, for substantial rewards awaited him. Unexpectedly, a reporter from America dashed over at a sprinting pace to intercept him. This marked Wang Hao's inaugural post-game interview with ESPN. "You continuously redefine our perceptions of you. I am curious, how many more tricks do you have up your sleeve?" inquired a laughing reporter named Anna. Through the course of these 2 games, astute journalists had discerned Wang Hao's burgeoning potential for stardom, and their demeanor was notably amiable. "I have been training and learning incessantly. I can only say that I will continue to reshape your impressions of me," Wang Hao asserted with confidence. Chapter 48. Post-game interview, abundant gains. "You continuously redefine our perceptions of you. I am curious, how many more tricks do you have up your sleeve?" Anna chuckled as she posed the question. The perceptive journalist had recognized Wang Hao's potential for greatness through these 2 matches, and their current attitude was decidedly friendly. "I have been training and learning incessantly. I can only say that I will continue to reshape your impressions of me," Wang Hao confidently replied. The Lakers have commenced the season with 2 consecutive victories, their best record in years. "Do you believe this is related to your presence?" Anna inquired. "It pertains to various factors, and, of course, it is also related to me," Wang Hao replied, his words impeccably measured. "May I ask what your goals are for this season?" Anna continued her questioning. The championship and Rookie of the Year," Wang Hao contemplated briefly before responding. This revelation astonished Anna. The young man had answered the previous questions with such maturity and humility. How had he suddenly become so audacious? "Are you suggesting that you aim to defeat formidable teams like the Warriors and Cavaliers to clinch the championship this season?" Anna even overlooked Wang Hao's second goal. "Indeed," Wang Hao replied nonchalantly. "What is the difference between having no dreams and being a slacker?" As a time traveler, he possessed an unwavering confidence in himself. Soon, he would elevate his scoring core skill, the exceptionally high-arc three-pointer, ensuring that his scoring prowess would only grow more consistent in the future. Noticing Anna's bewildered expression, Wang Hao felt compelled to add, "Of course, there are numerous areas where we need to improve, but I firmly believe that in the near future, the Lakers will possess the capability to rival any team. We are endowed with ample talent, primarily due to my presence." Wang Hao mused inwardly. "Oh, very well. Indeed, the vigor of youth is commendable. I wish you swift success in realizing your aspirations," Anna replied politely, a hint of playful skepticism gracing her features, silently conveying her disbelief. "Congratulations once again on a splendid performance." With that, Anna concluded the brief interview and extended her hand. "Thank you," Wang Hao responded graciously, shaking her hand. In the locker room, upon Wang Hao's return, his teammates erupted in laughter, dousing him with water in celebration. "MVP, MVP, Ball brother," and Kuzma playfully shouted. They had certainly heard the cheers during Wang Hao's free throw and, to be honest, felt a touch of envy. This was a uniquely American way of celebrating, typically reserved for moments when the team spirit was high. Among a youthful squad like the Lakers, one of their greatest strengths was their unity. There were no gaps between these young men. Wang Hao smiled, covering his face, relishing in the joy of victory. After a while, his teammates finally ceased their playful torment, and Wang Hao, armed with a change of clothes, made his way to the bathroom. The warm cascade of water enveloped him, transporting him back to a familiar scene. If the phone booth is where Superman transforms, then the bathroom is where Wang Hao gradually evolves into his own version of a superhero. Ding! Congratulations, host. On completing the system task, salute to legends. Legends never die. They simply grow old. Young one, pay homage to those once glorious veterans. Task details. 1. Yao Ming's response with a 100 shooting accuracy, scoring no less than 19 points completed. Reward, 500 exchange points. 2. Gilbert Arenas, in a display of confidence, shoots without watching the result, turning to celebrate as the ball goes in, completed. Reward, 200 exchange points. Due to the host's impeccable completion of the tasks, an additional reward of 50 points will be granted. This time, the host has amassed a total of 1,050 exchange points. Furthermore, as the host scored over 20 points in a single game, he achieved the milestone initial brilliance and received a special reward, mid-range attribute 1. Additionally, having maintained a 100 shooting accuracy while scoring over 10 points, he achieved the accolade unerring precision and earned special rewards, 3-point attribute 1 and ultra-long 3-point attribute 1. Lastly, as the host completed 5 highlight moments in a single game, He received a special reward, Freedom Attribute 1. Wang Hao gazed at the dazzling array of rewards, nearly unable to contain his excitement. This is exceedingly generous. Firstly, the mid-range attribute may not serve immediate utility for Wang Hao, yet in the future, during the high-stakes playoffs, mid-range shooting often proves to be the most lethal skill. From the likes of Jordan and Kobe to the more recent talents of Leonard and Durant. These are the few who can punish their opponents from the mid-range and have all claimed championship titles. As for the three-point and deep-range shooting, there is no need for elaboration. With his current scoring assurance and the gradual enhancement of his three-point ability, Wang Hao will soon be able to attempt shots even under duress. As for the final unique reward, the free attribute, this is what brings Wang Hao the greatest delight. His current physique, when compared to the average individual, undoubtedly boasts exceptional athleticism. Yet, as an NBA player, or rather, as one aspiring to make a name in the NBA, it remains somewhat mediocre. This attribute point must be allocated towards enhancing his physical prowess. Wang Hao murmured to himself. Before promptly accessing the attribute panel, Wang Hao stands tall at 1.98 meters, weighing 90 kilograms, with a wingspan of 2.08 meters. His vertical leap reaches an impressive 70 centimeters, while his approach jump measures 80 centimeters. In terms of physical attributes, his strength is rated at 55, speed at 58, endurance at 52, and explosiveness at 53. His ball handling skills are scored at 65, with passing ability at 55. He demonstrates proficiency in close-range shooting with a score of 56, mid-range shooting at 57, and three-point shooting at 62 out of 100. His ultra-long-range three-point shooting is rated at 51, while his dunking ability stands at 50. He excels in stealing the ball with a remarkable score of 59.99, and his shot-blocking ability is rated at 50, accompanied by a defensive score of 59.80. His equipment includes the green interval Shintaro with a high-arc three-point shot at level 1, Death Entanglement at level 5, the Eye of the Heavenly Emperor at level 1, and Butterfly Passing Through Flowers at level 3. His exchange value is 3,950. Wang Hao discovered that, aside from height, weight, and wingspan, which were immutable, everything else could be enhanced. Strength, speed, endurance, and explosiveness entered his realm of consideration. All four attributes languished at an unsatisfactory level. Wang Hao helplessly rubbed his forehead. Ultimately, he resolved to focus on improving endurance first. After all, he wished to avoid the exhausting experience of his movements becoming distorted after just one full segment of play. System. Is it possible to enhance these physical attributes through training in the real world? Wang Hao inquired. Indeed, but a word of caution. Host, significant and monotonous practice is required for gradual improvement, came the cold, metallic voice. Chapter 49. A heated discussion online and the challenge from Kobe. Wang Hao, still contemplating, acknowledged this as a piece of good news. Although the match proceeded smoothly, a considerable part of this was due to the Suns' lack of strength, particularly in defense, which was abysmally poor. Nevertheless, Wang Hao felt that enduring periods without skills was exceedingly challenging. Should he encounter a relentless competitor like Kobe, who could dominate a game with numerous one-on-one plays, his inherent defensive weaknesses would inevitably be exposed. If an astute scout noted that he could only muster 5 defensive bursts in a single game, he might become the target of criticism. Wang Hao harbored such concerns internally. The offensive side was no different. With only 3 uses of the Eye of the Heavenly Emperor in a game, when the score became tight, he would have no choice but to reserve it for the final moments. Consequently, there would be prolonged periods where Wang Hao could only act as a space-creating shooter on the offensive end. In short, the path to stardom for Wang Hao was long and arduous. Upon returning to the locker room, Walton once again invited Wang Hao to attend the press conference. Initially inclined to decline, Wang Hao felt compelled to attend due to his outstanding performance in the match. To refuse would seem unreasonable. Deep down, he had little enthusiasm for the spotlight. During the press conference, journalists were naturally most interested in Wang Hao's performance and the seemingly fantastical goals he had just mentioned in the interview. You may dismiss it as a joke, but I'm not one to speak empty words. Let's allow basketball to do the talking, was Wang Hao's sole response. After the press conference concluded, basketball forums around the globe quickly erupted in a storm of discussion surrounding Wang Hao. The Huapu Forum in China was filled with his name on the homepage, showcasing several intriguing trending posts. For instance, no longer will we need to say how fortunate we are to have someone like this in China. The author reflects in the text that over the years, there's been much discussion about the prowess of players like Paul and Nash. lamenting their lack of height and wondering why China does not produce a player of similar caliber. Now, with the emergence of Wang Hao, the Chinese national basketball team finally possesses a capable guard, eliminating the need for envy towards other nations. A comment immediately follows, recalling that Yao Ming was also formidable in his prime, but his peak was regrettably brief. Given the current circumstances of the Basketball Association, it is anticipated that Wang will participate in every game from warm-ups to the main event, with little rest before returning to the NBA, reminiscent of Yao Ming's grueling schedule. This response quickly garnered numerous approvals, with many expressing a desire for the association to take a more personal approach. Another remark questions why Wang Hao appears to play as if he is merely having fun. The text notes that he scored 20 points by the end of the third quarter, demonstrating defensive mastery with 5 steals and a remarkable plus-minus of 24, all while hardly exerting himself offensively. Additionally, he managed to outmaneuver Booker twice while still maintaining a one-on-one defense, earning respect from the audience. In the comments, one user expressed initial concern that Booker and Bledsoe would overpower Ball and Wang, only to find those worries unfounded, as the Lakers' new backcourt utterly dominated their opponents. Across the ocean in America, 2 trending topics on Twitter centered around Wang Hao. One discussion revolved around whether the Rookie of the Year race would devolve into a rivalry among Lakers players, analyzing the performances of Lonzo Ball and Wang over their last 2 games, including their strengths, weaknesses, and future prospects. Comments varied widely, with Lakers fans exclaiming that after 30 years of ups and downs, their team is finally thriving again. Fans of rebuilding teams like the Suns, Timberwolves, and Pistons expressed their envy, noting how the Lakers managed to draft Wang, Ball, Kuzma, and Hart in a single year, likening it to a miraculous stroke of luck. Another trending topic discussed Wang's post-game interview, where he articulated 2 major goals, Rookie of the Year and a championship title. A consensus emerged regarding the first goal, with many believing that Wang's performance in the initial games positions him favorably for the Rookie of the Year accolade. However, opinions diverged regarding the second goal. Optimists argue that such aspirations reflect Wang's ambition, emphasizing that for young players, the desire to become an all-star or achieve greater heights is equally vital as talent. Conversely, pessimists contend that Wang may have been swayed by the praise from fans and reporters, potentially leading to disillusionment should he encounter the proverbial rookie wall, which could adversely affect his mindset. The discourse between these 2 factions continues, yet both fundamentally agree that leading the current Lakers to a championship seems an insurmountable challenge, especially against a formidable lineup featuring Durant, the Splash Brothers, and Draymond Green. Meanwhile, the legendary Lakers icon Kobe Bryant unveiled a series of challenges on social media, which swiftly ascended to trending status. Initially, he posted an image featuring a single word, fearless. Subsequently, in the comment section, he addressed the newly transferred Cavaliers guard Isaiah Thomas, stating, "Challenge, make the NBA All-Star first team next season. Mamba mentality." Soon after, he extended a challenge to D'Angelo Russell, who had recently departed from the Lakers, urging him to become an All-Star. He then issued a challenge to DeMar DeRozan that was unrelated to basketball. Rekindle a friendship formed during your college years. This sequence of challenges ignited a frenzy across the internet, with fans eagerly anticipating whom Kobe would challenge next. Unexpectedly, NBA players could not remain idle. Giannis Antetokounmpo of the Bucks promptly retweeted Kobe's challenge, remarking, "Awaiting your exclusive challenge for me." Kobe swiftly replied with a succinct 3-letter acronym, MVP. This exchange left many fans on Twitter perplexed. At that moment, LeBron James was at the pinnacle of his physical prowess and skills. Kevin Durant was a formidable presence in Golden State. James Harden was effortlessly claiming scoring titles, and Russell Westbrook was achieving historic triple-doubles. How could any of them be deemed inferior to the third-year player Giannis? If Wang Hao had seen such comments, he would have undoubtedly laughed heartily, thinking, "This old man truly understands the game." From a godlike perspective, Kobe seemed capable of discerning each player's potential limits and setting goals accordingly. Each objective was precisely tailored to challenge the player's upper limits, such as Nikola Jokic's MVP. For Giannis, it began with MVP, followed by a championship. For Thomas, it was the All-Star team. Except for Thomas, who was hindered by injury, the other players largely fulfilled Kobe's challenges. As for Russell's challenge of merely becoming an All-Star, it aligned with what Wang Hao had observed before his journey. Russell's ceiling was essentially that of a typical borderline All-Star. Such predictive prowess can only be described as astonishing. Amidst the fervent discussions among fans, a Lakers supporter tweeted Kobe, "Mr. Bryant, could you also set a goal for the Lakers rookie Wang Hao?" As his tweet gained traction, it captured the attention of numerous Lakers fans and supporters from China. With the excitement mounting, everyone awaited Kobe's response in quiet anticipation. Wang Hao, after all, is a player for the Lakers, and during the preseason, he triumphed in a wager against the Magic Man, which suggests he must have had some exchanges with Kobe. However, many onlookers in the comment section of this tweet doused the enthusiasm with skepticism. After just 2 commendable performances, he dares to issue a challenge? Look at the caliber of those Kobe challenged. At the very least, it should be players of the level of Russell or DeRozan to catch Kobe's attention. It is undeniable that Wang Hao performed admirably in those 2 games. Yet he must now contemplate whether he can maintain such a level of performance after being subjected to targeted scrutiny. While the discourse unfolded, Kobe astonishingly retweeted and responded to this tweet. The content remained a single image, depicting a dormant tiger, accompanied by Kobe's comment. Wang Hao, challenge, best offensive player. Pursuit of the championship, Mamba mentality, young Mamba family. In an instant, the fans who had previously doubted Wang Hao fell into silence. Not only did Kobe respond, but the difficulty of this challenge seemed exceedingly high. Could it be that Kobe holds expectations for Wang Hao akin to those he has for Giannis? This is becoming increasingly absurd. Giannis, after all, recorded a 2010 average last season, and his unparalleled physicality lends credence to discussions of potential MVP titles or championships in his future. Yet Wang Hao, his height may be somewhat commendable among guards, but his other physical attributes could only be described as unremarkable. In a flurry of emotions, fans expressed gratitude, confusion, and outrage towards Kobe's challenge, igniting a fervent discussion. Consequently, Wang Hao made his 4th appearance on Twitter's trending topics in a short span. His Twitter account experienced a meteoric rise in followers. If Wang Hao were to open his Twitter now, he would be astonished to discover that in just half a day, his follower count surged from 5 million to 10 million, an exact doubling. Moreover, this impressive figure has surpassed that of stars like Dwayne Wade and Kyrie Irving, placing him among the top 5 NBA players in terms of follower count. Although a significant portion of this number comprises fans from China utilizing VPNs, it nonetheless signifies that Wang Hao has once again stirred a basketball fervor within his homeland. In the past, Yao Ming, during his rookie season, outshone Shaquille O'Neal to become an all-star starter, subsequently aiding the NBA in penetrating the Chinese market further. To this day, many Chinese fans regard the Rockets as their primary team, steadfastly supporting them even after Yao's retirement. Therefore, it is not difficult to comprehend Wang Hao's rapid accumulation of fans at this early stage in his career. Simultaneously, the Lakers' strategic director, Schneider, swiftly recognized this market momentum. Responsible for ticket pricing and promotional activities surrounding the team, he possesses a keen sense for market trends. This quarter, how many Wang Hao jerseys do we prepare to print? As Schneider scrutinized the Twitter data, he inquired of his assistant, "What is the anticipated print run?" The assistant promptly replied, 5,000 pieces. This figure is typical for a rookie's standard print run. Should the team produce an excessive number of jerseys at once, and the fans fail to respond, they would languish in storage. A year later, when the team unveils a new jersey design, these unsold jerseys would essentially become mere rags. That number is far from sufficient. Let us increase the print run by an additional 20,000, Schneider decided after a moment's contemplation. Very well, I shall arrange that. The assistant affirmed. Wait, what is Wang Hao's jersey number? Schneider asked. Number 00, came the reply. Please reach out to Wang Hao and inquire whether this number holds any special significance. If not, instruct the marketing department to craft a compelling narrative for this number overnight. As a marketing maestro, Schneider understood the psychology of fans all too well. The story Adidas devised for Arena's Agent Zero had propelled his merchandise sales to soaring heights. So, why did Wang Hao opt for the number 00? The explanation was rather simple. It represented 2 lives. The first 0 signified the beginning of his previous existence, while the second 0 marked the commencement of his journey after transcending. This number symbolized the dawn of his second life. Naturally, Wang Hao could not articulate this explanation. Instead, he conveyed to his assistant that after being cut, he had contemplated abandoning basketball, only to rise again and embrace a second chance in the sport. A story of rebirth and renewal, such as this, is undoubtedly highly esteemed. Schneider was thoroughly pleased with Wang Hao's narrative, and thus, the Lakers' 00 jersey embarked upon its legendary journey. Later that evening, upon returning to his apartment and freshening up, Wang Hao finally took out his phone. Initially astonished by his rising popularity, he soon regained his composure. This was merely the second game. It was far too early to celebrate. Wang Hao is acutely aware that praise, if not regarded with the appropriate perspective, can lead to one's downfall. Those who lavishly extol him during his moments of glory may very well be the first to trample upon him when misfortune strikes. While he remains indifferent to accolades from various sectors, the challenge posed by Kobe ignites a surge of adrenaline within him. To be candid, he harbors little confidence in his ability to confront the Warriors this season. His statements to the media serve as a self-motivating ruse. By initially making grand proclamations, he finds himself compelled to meet the expectations of those who will hold him accountable. The thought of the onlookers, eager to witness his failure, spurs him on, as he recalls this method of self-encouragement from his previous life. Astonishingly, Kobe's challenge encompassed the pursuit of a championship. As a time traveler, Wang Hao is well aware of the accuracy of Kobe's predictions. Aside from a few unforeseen incidents, such as Paul George's catastrophic injury and Isaiah Thomas's serious setback, most of Kobe's foresight has come to fruition. In an instant, Wang Hao's confidence swells. "I shall give a try." This simple phrase encapsulates his response to Kobe's challenge. Whenever confronted with an obstacle, these 3 words serve as his mantra. For instance, when Walton once called upon him from the depths of the bench to defend a scorching opponent, this has always been Wang Hao's steadfast attitude. Through trials, one discovers the truth. After sending his reply, he intended to switch off his phone and rest, only to be interrupted by a private message. "Billie Eilish?" He mused, somewhat taken aback. Upon opening it, he read, "Not bad, keep pushing forward, and I might consider cheering you on." The playful tone was a stark contrast to the world-weary beauty he had imagined. "Ah, this girl is indeed quite self-absorbed," he chuckled at her words. However, he recognized her goodwill and responded jokingly, "Without saying more, I will strive hard just to see you." Billie replied almost instantly, "Didn't he expect that? You're quite sweet with your words." Wang Hao, in high spirits today, jested, "You have yet to experience it." Billie retorted playfully, "I shan't indulge you any longer. Tomorrow, my dear sister shall be recording a new song. Good night." Wang Hao ceased his replies, smiling as he closed Twitter. Billie was right. It was time to rest. For tomorrow the team would travel to New Orleans. There, the Lakers would face the Pelicans in an away game. As the season reached its midpoint, Wang Hao's jersey had completely sold out. His number 00 jersey was being traded in the second-hand market for 3 times its original price. Frustrated fans could only urge the Lakers' merchandise supplier to expedite production. One day, the Lakers went live on Twitter. "Hurry and restock the jerseys. I've checked the official website countless times today. Each time it claims new stock, yet it still shows sold out," exclaimed irate fans. "We're working on it. Please be patient. The sewing machines are nearly smoking." The Lakers broadcaster replied, somewhat exasperated, "I hope all Wang Hao fans practice rational consumption." Schneider arrived on site to calm the situation. "I advise you to mind your own business," retorted a fan. Chapter 52. The Lakers faced the terrifying Twin Towers of the Pelicans. Time swiftly passed, and the match between the Lakers and the Pelicans was about to commence. Prior to the game, Lakers head coach Walton was diligently reminding his players of the tactical points, indicating the challenge that lay ahead. This match held numerous points of interest, such as whether the Lakers could achieve a 3-game winning streak and how the Pelican Twin Towers would perform. Moreover, the recently sensational rookie Wang Hao's performance was a focal point of many fans' attention. Good day to our viewers, and welcome to the NBA broadcast brought to you by Tencent Sports. I am Kufan. I am Youngyi. Today, we will present a highly anticipated matchup, Wang Hao's Los Angeles Lakers versus the New Orleans Pelicans. Teacher Yang, could you provide us with a brief analysis of this game? I'll start with my conclusion. This game will not be easy, Yang replied. Why? First, the Pelicans possess the league's top-tier front-court duo, Anthony Davis and DeMarcus Cousins. The Lakers' interior defense will struggle to contend with these 2 titans, and how effectively they can be limited will depend on both teams' form. It is highly probable that the Lakers' interior will be overwhelmed. Indeed, additionally, the Pelicans have an underestimated asset in their perimeter defense, Jrue Holiday. If Wang Hao encounters his defense, he may face difficulties, Kufan added. In reality, following the video analysis meeting, Wang Hao had also formed his own judgment regarding the game. This would be the most challenging match of the season. The reason was simple. The Pelicans' formidable Twin Towers posed a significant threat to the Lakers. The backcourt combination of him and Ball lacks a stable scoring method, making it challenging to match their firepower. To secure victory in this match, 2 conditions must be met. Firstly, Wang Hao must exert himself fully to establish a perimeter advantage. Secondly, the Lakers forwards, Ingram and Kuzma, need to deliver a greater output. At this moment, DJ is introducing the players from both teams. On the Pelicans side, Holiday teams up with sharpshooter Etwan Moore in the backcourt, while the small forward position is occupied by the 3D player, Dan Cunningham, and the interior features a twin tower setup with Davis and Cousins. The Lakers starting lineup remains unchanged. Ball and Wang Hao form the backcourt, with Ingram at small forward, Randall at power forward, and Lopez as the center. On the court, Wang Hao tucks his jersey into his shorts, adjusts his breathing, and makes his final preparations. Simultaneously, a chilling metallic voice echoes in his mind. Ding! The system task has been released, using a stone from another mountain to polish jade, relying solely on individual defense. It is arduous for your team to guard the interior, but basketball is not a solitary endeavor. The assistance of teammates is paramount. Task details: 1. Defensive fortress. Collaborate on interior defense, achieving a total of 6 steals from Anthony Davis or DeMarcus Cousins. Task reward: 500 exchange points. 2. Moment of triumph. Lead the team to victory. Task reward: 500 exchange points. The magnitude of the rewards indicates that both tasks are indeed formidable, Wang Hao muses. The first task requires 6 steals, yet he possesses only 5 opportunities for his tenacious defense, meaning he must rely on his own abilities to secure 1 steal. The second task can be considered a chain task. Upon completing the steal task, the Lakers' chances of victory will significantly increase. However, in his previous life, Wang Hao observed nearly every game, and prior to LeBron's arrival, the Lakers were indeed constrained by the Pelicans. Davis and Cousins had each recorded numerous 40-point double-doubles against the Lakers. As a referee tosses the ball into the air, the game officially commences. Davis easily triumphs in a jump ball, and the Pelicans begin their offensive play. Wang Hao's defensive assignment is against Jrue Holiday, a decision reached after discussions with the coaching staff. The rationale is straightforward. This match will undoubtedly witness numerous instances of double-team defenses. With his exceptional ability to intercept, Wang Hao is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for the role of a support defender. Both guards of the Pelicans possess a certain proficiency in three-point shooting. However, in comparison, Holiday's shooting prowess is noticeably inferior to that of his counterpart. More. At critical junctures, Wang Hao can judiciously opt to leave Holiday unguarded beyond the arc to provide assistance in the interior defense. Wang Hao gazed at his slightly shorter, yet significantly sturdier opponent. Holiday, feeling a twinge of concern, he realized that employing his signature move, Death Grip, against Holiday was out of the question, especially considering that he was the first All-Star born in the 90s, possessing considerable offensive prowess. Unbeknownst to him, Holiday was oblivious to Wang Hao's musings. Upon advancing the ball past half-court, he relinquished possession and spread the floor. At that moment, he and Wang Hao found themselves on the weak side, observing Cousins engage in a one-on-one against Lopez on the opposite end of the court. Seizing a lull in the action, Holiday initiated the conversation, stating, "I've watched your games." "Oh," Wang Hao nodded, acknowledging that analyzing opponent footage before a match was a common practice. "Your defense is quite aggressive, and your aim is precise," Holiday complimented. "Thank you," Wang Hao replied nonchalantly. "However, my defense is commendable as well," Holiday asserted with confidence. "I am aware," Wang Hao responded. Holiday expressed mild surprise, as he had always felt that his defensive skills were underestimated by the public. Wang Hao no longer offers explanations. As a time traveler, Holiday's performance during the 2020-21 season, showcasing a level of defensive dominance that aided the Bucks in their championship victory, remains impressive. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the court, Cousins took a couple of steps inward, realizing the angle was subpar, and thus he passed the ball back to Moore. Subsequently, he slightly adjusted his position, lowering his center of gravity to demand the ball. Moore, being a one-dimensional shooter with mediocre passing skills, delivered a high, floating lob. Lopez seized the moment, maneuvering around to intercept the ball beneath the basket. The Lakers counterattacked. Chapter 53. The classic monkey step back. Moore, again as a one-dimensional shooter with average passing abilities, sent another high, floating lob. Lopez, ever vigilant, intercepted the ball. The Lakers launched another counterattack. Ball brother advanced with the ball, passing it to the fast-breaking Randall, who took a large step to attempt a layup. Unexpectedly, the formidable Anthony Davis descended like a divine warrior, delivering a chasing block. The Pelicans regained possession. As they crossed half-court, Cousins signaled his intent to play alongside Holiday. As a center, he often relies on a skilled point guard to supply him with opportunities. In the past, the Rockets struggled for years, despite Yao Ming's towering presence under the basket, due to the lack of a capable playmaker to deliver the ball comfortably. Wang Hao also observed the transformation of the Pelicans. Holiday, positioned at the high left, held the ball as Cousins swiftly maneuvered to the low post on the same side, demanding the ball. Shortly thereafter, an exquisite pass was delivered to the paint. Holiday made a decisive dash along the baseline, intending to draw Wang Hao to the opposite end of the court, thereby clearing the left side entirely for Cousins to engage in a one-on-one confrontation. Although Wang Hao raced towards the baseline, Yu Guang remained acutely aware of the situation within the paint. Observing that the space had opened up, Cousins decisively lowered his center of gravity and began to advance toward the reasonable collision area. Lopez, tall and long-armed, found his strength insufficient to match Cousins and began to retreat after a few exchanges of force. Cousins swiftly approached the vicinity of the basket. Sensing the opportune moment, he abruptly feigned with his left shoulder. Exhausted from the confrontation, Lopez could no longer discern whether it was a mere feint and immediately shifted to the left. Cousins promptly recognized the shift in Lopez's center of gravity, released the ball while pivoting to the right, and subtly nudged Lopez's waist with his right hand. Such an action within the reasonable collision area would naturally not be called an offensive foul, as Lopez had already been moving left. The additional push completely relinquished his position beneath the basket. With the path ahead entirely clear, Cousins gathered the ball, ascended. Wait, why did Cousins not leap with the ball? Where's the ball? In Wang Hao's hands. My heavens, that fleeting shadow just now deftly intercepted Cousins' ball mid-air. Wang Hao, Brother Hao's steel is as sharp as ever. Giskiviko fan exclaimed excitedly. Cousins, having been stripped of the ball twice in succession, did not retreat defensively. Instead, in a fit of frustration, he stood still with his hands raised in complaint. Why did no one warn me that this kid was coming? Yet, no one responded. For the Pelicans, players had already retreated to defense. After Wang Hao executed a steal, he swiftly passed the ball to Ball Brother and dashed towards the front court. Ball Brother and Ingram surged forward from the center and left flank, orchestrating a rapid, three-pronged fast break for the Lakers. Meanwhile, the Pelicans' defense was anchored by the formidable duo of Holiday and Davis, who positioned themselves adeptly, one inside and one outside. Both exhibited exceptional defensive awareness and seasoned experience. In a situation where they were outnumbered, Davis stationed himself beside Ingram, utilizing his physical prowess to be ready for a quick return to the paint. While Holiday rushed towards Wang Hao, who had demonstrated remarkable three-point accuracy in the preceding games. Consequently, Ball Brother found himself at a crossroads, having to choose between attempting a three-pointer or driving to the basket, neither of which he felt entirely confident executing. However, the other Pelicans players were swiftly retreating to their defensive positions, and with the opportunity fleeting, Ball Brother had no choice but to charge into the paint. Davis immediately collapsed towards the interior, while Ingram made a cut from the 45-degree angle, poised to receive the pass. Aware of Davis's defensive prowess, Ball Brother ultimately opted to dish the ball to the trailing Ingram, who, undeterred, leapt directly towards the rim, unflinching against the brow of the unibrow. With both athletes possessing considerable height and wingspan, their leap evoked the imagery of two dragons playing with a pearl. Yet, in this contest of athleticism, Davis held the advantage. Although he failed to block the shot, he effectively disrupted Ingram's layup attempt. The ball ricocheted off the rim, and while Holiday dashed towards the paint to secure the rebound, Ball Brother, with remarkable agility, extended his right hand mid-air and deftly flicked the ball to the perimeter. The elegance of that pass was truly poetic. Yang exclaimed in astonishment. Wang Hao refrained from contesting for the rebound and instead positioned himself beyond the three-point line, where he skillfully received the pass for Ball. With a swift motion, he executed a flawless shot, securing 3 points. The score stood at 3 o'clock, with the Lakers claiming an early advantage. With a joyful gesture, Wang Hao pointed at Ball, expressing his gratitude for the splendid assist. As the play transitioned from defense to offense, the Pelicans launched another attack. This time, AD positioned himself at the free throw line, and after failing to find an opportunity, he executed a pull-up jumper in the face of Randall. Swish. An indisputable superstar shot. 3-2. In just a brief exchange of 2 possessions, Wang Hao discerned the disparity in talent between the two teams, yet he also noted certain vulnerabilities within the Pelicans. For instance, Cousins' emotional volatility and the considerable weakness at the shooting guard and small forward positions. It seems the focus must shift to Cousins, Wang Hao contemplated. The Lakers initiated their offense. Wang Hao maneuvered along the tactical positioning, yet Holiday's defense was impeccably tight, shadowing him closely at every step. Lang's take a shot. Realizing the tactical play was stifled, Wang Hao called out to Ball Brother, who was matched up against the rather average in height and speed. With a natural inclination for one-on-one play, Ball Brother grew even more resolute upon hearing Wang Hao's call. In a sudden display of agility, he executed a wide-ranging change of direction, feigning a crossover step to initiate a breakthrough. Concerned about being outmaneuvered, more hastily shifted to defend. Ball Brother abruptly planted his right foot, rebounding backward with a notably exaggerated, albeit less than graceful, retreating step. Isn't that the infamous monkey retreat? Wang Hao stood by, unable to suppress his laughter. In his previous life, he had watched countless times the iconic step-back move by Ball against Jokic, a maneuver that, despite its awkwardness, possessed a commendable rhythm. Moore, caught off guard, could only watch as Ball made his crooked three-point attempt, which swished through the net. Thanks to the two three-pointers from the backcourt duo, the Lakers held a 4-point lead. Chapter 54. Sudden conflict on the court. Soon, both teams found themselves in a deadlock. As the clock approached the final 5 minutes of the first quarter on the Pelicans' side, Davis was unstoppable, completely disregarding Randall, scoring 8 points single-handedly and drawing 2 fouls from the latter. The Lakers were compelled to bring Kuzma into play early. However, the other half of the Pelicans' Twin Towers, Cousins, was not faring as well. Wang Hao, seeing him as a point of vulnerability, maintained his vigilance during defensive plays. The moment Cousins received the ball, Wang Hao would swiftly move in to double-team him. Although Cousins had initially suffered a setback in the opening moments and kept a wary eye on Wang Hao, his offensive rhythm was thoroughly disrupted, leaving him scoreless thus far. It was worth noting that he was a player averaging nearly 30 points per game. Due to Wang Hao's incessant harassment, Cousins' mentality began to shift. Initially, when he saw Wang Hao approaching for a double team, he could calmly distribute the ball to his teammates. However, after a significant portion of the quarter had passed without a shot, Cousins could no longer contain himself. During one of the Pelicans' offensive possessions, he desperately demanded the ball, intent on going one-on-one against the substitute Bogut. With all his might, he slammed into Bogut's chest, forcing the latter to retreat 3 steps. It was a blatant offensive foul maneuver, yet strangely, the referee did not call it. Cousins immediately leaped, aiming for a thunderous dunk. "Watch out!" came a booming shout from afar. Just as he raised his hand, the scythe of death swung once more. It was Wang Hao, darting in like a bolt of lightning from the opposite side, slicing through the air with surgical precision to strip the basketball from Cousins' grasp. As Wang Hao grasped the ball, poised to advance, a sudden force from behind disrupted his balance. The culprit was none other than Cousins, infuriated by his own blunder. After being stripped of the ball, he vehemently protested to the referee, claiming that Wang Hao's interception was a foul. When his grievances went unacknowledged, he retaliated by shoving Wang Hao down from behind. Wang Hao, a robust young man, was hardly affected by a mere shove. However, his anger was instantaneously ignited. With a swift motion akin to a carp leaping from the water, he quickly rose to his feet and turned to confront Cousins. Throughout his career, Wang Hao had maintained a demeanor of tranquility and composure, often choosing to disregard provocations on the court. Yet, this did not imply that he was devoid of temper. On the contrary, Wang Hao was a person who meticulously accounted for every slight. He would not tolerate injustice, nor did he possess the inclination to repay kindness with enmity. If one were to repay kindness with kindness, how could one respond to wrongdoing? As Wang Hao steadily approached Cousins, his teammates likely underestimated his audacity to confront the towering figure, assuming he merely intended to engage in a discussion and thus did not intervene. Similarly, Cousins remained oblivious, continuing to voice his grievances to the referee regarding a prior foul against him. As the distance between them diminished to approximately 3 paces, Wang Hao suddenly surged forward. His nearby teammates were caught off guard, their outstretched hands unable to restrain him. Only then did Cousins turn around, confronted by a forceful impact against his chest, which sent him staggering back several steps. This represented the utmost strength Wang Hao could muster at this moment. Harnessing the momentum of his sprint while unifying his body and exerting every ounce of his power. Though such an action would not inflict substantial harm upon Cousins, it could certainly temper his bravado. To truly cause damage, one would have to throw a punch, but that would inevitably result in a lengthy suspension. An immeasurable loss for the nascent Wang Hao. Even in a fit of rage, he maintained his composure. It was only then that the other players from both teams reacted, rushing in to separate the two. Cousins finally regained his senses, launching into a tirade of trash talk, the atmosphere remaining palpably tense and charged with animosity. On the Lakers' side, Ingram was equally electrified. Instead of pulling Wang Hao away, he charged to the forefront, as if he were the central figure in the dispute. The conflict did not fully subside until 2 minutes had elapsed, leading to an official timeout as they awaited the referee's ruling. Shortly thereafter, after reviewing the footage, the officials issued each party a technical foul and a reprimand. On the bench, Wang Hao, upon hearing the final judgment, expressionlessly picked up a towel to wipe the sweat from his brow, while Lonzo Ball offered a stream of soothing words beside him. "It's all right, I'm fine," Wang Hao assured Lonzo, internally resolving to channel his frustrations into the game of basketball. Given that Wang Hao was dribbling when the technical fouls were called, the Lakers retained possession of the ball. As Lonzo crossed half-court, intending to orchestrate his teammates' movements, he noticed Wang Hao actively calling for the ball beyond the three-point line. This was clearly an unexpected tactical deviation. Nevertheless, as a supportive teammate, Lonzo chose to back Wang Hao in this moment, promptly passing the ball to him. Upon receiving the ball, Wang Hao found himself confronted by Holiday's defense. While he could effortlessly employ the eye of the Heavenly Emperor to counter the seasoned defender, his singular focus was on challenging Cousins in a one-on-one duel. Thus, in an unusual display, Wang Hao raised his hand, signaling Bogut to come forward for a screen. Initially, Bogut feigned ignorance, but as their eyes met, he was taken aback by the cold intensity reflected in the gaze of this young Asian player, compelling him to reluctantly position himself at the three-point line. Despite his unusual demeanor, Bogut's screening technique remained remarkably solid. Wang Hao, utilizing the cover, advanced with a deft maneuver, while Bogut effectively separated Holiday. There was no urgency to launch an attack. Instead, Wang Hao took 2 steps back, ensuring that Bogut completely drew Holiday away. Now, it was time for a one-on-one showdown between him and Cousins. Chapter 55, The Elegance of the Chinese Language. With the cover of his teammate, Wang Hao maneuvered past, creating a separation between Holiday and Bogut. There was no rush to attack. Wang Hao took 2 steps back, ensuring that Bogut completely drew Holiday away. Now, it was the moment for a one-on-one confrontation with Cousins. The atmosphere in the arena reached a fever pitch. In the Smoothie King Center, the home ground of the Pelicans, the exuberant fans erupted with waves of excitement, eagerly anticipating the unfolding spectacle. In response to Wang Hao's challenge, Cousins slightly curled his lips in a smirk and lowered his center of gravity, adopting a defensive stance. While firmly planting his feet, he provocatively gestured with his hand, signaling Wang Hao to come at him. However, before Cousins could retract his hand, Wang Hao sprang into action. Indeed, at the very moment of Cousins' provocation, Wang Hao activated his God's Eye. Instantly, every motion of the towering figure seemed to unfold in slow motion, as if time had decelerated to a mere fraction of its usual pace. Wang Hao observed clearly the movement of his feet, the direction of his gaze, and even the extent of his grin. "Fall!" Wang Hao's icy command resonated like a decree. In the next instant, despite the smile still lingering on Cousins' face, his massive frame began to tilt backward. The sharp pain in his ankle transformed his expression from one of mockery to confusion, ultimately contorting into agony. Just moments ago, the formidable giant whom Wang Hao had struggled to budge now collapsed under the slightest nudge from him. The once boisterous home crowd fell into a stunned silence, quickly replaced by a chorus of boos. Meanwhile, Lakers fans and supporters from Huaxia, who had traveled from afar, erupted in jubilant cheers at this unexpected turn of events. Wang Hao calmly gazed at his fallen opponent, not hastening to take a shot, for he understood that with Cousins' considerable weight, it would be quite challenging for him to rise swiftly after twisting his ankle. Wang Hao quietly observed his opponent, who was straining to rise. With his right hand gripping the ball, he nonchalantly spread his arms wide in a display of arrogance. Then, with an unhurried grace, he retrieved the ball and released it. A rainbow-like arc traversed the air above the court, descending into the net amidst the boos of the home crowd. The net fluttered as it was impeccably swished. How astounding! Wang Hao clenched his right fist and raised it before his chest, roaring in celebration with fervor. At last, he had unleashed the pent-up frustration that had burdened his heart. Not only would he not cower, but he would also retaliate with a one-on-one confrontation. This was Wang Hao's response to the unfounded provocation from his adversary. At this moment, Cousins gradually rose to his feet, his ankles still throbbing with pain, yet he understood that this was not the time to lament his discomfort. "Damn it, create an opportunity for me to strike back," Cousins bellowed to his teammates. The game continued with the Clippers on the attack. Holiday dribbled to the top of the arc at a 45-degree angle, while Wang Hao remained steadfast in his defense. Cousins moved up to set a screen. A familiar scene unfolded as Cousins obstructed Wang Hao's path, while Bogut charged directly at Holiday. Strictly speaking, Wang Hao, with his keen defensive instincts, had managed to shift half a step sideways before the screen was fully established, thus not being completely blocked and retaining the chance to navigate around the obstruction. However, it seemed that Bogut was intent on witnessing Wang Hao being overpowered by Cousins in the low post, disregarding whether Wang Hao could recover his position and directly focusing on defending Holiday. Wang Hao, of course, could not allow Cousins to have an unguarded opportunity to attack the basket, so he was compelled to defend in the low post. "Hey, pass the ball. I shall crush this little fellow. He is simply too diminutive." Having just been deceived, Cousins was eager to reclaim his pride and seize the moment to boast. He pressed his broad back firmly against Wang Hao, entirely obstructing his line of sight, rendering him unable to discern the situation beyond the three-point arc. At the top of the arc, Holiday furrowed his brow upon hearing Cousins' words. He found such remarks rather distasteful, bordering on disrespect. However, exploiting mismatches in the NBA is one of the most effective scoring strategies. Once such an advantage is established, the point guard must promptly deliver the ball. In competitive sports, mercy is a rarity. Holiday hesitated for but an instant before passing the ball. As the basketball soared towards him, a cruel smile spread across Cousins' face. This time, he was determined to wreak havoc on the rim, seeking vengeance for his recently twisted ankle. Yet, just as he was about to receive the pass, Cousins felt an unexpected chill at his back. The force of resistance behind him had suddenly vanished. In the next moment, a shadow darted past him. "I'm larger. Bear with it." A bewildering remark echoed in Cousins' ears, seemingly a retort to his earlier bravado. What a play! Wang Hao executed a sudden wraparound defense, intercepting the ball mid-air with a ferocious leap, prompting an excited tremor in Kufan's voice. Wang Hao's defensive prowess is truly remarkable. His defense has never failed to impress. From initially guarding point guards to now successfully defending against small forwards like Gallinari, and even taking on centers, we have yet to witness him falter. Young Yi Edit, his tone infused with admiration and awe. The Lakers seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack. Wang Hao swiftly passed the ball to Lonzo Ball, while he himself continued his fast break down the right side. Lonzo stationed himself in the center, and Kuzma surged forth from the left, marking the triumphant onset of the Lakers' fast break trio. On the Pelicans side, Holiday promptly returned to defense. After all, Davis, being a presence in the paint, couldn't sprint back like a guard. He merely lingered in the Lakers' half, observing the unfolding play. Conversely, Cousins, feeling the weight of pride, trailed behind Wang Hao, straining against his cumbersome 200-plus pounds. Holiday believed Kuzma was more adept at finishing under the basket, thus positioning himself toward the left side. However, this time, his judgment faltered. Lonzo opted to pass the ball to the on-fire Wang Hao. The young Asian player received the ball and immediately gathered himself for a three-step layup. Cousins leaped into the air, attempting to block the shot. In midair, a physical confrontation ensued, sending the lighter Wang Hao tumbling away. Yet, just before losing his balance, he tossed the ball toward the backboard with a flick of his wrist. Beep! The whistle echoed, signaling an indisputable foul. Miraculously, the basketball ricocheted off the backboard and nestled into the net. Lucky! Fortunate! The adrenaline coursing through Wang Hao's veins dulled his awareness of the pain from the impact, prompting him to spring up and exclaim in exhilaration. What the heck? This match was undoubtedly the most exhilarating he had experienced since his arrival. His teammates, having never witnessed such fervor from Wang Hao, rushed to celebrate with him. Some patted his head, while others playfully thumped his chest. In homage to Chun Jie, with elegant Chinese prose. Chapter 56, Habitual Movements. Although Wang Hao's goal was somewhat fortuitous, luck itself is an integral component of skill. In that moment, Wang Hao experienced for the first time the realization that he could indeed measure up to these elite stars. Approaching the free throw line, he took a deep breath, dribbled the ball thrice, bent his knees, and released the shot with practiced precision. With an additional successful free throw, he swiftly accumulated 6 points in a short span. At this juncture, if Wang Hao had been attentive, he would have noticed a distinct shift in Cousins' gaze towards him. Previously, even when Wang Hao had caused Cousins to make errors, Cousins had regarded him with little respect, viewing him merely as a hastily skilled, yet fundamentally average, undrafted player who had made a name for himself through relentless defense. From Wang Hao's dribbling, passing technique, and vertical leap, Cousins had discerned that he was indeed a player with mediocre fundamentals and limited talent. However, now he increasingly sensed that this seemingly unremarkable Asian rookie was far from ordinary. Wang Hao often exhibits an astonishing energy that astounds observers. This is evident in both his defensive and offensive maneuvers. His steals are sharp and unmatched. His movements are elusive and unpredictable, and his three-point shots possess an exquisite arc. It seems he embodies two distinct personas, one of unremarkable dormancy, and the other, a sudden and formidable eruption akin to a divine warrior descending from the heavens. How could such an extreme player exist? Cousins pondered in bewilderment. Wang Hao evokes the impression of a person with a dual personality. For the most part, he behaves like a quintessential underachiever, characterized by mediocrity in both technical skills and physical prowess. Yet, in fleeting moments, he transforms into an entirely different entity, an exceptional defender of death-defying caliber, or a merciless ankle-breaking machine. "Hey, DeMarcus, what's the matter?" Davis inquired, observing the day's Cousins with concern. "Nothing, I just find this newcomer rather intriguing," Cousins replied, snapping back to reality. Although Wang Hao had taken him by surprise, as an established star, Cousins would not allow such setbacks to shatter his confidence. Many might regard him as an eccentric player with an immature mindset, yet it is undeniable that he has been selected for multiple All-Star games and has represented the national team in global competitions, often hailed as the premier center in the league. In the subsequent play, Cousins chose not to engage in a rivalry with Wang Hao, having already suffered 2 losses. He was determined to avoid being intercepted again. Thus, he redirected his frustration towards Bogut. With youthful vigor and skill, he unleashed a barrage of powerful inside attacks on the aging Bogut, leaving the latter utterly deflated. Though Wang Hao desired to assist defensively, Holiday discerned the crux of the issue lay in thwarting Wang Hao's support. "As long as I position myself in the farthest corner from Cousins, Wang Hao would be compelled to choose between allowing me an open three-point shot or permitting Cousins to engage in a one-on-one confrontation." Holiday harbored a degree of confidence in his three-point shooting prowess. If left entirely unguarded, he could achieve a success rate exceeding 50%. 2 vials of poison. One must choose between the two. Reluctantly, Wang Hao conceded to allow Cousins the opportunity to play one-on-one. Such is the adaptability of an all-star player, Wang Hao mused. These individuals cannot be easily vanquished. If Cousins is formidable, then those even more seasoned, experienced, and ambitious stars will undoubtedly prove even more challenging to overcome. Yet, does this not render the game all the more exhilarating? Wang Hao has always embraced challenges with enthusiasm. The stronger the opponent, the more invigorated he becomes. Consequently, he maneuvered through the Lakers' offensive plays, deftly finding space, and under the pressure of a double team from his adversaries, he calmly distributed the ball. Kuzma, who had come off the bench, effortlessly scored 2 points beneath the basket. As the game progressed, both teams exchanged leads, showcasing their strengths. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the Lakers held a narrow lead of 33-31. Upon returning to the bench, Wang Hao gasped for breath. The Lakers' rotation was notably distinctive. While other starters began to rest with approximately 5 minutes remaining in the first quarter, Wang Hao played the entire period without substitution. Wang Hao sought counsel from Wharton regarding this matter. Wharton's intention was clear. At this stage, Wang Hao's physical stamina was insufficient to sustain prolonged high-level performance. Thus, he aimed to capitalize on the periods when Wang Hao's physical condition was at its peak, utilizing that time to the fullest. Subsequently, he would provide Wang Hao with substantial rest periods to allow for complete recovery. In simple terms, the strategy involved playing longer durations during each session, yet the total time spent on the court in a single match would remain relatively short. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao immediately comprehended the situation. It bore a resemblance to the Lakers' utilization of Anthony Davis in previous years. The second quarter commenced swiftly. Right from the outset, the Pelicans adopted a smaller lineup, positioning their star player Davis at the center. Consequently, his opposing player was switched to Lopez. Following this adjustment, AD's advantages in speed and agility became even more pronounced. Whether executing mid-range jump shots, penetrating towards the basket, or rolling off screens, Davis exhibited remarkable proficiency. Lopez, who usually possessed decent defensive skills, appeared cumbersome and sluggish against AD, frequently left behind by a mere feint, resulting in consecutive scores against him and quickly accruing 2 fouls. The Lakers' situation took a dramatic turn for the worse with Davis's explosive performance. With 5 minutes remaining in the second quarter, the Lakers found themselves trailing by 7 points. Should the deficit extend to double digits, a critical juncture, the situation would become exceedingly precarious. Wang Hao and Walton once again directed their gaze toward the depths of the bench, fixating on the designated seat of that Asian youth. This habit of Walton, to glance back at Wang Hao when the team faced adversity, seemed to have become routine. Soon, with a stoppage in play, Wang Hao made his reappearance on the court. Chapter 57. The call to counterattack. At this moment, both teams had reintroduced their starting lineups. It was time to focus on the defensive end. With this thought, Wang Hao's eyes locked onto the currently scorching Davis. This tall, long-armed American exhibited explosive athleticism and coordination that belied his physique, along with polished ball-handling skills. To contain such a player, mere one-on-one defense would undoubtedly prove insufficient. Furthermore, unlike Cousin's emotional demeanor, AD clearly possessed a superior mindset, often benefiting from favorable calls by the referees. It was imperative to allow the Pelicans' perimeter shooting to thrive rather than permitting Davis to score with such ease. This was a point that Coach Walton had emphasized prior to Wang Hao's entrance. As the game resumed, the Pelicans initiated the inbound. Davis proactively came out to set a screen for Holiday, while Lopez, wary of the opponent's outside shooting, hesitated to retreat into the paint for defense. As Wang Hao deftly maneuvered around the screen, AD promptly disengaged and surged towards the paint. Holiday, with an instinctive understanding, flicked his wrist, delivering a bounce pass. However, Lopez, hindered by his sluggish footwork, found himself a half-step behind. Should the pass succeed, a clear path would unfurl before Davis. Yet, Wang Hao was determined to prevent such an eventuality. In a remarkable display of awareness, he seemed to possess eyes at the back of his head. Without facing the basketball, he suddenly fell backward. In that fleeting moment when the ball rebounded, he skillfully snatched it away. How could this be accomplished? In a live broadcast, Ku fans' eyes widened in astonishment, utterly captivated by the spectacle. Wang Hao, of course, could not possess eyes at the back of his head. Rather, this was merely a manifestation of his foresight. In a previous life, while watching a game between the Raptors and the Timberwolves, he had witnessed Leonard executing a similar display. At that moment, he had also anticipated his opponent's passing intention and intercepted the ball with a swift backward motion, leaving Butler, his counterpart, utterly bewildered. That steal was ultimately recognized as the NBA's best defensive play of the year. Now, Wang Hao has flawlessly replicated that defensive maneuver, bringing this classic moment to life in this realm ahead of its time. Consequently, it is only natural that the spectators are witnessing such an interception for the first time, and their astonishment is entirely understandable. In an instant, Davis, poised to receive the pass, held his hands suspended in the air, while Holiday, the one responsible for the pass, gazed in astonishment at the fallen Wang Hao, both momentarily forgetting to seize the opportunity. Wang Hao swiftly passed the ball to his teammate beside him and then surged towards the front court. On this occasion, he did not secure an opportunity to shoot, yet his shooting prowess exerted a degree of pressure, allowing Ingram to seize a chance for a one-on-one. Ingram executed a mid-range jumper that found its mark. The score stood at 51-56, with the Lakers trailing by 5 points. As the transition between offense and defense unfolded, Davis opted for a low-post isolation play, and, just as Wang Hao prepared to double-team, he returned the ball. Holiday capitalized from the corner with an open three-pointer, extending the lead to 51-59 for the Pelicans. Wang Hao remained unfazed within, calmly approaching ball and quietly stating, "Let us hasten our rotations," striving to create opportunities for Holiday or their small forward, as their three-point shooting is rather mediocre. Ball nodded in acknowledgement. The Lakers commenced their offensive. Wang Hao actively demanded the ball, signaling his teammates to spread out. He faced off against Holiday in a one-on-one duel, a declaration of war against the opponent's strongest defender. "Let us see what you are capable of," he remarked calmly. Holiday spread his arms wide, his center of gravity sinking, resembling a meticulously woven spider's web, poised to ensnare its prey. "Let me give a try," Wang Hao replied, as the eye of the Heavenly Emperor activated, plunging everything into a slow-motion state. In contrast to the defenders encountered previously, Holiday exhibited remarkable stability in his stance. Even the formidable Beverly revealed noticeable flaws during the eye's temporal manipulation, yet Holiday presented virtually no openings at this moment. In this scenario, Wang Hao, for the first time in slow motion, employed another skill, the butterfly through flowers. A swift clap echoed as, from the audience's perspective, Wang Hao executed two rapid crossovers in succession. Subsequently, Holiday's footing faltered, though he did not collapse entirely. He merely stumbled backward a couple of steps. Wang Hao seized the opportunity, swiftly gathering the ball for a shot. Holiday, striving to halt his momentum, struggled to leap in Wang Hao's direction. However, Wang Hao's release was too rapid. He had already completed his shot the moment Holiday ascended. Swish! A three-point arrow, a flame from the depths of hell. The basketball effortlessly swished through the net. Remarkably, in the opening 3 games, Wang Hao had yet to miss a three-point attempt. But the action was far from over. The fiercely defending Holiday, unable to arrest his momentum in mid-air, collided with Wang Hao as he descended. Beep! A foul! The three-pointer counted, and an additional free throw was awarded. This was a chance for a 4-point play. Yes, Wang Hao, having been knocked to the ground by Holiday, raised his arms in celebration. Holiday, displaying a commendable sportsmanship, extended his hand to help Wang Hao up. This gesture surprised Wang Hao somewhat. You have been the most formidable defender thus far, Wang Hao expressed sincerely. Thank you, but next time, you shall not succeed again, Holiday replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao smiled, but chose not to respond. However, from this exchange, he realized that the eye of the Heavenly Emperor was not infallible, particularly when the opponent was on guard. He believed that in the near future, many formidable defenders, such as Leonard and Ben Simmons, would analyze the tapes and devise methods to counter this defensive skill. He knew he must continue to acquire new skills, Wang Hao mused. Stepping to the free throw line, he once again inquired about his shooting accuracy. The score stood at 55-59, with the Lakers trailing by a mere 4 points. As the second half commenced, the Pelicans opted to attack the interior once more. In Chapter 58, the loser treads dust, the Lakers remained just 4 points behind. Cousins made a forceful assault on the paint, yet this time, Randall exerted all his effort to thwart the shot. In the ensuing counterattack, ball hit a trailing three-pointer. The score narrowed to 58-59, with the Lakers trailing by only 1 point. In just 1 minute since his entry onto the court, Wang Hao had already played a pivotal role in closing the gap. Although not every play involved him directly, his influence on the game was undeniably substantial. Certain players possess an innate aura of victory the moment they step onto the court. Their statistics may not be the most dazzling, yet their impact on the outcome is invariably profound. Time swiftly elapsed, and the game approached the final 30 seconds of the second quarter. Davis, holding the ball at mid-range, executed a one-on-one against the substitute Kuzma. He adopted a triple threat posture, first delivering 2 powerful jab steps that unsettled Kuzma's balance, causing him to retreat slightly. Davis, quick to react, immediately initiated his shooting motion. Kuzma, still a rookie and lacking experience, leapt in an attempt to disrupt AD's shot. However, unbeknownst to him, it was merely a feint. Davis executed a deft pump fake, dribbled, and swiftly sidestepped Kuzma's defense. Ahead lay no Lakers' interior players, only a figure of less than 2 meters rushing towards the paint. Wang Hao. The Pelicans had long been vexed by Wang Hao. Over the course of 2 quarters, he had already stolen the ball from them twice. Davis had been eagerly awaiting the opportunity to show this rookie a thing or two. Thus, he faced Wang Hao head-on and leapt directly into the air. At that moment, Davis had even prepared a taunt to accompany his slam dunk. Soon, he would smugly deliver the line, "Welcome to the NBA," to the disheveled Wang Hao. Then, with an air of nonchalance, he departed, concealing his accomplishments and reputation. Fueled by lofty aspirations, Davis summoned his strength and leapt into the air. However, as he ascended, he sensed an unusual disturbance. This young Asian athlete had anticipated his move and leapt ahead of him, already reaching the pinnacle of his jump. Under ordinary circumstances, this height would pose no threat to AD. Yet at this moment, Davis had just begun his ascent, while Wang Hao hovered to his side above. This indicated that Wang Hao had already predicted AD's offensive maneuver and had made the preemptive choice to jump. His timing was exceedingly precise. A delay of a second would have allowed Davis to soar uncontested, while a hastier decision might have resulted in Davis witnessing Wang Hao glide past him, only to face a clear path to the basket. However, thanks to his exceptional defensive awareness, Wang Hao's timing was impeccable. In that fleeting instant, he reached a height slightly greater than that of Davis. Thus, Wang Hao executed his skill, deft grip, and to AD's astonishment, snatched the basketball from his grasp midair. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, completed in the blink of an eye. The vanquished would eat dust. Wang Hao left behind a phrase in the Chinese language before launching a counterattack. "My goodness, Teacher Yang, doesn't this play resemble Leonard's crucial steal from Westbrook during that pivotal moment?" exclaimed Kafa, filled with excitement. He yanked the ball right out of his hands with both hands. Over at ESPN, Smith confidently asserted that Wang Hao must have watched numerous videos of Leonard, as their defensive techniques bore striking similarities. This steal indeed took everyone by surprise. So much so that Wang Hao maintained possession and rushed down the court for 2 full seconds before his Pelicans teammates fully registered the situation. As he approached within 2 steps of the three-point line, Holiday finally managed to position himself defensively, his heels resting on the arc. Little did he know, Wang Hao, with unwavering resolve, unleashed a three-pointer in his face. The most challenging aspect of a high-arcing three-point shot is achieving a clear view of the hoop at the moment of release, which necessitates sufficient space to activate the skill. However, what if Wang Hao's shot caught them off guard? If the opposition did not anticipate his immediate release, they would struggle to react in time to contest the shot. Consequently, Wang Hao was able to execute his skill smoothly. On this occasion, Holiday fell into the trap. The reason was simple. Wang Hao's previous shots had always been so reasonable, never once attempting a contested shot against a defender. Wang Hao leaped with agility, swiftly extending his hand, while Holiday could only gesture in vain, having no impact on Wang Hao's vision. With a swift motion, the ball was seized. In the final 15 seconds of the first half, the Lakers surged ahead, scoring 61-60. The Pelicans still had time, and, as the team's pivotal outside player, Holiday resolutely assumed the responsibility for the last offensive play. Wang Hao lowered his center of gravity, aiming to assist his team in maintaining a lead as they approached the second half. He understood that Holiday was not merely a defensive stalwart. As the first player born in the 1990s to enter the All-Star arena, his offensive prowess was equally formidable. Furthermore, he excelled at leveraging his weight advantage to dominate his matchups. In Wang Hao's eyes, he is merely an object to be physically dominated. Holiday patiently awaited until the timer indicated a mere 8 seconds remaining, at which point he sprang into action. There were no extravagant maneuvers. After a straightforward single-handed eye-out, Holiday executed a crossover step, penetrating directly from the right side. At this moment, Wang Hao, determined to fulfill his task, needed to reserve his entangling defense for the second half and could only rely on his own abilities to confront the situation. Chapter 59, Navigating with a Smile. At this juncture, Wang Hao remained focused on completing his objective, compelled to defer his entangling defense until the latter half, relying solely on his innate skill. Holiday's breakthrough was, in essence, a demonstration of sheer strength overpowering finesse, devoid of any rationale. He had anticipated encountering resistance from Wang Hao. Thus, he lowered his center of gravity and exerted considerable force against the ground. To his astonishment, Wang Hao failed to react, allowing Holiday to glide past him effortlessly. However, this led to an awkward predicament. In his fervor, Holiday had overexerted himself. Although he managed to bypass his opponent, his center of gravity tilted forward, propelling him uncontrollably toward the paint. When one's balance falters, executing precise, technical movements becomes exceedingly challenging, as was the case with Holiday at that moment. How could it be this effortless? Holiday pondered, struggling to adjust his steps before attempting a 3-step layup. It was evident that his jump lacked sufficient elevation, granting the Lakers' other players an opportunity to bolster their defense. Lonzo Ball, a capable defender in his own right, astutely seized this moment, darting in from the side to deliver a timely chase-down block. As Wang Hao seized the basketball, soaring towards him from behind, the timer displayed a mere second remaining. Without hesitation, he unleashed a remarkably distant three-point shot. Despite the considerable distance, the ball flew straight towards the hoop. The Pelicans fans collectively held their breath, evoking memories of the fear instilled by Curry. Fortunately, after a prolonged flight, the ball struck the rim and rebounded out. A wave of sighs swept through the crowd, leaving one to ponder whether it was relief or regret. So close, Ku Fan lamented, noting that Wang Hao's perfect three-point shooting record in official games had now been interrupted. Indeed, this moment illustrated that Wang Hao was unconcerned with such records, prioritizing his team's victory above all else, as Yang Yi expressed with admiration. On the court, Wang Hao exchanged high-fives with Lonzo Ball in celebration. "You deliberately allowed him into the paint, didn't you?" "I had my eye on him from the start," Lonzo chuckled. Wang Hao felt a bit embarrassed, as he was simply outmaneuvered. "Good defense," remarked Holiday, who passed by and offered Wang Hao an approving glance. This rookie had managed to discern his offensive intentions completely. How infuriating. Was this not something only seasoned players with a blend of defensive awareness and experience could achieve? This was the true sentiment of Holiday's inner thoughts. Wang Hao could only respond with a smile, as he genuinely lacked the innate talent and was not as quick to adapt. Why did both teammates and opponents treat him as a formidable defensive barrier? Upon returning to the bench, Wang Hao took a moment to assess his task progress. In the first half, he had successfully executed 3 steals, all against the Pelicans' Twin Towers. Yet he still needed 3 more in the second half. However, he was left with only 2 opportunities to use his death grip, which was currently his greatest source of frustration. Nevertheless, the final play of the first half had provided him with some inspiration. He was not alone in this battle. He had teammates. If he could effectively utilize his defensive intimidation and create double teams with his allies, perhaps he could achieve steals without relying solely on skill. Wang Hao murmured to himself. "Hey, what are you talking to yourself about?" chuckled his older brother Lopez. Noticing Wang Hao's distraction. "Nothing." Wang Hao replied with a smile. "Let's continue to collaborate on defense in the second half. I believe Cousins is a key point of attack." "No problem. We can't let that hefty fellow dominate the paint," came the response. Lopez spoke earnestly. Cousins' technical skills and abilities posed no issue. However, his emotional control was a glaring aspect that could be exploited. The halftime intermission swiftly concluded and the game resumed. The Lakers, seizing the opportunity, made an adjustment by starting Kuzma, whose shooting prowess exceeded that of his predecessor, pairing him with Lopez in the paint. The underlying strategy was clear. Since Randall struggled to contend with AD, bolstering offensive efforts could mitigate their disadvantage in the interior. This tactical shift indeed injected vitality into their offense. On the very first possession of the second half, Kuzma made a 3-pointer, extending their lead to 4 points. Yet, in response, Davis forcefully attacked Kuzma in the paint, completing a 2-1 play. The game once again fell into a stalemate, with the lead oscillating between teams. At this juncture, Cousins, deprived of the ball for an extended period, could no longer contain his frustration and began to voice his grievances to his teammates. "I have ample opportunities in the paint. Brook cannot guard me at all. But that Wang Hao is always glued to you," Holiday replied calmly. "Rest assured, as soon as he doubles me, I'll distribute the ball. And you all can take open shots," Cousins asserted with conviction. The Pelicans were well aware of this young man's temperament. If he remained ball-less throughout the game, it could lead to unforeseen complications. Thus, they felt compelled to entertain his suggestion. The game continued, with Davis receiving the ball at the free throw line, initiating a high-low play and passing it to the well-positioned Cousins. Wang Hao seized the opportunity and immediately executed a double-team. Cousins swiftly passed the ball, but regrettably, Holiday's 3-point attempt was unsuccessful. A minute later, the Pelicans employed the same tactic. After receiving the ball in the low post, Cousins found himself once again besieged by Wang Hao. This time, after a brief hesitation, he opted to pass the ball. Upon receiving it, Holiday encountered the rotating ball and promptly made another pass, leading to Davis's successful mid-range jump shot. Both teams tirelessly adhered to their strategies. For the third and fourth times, Cousins passed the ball consecutively 4 times, but by the 4th instance, his patience had finally waned. "Is this ever going to end? Why do you keep double-teaming me? Are you brave enough to defend me one-on-one?" Cousins shouted at Lopez. The seasoned veteran Lopez was unfazed by such provocation and walked away without a glance. Ultimately, Cousins could no longer tolerate being relegated to a supporting role for an entire quarter. After receiving the ball in the low post for the 5th time, he resolved to make a play. In this sequence, remarkably, Cousins abandoned the strategy of demanding the ball in the low post and instead ventured beyond the 3-point line. He raised his right hand, signaling a unique gesture, prompting the other Pelicans players to react promptly and begin their tactical movements. This particular strategy, seldom employed, revolved around the center, orchestrating from the arc while the other players executed various cross movements to create opportunities. Cousins possessed a commendable level of playmaking ability, capable of serving as a facilitator. However, the Pelicans, constrained by their roster, lacked strong off-ball capabilities aside from Davis, thus rarely utilized this tactic. Nevertheless, with Cousins' call, the team silently commenced their positioning. Approximately 5 seconds passed, and while the Pelicans players were still hustling, Cousins made his move. He chose not to wait for an opening to materialize, but instead opted for an isolation play. A center, handling the ball beyond the 3-point line. Only Cousins could pull this off, demonstrating commendable dribbling skills. Had it been another center making such a choice, like the younger Shaquille O'Neal, the coach would have benched him for reflection in the next play. In an instant, Cousins thrust his right foot forward, dribbling the ball as he executed a change of direction. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, demonstrating fluidity on par with that of a guard. "Impressive. Is this the caliber of an all-star center? His fundamentals are remarkably solid," exclaimed Kofan. Lopez, slow on his feet, had just begun to shift his position when Cousins executed a swift change of direction, causing him to stumble. Seizing the opportunity, Cousins accelerated towards the basket. Wang Hao remained fixated on Cousins' movements, swiftly approaching from the side to provide defensive support. Consequently, his counterpart, Holiday, found himself entirely unguarded. At this juncture, distributing the ball to an open teammate beyond the arc would have been the wisest choice. While opting for a direct confrontation was feasible, there existed a considerable risk of interference from the vigilant Wang Hao. However, Cousins felt an overwhelming sense of frustration in this match. He yearned desperately for a chance to shatter the silence. In a split second, emotion triumphed over reason, and Cousins resolved to conclude the play himself. To evade the potential theft by Wang Hao's quick hands, he cradled the ball in his right hand, poised to unleash a spectacular finishing move. Yet smack! The familiar sound echoed once more, the crisp noise of a well-timed interception. Just as Cousins lifted the ball, Wang Hao's right hand shot out, and the harbinger of doom swung his scythe once again, snatching the ball away with merciless precision. In that fleeting moment, several Pelicans fans in attendance clutched the back of their heads in disbelief. Wang Hao's steals have cast a shadow over them. Each time they anticipate a dazzling performance from their home team, Wang Hao emerges, dousing their hopes with a bucket of cold water. In this match, he snatched the ball from the same individual 3 times. Had it been an ordinary player, their mentality might have shattered. However, Cousins is different. Even now, he is primarily filled with indignation and defiance. He relentlessly pursues the fast-breaking Wang Hao, denying him any opportunity for an easy counterattack. Wang Hao refrained from forcing the play, opting instead to pass the ball to the on-fire Kuzma. The latter once again sank a three-pointer, 80-75. The Lakers led by 5 points, marking their largest lead since the game's inception. As they transitioned back on defense, Wang Hao encouraged his teammates, urging them to extend their advantage, asserting that the fourth quarter would be easier if they did so. The Lakers nodded in agreement, their collective spirit evidently rising. This scene captured the attention of Coach Walton and assistant coach Brian Shaw on the sidelines, who were pleasantly surprised by Wang Hao's emerging leadership qualities. Brian Shaw beamed with delight, recognizing that such abilities are exceedingly rare. Leadership manifests in various forms. For instance, Kobe's stringent standards and high expectations, where he holds both himself and others accountable. Or LeBron, who can effortlessly connect with his teammates while exuding dominance on the court. However, such players are indeed a rarity. The majority possess remarkable talent and train diligently, yet fail to exert significant influence during games, akin to Ingram or Wiggins of the Timberwolves. A championship-caliber team must inevitably have a commanding leader at its helm. What Wang Hao currently exhibits is the essence of a burgeoning leader. Simultaneously, Cousins, unable to prevent the opposing team's fast break, raises his hand in apology. Yet, his teammates can still discern from his gaze that he remains unyielding. As expected, during the Pelicans' offensive possession, once the ball finds its way into his hands, he immediately transitions into isolation mode. At this moment, Cousins is determined to score. It is often referred to as being in the zone. On the Pelicans bench, Coach Gentry is prepared to make substitutions, waiting for a dead ball to allow Cousins to step aside and regain his composure. Cousins is likely aware of this. Thus, during this possession, he is even less inclined to pass the ball. Just as Cousins charges into the paint with fervor, that man appears once more. Crack! History repeats itself. The basketball in Cousins' grasp is once again cleanly stripped away. Crack! This sound signifies Cousins' voluntary request to exit the game due to a foul. Moreover, as he has reached his foul limit, Wang Hao steps directly to the free throw line. At this moment, it seems as though Cousins awakens from trance, realizing he has lost his composure, and walks to the sideline to await his substitution. Chapter 61, The Deciding Moment. With his foul count now at its peak, Wang Hao strides to the free throw line, a sly smile gracing his lips as the scheme he devised with Lopez during halftime finally bears fruit. Naturally, as the catalyst for Cousins' unraveling, Wang Hao revels in the chorus of boos from the Pelicans fans. Brother Hao is already experiencing the scrutiny of fans in his third game. A rite of passage for every player on their journey to stardom, comments co-fan in the live broadcast. Wang Hao adjusted his breathing, releasing the ball in accordance with his own rhythm. It is noteworthy that Wang Hao has not faltered in his serves throughout this season. Youth.The, and just as his words fell, bang, Wang Hao missed his free throw. Yang Laosher, let's not jinx it, co-fan chuckled. The fans, witnessing the effective interference, erupted in cheers. Although both the three-point shot and the initial free throw in this match were missed, Wang Hao remained unfazed. Taking a deep breath once more, he received the ball from the referee and confidently sank his second free throw. The score stood at 81-75, with the Lakers maintaining their lead. As the game transitioned, the Pelicans launched their offensive. Holiday capitalized on Davis's screen to penetrate the paint successfully, keeping the score close. It was evident that Wang Hao's stamina was somewhat lacking. He seemed to have reached a physical plateau. Yang Yi expressed his concern. On the court, Wang Hao gasped for air, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. He had just played an entire quarter, exerting himself to help his team gain the upper hand. Pulling up his jersey to wipe the sweat from his face, Wang Hao raised his hand to signal to his teammates that he had failed to defend adequately. Walton also noticed Wang Hao's fatigue and promptly called for Pope from the bench, preparing to make a substitution. The Lakers initiated their offense, with Ingram holding the ball for a one-on-one outside the three-point line. Wang Hao quietly positioned himself in the corner, creating space for his teammates. Meanwhile, the Pelicans' defensive anchor, Holiday, remained closely shadowing Wang Hao in the corner. Teacher Yang observed closely. It is evident that Wang Hao is struggling with his stamina. Yet the Pelicans still deploy their finest defender to closely guard him. Kufan jestingly remarked, to exaggerate a bit, I believe that even if Wang Hao were smoking in the corner, the Pelicans would send someone over with an ashtray. Not quite. Not quite. Yang Yi chuckled in response. On the court, Ingram executed a crossover, elegantly maneuvering past his defender and driving toward the basket, challenging the substitute center Hernan Gomez with a layup. The ball went in, and the whistle blew and won. Hernan Gomez, resigned, raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. He had done his utmost to provide support, yet the Pelicans' perimeter defense was effortlessly breached. With a one-on-one player like Ingram, assigning more to defend him seemed almost reckless. However, Holiday found himself stretched thin as he remained occupied guarding that remarkably accurate undrafted player in the corner. Wang Hao approached Ingu with joy, exchanging celebratory high-fives, before the technical bench signaled for a substitution. As he returned to the sidelines, some of the Lakers substitutes stood to welcome him, while others applauded in support. Rest well and prepare for the decisive moment, Walton advised, giving Wang Hao a reassuring pat on the back as they passed each other. Wang Hao nodded in acknowledgement as he accepted the towel handed to him by the staff, returning to his position. As anticipated, this match was destined to culminate in a dramatic finale. Currently, Wang Hao had one use remaining of both his death grip and Eye of the Heavenly Emperor, with the team needing to secure 2 more steals and ultimately achieve victory. He reflected to himself that he must double his efforts in the final quarter. Time swiftly passed, and before long, the game reached the final 5 minutes of the fourth quarter. The Lakers held a temporary lead over the Pelicans, 99-95, with a 4-point advantage. Wang Hao replaced Pop, and both teams fielded their strongest lineups as they entered the decisive moment. During the preceding half of the quarter, the re-entered DeMarcus Cousins regained his composure, showcasing the prowess befitting a premier center, even executing a stunning fast break following a rebound. On the Lakers side, they sustained their lead thanks to Kuzma's remarkable shooting touch. As Wang Hao made his entrance, he immediately felt the weight of numerous gazes upon him. Cousins, Holiday, Davis. Each one appeared as though they were bracing for a formidable challenge. Wang Hao smiled faintly, calmly meeting all gazes directed at him. It was evident that he exuded confidence on the court, embodying a commanding presence, as noted by psychologist Yang Yi. The game continued with the Pelicans on the attack. Holiday signaled Cousins to set a screen, and Cousins swiftly positioned himself, effectively blocking Wang Hao's path. He then quickly moved to the low post. With no other option, the Lakers were compelled to switch their defense. In an instant, 2 mismatched offensive opportunities arose, one for Holiday against Lopez, and the other for Cousins against Wang Hao. Holiday hesitated momentarily, only to see Davis point inward. The closer one gets to the basket, the easier it is to score. This is an immutable truth in the NBA. Moreover, the mismatch in height created a significant advantage for the interior play. Cautiously, Holiday delivered a high lob pass, successfully placing the ball in Cousins' hands. This time, Cousins did not relinquish the ball easily. Instead, he utilized his physique to completely box Wang Hao out, sensing his defense with his back. In this scenario, all Wang Hao could see was Cousins' robust back, standing before him like a mountain, obscuring his view of the ball. Under such circumstances, employing a relentless defense became impossible. Is this what one refers to as a star player's ability to adapt? Wang Hao felt an ominous premonition and swiftly concealed one hand behind his back, signaling Randall to prepare for a defensive maneuver. Cousins feigned with a shoulder shimmy before pivoting in another direction. As he turned, his elbow inadvertently wedged into Wang Hao's lower back, applying just enough force to shove him behind himself. The immense strength caused Wang Hao to stagger forward momentarily. Fortunately, at that moment, Randall had already dashed over to obstruct Cousins' path. Yet Cousins was undeterred. He promptly switched the ball to his left hand, taking a large step with his right foot to create an angle, followed swiftly by his left foot. The hastily approaching Randall was astonishingly bypassed in an instant, left grasping at air. To execute such a series of intricate movements in such a confined space showcased Cousins' remarkable finesse, which left Ko-fan in awe. However, Cousins' offensive momentum was slightly delayed by Randall, granting Wang Hao the opportunity to intervene. Without hesitation, his dexterous hand reached out once more, deftly dislodging the ball from behind. This marked the fourth time. In this match, it was the fourth steal from the formidable Cousins. At this moment, Cousins was truly at a loss for words. How was it that whether he played from the perimeter, in the post, with fury, or with calm, he could not escape Wang Hao's relentless grasp? Did this young man intend to exploit him mercilessly? He raised his hands in resignation, the defiance in his eyes gradually extinguished. "Ha! Poor Cousins, he has met his match." Smith mockingly remarked on the ESPN broadcast. Randall retrieved the dislodged basketball and passed it to Ball, initiating a counterattack for the Lakers. After receiving the ball, Ball did not rush to shoot, but instead glanced ahead. Indeed, Ingram, with an uncanny intuition, had anticipated the steal and was already sprinting for a fast break. Whoosh! A magnificent long pass sliced through the air. The ball landed impeccably in Ingram's hands. Bang! A ferocious one-handed slam ignited the arena, and the attending Lakers fans erupted in applause. Once again, a splendid collaboration unfolded, as the young players of the Lakers exhibited their immense potential on both ends of the court. Young, he expressed his admiration. The score stood at 101-95, with the gap widening. The Pelicans resumed play. In the Lakers' half, Cousins positioned himself quietly near the baseline, clearly signaling his intention to refrain from participating in this offensive play. His teammates, accustomed to his emotional demeanor, shifted their focus to the team's leader, Davis. In such critical moments, it is only fitting that the spotlight shines on the superstar. Davis readily accepted the responsibility, raising his right hand to call a play. He stepped forward, seemingly to set a screen for Holiday, but it was merely a feint. His true intention was to drift outward to the three-point line. The Lakers opted against switching defense, with Wang Hao remaining tightly glued to Holiday. Rather than attempting a drive, Holiday directly returned the ball to Davis at the top of the arc. Randall, caught off guard and a step behind, quickly scrambled to defend. Yet Davis, leveraging his height and long reach, shot the three-pointer without hesitation. Swish! A clutch three-pointer found the net. The score stood at 101-98, with the suspense still palpable. In the ensuing 2 minutes, both teams showcased their prowess. As the game approached its final minute, the score reached 109-106, with the Lakers holding a slender three-point lead. Wang Hao's inner confidence is rather tenuous. On one hand, he no longer possesses the opportunity to wield the power of death's embrace, rendering him essentially a paper tiger. Whether facing off against Holiday or Cousins, he finds himself devoid of any combat prowess. What Wang Hao currently relies on is the formidable deterrent of his 5 steals in this match, which renders his opponents hesitant to attack him. The game continues as the Pelicans advance. Holiday once again passes the ball to the long silent Cousins. As Cousins receives the ball, his gaze immediately searches for Wang Hao's position. Indeed, that man is racing towards him. Frustrated, Cousins silently curses and instinctively seeks to pass the ball elsewhere. However, with Wang Hao positioned perfectly between him and Holiday, passing becomes a challenge, and Cousins must explore alternative options. In that fleeting moment, he finds no open teammates in sight. As Wang Hao closes in, anxiety surges within Cousins. Reluctantly, he attempts to drive towards the basket, only to be completely thwarted by Lopez, who is already in position. With no path forward, just as Cousins contemplates turning around, Wang Hao stands right before him. At this juncture, his best course of action would be to hold onto the ball and call for a timeout or to charge forward, gambling that Wang Hao cannot snatch the ball away. Yet, in his panic, Cousins finds himself at a loss. He neither possesses the clarity to call for a timeout nor the mindset to dribble forward. In this moment, he only desires to pass the ball away. He's coming. He's coming. Cousins is filled with urgency. However, the only sight before him is a blocked teammate. Just as he considers a desperate jump pass, he fumbles. The ball slowly slips from Cousins' grasp, falling directly into Wang Hao's hands. A blunder. At a critical moment, Cousins has lost control. Kofan exclaims excitedly. This is the final minute of the game. Every possession is vital. Yet, in this moment, Cousins is so intimidated by Wang Hao that he cannot hold onto the ball. Ding. Task update. Defensive blockade. Assistant guarding the paint. Achieve 6 steals from Anthony Davis or DeMarcus Cousins. Completed. The system's notification rings in Wang Hao's mind, leaving him somewhat taken aback by this unexpected delight. However, he quickly regains his composure and initiates a fast break. Wang Hao had already strategized this attack in his mind. He has not passed Alonzo Ball, but instead drives the ball swiftly up the court. Awaiting him ahead is the king of the Pelicans, the son of America, Anthony Davis. Chapter 63. The curtain falls. Wang Hao seals the game. Tall with long arms and possessing explosive athleticism, Davis is universally regarded as a talent of unicorn caliber. This allows him to effectively guard smaller players, keeping pace with them while utilizing his remarkable wingspan to instill a sense of intimidation. When faced with such an adversary, failing to freeze his movements or catch him off guard with a shot may result in a distant rejection. Now, Wang Hao has resolved to take matters into his own hands, and the sole method to achieve this is to disrupt Davis's balance, rendering him incapable of executing a proper jump to block. With this thought in mind, Wang Hao activates the final instance of the Eye of the Heavenly Emperor for the match. At this moment, had there been a camera capturing the scene up close, one would notice a faint red hue in Wang Hao's pupils. This signifies his entry into the state of the Eye of the Heavenly Emperor, though the tint is subtle, only discernible upon closer inspection. In this state, Wang Hao perceives the world through a crimson lens, where all is desolate and time flows at a languid pace. The intricate details of Davis's expressive features, the expansive posture of his arms, and the subtle shifts of his body are laid bare before Wang Hao's keen gaze. Wang Hao deftly dribbled the ball beneath his legs, transferring it to his left hand, yet Davis remained unfazed. Wang Hao shook his shoulders, feigning a breakthrough. Yet Davis remained as steadfast as a mountain, his center of gravity unchanged. Wang Hao mused that this individual must be well prepared. Although his feints were of ordinary speed and amplitude, each of Wang Hao's movements appeared exceedingly swift in the context of his opponent's slower pace. In the realm of martial arts, speed is the ultimate defense. Under such probing attempts, Davis remained unfazed. Either his reflexes were extraordinary, or he had anticipated that these were mere deceptions. Wang Hao firmly believes it is the latter. In other words, Davis still discerns from the footage of several of Wang Hao's matches that he does not opt for a drive after feints, but rather concludes his offense with a jump shot. Is this the hallmark of a top-tier athlete's competitive demeanor? Wang Hao sighed inwardly, yet he swiftly conceived a countermeasure. He feigned a move, lowering his center of gravity and lifting his gaze towards the hoop, while simultaneously shifting the ball in his right hand towards the center, with his left hand drawing nearer to the basketball. This constituted a quintessential shooting preparation stance. Davis immediately reacted, leaping to position himself for a block. However, this was merely a ruse, an artful feint of a shooting gesture. Wang Hao did not receive the ball to shoot. Instead, after a slight pause, he resumed dribbling. Oh my! Wang Hao executed the Buddha prayer, effortlessly faking out Davis. Kofan gasped in astonishment. The term Buddha prayer is a playful moniker coined by the renowned streetball player Wu Yu to describe the deceptive move of feigning a shot, which has since been widely adopted by fans. After successfully evading Anthony Davis, Wang Hao took a lateral step to the right, finding himself unguarded. He effortlessly released the basketball, which spun rapidly through the air, tracing a flawless arc swish. It found the net without touching the rim. The score stood at 112-106. Wang Hao's three-pointer nearly sealed the fate of the match. Good heavens, what a remarkable shot! Kofan exclaimed, his words tumbling over one another in excitement. Despite Wang Hao's seemingly clumsy ball handling as he crossed half-court, often raising concerns about potential turnovers, his offensive execution was undeniably effective, commented Yang Yi. With merely 35 seconds left in the game, the Pelicans hastily called for a timeout. That shot was incredible. Please teach me next time, Kuzma chuckled. We are on the verge of victory, said Ball, who approached and affectionately ruffled Wang Hao's hair. As Wang Hao celebrated with his teammates, he made his way towards the bench. At that moment, a fervent shout pierced through the cacophony of the arena, filled with thousands of spectators. How good! You are so handsome. I love you. The clarity of that voice rang out distinctly amidst the noise. The familiar sound of the Huaxiao language compelled Wang Hao to glance up, only to discover it was a male admirer. Wang Hao's views on gender remained rather rigid. Awkwardly waving his hand, he returned to the bench. The atmosphere on the Pelicans' side, however, was far from jovial. Cousins sat in his position with an expression of discontent, clearly indifferent to the coach's instructions. This game might very well mark the most frustrating day of his professional career. "I feel targeted," he suddenly remarked to a nearby guardian of the water cooler. "I understand. Ever since I entered the NBA, I've been targeted every day," the guardian empathized. "Damn," Cousins replied. The timeout soon concluded, and the game resumed. With time running short, the Pelicans devised a strategy to seize three-point opportunities. After a flurry of movement, the exhausted Wang Hao was unable to keep pace with Holiday, resulting in a missed shooting opportunity. Wang Hao gritted his teeth and pressed forward to interfere, but it was evidently too late. However, Holiday remained wary of Wang Hao's elusive hand interception, his shooting motion noticeably lacking in fluidity. Coupled with the time constraints, he failed to adjust adequately, resulting in a crucial three-pointer that missed its mark. Ball brother surged into the paint to secure the rebound, simultaneously sealing the Pelicans' fate. Davis hastily committed a foul, but the point disparity was too great to make any difference. Ultimately, the Lakers triumphed over the Pelicans with a score of 114-109, securing a commanding three-game winning streak. After the game, Rachel, the NBA 2K TV female host, promptly sought out the outstanding Wang Hao. "Hey, Wang, I'm Rachel. First and foremost, congratulations on yet another astonishing performance." The host, with her charming demeanor and radiant smile, exuded warmth. "Thank you. By the way, I know you," Wang Hao replied with a smile. He was indeed familiar with this host from her previous life, having been captivated by her looks. Rachel, a celebrated basketball goddess in America, was sunny and cheerful. Once a professional basketball player, she now serves as a host for NBA 2K TV. She had participated in the NBA All-Star Weekend Celebrity Game, achieving the highest score for her team with 17 points. Although her basketball skills were commendable, unfortunate injuries had forced her to abandon her professional dreams. Her fair skin and tall stature, particularly her long and straight legs, were striking. Unlike the slender limbs typical of many girls, Rachel's legs possessed a beauty that was both healthy and voluptuous. Her relationship with Thunder's small forward, Robertson, had once caused quite a stir, with comments like "with a knife in hand," "slay the dog" being frequently seen back then, often followed by the resigned addition of "forget it, I can't compete." Rachel was evidently taken aback by Wang Hao's recognition of her, considering she had only recently begun her career as a host and hadn't yet gained significant fame in the industry. Nevertheless, her professional demeanor compelled her to suppress her curiosity and steer the conversation back to the day's match. "Wang, some fans allege that your seemingly poor ball handling during most of the game is merely an act, suggesting you are, in fact, a genuine ankle collector. What are your thoughts on this?" "My ball handling is actually quite mediocre," Wang Hao replied candidly. "But with your performances over the last 3 games, you could compile a highlight reel of crossovers," Rachel exclaimed, her disbelief evident. "Come on, you still claim you don't know martial arts?" "It might just be a stroke of luck. I still have ample room for improvement," Wang Hao asserted with conviction. He certainly couldn't admit that he had an unfair advantage. Rachel adorably wrinkled her nose and cast a sidelong glance at Wang Hao before continuing. "Prior to the match, you had an interaction with Kobe on Twitter, which clearly indicates his high regard for you. Were you acquainted before?" "Indeed, we have known each other for quite some time," Wang Hao replied with a smile. Rachel's eyes widened in surprise, as his responses were consistently unexpected. "I have known him for a long time," Wang Hao added. Another playful eye roll ensued. "Kobe is my favorite player, and no one even comes close," Wang Hao stated, ceasing his playful banter and adopting a serious tone. "I also aspire to restore the glory of the Lakers." "Yes, we all understand you have a grand ambition," Rachel nodded with a smile. "I'm not joking," Wang Hao asserted. Rachel's beautiful eyes remained fixed on the young man before her. Wang Hao's confident demeanor and earnest tone left her quite astonished. She had previously found it difficult to envision a fledgling talent daring to audaciously challenge the reigning champions. Yet, the youthful visage before her began to sway her earlier convictions. Perhaps he truly has the potential? However, Rachel quickly reined in her wavering thoughts. After all, they were the Golden State Warriors, a historically formidable team featuring Durant and the Splash Brothers. How could a group of inexperienced Lakers potentially triumph over them? Observing Rachel lost in thought, Wang Hao waved his hand in front of her. "Ah, my apologies." Rachel hastily returned to the present. Post-game interviews are typically brief. So after courteously congratulating Wang Hao on his victory, She prepared to conclude the interview. Wait a moment. Just as she was about to turn away, Wang Hao called out to her. She inquired, puzzled. May I ask, do you happen to know Robertson? Wang Hao questioned. Why do you ask me that? Rachel tucked a strand of golden hair behind her ear, her expression one of curiosity. Are you referring to the Robertson from the Thunder? I know of him, but I haven't interacted with him. Having recently transitioned to being a radio host, she naturally had limited exposure to many players. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao nodded in satisfaction. You haven't yet shared why you inquired, Rachel remarked. Oh, it's nothing, just a casual question. By the way, let us follow each other on Twitter later. I must be off now. My teammates are waiting for me. With that, Wang Hao waved goodbye and departed, leaving the bewildered female broadcaster standing still. What a peculiar man. Rachel pouted in mild displeasure, though a subtle smile soon graced her lips. Overall, her first impression of Wang Hao was rather positive. Getting to know him might not be such a bad idea after all. Upon returning to the locker room, Wang Hao and his teammates engaged in a brief celebration and listened to Walton's post-game summary, which mostly consisted of continued motivation. He then took a change of clothes and slipped away, for a crucial matter awaited him. If all went well, he would finally gather the 5,000 exchange points today. Wang Hao, consumed by his aspirations, yearned to elevate the level of his high-arc three-point shot, a desire soon to be fulfilled. In the bathroom, warm streams of water cascaded over him, as his consciousness delved deep into the recesses of his mind. The cold, metallic voice of the system resonated. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the system task, using another stone to polish one's own jade. Chapter 65. A woman only affects the speed of my shot. The warm water continued to envelop him. And once more, the system's voice echoed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the system task, using another stone to polish one's own jade. Task details. 1. Defensive barrier. Assist in guarding the paint and successfully steal from either Anthony Davis or DeMarcus Cousins a total of 6 times completed. Task reward. 500 exchange points. 2. Winning moment. Lead your team to victory completed. Task reward. 500 exchange points. Due to the host's impeccable execution of the tasks, an additional reward of 50 points will be granted. For this mission, the host has amassed a total of 1,500 exchange points. Yes, Wang Hao rejoiced, for this was the highest reward pool he had achieved thus far. Consequently, his total exchange points surged to 5,450. The rewards did not cease there. The system continued, as the host completed 10 highlight moments, spectacular plays, in a single match. A special reward has been granted, 2 points of free attributes. Wang Hao contemplated allocating these points to stamina and defense. He was acutely aware that in the final moments of the game, his defensive prowess had become akin to that of a paper tiger, and he wished to avoid the inconsistency brought on by skill limitations. Currently, with the deathly grip of his skills, he could become an indomitable force. Without them, he risked becoming a mere defensive liability. After swiftly allocating his points, Wang Hao accessed the skill shop and located the section for the high-arc three-point shot. 5,000 exchange points. He hoped for a significant enhancement. His heart raced, and his hands trembled as he clicked the upgrade button. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully upgrading your skill. One of the skills possessed by Rikia Shintaro. The legendary high-arc three-point shot level 2 was now his. Skill description. Within the required range, the three-point shooting accuracy will reach 100. Requirements for Rikia Shintaro's high-arc three-point shot. Firstly, the shot must be taken within the opponent's half-court. Secondly, a complete shooting motion must be executed. Any fatigue may lead to a distorted motion. Furthermore, the basket must be visible at the moment of release. Upon reading the skill description, Wang Hao was astonished. The shooting range had been significantly expanded. The range now encompassed the entirety of the opponent's half-court. This meant that from this moment forward, his future adversaries would have to keep a vigilant eye on him at all times, lest they be obliterated by his relentless shooting prowess. Happiness arrived with such suddenness that Wang Hao felt a slight dizziness. However, he quickly composed himself and meticulously examined the triggering conditions of his skills. The requirements for advancing from level 1 to level 2 had increased, necessitating a complete execution of movements. In moments of physical exhaustion, the actions might become distorted. This seemed reasonable, as the range had expanded to half the field, undoubtedly demanding more stamina during execution. In other words, should his physical condition falter, it would likely impede the activation of his skills. Thus, the next focus of improvement would be his physical endurance. With this thought in mind, Wang Hao once again accessed his attributes panel. Wang Hao, standing at a height of 1. 98 meters and weighing 91 kilograms, possesses an impressive wingspan of 2.08 meters. His vertical leap reaches 70 centimeters, while his run-up jump extends to 81 centimeters. His strength is measured at 56, speed at 58, endurance at 54, and explosiveness at 53. His ball handling skill stands at 65, with passing rated at 55, close-range shooting at 56, mid-range at 57, three-point shooting at 62, and ultra-long-range three-point shooting at 51. His dunking ability is rated at 50, alongside a steal capability of 59 and a blocking skill of 50. His defensive prowess is measured at 60. Wang Hao possesses a remarkable skill set, including the green interval Jean-Taro's ultra-high arc three-point shot at level 2, death entanglement at level 5. I have the Heavenly Emperor at level 1, and Butterfly through Flowers at level 3. His exchange value stands at 450. Upon reflection, Wang Hao was astounded to discover that his jumping ability, strength, and endurance had increased beyond the system's rewards. System: these enhancements in my attributes must be related to my daily training, correct? Wang Hao inquired. Indeed, whether in competition or during training. Any genuine improvement in your abilities will be reflected in your attributes. Furthermore, when your attributes are comparatively low, the efficiency of your personal efforts to enhance them is significantly greater, the system responded. Wang Hao nodded. Much like acquiring a skill, attaining a score of 70 may require merely 1 to 2 months of effort. Yet ascending from 70 to 100 often necessitates years of diligent accumulation to achieve a remarkable breakthrough. This realization heightened Wang Hao's anticipation of accomplishing the Kobe Challenge within this season. He trained relentlessly, doing his utmost while leaving the rest to fate. Such was Wang Hao's attitude. Suddenly, a voice called from outside the bathroom. Wang Hao, why are you taking so long? The press conference is about to begin. I'm coming. Wang Hao replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. At the post-game press conference, Wang Hao once again became the darling of the media. Wang Hao, in this match, you scored 15 points, secured 3 rebounds, provided 2 assists, and astonishingly achieved 6 steals. How did you manage that? The first question was relatively standard, to which Wang Hao humbly attributed his success to the support of his teammates and coach. After the game, Cousins remarked that he would refer to you as the strongest defender. What are your thoughts on that? He also mentioned he would like to apologize for his irrational behavior in the second quarter. This question took Wang Hao by surprise. He anticipated such high praise from Cousins, the rather blunt player. Had he truly been impressed? There are many excellent defenders in the league, but borrowing his words, perhaps in the near future, I could indeed become a true embodiment of the strongest defender. Wang Hao responded with newfound confidence, shedding his humble demeanor. As for that incident, I almost forgot about it until you mentioned it. We have played basketball for many years. Sometimes emotions can indeed overshadow reason on the court. Let us consider those matters concluded along with the game, Wang Hao continued. Since his early days as a basketball enthusiast, he had regarded the court as a battleground, where occasional conflicts were entirely natural. Except for matters of principle, disputes on the court should remain there. Once the game is over, everyone remains friends. Wang Hao's response was remarkably appropriate, garnering nods of approval from both the media and Coach Walton. Shortly thereafter, a third question was posed. It has been reported that your name appears in the credits of Billie Eilish's new song. Is it a case of name coincidence? Or is it indeed you? This inquiry caught Wang Hao somewhat off guard. After a moment of reflection, he recalled that just a few days prior, during a conversation with Billie, he had offered her some suggestions for her new song. To his surprise, the young artist had included him in the credits as a contributor. Am I inadvertently stepping into the entertainment industry? Wang Hao pondered silently. After contemplating for a moment, he replied, we are friends, and at that time, I merely offered some immature suggestions. I really cannot claim any involvement in the arrangement. This was entirely the truth. After Wang Hao finished speaking, he felt it was time to conclude the topic. Unexpectedly, the journalists below were even more intrigued to learn that Wang Hao and Billie were still friends. A rising star in the music arena paired with a promising newcomer in basketball, this was sensational material. They were eager to delve deeper into the matter. Fortunately, Wharton promptly noticed the conversation was veering off course and intervened to smooth things over. After the press conference, Wang Hao sighed. His career was just beginning to flourish, and he did not wish for tabloid news to disrupt his momentum. After all, the renowned literary figure Lu Sun once remarked, women only influence the speed of my shooting. Chapter 66. An Internet Sensation. While Wang Hao was still attending the press conference, his name had already reverberated across various social media platforms outside the arena. Firstly, within China, The Tiger Forum experienced a server crash after the conclusion of the match. It is worth noting that the most notorious server crash in Tiger Forum's history occurred during the 2014 playoffs, specifically the infamous Game 5 between the Clippers and the Thunder. Yet today, it was merely an ordinary regular season game. The teams were not title contenders for the season, nor were there any particularly extraordinary statistics during the match. Nevertheless, the server was overwhelmed by a surge of fans. The reason, of course, was Wong Hao. After half an hour of emergency maintenance, the server finally returned to normal. Shortly thereafter, in an official post stating, after the game, the Lakers triumphed over the Pelicans 114-109, with Wong Hao scoring 15 points, 3 rebounds, and 6 steals. While Davis contributed 32 points, 10 rebounds, and 2 assists, the top comment proclaimed, Lakers for the championship. Wong Hao for MVP. The likes surged to 20,000. Many expressed their sentiments, suggesting that if Wong Hao maintained such performance, a public offering for Tiger Forum was imminent. Simultaneously, a wave of fans flocked to the Lakers section. Some longtime fans admitted that they had not watched the NBA since Yao Ming's retirement, but now found themselves drawn back to the game because of Wong Hao. Enthusiastic Lakers supporters joyfully proclaimed that the long-silent team had finally found its savior, even humorously bestowing upon Wong Hao the new nickname Yellow Mamba. Others began to analyze in detail the feasibility of Wong Hao accomplishing the Kobe Challenge and speculated about potential team acquisitions. In an instant, the Lakers, who boasted 60 million fans, seemed to have returned to the glorious era of Kobe, even though they had only won 3 games thus far. Wong Hao's influence extends beyond basketball forums, as another prominent platform, Bihu, has begun to engage in extensive discussions regarding his performance. In an article evaluating the Los Angeles Lakers' remarkable start with 3 consecutive victories, renowned critic Zhang Jiawei remarked, "Thank you for the invitation. Charged with a daunting task. I seem to have wandered into the wrong scene. Thank you for the invitation." To begin with the conclusion, Wong Hao has fundamentally transformed the Lakers' gameplay. He is the key to this youthful team achieving 3 consecutive wins for several reasons. Firstly, when examining basic statistics, Wong Hao may appear to be merely a defensive powerhouse or an accomplished 3D player. However, a deeper analysis through advanced metrics reveals that his player efficiency, P, rating over the 3 games stands at an impressive 33.1, with an astonishing effective field goal percentage of 70. If such remarkable performance can be sustained throughout the season, he may even contend for the MVP award. That said, I harbor reservations about Wong Hao's ability to maintain such a level of excellence. The NBA possesses an intriguing phenomenon whereby whether a player becomes a focal point for opposing teams significantly influences their performance. Currently, Wong Hao seems to be in a phase where he is not being specifically targeted by rival teams. I believe it will not be long before teams adjust and implement strategies to curtail his unique attributes. At that juncture, a noticeable decline in Wong Hao's statistics is inevitable. Moreover, upon observing all of Wong Hao's games, it is evident that he embodies the spirit of a victor, an archetypal player capable of leading his team to triumph. In a lengthy discourse of 1 to 2,000 words, Zhang Jiawei passionately defended Wong Hao, even positing that he could potentially surpass Yao Ming. This response has sparked a flurry of discussions among netizens, with opinions ranging from agreement to dissent and from praise to vehement criticism. Within just a few days, the article's viewership has soared to unprecedented heights, amassing 120,000 likes, surpassing even Zhang Jiawei's previous record for the highest-rated response regarding Ma Xiaoyun's controversial remarks on April 11th about the 996-word culture being a blessing earned. Simultaneously, across the ocean in America, Wong Hao's name has also surged into the trending topics on various social media platforms. On Twitter, fervent debates are underway regarding whether he will ascend to the status of a superstar akin to Yao Ming or remain a fleeting talent like Jeremy Lin. Furthermore, several professional basketball organizations have begun to analyze frame by frame why Wong Hao's defense and ability to maneuver are so exceptionally sharp. Among the commentary, Wizards legend and former All-Star player Gilbert Arenas noted that Wong Hao's physical conditioning may pose a limitation to his stardom, and additionally, his offensive repertoire appears overly simplistic, seemingly relying solely on open 3-point shots, making him susceptible to defensive strategies. This evaluation has garnered widespread recognition from most fans, who exclaim that players truly understand one another. However, amidst all the fervent discussions, our protagonist, Wong Hao, remains indifferent. At this moment, he has just disembarked from a flight, utterly exhausted. Upon returning to Los Angeles, the team disbanded, allowing his teammates to rest at their leisure. Late into the night, Wang Hao arrives at his apartment, finally finding the time to glance at his phone. He is greeted by a multitude of notifications from social media, which he dismisses one by one, until a message from Kobe Bryant catches his eye and instantly banishes his fatigue. I checked the schedule. We both have free time tomorrow. Kobe's message is succinct, yet it elicits a knowing smile from Wang Hao. The casual tone carries an air of pride. Clearly, Kobe wishes to dine together, but refrains from appearing overly eager. Promptly, Wang Hao searches for a local upscale restaurant, confirming the address and time before sending it to Kobe. The prospect of finally meeting the man in person stirs a sense of nostalgia within him. In his previous life, he had been a devoted admirer of Kobe, yet circumstances had prevented him from ever meeting the legend. Now, after accumulating some savings, he finds that Kobe has retired, and soon after came that fateful incident. The anticipation of seeing him in the flesh evokes a surreal feeling, almost as if he has transcended into another realm. Indeed, this is a new existence. He recalls that one of his primary missions is to save the legend, and now he is finally poised to take action. The thought fills him with a quiet thrill. After calming his emotions, Wang Hao prepares to rest. Just then, a commotion outside disrupts his thoughts. Chapter 67. Dining with Kobe after steadying his nerves. Wang Hao intends to retire for the night. However, outside, an unsettling noise interrupts his tranquility. Knock, knock, knock. The sound emanates from the neighboring apartment, and the weary Wang Hao is reluctant to engage. Knock, knock, knock. The insistent banging grows louder and more urgent. With no other choice, Wang Hao approaches the door and peers through the peephole. He observes several muscular black men clad in tank tops, adorned with elaborate tattoos, congregating at the entrance of his neighbor, Uncle An's home. Wang Hao furrowed his brow, retrieving his phone, poised to call the authorities at a moment's notice. After a brief interval, the door creaked open. Uncle An emerged, his face etched with terror, still bleary-eyed from the remnants of slumber, clearly having just roused from his dreams. Rest assured, I will prepare the money shortly. Please refrain from further disturbing my life, Uncle An implored. The African man, however, was unyielding, shoving Uncle An aside and hurling a stream of invective. Uncle An, in a display of patience, repeatedly offered apologies, yet the two men remained relentless, seemingly intent on not departing until they received their due, even attempting to force their way into the room. Dad, what is happening? A delicate, ethereal voice resonated from within the abode. Through the cat's eye, Wang Hao could not discern the girl's features. The only thing he knew was her pallor. Under the dim light, her skin appeared almost luminescent. The two men of African descent, upon seeing her, immediately grew excited and attempted to push Uncle An aside to enter the room, but the latter desperately obstructed their advance. Xiao Xiao, return to your room, Uncle An shouted, fully aware that he was on the verge of losing his resolve, despair creeping in. At that moment, the door of the adjacent room swung open. A towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, emerged. It was none other than Wang Hao. Clad in a simple athletic tank top, his muscular arms, while not excessively defined, exuded immense strength. Not to mention, Wang Hao wielded a metal rod in his hand. Get lost, Wang Hao uttered but a single word before gradually making his way towards the two African-American men. The duo exchanged glances, hesitating momentarily, yet as Wang Hao approached, they hastily fled the scene. Thank you, Xiao Hao, Uncle Xie said, stepping forward in gratitude, sweat beading on his forehead as he firmly grasped Wang Hao's hand. I truly do not know what I would have done had he not appeared. It is nothing, Uncle Xie. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. You have my number, Wang Hao replied earnestly. After all, Uncle Xie had shown kindness to his predecessor, and if he could offer a modicum of help, Wang Hao was more than willing, viewing it as a means to repay a debt of gratitude. Having said this, Wang Hao, fatigued, returned to rest. The following morning, Wang Hao arrived at the Staples Center early. He had meticulously devised a plan. On every subsequent day off, regardless of whether the team organized a practice, he intended to train at the arena for no less than 8 hours. Within the confines of the arena, he encountered the familiar trio known as the Arena Mice, Ingram, Ball, and Randall. After exchanging brief greetings, the four of them dispersed to their respective training regiments. Time swiftly passed, and with only 2 hours remaining until his scheduled meeting with Kobe at 6 o'clock in the evening, anticipation began to mount. Wang Hao concluded his training prematurely and returned home. After a brief freshening up, he retrieved the suit he had specifically purchased for the audition from his wardrobe. While adjusting his appearance, he pondered over the questions he intended to pose to Kobe. Once he felt adequately prepared, he set off towards the restaurant. At 5:30, Wang Hao arrived at the establishment. "Good evening, sir. How many in your party?" "2. I have a reservation for table 24. This was a location Wang Hao had deliberately chosen, a small gesture to convey his sincerity. "Very well, please follow me." Wang Hao followed the waiter, traversing through the venue until he suddenly noticed a familiar figure ahead. It was Kobe. More precisely, it was Bai. The man before him, slightly plump, was the legendary basketball star who had captivated him countless times in front of the television, fearing to miss a single match. For a moment, Wang Hao felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Kobe spotted Wang Hao as well, rising with a smile and extending his right hand. Adhering to local customs, Wang Hao reciprocated with a chest bump, a common greeting among African Americans. "Young man, you arrived quite early," Kobe remarked with a grin. "Ah, did I miscalculate the time?" "I recall it being 6 o'clock," Wang Hao replied, feeling somewhat flustered. Hadn't he arrived half an hour ahead of schedule? Why did it seem as if he had kept the esteemed figure waiting? "Don't be anxious. It was indeed scheduled for 6 o'clock. My watch is broken. So I arrived early," Kobe chuckled, his laughter echoing warmly through the air. Wang Hao found himself momentarily at a loss for words, speculating that Kobe had likely carried over his habit of arriving early for training into his daily life. The two soon settled down, ordering a selection of dishes. Noticing Wang Hao's slight unease, Kobe initiated the conversation. "I have recently watched quite a number of your games. During your college years, your defense could be described as diligent, yet the results were rather mediocre. However, one aspect perplexes me. From the footage, it appears that your dribbling and passing skills during college were quite commendable, perhaps even surpassing your current performances in the NBA. Yet, during your college days, you seem to lack the ability to break through one-on-one. Now, you are able to outmaneuver defensive experts like Holiday. You are an exceptionally rare player, one that eludes my understanding." Kobe stroked his chin, speaking earnestly, clearly having done considerable research. Wang Hao thought to himself, although he anticipated that with Kobe's character, he would undoubtedly analyze his games. He never imagined the depth of his study. "Truly remarkable, Kobe." Wang Hao silently commended him, yet felt a twinge of frustration. He couldn't possibly say, "It's because I'm not the same Wang Hao I was in college." Wang Hao found himself momentarily speechless, contemplating for a while before stammering a fabricated excuse. "Perhaps it is due to, after failing in the selection trials, I reflected deeply and dedicated all my energy to practicing defense, thus neglecting some fundamental skills." Kobe, upon hearing Wang Hao's response, fell into a pensive silence. This answer seemed somewhat plausible, yet he could not shake off a lingering sense of doubt. Even if one were to focus solely on defense for an entire month, without touching the ball, it would be implausible for skills such as ball handling and passing to diminish to such an extent. Noticing Kobe's continued furrowing of his brows, Wang Hao quickly added, "However, I have recently begun engaging in relevant training, and I am confident that I will soon reacquire these fundamental skills." "Oh," Kobe remained skeptical, as the feel for the game is something that accumulates over time. Having navigated the basketball realm for over 2 decades, he had encountered countless players, many of whom remained rough around the edges from the moment they entered the league until their retirement. The ability to elevate one's feel for the game from ordinary to extraordinary in a short span of time is a feat perhaps only achieved by Tracy McGrady. "I assure you, you will soon witness my progress." Wang Hao preferred to refrain from excessive explanations, finding it simpler to communicate through the language of basketball. "I shall await your progress," Kobe remarked earnestly. "However, your defensive skills truly caught my attention. To be frank, you rank among the best in the entire league." "Your praise is unwarranted," Wang replied modestly. "I have merely been honing my defensive techniques. In the past, I observed how you shouldered the burden on the offensive front while still fiercely competing on the defensive end. This deeply inspired me. I aspire to become a player proficient in both offense and defense. Perhaps my innate talent is not exceptionally high. Thus, I intend to build my foundation on defense before seeking to enhance my offensive skills." Wang Hao, with an unwavering demeanor, attributed his defensive prowess to relentless training. Upon hearing such sincere words, Kobe could not help but exhibit an expression of admiration. In this era of small ball, young individuals with such traditional perspectives are indeed a rarity. Last year, he advised Ben Simmons that without improving his shooting skills, he would regret it after retirement. The young player retorted that he had his own style of play. This year, with the Lakers selecting Lonzo Ball, Kobe contemplated that aiding this young talent might also assist the Lakers, and inquired if he could play with his back to the basket. The young player merely responded with a yes, which left Kobe incensed, prompting him to return home. Yet this young man from Huaxia bore a semblance to Kobe's own past. I heard from Palinka that you did not entertain offers from other teams and directly signed with the Lakers. Kobe continued, "This is my dream, donning the purple and gold of the Lakers. If possible, I aspire to achieve great things here." Wang Hao candidly expressed his ambition. Indeed, he had signed with the Lakers immediately after his second preseason game, sealing the deal in the locker room. Upon hearing this, Kobe's smile broadened. Throughout his 22-year career, he remained steadfast at Staples Center, naturally wishing to see a successor carry his legacy. However, he felt he had recently encountered a plateau. Observing Kobe's good spirits, Wang Hao seized the opportunity to broach the most crucial topic of the day. "Oh, do tell, perhaps I can offer some assistance," Kobe replied readily. The two then delved into various technical discussions, engaging in an animated exchange for nearly 3 hours. It was only when night fell that Wang Hao bid Kobe farewell. In the span of one evening, Kobe transformed from a hero seen on screen into a tangible, flesh and blood mentor. He exhibited no pretentiousness, generously imparting his wisdom. This experience further solidified Wang Hao's resolve. "Kobe, I'm determined. Not even Jesus could sway me." This serves as an epilogue. I've been training diligently, practicing for about 10 hours each day. Yet after several days, I feel my progress is minimal, yielding no significant results, Wang Hao remarked. "Do you wish for me to train you, young man from Huaxia? Then you must become my disciple," Kobe stated earnestly, locking eyes with Wang Hao. "If granted this honor, I shall give my utmost effort," Wang Hao replied. "Excellent. Then we shall meet at the court at 3 tomorrow." Kobe decisively set the time. "No problem. But will it be 3 in the afternoon or 3 in the morning?" Wang Hao inquired. At this, Kobe's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Chapter 68. Battling the Wizards. LeVar Ball strikes again. On October 26th, Beijing time, the Lakers returned home to face the Washington Wizards. Hello everyone. Welcome to Tencent Sports Live coverage of the NBA game. I am Wang Meng. I am Su Kun, and alongside me is our beloved Xiao Qi. Today, we present to you the match between the remarkable Lakers, represented by our talented young player, and the formidable Eastern Conference team, the Wizards. Wang Meng inquires, "Su, could you provide us with a brief analysis of this match?" Su Kun nods in agreement. Both teams have remained undefeated since the onset of the season, each boasting a triumphant streak of 3 consecutive victories. When two teams, brimming with confidence, clash, one can be certain that neither will yield easily. Thus, even before the contest begins, the verbal sparring has commenced. The father of Ball brother has proclaimed that his son's team shall never be vanquished, promising a spectacular performance against Wall. However, Wall, recognized as one of the league's elite point guards, was incensed upon hearing these words. He promptly took to social media to respond to Ball's father, stating that he had initially intended to show some respect to Ball brother. But given the circumstances, he would not hold back and would ensure that Ball received a lesson. Su Kun speaks with an air of schadenfreude, indicating that this match is destined to be anything but mundane. The seasoned duo of Wall and Beal from the Wizards will face off against the Lakers' rookie backcourt sensation, Ball brother. What kind of sparks will fly? Let's all remain vigilant and witness the unfolding drama. Wang Meng shares a look of eager anticipation. At the Staples Center, the players from both teams are engrossed in their final warm-up preparations. Wang Hao had long noticed the pained expression on Ball brother's face. Upon inquiring, he found himself at a loss for words and could only offer a modicum of consolation. To have such a father, one who incites animosity at every turn, is indeed a heavy burden. Furthermore, this maneuver only serves to complicate matters for Ball brother, or rather, for the Lakers. Many players in the NBA, particularly the stars, possess quite the temper. Once provoked, they respond with unparalleled fervor. History is replete with notable incidents, such as during the Bulls dynasty when they faced the Timberwolves. In the first 3 quarters, Jordan's performance was lackluster, managing only 18 points, with the Bulls trailing by 2. Following a timeout in the 3rd quarter, Garnett, in a moment of bravado, shouted to the teammate defending Jordan, "Keep it up. Get him. Jordan is nothing special. You're doing great." As Jordan passed by, Garnett feigned ignorance and continued, "Today, we will surely win. We will defeat Jordan." Upon hearing this, Jordan simply replied, "Very well, very well." At this moment, Garnett's teammates sensed impending doom and hurried over to apologize to Jordan, explaining that Garnett was merely a Na'vi rookie, hoping that Jordan would not take offense. Jordan remained non-committal, and then, His scoring surged from 18 points to 40, propelling the Bulls from a 2-point deficit to a commanding lead of over 20 points. The Timberwolves faced a crushing defeat, with the primary cause being a rookie's thoughtless provocation of Jordan. As garbage time approached, Garnett was substituted out. Jordan approached the Timberwolves bench and remarked to Garnett, "Young man, are you not playing today?" This remark left Garnett speechless. Similarly, Kobe Bryant had his share of such moments. In essence, a routine regular season game often sees star players not taking things too seriously. Now, however, Wall would have to bring forth his utmost abilities. With this in mind, Wang Hao cast a glance at the Wizards' number 2 player across the court. At this moment, Wall was still in his prime, boasting the fastest ball-handling speed in the league and the sharpest counterattacks, far removed from the limited player post-injury. Such a speed-oriented guard posed a significant challenge for Wang Hao, whose physical attributes were rather average. Yet, Wang Hao felt not an ounce of trepidation. For him, whose eyes were set on the championship, there existed but one thought: to triumph, regardless of the opponent. Moreover, Wang Hao now possessed a new weapon, an ultra-high arc three-pointer at level 2. Ding! The system now issued a task of bombastic proportions. Task details: 1. Make 6 three-pointers in a single game. 2. Score over 25 points. 3. Lead the team to victory. A successful completion of the task would reward 1,000 exchange points. Note: failure to accomplish any one of the subtasks would result in an overall task failure. Not a problem, Wang Hao thought to himself. As the DJ at the venue introduced the 2 teams of players, the battle was about to commence. Wang Hao took a deep breath and stepped onto the court. For this match, the Lakers' starting lineup remained unchanged. On the Wizards' side, alongside their dynamic backcourt duo, the front line featured the 3D players Otto Porter and Kelly Oubre, with the formidable Polish center Marcin Gortat anchoring the middle. This lineup had endured years of playoff trials, with each of the 5 players being formidable warriors, exhibiting exceptional teamwork. Sukun explained, "Our young Lakers not only lack experience, but may also fall short in talent compared to their opponents. Indeed, we still have the Yellow Mamba. Professor Su, you may not be aware, but this is a new nickname bestowed by the fans of Huaxia. I trust that Brother Hao will bring me new surprises," remarked Wang Meng. As a referee tossed the ball high into the air, the game officially commenced. Lopez leaped with all his might, claiming the possession. The Lakers initiated their offense. Ball Brother dribbled past half-court, raising his hand to direct his teammates' movements. Wang Hao mentioned receiving a pass beyond the three-point line, while Ball Brother utilized the screen to drive in. Initially, this was a tactic designed for Ingram to isolate. However, upon receiving the ball, Wang Hao noticed that Beal was not closely guarding him. Of course, Beal was not being lazy or retreating to the paint. He was actually positioned with his heels on the three-point line in defense. Yet, Wang Hao's receiving position was approximately 3 meters away from the line, far exceeding the typical shooting range. Just as Beal was scanning the court, wary of a potential screen from the Lakers in the paint, Wang Hao took the shot. Chapter 69, Explosive Start. Indeed, Beal was not slacking off, but his defense was not tight enough. Wang Hao's position was significantly distant from the three-point line. As Beal continued to look around, anticipating a Lakers screen, Wang Hao released the ball. Wang Hao launched such a long three-pointer right away. Wang Meng was taken aback. Moreover, only 4 seconds had elapsed on the shot clock. He could have waited for a better opportunity. Perhaps the exuberance of youth played a role, Su Kun attempted to explain. On the court, Ball Brother was equally astonished to see Wang Hao's shot. He felt a bit anxious about this game, especially with Wall's aggressive demeanor since the beginning. Ball Brother's words lingered on the tip of his tongue, waiting for the ball to bounce off the rim. Swish! It went straight through the net. What a shot! Ball Brother immediately changed his tune, raising his arms in celebration. The successful shot served as a reassurance, calming his previously restless heart. Beal raised his hand, indicating that the fault lay with him. Incredible! Coach Su remarked that Wang Hao's shot was quite reasonable. After all, we have seen his three-point capability in recent games, and he should seize the opportunity whenever he is open. Wang Meng excitedly concurred. Indeed, the essence of humanity is that it is truly delightful. Meanwhile, the entire Staples Center erupted into fervent applause after a brief moment of astonishment. Wow, how OMG! From the very outset, Wang Hao ignited the fervor of the fans present. As the game transitioned between offense and defense, the Wizards launched an attack. Wall, facing Ball, showed no hesitation. With a deft change of direction, he penetrated the lane and executed a powerful layup. 3-2. The swift basket managed to momentarily quell the previously restless home crowd. The Lakers initiated their offense. Lopez passed the ball to Ball, while Wang Hao subtly signaled from the sidelines, indicating that he would soon receive the ball. Given that the objective of this match was to unleash a barrage of points, it was time to unleash the fury, was it not, Wall? Can your 2 points in the paint rival my three-pointer? Thus, Wang Hao found himself once more beyond the arc, ready to receive the ball. Beal, wary of the potential threat, immediately stepped up to apply close defense. There would be no repeat of such fortunate occurrences, he resolved. Although not renowned for his defensive prowess, the reality of being single-handedly targeted by a rookie was a hard pill for him to swallow. He was now fully committed to his defensive duties. Oh, a subtle curve graced the corners of Wang Hao's mouth as the eye of the Heavenly Emperor opened. Although Beal moved with swiftness, his defensive instincts were notably lacking. Under the ultra-slow motion of the eye of the Heavenly Emperor, his vulnerabilities became painfully apparent, allowing Wang Hao to effortlessly seize the opportunity. In the next moment, Beal, who had been diligently attempting to maintain his defensive position, suddenly lost his balance and stumbled backward, with no one around to witness his fall. Wang Hao calmly received the ball, bending his knees, raising his elbow, and executing a shot. The motion of his jump shot flowed seamlessly, resembling a masterpiece of artistry. The basketball traced a splendid arc before descending into the net. 6-2. The Lakers maintained their lead. Wang Hao was in exceptional form, having already sunk 2 three-pointers since entering the game. It seemed likely that he would shatter his personal scoring record in this match. Wang Meng exclaimed excitedly. On the Wizards' side, Beal, disregarding the pain in his ankle, hurriedly scrambled to his feet. Wall quickly approached to inquire if his longtime teammate needed to switch defensive assignments or provide assistance. Deep down, Beal yearned for his teammate's support. However, as an all-star guard, being in need of help less than a minute into the game would be detrimental to his reputation. I'm fine, I can handle it, Beal insisted stubbornly. Thus, in the next possession, Ubry missed a three-pointer. The Lakers launched a fast break, and Wang Hao once again netted a three-pointer. This time, he created his own shooting space through his movement, catching the ball 2 steps behind the arc before making a shot. 9-2, as the gap threatened to expand into double digits. Wizards head coach Scott Brooks promptly called for a timeout. Let's have Wall switch with Beal. Don't dwell on it, Beal. You are just not suited to defend against such shooters. Let Wall take over, Brooks said gently. He wished to protect his star player's confidence. Yet if things continued this way, the game could slip away. Wall, a former member of the all-defensive second team, was expected to pose significant challenges for Wang Hao. Beal nodded in resignation. On the Lakers' side, Walton observed Wang Hao as if he had discovered a new realm. Although Wang Hao had been precise in the last 3 games, his shots had primarily been opportunistic or reasonable attempts. However, today his scoring appeared effortless, employing a variety of methods, and exuding a sense of ease and grace that Walton had never witnessed in previous matches. Wang Hao is in remarkable form. Let us continue to create opportunities for him, Walton urged. Absolutely. Ball was the first to respond. Ingram, Randall, and others nodded in agreement. This was an unspoken rule in the NBA. When a player is on fire, teammates must create chances for him until his rhythm cools down. This practice often leads to record-breaking performances. A notable example in recent years was Klay Thompson's 37 points in a single quarter. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. The Wizards initiated their offense, and this time Beal actively sought the ball, determined to regain a foothold on the offensive end. Chapter 70, Wall's counterattack. The pause has concluded, and the match resumes. The Wizards launch an offensive, and this time, Beal actively seeks the ball, eager to reclaim some momentum on the offensive front. It must be said that in the previous 3 games, Wang Hao's defensive prowess has begun to manifest, drawing the attention of numerous scouts from various teams. The Wizards coaching staff had anticipated this development. During yesterday's internal video analysis meeting, Brooks had already advised his dynamic duo to refrain from dribbling casually in front of Wang Hao. Although Beal appeared dismissive at the time, he nonetheless took the advice to heart. Now, confronted by Wang Hao's defense, he does not rush to initiate his attack. After receiving the ball, Beal lowers his center of gravity, adopting a triple threat posture. Subsequently, he executes a series of short, forceful probing steps, aiming to disrupt Wang Hao's balance. This aligns with the scout's observation that while Wang Hao is quick and precise in his steals, he is susceptible to fakes during other moments. Unfortunately, Wang Hao's foundational defensive attributes are merely adequate. Suddenly, Beal retracts his right foot, bringing his feet together while raising his gaze toward the hoop. He intends to shoot. Indeed, after several probing movements, Wang Hao mistakenly believes that Beal is about to take the shot, prompting him to leap hastily. However, this is merely a feint by Beal. His feigned shot followed by a genuine drive showcases his skill. One can observe that his mimicry of the shooting motion is indistinguishable from his actual shooting form. A testament to his fundamental prowess, as noted by Soo Koon. A splendid opportunity arises. Beal seamlessly executes a crossover step, leaving the recently grounded Wang Hao trailing behind. At this moment, he contemplates how to finish against Lopez's impending defense. Should he take the shot himself, or set up Gortat for an alley-oop? Unbeknownst to Beal, in the fleeting second of his hesitation, Wang Hao has surged forward, akin to a hawk swooping down on its prey, lunging for the basketball in Beal's grasp. Slap! Wang Hao deftly nudged the ball away, executing the maneuver with an elegance and swiftness akin to lightning. Lopez, positioned for defense, promptly seized the ball and passed it to the ball brother beside him. The Lakers launched a counterattack. The ball brother, with the ball in hand, surged forward, greeted by an unguarded expanse ahead. The only defender trailing behind, John Wall, was still several steps away. An opportune moment. In the broadcast room, Wang Ming had wholly embraced the Lakers as his home team, exclaiming with fervor, "After all, how could one resist when Hao Gu played for the Lakers?" The ball brother approached the free throw line, adopting a pose reminiscent of a fierce conflagration, leaping high to deliver a thunderous dunk. However, to his astonishment, the Wizards' number 2, moving with the swiftness of the wind, was rapidly closing the gap. My goodness, Wall's speed was truly astonishing. At such a distance, he was on the verge of catching up, truly deserving the title of the NBA's fastest. In an instant, both players leaped into the air, akin to two dragons dancing amidst pearls. With a resounding smack, Wall outmaneuvered him, executing a powerful block that sent the ball crashing down. Beal, who had just made a mistake, finally arrived to reclaim possession. Following the block, Wall's eyes blazed with intensity as he fixed a penetrating gaze on the ball brother, seemingly conveying the message of who the true authority was. The ball brother, with his typically reserved demeanor, chose not to retaliate and quietly slipped away from Wall's side. A chorus of boos erupted from the Staples Center. The crowd could hardly bear to witness their prized rookie being subjected to such indignity. In that moment, Wang Hao remained emotionally unperturbed. He felt he had performed admirably, recognizing that he could not shoulder every responsibility. The ball brother needed to step up his game. Turning his attention back, Wall penetrated the lane using a screen. As a tall guard, one of the ball brother's significant weaknesses lay in his difficulty navigating through screens. After considerable effort to shake off Gortat's pick, he managed to barely keep pace with Wall, aided by Lopez's defensive support. Yet Wall, with his left hand leaning on the ball brother, executed a swift and expansive spin move, shaking off the defense to score with a layup. This showcased the caliber of a top three-point guard in the Eastern Conference. Such a spin was the hallmark of an all-star. Soo Koon provided an objective assessment. Despite his best defensive efforts, the ball brother could only shake his head in resignation. This type of speedy guard was indeed his formidable nemesis. "Let's switch," Wang Hao approached, stating matter-of-factly. His tone was neither a question nor an order, but rather a calm declaration. It was simple. "You cannot handle it, but I can. Hence we shall swap defensive responsibilities." Wang Hao would not express himself so explicitly, yet the ball brother could discern his meaning from his gaze. "Very well." The ball brother nodded, comprehending that to secure victory in this match, it was certainly not the moment to display bravado. The game resumed, and the Lakers initiated their offense. Wang Hao had previously achieved an impressive 3-for-3 shooting record, naturally prompting his teammates to continue facilitating for him. However, as he crossed the halfway line, he found himself under the close guard of Wall. Wall's defensive strategy was markedly different, effectively thwarting Wang Hao's attempts to receive the ball. After failing to secure a pass beyond the three-point line, Wang Hao began to execute his tactical movements. Yet, despite his sudden stops and starts, utilizing screens to evade his defender, Wall adhered to him like an unyielding adhesive. Moreover, it was widely acknowledged that Wall's exceptional athleticism enabled him to seize the basketball under comparable circumstances. Consequently, the ball was hesitant to pass to Wang Hao without caution. As time swiftly elapsed, the 24-second shot clock dwindled to a mere 8 seconds. With the tactical execution faltering, the Lakers resorted to their final recourse, creating space for Ingram to engage in a one-on-one confrontation. Wang Hao had no choice but to retreat to the corner, creating space for his teammates. Wall remained steadfastly in front of Wang Hao, leaning on his knees with a piercing gaze and declaring, "In this match, you shall no longer have the luxury of an easy shot." Chapter 71. In the center circle in the final second. After the tactical execution faltered, The Lakers' last resort was to spread the floor for Ingram to engage in a one-on-one confrontation. Wang Hao could only retreat to the corner, creating space for his teammates. Wall remained steadfast before him, hands resting on his knees, his gaze intense as he declared, "In this match, you shall no longer have the luxury of an unchallenged shot." "Oh," Wang Hao replied, maintaining his customary indifference. "You." Wall was seldom met with such a frosty response, especially from a rookie. Meanwhile, Ingram, facing off against Oubre's defense, executed a mid-range jump shot flawlessly. The score stood at 11-4, with the Lakers sustaining their lead. "Basketball is not a solitary endeavor," Wang Hao stated coolly, before turning back to defend. "TCH." Wall scoffed dismissively. Since the onset of the game, the Wizards had been on the defensive, yet Wall himself was performing quite well. In simpler terms, he was riding the wave of his own success, which fueled his current frustration. As the play transitioned, Wall dribbled past half-court, directly confronting Wang Hao's defense. Gortat lurked near the free throw line, poised to set a screen for Wall. However, this time Wall waved his hand, signaling his teammates to spread out. He intended to go one-on-one. "You must be quite confident in your defense," Wall muttered. "You say basketball is not a one-man game. Yet doesn't defense also require your teammates to have your back?" Once again, the familiar banter filled the air. Wang Hao nearly burst into laughter. There was no need to guard against your words. They were nothing more than heart-wrenching barbs. Fueled by anger, Wall surged forward with a swift stride towards Wang Hao. Speed was his most formidable weapon. During the pre-match video analysis, Wall had discerned another weakness of Wang Hao, his average physical attributes and his tendency to gamble on steals while the opponent dribbled. Against such an adversary, Wall's consistent strategy was straightforward and direct. In the realm of martial prowess, swiftness reigned supreme. No one could evade a surge of acceleration. If they could, a quick pivot would suffice. Moreover, Wall deliberately lowered his center of gravity while breaking through, a tactic that effectively mitigated the risk of being stripped of the ball. Would these maneuvers enable him to surpass Wang Hao's defense? Certainly. He indeed managed to glide past Wang Hao with a single step. However, at the very moment Wall executed his maneuver, or rather, as his center of gravity slightly elevated, Wang Hao deftly poked the ball away from behind him. The ball had already left Wall's grasp, yet he continued to propel himself forward due to inertia. At that moment, the basketball lay just a short distance ahead. Ignoring the peril of losing his balance, Wall accelerated once more, intent on reclaiming the ball. "My ball!" As he beheld the basketball so close, Wall leaped forward in a desperate dive. Yet, just as his fingertips were about to make contact with the ball brother appeared, snatching the ball into his embrace. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment, and to Wall's astonishment, the ball brother wore a mischievous grin, while Wall could only gaze at the ball in dismay. Meanwhile, the architect of this mischief, Wang Hao, had already discreetly sprinted towards the Wizards' half-court. The ball brother's long pass was precisely aimed at the fast-breaking Wang Hao. Bang! With a powerful one-handed slam dunk, Wang Hao propelled the score to 13-4, signaling the Lakers' imminent double-digit lead. My goodness! Within a single quarter, Wang Hao's points had already reached double figures, exclaimed Wang Ming. The atmosphere within the arena ignited once more, as fans raised their arms in jubilation, with a few Lakers supporters even beginning to chant MVP. Remaining composed, we possess greater strength than our opponents. There is no need for haste. On the sidelines, Wizards coach Brooks formed a trumpet shape with his hands, vociferously encouraging his players. At this moment, Wall stepped forward. He urgently gathered his teammates, admitting his recent error, and discussed the forthcoming strategy. The seasoned Wizards players, experienced in the intensity of playoff atmospheres, quickly regained their composure. As the second quarter commenced, they abandoned their fixation on individual plays, opting instead to seek opportunities through passing and cutting. The Lakers, being a youthful team, exhibited defensive tenacity. However, they lacked in technique and experience, allowing Porter to seize the moment and sink a crucial three-pointer. The score stood at 13-7, with the Wizards still trailing. Subsequently, both teams entered a stalemate, exchanging blows with neither side gaining an advantage. With 10 seconds remaining in the first quarter, Beal initiated an offensive maneuver. Faced with Ball's defense, he deftly shifted directions to create space before executing a step back to retreat beyond the three-point line. Ball lunged to defend, yet Beal released a shot just above his fingertips. Swish, the ball sailed through the net. The score read 33-29, with the Wizards trailing by only 4 points. Unfortunately, they fell just short, Wang Ming lamented. The Lakers retained 5 seconds for their offensive play, Let us observe how they manage it, Soo Koon added. Full court press. With Wall's command, the Wizards players immediately began to closely guard the Lakers' inbound pass. Among them, Ball, Ingram, and Kuzma were particularly targeted, as each possessed notable ball handling skills. Wang Hao found himself with a modicum of space. Observing the enemy's formation, he felt somewhat speechless. After all, he was renowned as the ankle breaker, capable of outmaneuvering opponents in every match. Yet, this group still doubted his dribbling prowess. Although Wang Hao had the opportunity to seize the ball, his speed in advancing with it might render an effective shot challenging. Soo Koon remarked, and the Wizards players shared a similar sentiment. Wang Hao was furious, feeling utterly disrespected. Consequently, he raised his hand, signaling for the substitute, Zionancy, to pass the ball. After a brief moment of hesitation, Zionancy, realizing there were no other options, reluctantly passed the ball to Wang Hao. As soon as Wang Hao received the ball, he surged forward with great intensity. Wall trailed closely beside him, adopting a defensive posture that was neither overly aggressive nor entirely lax. This defensive strategy was quite sensible for under such time constraints. It was already commendable for Wang Hao to have crossed half-court. Could he possibly make a three-pointer from the midcourt? To defend too closely would risk an unfortunate foul, which would be a significant loss. Thus, Wall shadowed Wang Hao as he approached the Lakers logo. With merely 1 second remaining, there was no choice but to take the shot. And so, under the watchful gaze of the entire arena, Wang Hao halted just past the half-court line. He gathered the ball, took aim. Chapter 72. Brooks' audacious tactic. With only 1 second left, there was no alternative but to shoot. Thus, under the scrutiny of the crowd, Wang Hao came to a stop just beyond half-court. He gathered the ball, took aim. Unlike most players who adopt a forward-leaning stance when attempting long-range shots, Wang Hao maintained a flawless jump shot form. The ball departed his fingertips, spinning rapidly as it soared forward. An absolutely quintessential logo shot. Initially, the spectators harbored little hope for this attempt, but as they observed the trajectory of the basketball appearing remarkably true, they began to hold their breath, awaiting the final outcome. An exceptionally high arc combined with an extraordinary distance equated to an interminable wait. It felt as though a century had passed. Wang Hao continued to follow the movements with an air of confidence adorning his face. With a swift motion, he executed a hollow net shot. Wow! The arena erupted in an instant. Yet, standing at the center of the court, Wang Hao appeared to question the commotion with a demeanor that suggested, why the fuss? He extended his hands and performed a downward gesture, implying that it was merely a basic skill, nothing to overreact about. Observing Wang Hao's calm and composed demeanor, the Lakers fans were suddenly struck by a thought. Could it be that he truly has the confidence to make a half-court three-pointer? Was he not only capable of shooting open threes before? If this is considered an open three, then it's all good. With that three-pointer sinking through the net, the Lakers led the Wizards by a margin of 36-29 at the end of the first quarter. Well done. Walton beamed with delight, affectionately ruffling Wang Hao's hair. The other players on the bench also joined in applause. Coach Soo, I believe after this game, Wang Hao might acquire a new nickname, Wang Meng remarked. Oh, what nickname? Soo Koon inquired with curiosity. The successor to Curry. Wang Meng chuckled. Don't you think that shot resembled Curry's iconic long-range three-pointer that clinched the game against the Thunder back in the day? It indeed bore a resemblance. Soo Koon nodded in agreement. After a brief intermission, the second quarter commenced. In accordance with tradition, Wang Hao began by resting on the sidelines, while the team was led on the court by Ball and Ingram. Initially, the Lakers managed to maintain a tenuous advantage. However, when Wall returned to the game after a brief 2-minute respite, the tide began to turn. Throughout the first quarter, Wall's attention was entirely captivated by Wang Hao, leaving him oblivious to Ball. Upon his reemergence, he was determined to fulfill his promise and impart a lesson to Ball. Indeed, under Wall's tenacious defense, Ball's performance plummeted. Much like in their previous encounter with Beverly, the instability of his peculiar shooting form was magnified under the relentless pressure of a formidable opponent. Furthermore, every missed shot provided Wall, known for his fast breaks, with opportunities to counterattack. The Lakers found themselves in a precarious position, being relentlessly pursued by Wall. After several exchanges, Ball grew increasingly hesitant to take shots. Yet, despite his inability to score, he continued to contribute to the team through assists. The Lakers displayed remarkable resilience, causing significant trouble for the Wizards. Nevertheless, as the half progressed, the Wizards gradually leveled the score. With 4 minutes and 31 seconds remaining in the second quarter, Beal completed a 3-point play, instantly granting the Wizards a 4-point lead. In less than 8 minutes, the Wizards had transformed a 7-point deficit into a 4-point advantage, outscoring the Lakers by 11 points in the quarter alone. Walton was seen on the sidelines, painfully massaging his temples in frustration. What a predicament this was. Once Wang Hao departed the court, the team crumbled into disarray. Could it be that they have developed a dependency on Wang Hao? A bold thought crossed Walton's mind, causing him to shake his head in alarm. Am I out of my mind? To rely on a rookie who just entered the league? Wouldn't that be a laughingstock? Yet, the evidence was irrefutable, laid out before him in the form of statistics that rendered Walton unable to logically counter this absurd notion. As Walton pondered, the Lakers players on the court continued to validate his thoughts. He observed Clarkson, who had taken the place of the absent Wang Hao, attempting a flashy dribble against the towering Porter, only to have his layup swatted away like a mere fly. Walton could no longer contain himself and promptly signaled a technical foul to the referee. Beep. The Lakers called for a timeout. Upon the players returning to the bench, Walton's first words were, "Wang Hao, you're going back in." Upon hearing this, Wang Hao slightly nodded and casually removed his thermal sports sweatshirt. Meanwhile, on the Wizards bench, Coach Brooks was holding a tactical board, stating, "Wang Hao has been resting for quite some time. I surmise he will take the court shortly. Currently, Wall is effectively guarding Ball. He is the brain of the Lakers, so containing him is crucial, hence there is no need for a switch. Bradley, you will be primarily responsible for guarding Wang Hao." Brooks glanced at Beal and continued, "However, once he receives the ball, Oubre and Porter, whoever is nearby, must double-team him." What? Oubre's eyes widened, incredulous at the coach's directive. Double-team him upon receiving the ball? That is a privilege reserved for superstar players, and not just any star at that. Typically, only megastars like Curry or Harden are subjected to such treatment. There are two reasons, Brooks elaborated. First, his shooting has been exceptionally sharp today. If given any space, he will score, and we cannot withstand such firepower. Second, Wang Hao's passing skills are rather mediocre, and double-teaming him could likely lead to a steal. Only then did Oubre nod in understanding. With the timeout concluded, the game resumed. Wang Hao tucked a shirt into his basketball shorts and stepped onto the court. As soon as he entered, he noticed several players from the opposing team glaring at him with fierce intensity. Wang Hao was momentarily taken aback, then subtly lifted his chin. Wasn't the implication clear enough? He silently beckoned. "Come on." Chapter 73. The Double Envelopment. An unprecedented predicament. Wang Hao tucked his shirt into his basketball shorts and strode onto the court. Upon his entrance, he noticed several members of the Wizards glaring at him with fierce intensity. Wang Hao momentarily froze, then subtly raised his chin. Was the implication not clear enough? He silently beckoned. "Come on." The talented players around him instantly felt a surge of anger. This rookie was rather audacious. Shouldn't he be quaking in fear under our watchful eyes? We shall soon show him a taste of reality, making him aware that the NBA is not as easy as it appears, Oubre seethed. As for why Wang Hao chose to provoke his opponents in such a manner, the reason was simple. He had always thrived under pressure. If his adversaries sought to overwhelm him with their bravado, he would respond with his own defiance. Following this brief interlude, the game resumed. Brother Ball initiated the baseline throw-in, and upon noticing that his matching opponent had switched to Beal, Wang Hao immediately recognized an opportunity and began to sprint into position. In no time, with the aid of Lopez's screen, Wang Hao executed an Iverson cut, maneuvering around to the three-point line. A chance had arisen. As Wang Hao sprinted, he raised his right hand, beckoning for the ball. The pass for Ball brother arrived in a heartbeat, but Beal found himself unable to catch up. Just as Wang Hao was about to break free into open space, Oubre abandoned his assignment on Ingram and charged directly towards Wang Hao. Faced with the towering Oubre, Wang Hao's line of sight was immediately obstructed, rendering him incapable of executing a high-arcing three-point shot. As if that were not enough, while Wang Hao hesitated, contemplating whether to use a skill to outmaneuver Oubre, Beal surprisingly chose not to switch onto Ingram, but continued his advance toward Wang Hao. In an instant, the two formed a pincer movement, trapping Wang Hao in the corner. This was an unanticipated turn of events for Wang Hao. Though he had considered the possibility of facing a double team one day, he had not expected it to arrive so swiftly. After all, he still regarded himself primarily as an occasional sharpshooter. Moreover, this was merely his fourth regular season game, and the Wizards were ruthlessly targeting him. Why not focus on defending Ingram, who should be the current offensive linchpin for the Lakers? Why leave the core unguarded to double-team a shooter? At this moment, for long arms encircled Wang Hao, leaving him with no space to dribble and forcing him to concede the ball. Wang Hao could only catch a glimpse of his teammates' approximate positions through the narrow gap between his arms. Although Oubre and Beal's defensive skills might be mediocre, their experience was considerable. They were not in a rush to make a move. Instead, they pressed Wang Hao into a corner, denying him the opportunity to pass. The duo understood that if this continued, they would either force a 24-second violation or compel Wang Hao to make a desperate pass. Wang Hao. Both Ball and Ingram shouted loudly, hoping to assist Wang Hao in determining the direction of his pass. However, Wang Hao's line of sight was obstructed, and he had to remain vigilant against the opponent's attempts to steal the ball. As the shot clock neared its end, in a moment of urgency, Wang Hao devised a clever solution. He leaped into the air, but rather than passing, he smashed the ball towards Oubre's feet. Out of bounds. Wang Hao successfully retained possession of the ball, yet the time for offense was dwindling. It could be said that this moment marked one of the rare instances of his return being rather precarious. On the other hand, Oubre exhibited no signs of discontent over being outsmarted. Instead, he celebrated with Beal, wearing a broad smile. The Wizards continued their commendable defensive performance from the second quarter, and this time, their double team proved to be quite effective. Coach Su, this must be the first time Wang Hao has encountered a double team in his NBA career. How do you think he should navigate this situation? Wang Ming inquired. To be frank, given Wang Hao's current capabilities, overcoming a double team is quite challenging. His vision and passing skills still require enhancement. At this moment, his best course of action is to pass the ball out before the double team closes in. Coach Su analyzed objectively. Expert eyes discerned the nuances, and on the sidelines, Walton shared a similar sentiment. Wang Hao, release the ball quickly, do not hesitate, he shouted emphatically. Amidst the cacophony of the arena, Wang Hao could hardly decipher Walton's words, but he inferred the essence from his gestures. Once again, Ball initiated the play. This time, Kuzma received the pass. Yet due to the time constraints, he rushed his shot, resulting in a clang off the rim. In the subsequent minutes, Wang Hao displayed a notable discomfort in his offensive play. Each time he received the ball, he found two defenders converging upon him, a scenario for which he had not adequately prepared. Consequently, he became nearly invisible on the offensive end, only able to exert his energy defensively. Nevertheless, even in this manner, after Wang Hao took the court, the Lakers' previously faltering rhythm gradually stabilized, with the point differential between the two teams consistently hovering around 4 points. As the final minute of the second quarter approached, the Lakers prepared for their offensive possession. Wang Hao advanced to a position just a step or so within the center circle, halting his progression. Rookie, do you realize your mistake? Do you still dare to be so arrogant? Bill inquired with a hint of amusement, standing 3 steps beyond the three-point line. His position was already quite distant, as even the likes of Curry might seldom attempt a shot from such a range during a game. Although Bill was delivering a taunt aimed at Wang Hao, his stance conveyed a profound respect for him. Oh, Wang Hao smiled faintly. After several rounds of bewilderment, he had regained his composure and conceived a possible strategy. Observing Wang Hao's nonchalant demeanor, Bill suddenly felt an ominous premonition. It was impossible, given his current passing skills. There was no way to counter the double team. Bill steeled himself internally. Then, he noticed the Asian rookie in a number 00 jersey raising his right hand, signaling his teammates to pass him the ball. What could he possibly want standing so far away? Bill pondered in confusion. Chapter 74. Wang Hao's Breakthrough Strategy. Seeing Wang Hao's calmness, Bill felt that dreadful sense of foreboding again. It was inconceivable that, with his current passing abilities, he could devise a method to escape the double team. Bill encouraged himself silently. Then, he observed the Asian rookie in the 00 jersey, still gesturing for the ball. Why would he want it from such a distance? Bill remained perplexed. Ball brother was also somewhat bewildered, although Wang Hao had made an astonishing long-range three-pointer at the buzzer in the first quarter. Surely that was largely due to luck, wasn't it? Why was he standing just past the half-court line without running any plays? Even though the team was struggling to mount an effective offense, such recklessness was unwarranted. Ball brother found himself hesitating. However, he then saw Wang Hao continuing to wave him over. Ball brother felt a flicker of uncertainty. Could it be that we possess such a strategy that I am unaware of? Time was of the essence. Seeing that his other teammates had not created any opportunities, Ball brother reluctantly passed the ball back to Wang Hao. Oubre, noticing this, lowered his center of gravity, fixated solely on Wang Hao. He had calculated that as long as Wang Hao dared to take a couple of steps forward, he would initiate the double team. Wang Hao's current position was the closest to their own half of the court. This meant that if he made a mistake, there would be no one behind him to thwart the Wizards' counterattack. Wang Hao calmly received the ball, knowing that at this distance, the opponent would not dare to approach him for a double team. Observing the somewhat distant Beal, a subtle smile graced Wang Hao's lips as he pointed to the spot beneath his feet. What is Wang Hao up to? Is he attempting to replicate Larry Bird's iconic moment, designating a specific location and signaling to his opponent that he intends to shoot from there? Wang Ming expressed his astonishment with a flurry of questions, but that distance is far too great. If he misses, the coach will surely erupt in fury. Beal looked on in utter bewilderment as Wang Hao, under his gaze, indeed took the shot. He shot. He truly shot. Wang Ming clasped his head in disbelief, exclaiming, "This looks precarious." "Patience, let the basketball." "Sir, a little longer," Su Kun remarked with a smile. The basketball arced through the air like a rainbow, capturing the astonished attention of the entire crowd. Swish! A three-pointer, akin to the flames of hell. From an even greater distance, one that would deter any attempts to double-team. This shot was Wang Hao's ingenious solution to the predicament. The score stood at 60-61, with the Lakers trailing by a mere point. This shot also marked the end of Wang Hao's scoring drought in the second quarter. Upon the ball's entry, Wizards coach Brooks immediately sensed trouble, but with only 50 seconds remaining in the half, he hesitated and ultimately decided against calling a timeout. If granted a second chance after the game, he would not hesitate to call for a pause. Following the basket, Wang Hao was not yet satisfied. After enduring such prolonged suppression, he yearned for a fierce retaliation. With this thought in mind, Wang Hao called to his teammates, who were preparing to sprint back. "Lonzo, Brandon, let's apply full court pressure." Agreed. The two nodded, as this was a defensive tactic they had practiced, typically employed at the onset of the first possession after a timeout. Or, as in this instance, when the quarter is on the brink of conclusion, it can be summarized as an element of surprise. Ingram fully capitalized on his long reach, his flailing arms resembling a spider's web, disrupting the inbounds pass to Oubre. Wang Hao closely guarded Wall, while ball shadowed Beal. In a fleeting moment, the Wizards found themselves unable to execute a baseline play. As the 5-second violation loomed, Oubre grew anxious, but fortunately, Porter swiftly returned from the front court to provide support. Seizing the moment, Oubre delivered a well-executed bounce pass, skillfully navigating past Ingram's lengthy reach. However, just as Porter was about to receive the ball, a shadow darted in and snatched it away. It was Wang Hao. He employed his signature move, the relentless grip, to successfully complete the steal. Porter, witnessing the ball slipping from his grasp, rushed towards Wang Hao. Yet after just a couple of strides, he felt a sharp pain in his ankle, followed by a sudden loss of balance. Wang Hao's pupils glimmered with a faint red light as he calmly received the ball and took another three-point shot. Swish! The three-pointer found its mark once more. 63-61. The Lakers surged ahead in the score. In a mere span of 10 seconds, Wang Hao swiftly accumulated 6 points. With a decisive strike, he promptly retreated to his own half of the court, mindful of conserving energy for the second half, for it would be unwise to deploy another skill combo. In the ensuing seconds, both teams exchanged blows with unwavering resolve. With 3 seconds remaining, the Lakers prepared to execute a baseline throw-in. Wang Hao looked helplessly at Wall before him, as the latter began to apply defensive pressure barely halfway through the first half, denying him any opportunity to receive the ball. Ultimately, the Lakers concluded the half with a slender 2-point lead. During the halftime break, the Tungshuan livestream began analyzing tactics. "Coach Su, have you noticed that when Wang Hao is on the court, it's as if he possesses a gravitational pull, completely drawing the focus of the opposing defense?" Wang Ming remarked while reviewing the footage. "For instance, on this play, he merely occupies this position, presenting no offensive threat whatsoever. Yet Beal and Oubre have both converged on him." Indeed, Coach Su nodded in agreement, adding in the second half, "The Lakers must capitalize on the space created by Wang Hao. Once the ball begins to circulate, others will find ample opportunities for open shots." Meanwhile, an inexplicable air of tension was gathering on the Wizards bench. Beal, frustrated, hung his head, a man of high self-expectations. He found it difficult to accept being outshone by a rookie. Wang Hao scored an impressive 17 points in the first half, including several three-pointers right before him, and he was even subjected to a face-to-face steal on the defensive end. Frustration. Such sentiments were not confined to Beal. They began to manifest among his fellow Wizards teammates as well. Despite trailing by only 2 points at halftime, Wang Hao was utterly unstoppable on the court, leaving them no choice but to resort to frantic double-teaming for any semblance of containment. Wall promptly approached Beal, patting him on the shoulder, saying, "It's not your fault. You defended admirably." Oubre joined Beal's side, remarking, "Perhaps we have pushed him too hard, resulting in this kid's extraordinary luck." Meanwhile, Brooks rallied the team, providing encouragement. "We are performing splendidly. Let us persevere. They lack experience, and they cannot match us in a stalemate." Yet, doubts lingered in his mind. Would Wang Hao discover a way to counter the double team in the second half? If so, this match could indeed take a dire turn. After saying this, he led the team back to the locker room. Simultaneously, in the Lakers' locker room, Walton diligently reviewed the first half's performance with the players at the tactical whiteboard. He assessed what had been executed well, what needed improvement, and how they could enhance their game. However, those who have played the sport know that following intense competition, the cognitive capacity of athletes to process information is severely limited. Often, they merely catch snippets of the coach's instructions, absorbing only the gist while responding to motivational speeches with a spark of enthusiasm. At this moment, Wang Hao was in a similar state, appearing to listen attentively while his mind wandered, contemplating how to accomplish his tasks in the second half. Particularly, with both Wang Hao and Lang Zhuo in this predicament, their situation grew perilous as they swayed absent-mindedly, lacking focus. When Ball Brother was called upon, he abruptly lifted his head, inquiring, "What did he say?" Wang Hao remarked, "Our synergy is remarkable, ha ha ha." The halftime intermission swiftly drew to a close, and the second half of the match commenced. During the break, Wang Hao had already calculated that he needed just one three-pointer and additional 8 points, and a victory for his team to accomplish all his objectives. This task was considerably easier compared to the previous game against the Pelicans, so Wang Hao felt little pressure as he took to the court. As the third quarter began, the Wizards evidently intensified their utilization of the pick-and-roll strategy. On the Lakers' side, the backcourt duo of Wang Hao and Lonzo Ball, both towering nearly 2 meters tall, found it quite challenging to navigate through the screens. Consequently, this tactic proved to be highly effective, allowing the Wizards to reclaim the lead in the score. Wang Hao could not allow the Wizards to gain momentum, so he immediately conferred with Lonzo Ball. He decided to guard Beal, while Ball would defend Wall. Moreover, he instructed Ball to retreat when confronted with screens, allowing Wall to attempt three-pointers rather than permitting him to drive to the basket. In simpler terms, they would concede shots, but not drives. It is worth noting that Wall's career three-point shooting percentage is even lower than that of Westbrook, making him far from an efficient shooter. This strategic adjustment quickly bore fruit. Following a missed three-pointer by Wall, Wang Hao received an exquisite assist from Ball and executed a swift layup for 2 points. When one tactic failed, the Wizards shifted to a pick-and-roll strategy with Beal, who possesses remarkable shooting ability. Should the Lakers dare to leave him open for a three-pointer, a shooter of Beal's caliber would undoubtedly make them pay dearly. Wang Hao would certainly not acquiesce. Gotot stepped forward to set a screen, yet Wang Hao remained unyielding, exerting every ounce of effort to maneuver past the obstruction. Although Beal managed to create some space, he was still unable to completely shake off Wang Hao's defense. With a decisive stride to the right, he dribbled the ball, then bent his knees, his gaze fixed upon the hoop. He was preparing to take his shot. Wang Hao swiftly lunged forward, only to find that Beal had raised his hand momentarily before retracting it immediately. A feint. He was deceived. As Wang Hao soared past Beal, he caught a glimpse of his opponent preparing for a genuine shot. In this urgent moment, Wang Hao swiftly initiated a deathly embrace. What unfolded next would once again astonish basketball enthusiasts for a century. In the instant he was faked out, Wang Hao had attempted to block with his right hand. Now, having already traversed most of the distance, his left hand remained poised before Beal's eyes. Naturally, it is improbable for an ordinary individual to employ their left hand for a block under such circumstances. Wang Hao himself could scarcely fathom the moment. Yet at this instant, his body, seemingly beyond his control, tilted slightly in midair, and his left hand executed a sweeping motion akin to a horizontal chop directed at Beal. At that precise moment, Beal had just raised the ball above his head, yet to leap, placing it within reach. Thus, the sound resonated. With a swift motion, Wang Hao sent the racket flying. A hush fell over the arena. Both the spectators and the players present were astounded by Wang Hao's peculiar method of breaking the ball. Could one truly play in such a manner? Is there no sense of decorum left? Can we not adhere to reason? Beal stood in stunned silence, grappling with existential doubts, oblivious to the basketball that had tumbled nearby, which he could have seized. However, it was the Ball brother who reacted with alacrity. Having grown accustomed to Wang Hao's myriad of flamboyant maneuvers, he was quicker to adapt than the others. He seized the opportunity to gain control of the ball and launched a counterattack. Beal snapped back to reality, fervently scrambling to defend. At that moment, the Lakers had formed a three-pronged fast break, with the Ball brother at the center and Ingram and Wong Hao flanking him on either side. On the Wizards side, only Wall and Oubre had retreated adequately, positioned at two 45-degree angles, enabling them to cover all three Lakers effectively, a true testament to their defensive prowess. However, the Lakers' fast break did not unfold in the traditional manner, with both flanking players simultaneously penetrating the paint. In fact, while Ingram executed this strategy, Wong Hao remained stationed beyond the three-point line. The Ball brother orchestrated the play, calmly distributing the ball to the more advantageous Wong Hao. Yet the moment he passed, he sensed impending trouble. Bill, in a frenzied burst of speed, had somehow closed the distance and was now right behind Wong Hao. "Watch out," the Ball brother shouted in desperation. Yet Wong Hao seemed impervious to the warning, methodically bending his knees, lifting his gaze, and raising the ball. Oh heavens! This shot is destined to be blocked. Wang Ming also felt a surge of anxiety for Wong Hao. At that moment, Bill had already leaped into the air, poised to serve Wong Hao a fiery challenge. However, his carefully laid plans were destined to remain unrealized. Wong Hao seemed to possess an uncanny ability, akin to having eyes at the back of his head, as he reclaimed the ball after Beal leaped into action. In truth, it was not a supernatural gift. When Ball called out moments earlier, Wong Hao had heard him. Although he feigned ignorance, it was merely a playful ruse. One might say that Wong Hao skillfully turned Beal's own tactics against him, outsmarting his opponent with the very stratagem Beal had employed. The bewildered Beal, left in a state of despair, longed to pivot midair and block Wong Hao's shot with his other hand. Yet, alas, he found himself powerless to do so. Thus, he could only watch helplessly as Wong Hao executed a shot with remarkable composure. Swish! The skill activated, and without a doubt, the ball sailed through the net. With this basket, Wong Hao had already netted 6 three-pointers in the match, propelling the Lakers to reclaim the lead with a score of 72-71. As the game transitioned from offense to defense, the Wizards initiated their attack. In the face of consecutive failures from their backcourt duo, Oubre stepped forward, demanding the ball in the low post for a one-on-one. Oubre is a player of striking personality, embodying both angel and devil in an instant. At times, he plays with earnest defense, leveraging his athleticism to contend with the opposing team's key players. However, there are moments when he transforms into a black hole on the court, ensnared in the quagmire of individual plays. Wong Hao vividly recalls that in his previous life, while watching a Warriors game, this particular brother could even command Curry to set screens for him, or would rather drive to the basket during a fast break than pass to the wide-open Curry on the perimeter. Now, it is evident that Oubre is in a demonic state. Observing how the team has finally established an advantage in the second half, he feels agitated as 2 of his teammates continuously falter. "If you can't keep up, I certainly can." This is the genuine sentiment coursing through Oubre's mind, as he perceives himself to possess an advantage against Ingram's defense. Wall, not want to hog the ball, quickly passes it to his eager teammate. Oubre's confrontation with Ingram resembles a reflection in a mirror. Their hairstyles are even somewhat alike. However, considering Ingram's pedigree as a second overall pick, his innate talent surpasses that of Oubre. Oubre's feint fails to shake Ingram, leading him to forcefully drive to the basket, only to be thwarted by Ingram's outstretched arm. Randall secures the rebound, and the Lakers promptly initiate a counterattack. The efficiency of scoring in fast breaks invariably surpasses that of set plays. This is due to the fact that the defensive strategies emphasized by coaches are often rendered ineffective during opposing fast breaks. For instance, everyone is aware of the Warriors' lethal three-point shooting, frequently resulting in a devastating offensive surge that clinches the game. However, those games where they dominate by the third quarter are primarily facilitated by outstanding defensive plays that create opportunities for counterattacks. Defense fuels offense. This is the second method Wong Hao has devised to counter the Wizards' double team. Nonetheless, the current fast break issue stems from the Wizards' own offensive choices. Wong Hao surged forward, leading the charge into the enemy half. This time, he positioned himself decisively at the corner. Subsequently, following Randall's penetration and assist, Wong Hao secured an opportunity for a three-point shot. As he prepared to shoot, Oubre was unable to provide timely help defense, with only Beal managing to trail behind, leaping desperately to disrupt the shot. It must be acknowledged that Beal's athletic prowess is indeed impressive. He managed to leap just in time to interfere with Wong Hao's line of sight before the shot was taken. Bang! This marked the first three-point attempt Wong Hao had missed in his professional career. The crowd, initially poised to erupt in cheers, was momentarily taken aback. Subconsciously, They had come to expect his shots to be successful. A miss left them feeling somewhat disoriented. However, it is worth noting that in the NBA, a player achieving a 40 shooting percentage can undoubtedly be regarded as an exceptional shooter. Nevertheless, the Lakers' offensive play was far from over. As Beal had just leaped with all his might, he was now out of bounds, leaving Wang Hao unguarded. Coincidentally, his previous three-point attempt had fallen short, ricocheting off the front of the rim and bouncing back. Wang Hao effortlessly secured the rebound. At that moment, he found himself in an area devoid of any defenders within a 1-meter radius. Even the Wizards' interior players were unable to respond, remaining stationed in the paint. Although he had just missed his first career three-pointer, he was now presented with an exceptional opportunity for an open shot, or he could choose to penetrate the lane. Wang Ming commented. However, to everyone's astonishment, Wang Hao disregarded the wide-open shot, not even casting a glance at the hoop, and immediately dribbled beyond the three-point line. He then took a three-point shot. What on earth? How could he execute such a maneuver? The closer one is to the basket. The easier it is to score, as Bird famously stated. This action left an onlooker in the audience with a perplexed expression, questioning the decision. Absolutely. That's the way to shoot, he exclaimed, raising his arms in approval. Those around him cast disdainful glances, but he remained unfazed. The fans in attendance erupted once more in cheers for Wang Hao, the calls for MVP ringing even louder than in the previous game. Wang Hao smiled gently, his arms outstretched, retreating as he savored the cheers of the fans. In that moment, the atmosphere within the arena reached its zenith. This maneuver was a lesson imparted to him by Kobe during a previous dining experience. At times, it is beneficial to incite the fans appropriately, thereby creating a home court ambience that can psychologically overwhelm the adversary. At this instant, the purple and gold sea behind Wang Hao represented the sixth man on the Lakers court. Chapter 77, the third quarter check-in. Wang Hao smiled faintly, his arms outstretched, retreating while savoring the cheers of the fans. In that moment, the atmosphere within the arena reached its zenith. This maneuver was a lesson imparted by Kobe during their previous meal together. At times, it is beneficial to stir the crowd, cultivating a home court ambience that can psychologically overwhelm the adversary. Behind Wang Hao, the resplendent sea of purple and gold embodied the Lakers' sixth man. Defense, defense, defense. The fans chanted in unison, and Wang Hao could distinctly sense that the Wizards players were somewhat perturbed at this moment. No matter how resilient or experienced they may be, facing such a crescendo of pressure can inevitably cause inner turmoil. The distinction lies in the ability of certain players to swiftly recalibrate, such as Jordan, Kobe, or even Trae Young. They often channel greater energy amidst jeers. Yet, the majority of Wizards players lack such attributes, particularly the currently emboldened Oubre. While the Wizards were executing their plays, Oubre sensed an opportunity and succumbed once more to the temptation of isolation. The jeers from the crowd echoed in his ears, prompting him to believe that the moment to validate himself had arrived, compelling him to silence the fans. Consequently, he charged in, only to be thwarted by Lopez's imposing block. The fans instantly transformed their jeers into roars of approval. Go Lakers! The young players of the Lakers were surging with adrenaline, launching a swift counterattack that swept over the Wizards' half like autumn winds scattering fallen leaves. Having already amassed 23 points, Wang Hao was not in haste to score. Instead, he aimed to galvanize his teammates towards a crescendo, seeking to clinch victory. Thus, he opted to maneuver, drawing defenders away to facilitate his teammates. Ultimately, the formidable center Lopez seized a shooting opportunity, sinking a three-pointer from the 45-degree angle. With the score at 77-71, the Lakers' lead expanded to 6 points. Under Wang Hao's leadership, the Lakers surged with an 8-0 run, their momentum peaking. Sukun exclaimed with excitement, observing the unfavorable turn of events. Brooks promptly called for a timeout. There remained 4 minutes until the conclusion of the third quarter. On the Lakers bench, the players, sensing the dawn of victory, were filled with confidence, exchanging celebratory high-fives. Conversely, on the Wizards' side, only Wall maintained a fervent fighting spirit, striving to communicate with his teammates in an effort to reverse their misfortunes. Following the timeout, Walton replaced Lopez with Kuzma, deploying a smaller lineup to enhance mobility. The intention was unmistakable, to amplify their offensive firepower and capitalize on the momentum to dismantle their opponents. As the pause concluded, the match resumed. Deeply comprehending the coach's intentions, Wang Hao resolved to exert his utmost efforts during this quarter, contemplating whether he could achieve a remarkable feat within 3 quarters. Thus, when Wall dribbled past the halfway line, he took the initiative to launch an aggressive defense. Wall, quick to react, noticed Wang Hao closely shadowing him and promptly lowered his center of gravity, preparing to drive past. However, Wang Hao had anticipated this maneuver. He deliberately allowed Wall to surpass him before executing a deft maneuver from behind. With a swift motion, he knocked the ball away once more. This moment elicited an exclamation from Su Kun, who mused that in the future, no one would dare to surpass Wang Hao, as each attempt seemed to result in a theft. On the court, the ball handler swiftly seized control of the ball and delivered a long pass to the fast-breaking Wang Hao. Wall immediately pivoted to return to defense, his speed allowing him to quickly close the gap and match Wang Hao's pace. Wang Hao possesses a keen self-awareness. His pursuit ability undoubtedly ranks among the top 10 in the league. Consequently, he slows his pace, shifting his body to allow Wall to run ahead of him. It must be said that Wang Hao's speed and explosiveness are somewhat lacking. Had it been Westbrook, there would have been no need to decelerate, as he would have executed a thunderous dunk with ease. Wang Ming remarked that physical attributes are inherent, and one need not lament fate. However, it is indeed intriguing that Wang Hao allows his opponents to pass by on both offensive and defensive ends, suggesting that this could exemplify our Chinese philosophy of retreating to advance, taking a step back to embrace the vastness of the sea. Wang Hao shared a similar line of thought. His heavenly emperor's eye could not be directed towards the opponent behind him, which compelled him to relinquish what seemed to be a favorable position. If Wall is situated behind you, how can you bypass him? You must allow him to come into view before you can outmaneuver him. Such is the logic. Thus, in a hurried attempt to defend against Wall, he soon found himself sprawled on the ground. Just moments ago, he had turned to prepare for defense when he heard Wang Hao utter softly, "Fall." Suddenly, he lost control of his body's balance and collapsed. Moreover, the nearly 3/4 of relentless play had taken its toll, as Wall already felt a sharp aching in his legs while striving to return to defense. Coupled with the abrupt stop and rise followed by Wang's deft maneuver, he now lay on the ground, acutely aware of a searing pain emanating from his ankle. Helplessly watching Wang Hao effortlessly complete his layup, he could only gesture to Brooks, indicating he was injured. Brooks promptly called for a timeout. The team physician rushed onto the court to assess the situation. Wang Hao was somewhat taken aback by Wall's injury. Although he had previously managed to outmaneuver others on multiple occasions without causing harm, this time it seemed that Wall had truly suffered a serious ankle injury. "Hey John, how are you? Are you all right?" Wang Hao approached amicably and gently patted Wall's shoulder. Wall shook his head, indicating that he was not severely injured. With a bitter smile, he departed the court, assisted by the team physician, and headed straight to the locker room. With Wall's injury, the Wizards lost all fighting spirit against the momentum-driven Lakers. In the ensuing minutes, the Lakers unleashed a flurry of scoring, once again delivering a striking 12-3 run. During this period, Wang Hao executed a strategic maneuver that led him to successfully land a three-pointer. By the conclusion of the third quarter, he had made 8 three-pointers, amassing an impressive 28 points. The Lakers had established a commanding lead of 18 points, rendering the outcome of the match a foregone conclusion. In the fourth quarter, Wang Hao, seated on the bench, shared light-hearted banter with his teammates, including Lonzo Ball, while observing the performance of the substitutes. Ultimately, the Lakers triumphed over the Wizards with a score of 118-105, securing their fourth consecutive victory. A notification chimed. "Congratulations, host. You have achieved a special accomplishment by leading your team to the top of the league. You are awarded a lottery ticket for the Dimensional Marketplace." Chapter 78, New Skill. Legendary Black Star Terahiko. Once again, the Lakers emerged victorious against the Wizards with a score of 118-105, claiming their fourth straight win. A notification chimed. "Congratulations, host. You have achieved a special accomplishment by leading your team to the top of the league. You are awarded a lottery ticket for the Dimensional Marketplace." Wang Hao was initially taken aback, soon followed by immense joy. Prior to the match, he had learned that only 3 teams in the league remained undefeated, among which were the Wizards and the Lakers, with this particular game commencing first. Thus, should the Lakers secure victory, they would momentarily ascend to the pinnacle of the league. Such an honor was one that Wang Hao naturally delighted in. Yet what truly elated him was the prospect of this lottery opportunity. It is worth noting that in the previous lottery, he had drawn the legendary skill, Eye of the Heavenly Emperor. It was precisely due to this extraordinary skill that he was able to seize numerous open shooting opportunities during the game. Without it, relying solely on positioning, Wang Hao would never have been able to garner so many three-point chances in each match. In the NBA, many sharpshooters find themselves unable to create their own opportunities, relegating them to a lifetime as mere supporting players. This is precisely why Wang Hao's acclaim is so resounding. He is a premier three-point shooter. What treasures might he draw this time? Wang Hao, filled with immense anticipation, swiftly returned to the locker room as soon as the match concluded. Grabbing a change of clothes, he made a beeline for the shower. "Slow down. No one is competing with you," came the teasing remark from Brother Chiu behind him, who now regarded Wang Hao as one of his own. As the warm water cascaded down upon him, Wang Hao's thoughts delved deep within. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the system task of explosive performance. Task details. 1. Score 6 three-pointers in a single game completed. 2. Achieve a score exceeding 25 completed. 3. Lead the team to victory completed. The successful completion of the tasks rewards the host with 1,000 exchange points. Due to the host's flawless execution of the tasks, achieved in merely 3 quarters, the reward will be increased by 50. In this match, the host has amassed a total of 1,500 exchange points. Wang Hao nodded in satisfaction. These outcomes were, to him, anticipated gains. System. Draw the lottery for me at once, he urged, unable to contain his excitement. Ding. The host is utilizing a dimensional mall lottery ticket. Processing. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the legendary skill, Kuroko Tetsuya's misleading gaze. Misleading gaze, the fundamental form of all of Kuroko Tetsuya's techniques. By diminishing his presence on the court and expanding his passing vision, he delivers the ball to his teammates predominantly through single-point flicks. This skill encompasses various derivative techniques, with new expanded skills unlocked at different levels. Note, the drawback of this technique is its unsuitability for prolonged use. It typically becomes ineffective after approximately 40 minutes. It is primarily employed during scoring phases or when creating a sudden lead. Wang Hao could not help but utter a curse. Has he truly landed another legendary skill? Are legendary skills truly free of charge? How could one obtain them so easily? A warning. Please refrain from questioning the rigor of this system. The probability of acquiring a legendary skill from the Dimensional Marketplace Lottery stands at a mere 0.01, which implies that one would need to draw approximately 1,000 times to secure a single win. Given that the host has been winning consecutively, the system suggests that the host should immediately invest in a lottery ticket. Though the metallic voice bore no semblance of emotion, it somehow conveyed an unexpected sense of humor at this moment. Wang Hao could not help but chuckle, and then he opened the skill introduction panel. Mislead Level 1. Upon activation, the host will gain passing abilities and enhanced vision for passing. 1. Accelerated passing. With a push of the palm, the ball is sent forth, achieving greater speed and force than a conventional pass. Note, teammates may occasionally be unable to receive the pass. 2. Misdirection. Reduces presence. If opponents cease to focus on you, they will instantly lose sight of your position. 3. Reverse misdirection. The inverse application of misdirection, amplifying one's presence, allowing teammates to be momentarily overlooked by opponents. Duration of use in a single match, 10 minutes. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Wang Hao felt a surge of excitement upon perusing the skill descriptions. Although Kuroko Tetsuya may not be his favorite player in Kuroko's basketball, it is undeniable that as the protagonist, Kuroko possesses exceptionally high potential skills. First and foremost, this skill can directly enhance one of his weaknesses, passing. When faced with double teaming, Wang Hao will effortlessly pass the ball out at the earliest opportunity. Furthermore, the skill of visual misdirection can diminish his presence, allowing him to secure open opportunities against less formidable opponents. After several games, Wang Hao has come to realize that even in the NBA, players who maintain unwavering focus on defense are not exactly rare, but certainly not abundant. Lastly, as a devoted fan of Kuroko's basketball, Wang Hao eagerly anticipates the delightful surprises that come with the upgraded visual misdirection. The predictive eye of the Emperor allows him to foresee his teammates' future movements, the dribbling that gives opponents the illusion of his momentary disappearance, and that astonishing phantom shot. These techniques will not only render Wang Hao increasingly formidable, but will also ensure his frequent appearance in highlight reels once employed on the court. A friendly reminder, upgrading to legendary skills requires 5,000 exchange points, and the host has already passed the novice phase. The forthcoming excess task rewards will prove to be more challenging to obtain. The system tactfully interjected, interrupting Wang Hao's daydreaming. The ideal may be grand, but reality can be stark. Wang Hao composed himself and opened his personal attribute panel. Wang Hao, with a stature of 1.98 meters and weighing 91 kilograms, boasts an impressive wingspan of 2.08 meters. His vertical leap reaches 70 centimeters, while his run-up jump extends to 81 centimeters. His strength is rated at 57, speed at 58, endurance at 56, and explosiveness at 55. His ball handling skills scores 65, with passing proficiency at 55, close-range shooting at 56, mid-range shooting at 57, and three-point shooting at 62 out of 100. His ultra-long-range three-point shooting stands at 51, dunking at 50, stealing at 59 out of 99, shot blocking at 50, and defense at 60 out of 80. His skill set includes the green interval true path S ultra-high trajectory three-pointer at level 2, the Eye of the Heavenly Emperor at level 1, visual deception at level 1, deathly entanglement at level 5, and butterfly in the flower at level 3. His exchange value is 1950. Wang Hao cast a brief glance and was pleasantly surprised. In addition to acquiring a legendary skill, his stamina had increased by 2 points, and his explosive power had also risen by 2 points, bringing him closer to the threshold of adequacy. Approaching the threshold, Wang Hao gazed at his enhanced attributes. Feeling rather disheartened, after toiling tirelessly in training, he found that his initial stats might still fall short of others. Chapter 79. Bailey's invitation. Wang Hao cast a brief glance and was pleasantly surprised. In addition to acquiring a legendary skill, his stamina had increased by 2 points, and his explosiveness had also risen by 2 points, soon approaching the threshold of adequacy. He was on the verge of reaching that critical line. Wang Hao gazed at his enhanced abilities, feeling somewhat disheartened. After toiling tirelessly in training, it seemed his initial stats still paled in comparison to others. Yet, considering the formidable array of skills he now possessed, his spirits were lifted considerably. Wang Hao, you were the first to enter, and now you are the only one yet to emerge. Are you perhaps indulging in mischief in the bathroom? The teasing voice of Gu resonated from outside the door. This fellow had certainly shed any semblance of the bashfulness he once displayed when they were less acquainted. Wang Hao hurriedly tidied himself up, for he was to attend a press conference shortly. After managing the media, the team disbanded on the spot, and Wang Hao drove home. That evening, he lay in bed, engrossed in his mobile phone. He refrained from browsing Twitter, wishing to avoid being swayed by the adulation of netizens. Instead, he opened Instagram, utilizing it purely as a means to explore his circle of friends. As he scrolled through the feed, a photograph with a distinctive style captured his attention. The image depicted a girl clad in a black hoodie, her long gray hair cascading down, gazing listlessly at the camera. The entire photograph was imbued with a cool color palette, and the aesthetic style accentuated the girl's rebellious spirit. The owner of the photograph was none other than Billy, who had recently dyed her hair a new hue. Wang Hao chuckled, simultaneously marveling at the fact that a beautiful woman appears stunning in any hue. The previous green had suited her remarkably well, and now her silvery gray locks exuded a vibrant charm. As he continued to gaze, he noticed a caption beneath the photograph. I possess a poisoned apple. It turned out she was cosplaying as a queen. The top comment in the section was penned by her own hand, essentially introducing her preparations for a new album and promoting an intimate concert schedule for the night after next in Toronto. Toronto? On the day after tomorrow. Wang Hao will also travel with the team to Toronto to face the formidable Eastern Conference team, the Raptors. What a coincidence! Wang Hao felt a sense of surprise. As a devoted fan of Billie Eilish, he had long harbored the desire to attend one of her live performances, but the burdens of his corporate life had hindered him from doing so. Upon receiving this information, he was indeed compelled by an impulse to witness her concert. However, he had a match that very evening, making it impossible for him to attend. Nevertheless, since fate had brought them to the same city, Wang Hao decided to send Billy a private message. It just so happens that I will also be in Toronto for a game, but regrettably, it coincides with your concert. Are you more disappointed that I cannot attend your performance or that I cannot see your concert? Billy's reply was rather astute, seemingly probing the nature of their relationship. Both are unfortunate. Why don't you come to the arena and sing during halftime? Haha. Wang Hao jested in return. Go away, Billy retorted, accompanying her words with an eye roll. I genuinely wish to hear you sing, Wang Hao replied, no longer teasing her. Really? If I finish my engagements tomorrow, I might consider singing a song for you. However, my appearance fee is quite high, so think it over, superstar. Would it be just for me? MHM. Billy responded almost instantaneously. I would pay any amount. As soon as he sent this message, Wang Hao felt a twinge of regret, sensing that it was somewhat peculiar. In truth, He simply wished for Billy to sing a song exclusively for him, a small wish he had harbored from his previous life. Wang Hao had always held a deep admiration for Billie Eilish's music, yet in his previous life, he was merely an obscure individual, lacking the opportunity for her to perform exclusively for him. Now, the once unattainable star had become his friend, and even the long-buried desires of his heart were effortlessly coming to fruition. Thus, he uttered a thought-provoking phrase that sparked one's imagination. After waiting for several minutes without a response, he couldn't help but wonder if he had frightened her away. It was not until he turned off the lights and prepared to rest that a notification chimed on his phone, prompting him to check it eagerly. He had just spotted a spider and suddenly felt a surge of inspiration, prompting him to create music. Billy wrote, "That night at 11 p.m., come to the music studio I rented. I will sing my new song for you. The address is..." She promptly sent him the location. Seeing her agree so readily, Wang Hao refrained from being coy and immediately accepted the invitation. However, the thought of Billy and the spider conjured unsettling images in his mind. He needed to find a way to keep that little lady away from spiders. The following day, Wang Hao rose at 5 a.m. to freshen up and set out for the training facility as dawn broke. Elevating his fundamental skills remained his primary objective at this stage. Otherwise, he risked entering a skill vacuum, which could lead to unforeseen consequences. For instance, the previous night, he had dreamt of a match against the Wizards. In his dream, he led his team to an early victory, finishing the third quarter with an 18-point lead. However, in the fourth quarter, the Wizards launched a sudden counterattack, unleashing a 20-2 scoring run that leveled the game. Coach Walton promptly sent Wang Hao back onto the court, unaware that he had exhausted all his skills. At that moment, he was akin to an undrafted rookie. Consequently, the team continued to collapse, suffering a devastating turnaround. Wang Hao awoke from his slumber, drenched in sweat, the terror of the nightmare still lingering in his mind. This harrowing dream served as a wake-up call for him, urging him to persist in his pursuit of strength and to elevate his foundational abilities. Wang Hao practiced tirelessly for an entire day, with only a brief respite during noon, immersing himself in the gym for the most part. Meanwhile, discussions surrounding him flourished fervently across social media during his rigorous training hours. Chapter 80. Please cease your efforts. Wang Hao practiced diligently throughout the entire day, with only a brief respite at noon, immersing himself in the gymnasium. Meanwhile, discussions about him flourished fervently on social media. A certain media outlet, in pursuit of sensationalism, sought out LeVar Ball to inquire whether the future of the Lakers belonged to his son or to Wang Hao. Even LeVar, known for his unfiltered remarks, refrained from making rash statements, asserting that both players were integral to the team's future and that the Lakers would soon secure a championship under their leadership. LeVar is indeed a shrewd individual. While he boasts of being able to defeat Michael Jordan in one-on-one and claims Lonzo is superior to Stephen Curry, such declarations may attract scrutiny but will not tarnish Lonzo's professional journey. The Lakers would not penalize Lonzo for his father's proclamations. However, should LeVar direct his commentary towards the Lakers' rising star, Wang Hao, Lonzo's standing within the team could be jeopardized. Although the season has only just commenced, it is evident to discerning observers that Wang Hao has emerged as the core of the Lakers' offense and defense. His presence transforms the team entirely. One could say he embodies the future of the Lakers. To offend him? Apologies, but even a second overall pick would find themselves powerless. The previous second pick, Russell, was recently traded, underscoring that in basketball, performance reigns supreme. Wang Hao not only demonstrates remarkable prowess, but also possesses immeasurable potential. Thus, LeVar now treads carefully around him. Additionally, a photograph of Wang Hao dining with Kobe Bryant was shared online by an enthusiastic Lakers fan. The fan recounted that he unexpectedly encountered the two during his meal. He observed that their conversation was lively, lasting several hours, and they exited the restaurant with an arm around each other's shoulders, resembling old friends. Coupled with Kobe's previous challenge to Wang Hao, countless Lakers supporters began to believe that Wang Hao is the successor appointed by Kobe himself. The moniker Yellow Mamba, once rooted in Chinese culture, began to circulate widely on Twitter. Asia Mamba and Chinese Mamba emerged as affectionate nicknames for Wang Hao among American Lakers fans. Back in China, discussions on the Tiger Forum commenced, comparing Wang Hao to renowned basketball stars. To speak candidly, is Wang Hao's three-point shooting superior to that of Stephen Curry? It must be said that Wang Hao's shooting range rivals only that of Damian Lillard. If a ranking of the current top 10 ankle breakers were to be conducted, where would Wang Hao place? His performances have sparked boundless imaginations. Despite the evident technical deficiencies he still possesses, in the hearts of Chinese basketball enthusiasts. He has already ascended to the status of a future superstar. Some even posed the question, who on earth can halt Wang Hao? Following the Lakers' impressive 4-game winning streak, social media buzzed with excitement. Yet, the focal point of this chatter, Wang Hao, sat serenely aboard a plane en route to Toronto with his team. During the morning practice session, he feigned curiosity as he sought advice from Lonzo Ball on passing techniques. This not only showcased his eagerness to learn, but also served to prevent an abrupt transformation into a passing prodigy in the upcoming game. He noted that, under misleading visual conditions, his passing ability could soar to an impressive 80, a skill level comparable to the league's elite passers. For someone who had struggled to make plays under defensive pressure in the previous match, suddenly becoming an elusive passing master would indeed be a jarring shift. While the other players might adapt, his teammates might find it difficult to accept. Thus, the self-proclaimed benevolent Wang Hao resorted to orchestrating a display of humble inquiry. On October 28th, Beijing time, the Air Canada Center buzzed with anticipation as the game commenced. Greetings to our audience, and welcome to the NBA regular season matchup between the Lakers and the Raptors, brought to you by Tencent Sports. I am your host, Kufan. Joining me today are Coach Li Ku and our very own Xiao Qi, who will provide commentary on the game. Hello, everyone, the two acknowledged. Coach Li, could you provide a brief analysis of this matchup and share your thoughts on Wang Hao? Kufan inquired. Certainly, Li Ku replied, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. The spotlight today is undoubtedly on Wang Hao, who fans have affectionately dubbed the Yellow Mamba. He faced some challenges in the second half of the last game, grappling with the Wizards' double-team defense. However, Wang Hao's adaptability is remarkable. He swiftly altered his approach, leveraging his defense and exceptional shooting range to regain control of the game. This level of skill from a rookie in his first professional season is truly extraordinary. Indeed, and he faced the formidable duo of the Wizards, a dynamic pair of sharpshooters. Kufan interjected, eager to keep the conversation flowing. Wang Hao executed a flawless performance on both ends of the court. Wait, how'd he take my points? I hadn't finished my thought. Li Ku realized, quickly continuing, since the start of the season, Wang Hao has missed only one three-pointer, making him the league's leading shooter thus far. Kufan added, Wang Hao has completely transformed the Lakers. This once struggling franchise has found its footing once more with his arrival, and playoff aspirations are looking promising this season. Li Ku responded, the national team also greatly needs players like him. I firmly believe that with Wang Hao's inclusion, China will reclaim its dominant status in Asia. Xiao Qi then interjected, enough of the praise. As if awakening from a dream, the two emerged, seemingly having endured a fierce battle, both utterly fatigued. The competition is about to commence. Let us direct our focus to the scene. Kufan wiped his brow and exclaimed. Chapter 81. The Emergence of New Skills, DeRozan in a Daze. Xiao Qi, please cease your fighting. The two, as if roused from slumber, appear to have undergone a tumultuous struggle, both wearied to the bone. The match is imminent. Let's turn our attention to the live arena. Kufan, mopping his forehead, called out. Inside the arena, Wang Hao calmly tucked his jersey into his shorts and strode onto the court. Today's adversary, the Toronto Raptors, posed a greater challenge than the previous match against the Wizards. Their star duo, DeRozan and Lowry, are indeed formidable players endowed with both technical prowess and physical gifts. To put it succinctly, the Raptors have been unable to advance further in recent years solely due to the formidable presence of LeBron James, who stands as an insurmountable barrier in the Eastern Conference. Therefore, Wang Hao would never underestimate this duo. On the contrary, he has long prepared for this contest as a significant battle. Ding! The system has issued a task, offensive pillar. Basketball is not solely about scoring. As a rookie, one must diligently hone various skills. Task details. 1. Achieve 5 assists. 2. Score 20 points. 3. Lead the team to victory. Completion rewards. 1,000 exchange points. Note, failure to complete any subtask will result in an overall task failure. Wang Hao nodded silently, seizing this opportunity to experiment with the power of his new skill. As the referee tossed the ball high into the air, the match commenced officially. The Raptors center, Ibaka, excelled in the tip-off, allowing the home team to initiate the first defensive play. Wang Hao approached DeRozan, lowering his center of gravity in preparation for defense. The all-star shooting guard before him, with a slightly receding hairline, possessed a skill set distinct from the prolific scorers Wang Hao had encountered previously. Unlike the likes of Beal and Booker, this modern player was not particularly adept at three-point shooting, Rather, he specialized in mid-range shots and post-up plays. In simpler terms, he was a quintessential scorer of a bygone era. Moreover, it is worth noting that DeRozan battled with depression. Thus, facing him was perhaps the most serene matchup Wang Hao had experienced throughout this series of games. DeRozan would not initiate conversation, and Wang Hao, out of respect, refrained from exploiting his opponent's vulnerability. The Raptors' first offensive play was initiated by the team's rising star, Siakam. He received a pass from Lowry in the low post, executed a swift step to glide beneath the basket, and, confronted by Lopez's defense, opted for a jump shot. Thud! The ball ricocheted off the rim, and Randle secured the rebound, immediately scanning for Lonzo Ball's presence. This instinctive response was cultivated through countless game situations and training sessions. Grab the rebound and locate Lonzo. However, the Raptors, as a seasoned powerhouse, excelled at devising strategies tailored to their opponents. The moment Randle snatched the rebound, Lowry dashed toward Lonzo, using his sturdy physique to obstruct the latter and seize a favorable position. Randle, caught off guard, noticed Wang Hao seemingly beckoning from the side, but chose to disregard it. He believed it unreasonable to expect Wang Hao to maneuver the ball across half-court. After all, that was asking too much. Randle considered himself a considerate teammate, unwilling to witness his companion's predicament. Yet, who should he pass to now? Should he initiate the dribble for a counterattack himself? After a brief hesitation, the Raptors had successfully established their defense. Only then did Lowry retreat slowly, allowing Randle to finally pass the ball to Lonzo. Wang Hao stood nearby, somewhat at a loss for words. How lamentable was his previous ball handling? Why was it that he would rather forego a fast break opportunity than pass the ball? Seizing a moment as he sprinted toward the opponent's half, he approached Randle and earnestly said, "If another fast break opportunity arises, pass the ball to me in a timely manner. Trust me just this once." Randle, taken aback, glanced at Wang Hao, his gaze meeting the latter's resolute expression. He nodded in response. Although this Asian rookie had not been with the team for long, his aura of leadership was palpable to his teammates. If Wang Hao possessed the confidence to manage the fast break, then why not allow him the chance? Randle mused. At that moment, Lonzo Ball advanced past the half-court line, orchestrating his teammates' movements. Wang Hao found himself matched against DeRozan on the offensive end, a player not particularly renowned for his defensive prowess. However, perhaps due to the coach's insistence, DeRozan shadowed Wang Hao closely from the very start. Regardless of how Wang Hao attempted sudden stops, quick leaps, or agile dodges, he could not shake off his tenacious defender. As the shot clock dwindled, DeRozan began to sense the possibility of a successful defensive stand. The coach's words rang true. Despite the rookie's remarkable precision, his physical attributes were rather average. As long as DeRozan remained committed to his defense, he believed he could keep pace. But suddenly, in a fleeting moment of triumph, DeRozan realized that Wang Hao had vanished. He had seemingly disappeared into thin air. A cold sweat trickled down his back as he swiftly turned to search for him. To his astonishment, Wang Hao had already sprinted beyond the three-point line. How could this be? DeRozan hurriedly rushed over to rectify the situation, already envisioning the disappointment etched on the coach's face. He had diligently adhered to the strategy and maintained vigilance in his defense. How could he have lost track of his assignment? With a heart full of confusion, DeRozan leaped symbolically, attempting to disrupt Wang Hao's shot from a meter away. Wang Hao swiftly struck, securing a triumphant victory for the Lakers. 3 o'clock. DeRozan promptly raised his hand towards the opponent, signaling that the lapse was his own. Wang Hao silently departed from his side. Naturally, he would not elucidate to DeRozan that his earlier gaze had misled him, resulting in the loss of track. Wang Hao was acutely aware that, even if he were to elucidate the situation, his counterpart would remain incredulous. However, the sensation of effortlessly creating opportunities in open space was truly delightful. Chapter 82. An unheard-of passing technique. It was evident that Wang Hao's recent success was the result of his inaugural application of visual misdirection. In truth, he had activated the misdirection state the moment Ball brother crossed the halfway line, yet this skill was distinct from the eye of the Emperor in Death's Embrace, as it did not yield immediate effects. This implies that Wang Hao had been employing the skill for 20 seconds, during which the diligently defending DeRozan was finally misled in his perception. Reducing one's presence is no simple task. As he retreated, Ball brother cast a perplexed glance towards Wang Hao. He had not intended to pass the ball to Wang Hao. He had failed to even notice the latter had slipped into an open space. From Ball brother's perspective, Wang Hao seemed to have materialized out of thin air. beckoning him with a wave. Ball brother had always possessed unwavering confidence in his passing vision. Even when a teammate found space on the opposite half of the court, he could detect it instantaneously. Yet, inexplicably, Wang Hao had vanished right beneath his very nose, causing him to question the essence of his own reality. Wang Hao discerned the perplexed expression on Qiu Ji's face and chuckled, gesturing reassuringly as if to convey that it was merely a basic maneuver, advising calmness and composure. Qiu Gu, exasperated, shot him an incredulous glance before refocusing on his defensive duties. As the Raptors initiated their offensive play, Lowry commanded from the arc, orchestrating the attack. Unlike DeRozan, he possessed an intense competitive spirit. Despite being consistently bested by LeBron over the years, he never succumbed to the defeatist sentiment of claiming that if they had LeBron, victory would have been theirs. Lowry wished for DeRozan to exhibit a similar tenacity and often encouraged him as a brother would. After Wang Hao scored a three-pointer over DeRozan, Lowry eagerly anticipated a response from his teammate. However, it appeared that DeRozan was reluctant to assert himself. Thus, with determination, Lowry signaled for his teammates to clear out, allowing DeRozan to isolate against Wang Hao. This tactic was a staple for the Raptors, with the other players swiftly shifting to the left side, creating space on the right for DeRozan to face off against Wang Hao. Though DeRozan was not proactive, he was not averse to the opportunity. If a shot presented itself, he would take it. Lowry lofted the ball into the elbow area, and DeRozan, leveraging his height, secured the basketball effortlessly. With each advancement, DeRozan executed shoulder fakes, leaving Wang Hao guessing as to when he would genuinely pivot for a breakthrough, naturally making it difficult for him to commit defensively. This was undoubtedly the most nuanced post-up technique Wang Hao had encountered thus far. In the 10-cent livestream, Fan remarked, pondering whether Wang Hao's defense would remain effective against such a classically skilled player. At that moment, Wang Hao remained unflustered, fully aware that regardless of the feints DeRozan employed, he would ultimately have to shoot or drive. The moment DeRozan turned, it would signal an opportunity for a steal. As anticipated, DeRozan approached the 3-second area and, sensing the opportune moment, opted for a turnaround jumper. This was his signature move, fluid in execution and featuring an impressive arc. For a defender of Wang Hao's stature, it was exceedingly challenging to disrupt his shot. Moreover, the coach had emphasized prior to the match that Wang Hao excelled at stealing the ball during the opponent's reception. Urging caution, a reminder Wang Hao took to heart. In this instance, he deliberately elevated his elbow during the turn, ensuring that by the time he completed the motion, the ball was raised above his head. Surely, this would prevent any interception. Yet, he was still outmaneuvered. Wang Hao's cutting shot was not executed in the conventional top-down manner, but rather in a rather unorthodox bottom-up fashion. With a sharp crack, the basketball soared high into the air. DeRozan, taken by surprise, nearly performed a split in mid-air, a rather comical sight. Randall seized the moment, charging towards the basket, leaping high to catch the descending ball. A splendid opportunity for a counterattack. Instinctively, Randall glanced toward ball as position. However, Lowry once again stood in his way. Hey! Randall heard Wang Hao's call and, without a moment's hesitation, passed the ball. Thanks to the deceptive nature of his line of sight, Wang Hao's passing technique and vision reached an elite level. Thus, at the moment he received the ball, he spotted Ingram sneaking in for a fast break. Without the slightest pause, even before both hands fully grasped the ball, Wang Hao propelled it forward with his right palm. A one-handed pass. Such a technique is quite rare. Former professional player Li Ku marveled. It is worth noting that, at this moment, Ingram was already near the opponent's restricted area. A one-handed long-distance pass? It hardly seemed a wise choice. However, the next instant, Li Ku fell silent. Wang Hao's pass shot through the air like a cannonball, spinning rapidly as it traversed the court, heading straight for Ingram. From a distance, Ingram could sense the force of the incoming ball. He dared not be careless, positioning himself slightly sideways, preparing to receive the pass with both hands. Bam! Although he was mentally prepared, Ingram still struggled to catch the ball cleanly. It ricocheted off his hands and struck his chest with a muted thud. Remarkable! I have never witnessed a long pass with such a flat trajectory, exclaimed Fan. This was yet another sub-skill of the newly acquired ability, the accelerated pass. From Randall to Wang Hao, then to Ingram, the entire process took less than a second. Such swift receiving and passing left the Raptors' teammates utterly unprepared. Bang! After receiving the ball, Ingram extended his arms gracefully and completed a dunk. 5 o'clock, the Lakers opened with a small surge. The orchestrators of both offensive plays were none other than Wang Hao. At this moment, merely 2 minutes into the match, the Raptors head coach, despite recognizing the unfavorable momentum, opted to observe further rather than calling an immediate timeout. After Wang Hao completed his assist, he turned with a smile to Randall. "See, I wasn't lying." The two exchanged a knowing grin and celebrated with a high five. Meanwhile, Ball brothers stood to the side, puzzled. Just moments ago, he had been struggling to shake off Lowry's defense, and he hadn't anticipated that Randall would pass the ball to Wang Hao. It seemed like a three-person film, and yet, I am left nameless. The Raptors launched another offensive. This time, Lowry unexpectedly unleashed a long-range strike from beyond the arc, nailing a challenging three-pointer right in Ball brothers' face. 5-3. This three-pointer was crucial, providing the previously rattled Raptors teammates with a sense of calm. This is what a team leader should do. Lowry's three-pointer was absolutely vital. Lika remarked, "In terms of skill, Lowry may not necessarily surpass DeRozan. Yet it is his tenacity that truly establishes him as the core of this Raptors team." Just as the Raptors were in high spirits, DeRozan, while retreating on defense, noticed that Wang Hao was nowhere to be seen. Where is he? He quickly scanned his surroundings and realized that Wang Hao had stealthily slipped to the corner. DeRozan urgently pointed out Wang Hao's position, shouting for nearby teammates to cover, and accelerated towards him. How peculiar. Wang Hao's positioning is simply elusive. Lowry reacted swiftly, abandoning the currently struggling three-point shooter with a 30 success rate, and rushed towards Wang Hao. Upon receiving the pass, Wang Hao observed the opposing players converging upon him. After a brief contemplation, he deduced that if he attempted a shot, there was a 50% chance it would be contested. Thus, he opted to return the ball to the unmarked Ball brother. The crooked shooter was in position and released his shot. Alas, the moment the ball left his hands, it veered off course. "Oh, Ball brother, what a splendid opportunity," sighed Kafan. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, it struck the backboard and, remarkably, the three-pointer found its mark. "What a fortuitous shot." Liku chuckled. He probably didn't expect to miss so badly. Ball brother beamed with a hint of embarrassment, while Wang Hao, who had recorded an assist, also smiled, having already notched 2 assists in the early moments of the game. Meanwhile, Lowry was encouraging the somewhat despondent DeRozan. As the game transitioned from offense to defense, Ibaka received a pass from Norman Powell and executed a mid-range jump shot, scoring. The score was now 8-5, with the Raptors persistently keeping pace. Prior to the match, Wang Hao had analyzed that to secure victory, they needed to establish a significant lead during their playing time. This was crucial, as the Raptors boasted an exceptionally formidable bench, featuring numerous talented reserves, including C.J. Miles, OG Anunoby, and Fred VanVleet, each a player of considerable skill. Wang Hao resolved to create an imposing atmosphere from the very beginning. Thus, just past the halfway mark, he raised his hand to request the ball from the playmaker. This time, his defender was Powell, affectionately dubbed Bao Kobe by the fans of Washia. Though of average height, Powell possessed remarkable leaping ability and demonstrated commendable dedication on the defensive end. Adorned in the Raptors' number 24 jersey, he epitomized a true disciple of Kobe, relishing the challenge of competition on the court. Recently, he had even volunteered to switch defensive assignments with DeRozan, aiming to alleviate the defensive burden on the team's star player. There stood Powell, positioned 2 steps beyond the three-point line, firmly rooted in a defensive stance, ready to welcome Wang Hao's advance. Wang Hao received the ball at the logo. In fact, he had already made 2 three-pointers from that very position. Strangely, there were still players who doubted his shooting range, believing that his success was merely a stroke of luck. Wang Hao cast a glance at the intensely focused Powell. His resolute gaze and outstretched hands emanated an unwavering determination for defense. "Bring it on," Powell declared, slapping the floor with both hands, his eyes ablaze with intensity. "All right," Wang Hao replied nonchalantly, and without hesitation, he launched a three-pointer. A logo shot. Once again, we witnessed a logo shot. This time, with a full 18 seconds remaining on the Lakers' shot clock, Wang Hao audaciously attempted a long-range three-pointer under such circumstances. Not only was Powell taken aback, but the entire arena was left in stunned silence. The once boisterous venue was now so quiet that one could hear the collective gasps of astonished fans. The basketball soared through the air, its flight feeling interminably long, as if a century had passed. The photographer strained to elevate his camera, eager to capture the exquisite arc of the shot in its entirety. With the ball still airborne, Wang Hao had already raised his arms in anticipation of celebration. The Ball brother was the first to react, determined to vie for the award for best celebration. He turned and sprinted towards Wang Hao, his face alight with joy, as if the ball had already found its way through the net. Swish! Woo! The incredulous gasps from the fans erupted behind him, and the Ball brother instinctively knew that this three-pointer had undoubtedly succeeded. It went in. My heavens! Could it be? Could the three-pointer from half-court have become Wang Hao's signature weapon? Hu Fan cradled his head in disbelief, unable to fathom the reality. In terms of three-pointers, we can now genuinely place Wang Hao alongside the likes of Curry and Lillard, Lee Koo affirmed. On the court, Powell awkwardly turned a glance at his teammates. He, too, felt helpless. Wang Hao's sudden shot rendered his prior defensive maneuvers almost comical. In the era of small ball, one has certainly seen long-range three-pointers before. However, to attempt a shot just beyond half-court remains exceedingly rare, especially under such ample offensive time. What kind of confidence is this? Moreover, with that successful three-pointer, the Lakers extended their lead to 11-5, increasing their advantage to 6 points. Chapter 84. fromIrving? Surely, that's unnecessary. In less than 3 minutes into the game, Wang had already amassed 6 points, delivered 2 assists, and made 1 steal, commanding the court with the prowess of a tempest, yet he remained unperturbed. To triumph over a team like the Raptors, this was merely insufficient. Indeed, in the next offensive possession for the Lakers, the Raptors had altered their defensive strategy. A double team. Lowry and Powell have commenced the formidable task of collectively neutralizing Wang Hao. It is almost unfathomable that a rookie who has just participated in 4 official games would encounter such rigorous defensive scrutiny. The Raptors have acted with remarkable decisiveness. Kofan cannot help but exclaim. They would rather grant Ball a more effortless shooting opportunity than allow Wang Hao any chance to receive the ball. This is utterly ruthless. Such sentiments resonate deeply with the Lakers fans present at the venue. It is astonishing to witness such targeted defense so early in the first quarter. Wang Hao stood at the corner, gazing at the 2 defenders poised before him, a subtle smile gracing his lips as a strategy materialized in his mind. He signaled to Lopez in the paint while sprinting along the baseline towards him. Understanding the cue, Lopez set a screen. Lowry and Powell, wary of their duties, closely trailed behind. Strangely, as Wang Hao maneuvered past the pick, transitioning from the left corner to the right, not only were the 2 guards in pursuit, but even Ibaka, who was matched up against Lopez, followed suit. To add to the oddity, Siakam, who had been stationed near the free throw line, seemed inexplicably fixated on Wang Hao, unconsciously shifting his stance, both toes now directed towards the right corner. Remarkably, the entire Raptors team, save for the distant DeRozan, had their attention singularly focused on Wang Hao. What was happening? There was a significant breakdown in defensive communication for the Raptors, no matter how formidable Wang Hao was. They could not afford to allocate 4 players to defend against him. Lika's eyes widened in disbelief. Were they really leaving DeRozan to fend off the remaining 4 Lakers players alone? Kiskiviko van Yisted. Ingram, holding the ball at the arc, was equally perplexed. His teammates were left unguarded. He promptly passed the ball to Randall, who charged into the paint and unleashed a thunderous 2-handed dunk, igniting a fervor on the Lakers bench. It wasn't until Randall wreaked havoc on the rim that the Raptors players finally reacted, exchanging bewildered glances, frozen in shock. Wang Hao at the corner chuckled lightly, remarking, "4 to guard me? That seems rather excessive." With that basket, the Lakers' lead was poised to reach double digits, prompting Raptors head coach Dwayne Casey to urgently call a timeout. Were they about to witness Shaq's infamous blunders? It was utterly hilarious. 3 of us were left unmarked, all eyes glued to Wang Hao. As they made their way back to the bench, the teammates laughed, discussing the bewildering offensive sequence they had just witnessed. Wang Hao stood silently to the side, concealing his prowess and accolades. The recent occurrences were undeniably attributed to the 3rd sub-skill of visual misdirection, reverse misdirection. During his traversal across the baseline, he deliberately amplified his presence, captivating the attention of multiple Raptors players who became utterly engrossed in double-teaming him. On the Raptors bench, Coach Casey incessantly emphasized the defensive strategies, particularly regarding the marking of Wang Hao. Do not be overly sensitive. The moment he receives the ball, 2 must guard him while the others focus on their own assignments. Accelerate the rotations and allow Ball to take the shot. Understood? The Raptors players nodded frequently, yet a lingering doubt remained in their minds. What had just transpired? Of course, no answers would be forthcoming. Meanwhile, the Lakers were enveloped in laughter and cheer. Walton first commended the recent performance, while also urging the players to maintain their intensity, reminding them to seize open opportunities when Wang Hao was double-teamed, thus punishing their opponents. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. Prior to re-entering the court, Wang Hao surmised that he would be closely monitored by the opposing team, leading him to withdraw from the state of visual misdirection and temporarily retreat from the limelight. With 6 minutes remaining, he resolved to use the remainder of the second half to deliver a decisive blow. Consequently, during this period, Wang Hao spent most of his time lurking in the corner, creating space for his teammates. Nevertheless, the Raptors maintained a vigilant guard over him, unwilling to relent. Seizing this opportunity, Ingram and the newly substituted Kuzma showcased their skills, scoring repeatedly. By the end of the first quarter, the duo had accumulated 8 and 6 points respectively, propelling the Lakers to a 33-25 lead over the Raptors. Director Lee, after this first quarter, it seems the Lakers' 5-game winning streak is within reach. What do you think? Ku Fan inquired with a smile. Not so fast, Lee Ku replied, stroking his chin as he analyzed the game. The Raptors possess a deep roster, and their second unit is not significantly weaker than the starters. The Lakers' substantial advantage in the first quarter can largely be credited to Wang Hao playing the entire period. Wang Hao will need to rest for an extended duration at the start of the second quarter. Indeed, according to previous rotations, Wang Hao may rest for most of the quarter, making this a perilous time for the Lakers, Ku Fan added. It turned out that Tung Sun's commentary displayed a keen understanding of the game. As the second quarter commenced, Van Vliet sprang into action. He drove to the basket and shot from the perimeter, scoring 5 points within a minute. Meanwhile, the Lakers' sixth man, Clarkson, struggled against Lowry's defense, missing 2 consecutive shots. The combination of these factors allowed the Raptors to swiftly close the gap in the score. Oh my goodness, does Wang Hao's absence mean the Lakers are on the verge of collapse? Ku Fan lamented. Chapter 85. This is who I am, Wang Hao. Is that not clear enough? As the second quarter commenced, Van Jordan swiftly began to exert his influence. He penetrated the defense and made a jump shot, scoring 5 points within a mere minute. Meanwhile, on the Lakers' side, their sixth man, Clarkson, struggled significantly under Lowry's defense, missing 2 consecutive shots. The combination of these events allowed the Raptors to rapidly close the gap in the score. Good heavens, does the team crumble the moment Wang Hao steps off the court? Ku Fan remarked helplessly. At that moment, Wang Hao remained unfazed, observing the unfolding events with composure. To him, this was merely a regular season game, unworthy of excessive agitation over temporary gains or losses. Furthermore, he had faith in his teammates' ability to perform admirably. Ball, Ingram, Kuzma, Clarkson, while they may not belong to the elite echelon of the league, they were undeniably tenacious and unwavering in their efforts. Indeed, Ingram soon rose to the occasion, stabilizing the situation. He faced OG Anunoby's defense, first sinking a mid-range jump shot and then penetrating the paint for a successful layup, scoring 4 points in quick succession. He silenced the Raptors' fans and steadied the game. After Ingram executed a successful defensive play, Wang Hao stood up and applauded. Look, he is able to motivate his teammates promptly. One must admit, Wang Hao is starting to exhibit the qualities of a leader, Lee Ku observed earnestly. The game continued as the Lakers, fueled by their indomitable spirit, resisted the relentless onslaught from the Raptors' bench players. Yet, the disparity in skill gradually eroded their lead. With 5 minutes remaining in the second quarter, the score was 55-52 as the Raptors had narrowed the gap to a single possession. On the surface, the young Lakers did not appear to be at a disadvantage, but their advantage was continuously diminished, ultimately due to differences in skill. The management of minor details, such as controlling turnovers and capitalizing on open shots, contributed to the Raptors' resurgence. The young players, upon seeing the scoreboard, began to exhibit signs of anxiety. Walton, noticing the precarious situation, turned his gaze toward the depths of the bench. Wang Hao understood immediately, shedding his sports jacket in preparation to take the court. Next, you must guard against Fleet. He is particularly on fire today, Walton advised. Rest assured, Wang Hao replied with a nod, his demeanor calm. As a foul was called, Wang Hao seamlessly replaced Clarkson. The moment he stepped onto the court, an intriguing transformation unfolded. His teammates, as if liberated from the brink of suffocation, exhibited an immediate alleviation of their anxiousness. Why is this so? The evident difference was reflected in the players' movements and expressions. They appeared significantly more relaxed than moments prior. This is the essence of a team's cornerstone. Wang Hao has gradually become the stabilizing force for this youthful Lakers squad, Lee Ku remarked. Wang Hao, however, did not ponder too deeply. Given the coach's assignment, the foremost issue to address was the seemingly unremarkable dual-threat guard, Van Vliet. At this juncture, Van Vliet had yet to attain widespread recognition. Like Wang Hao, he was an undrafted player, and it was only in the previous season that he was recalled from the G League by the Raptors, officially becoming an NBA player. His playing style is characterized by a gritty tenacity. He seizes the opportunity to take a shot when necessary, often succeeding in critical moments. He is gradually emerging as a pivotal player off the Raptors bench. Wang Hao lowered his center of gravity, silently standing beside him. Van Vliet, upon noticing Wang Hao, felt a wave of sentiment. He placed his hands on his knees and quietly remarked, "I've been following your matches. Your performance truly inspires me." "Thank you." Wang Hao, somewhat taken aback, glanced at him and replied, "However, I shall not hold back." It was not that Wang Hao lacked compassion. Had the other approached him after the match, he might have engaged in a friendly conversation. Yet, the court is akin to a battlefield. As Kobe had emphasized to him, once the game commences, the opponent assumes but one role, that of an enemy, with no room for friendship. Van Vliet, undeterred, merely smiled and continued, "Come on, I know your defense is formidable, but can you actually steal the ball from me?" Wang Hao chose to disregard the question, deeming it unnecessary to respond at that moment. Soon, the confrontation between the two would ignite. Van Vliet received a pass from Lowry, simultaneously assessing Wang Hao's positioning while calling for an interior pick. Ibaka swiftly sprang into action, his screen executed with exceptional precision, completely obstructing Wang Hao from advancing. Wang Hao remained unhurried, sidestepping with grace to navigate around the screen, trailing closely behind Van Vliet. Due to his lack of height, Van Vliet found it challenging to directly penetrate the paint, resorting instead to using his back to shield Wang Hao while he sought an opportunity. His dribbling was characterized by an exceptionally low center of gravity, rendering it rare for defenders to attempt to steal. For when one leans in so far in pursuit of the ball, a failure to secure, it makes it arduous to regain balance. Thus, Van Vliet at this moment paid little heed to Wang Hao, instead searching for openings among his teammates. However, he had miscalculated. Crack! Wang Hao's figure resembled a dragon emerging from the sea, heedless of the possibility of miscalculation as he lunged directly towards the basketball in Fan Xiaodong's grasp. Swiping it away with deft precision, Kuzma reacted swiftly, retrieving the ball just before it went out of bounds and passing it to Ball. The Lakers instantly launched a rapid counterattack. Wang Hao had just risen from the ground and turned to the stunned Van Vliet beside him, saying, "You inquire whether I can intercept your ball? Allow me to clarify. I, Wang Hao, defend against what others dare not. I seize opportunities that others shy away from. In essence, if others can intercept the ball, so can I. If they cannot, I shall endeavor to do so even more fervently. I shall intercept first and feign later, without need for permission. This is who I am, Wang Hao. Is that sufficiently clear?" Chapter 86. Let's turn the tide. Wang Hao's figure soared like a dragon emerging from the sea, heedless of the possibility of failure, as he lunged directly towards the basketball held by Fan Xiaodong. Swiftly swatting it away, Kuzma reacted with remarkable speed, retrieving the ball before it went out of bounds and passing it to Lonzo Ball. The Lakers instantly launched a rapid counterattack. This time, Lonzo could not find an opportunity to pass. Instead, he bravely charged through, leaping high into the air to make a layup. 60-56, the Lakers continued to maintain a slender lead. In a shift from offense to defense, DeRozan executed a low-post back-to-the-basket move against Lonzo, scoring effortlessly. A sweet ball. 60-58. The Lakers inbound the ball. Just before receiving it, Lonzo discreetly glanced towards the front court, only to be astonished to discover that Wang Hao had, unbeknownst to him, slipped into the opponent's half. Meanwhile, his counterpart, Van Vliet, remained oblivious. In truth, had it not been for Lonzo's keen observational skills, he would not have been able to detect Wang Hao's presence. At that moment, a precisely measured long pass traversed half the court, soaring toward Wang Hao. As the ball sailed through the air, only Lowry in the Raptors formation reacted, immediately sprinting back to his own half. With his experience, he knew that in a fast break opportunity with no defenders in sight, anyone would undoubtedly choose to charge in for a dunk. Thus, he dashed forward, eager to arrive at the basket first. However, upon reaching the 3-second area, as he reveled in the realization that he was faster than his opponent, Wang Hao's actions redefined his understanding of opportunity. It turned out that after receiving the ball, Wang Hao did not drive inside. Instead, he halted at the three-point line. He even watched as Lowry rushed back into the paint before he leisurely gathered the ball and took a shot. Wang Hao's three-pointer was akin to a gleaming sword, soaring through the air like a celestial being, piercing the very heart of the Raptors. It was swift and decisive, drawing blood and sealing their fate. The score stood at 63-58. Raptors coach Casey immediately called for a timeout. Although the point difference was slight, he could unmistakably sense that with Wang Hao's entry onto the court, the momentum of the game had shifted decidedly in favor of the Lakers. From this moment on, Fred VanVleet, you must keep a vigilant eye on Wang Hao after every one of our shots. Grant him no opportunities for fast breaks. Casey asserted with gravity. Be aware, his movements are exceedingly unpredictable. You must remain ever alert. The instant you notice him slipping away, promptly alert your teammates. Do you understand? Understood. The Raptors echoed in begrudging unison. Is this how we treat even a rookie? We had to be this cautious when facing Curry. And now we must tread similarly with this newcomer? Yet there was no alternative. This crafty Asian rookie was too cunning, slipping through gaps when least expected. His three-point shooting almost preposterously accurate. The timeout concluded swiftly, and the game resumed. In the ensuing minutes, Wang Hao once again found himself under the attentive scrutiny of the opposing team. Wherever he roamed, he was invariably shadowed by two defenders. In his previous life, Wang Hao had delved into the study of Tai Chi, understanding the principle of yielding to overcome rigidity. At this moment, if he were to forcefully attack, it would yield little reward for immense effort. Instead, leveraging his opponent's focus to create opportunities for his teammates seemed a far more prudent choice. Thus, he assumed the role of a pivotal facilitator in the team's offense. First, he attracted defensive attention through his movement, then initiated a reverse misdirection, completely disrupting the opponent's defensive strategy. For instance, during this play, as Wang Hao maneuvered near the free throw line, Lonzo Ball timely passed the ball to him. Rather than halting the ball, Wang Hao executed a swift one-handed pass to Ingram, who stood beyond the three-point arc. The ball lingered in his grasp for but a fleeting moment, as if refracted by Ball's pass before being transmitted onward. Upon receiving the ball, Ingram noticed that the defender before him was in a compromised state, evidently not focused on him. Seizing the moment, he dribbled forward, his long strides propelling him toward the basket. Expecting help from the interior defense, he was astonished to find that neither Ibaka nor Siakam appeared inclined to assist. A gaping void had emerged in the Raptors' interior defense, leaving the gates wide open. Kofan gasped in disbelief as Ingram soared high, executing a one-handed dunk with fervor. As the ball swished through the net, Casey clutched the back of his head, a look of disbelief etched across his face. Indeed, he had emphasized the necessity of closely guarding Wang Hao, yet never indicated that others were exempt from attention. Nor had he suggested that teammates could neglect to assist when an opponent penetrated the paint. It mirrored the defensive blunder from the first quarter almost precisely. Casey found it hard to fathom how a well-trained team could commit the same error twice in one game. There was something unsettling about Wang Hao. This thought surged uncontrollably in Casey's mind. Yet, Wang Hao had merely executed a simple repositioning and swiftly passed the ball upon seeing the double team. On the court, Wang Hao and Ingram exchanged jubilant high-fives, reveling in their recent collaboration. Such a thunderous dunk served as a tremendous morale booster. In a young team, once the momentum builds, many challenges can be effortlessly surmounted, including defense. Following the basket, Ingram displayed a newfound vigor, successfully defending against Siakam's challenge. In the ensuing counterattack, Wang Hao, employing his divine vision, deftly maneuvered around VanVleet near the half-court line before sinking an audaciously long three-pointer. Wow! The Lakers fans present could no longer contain their exhilaration, rising to cheer for their beloved team. Even some Raptors fans offered applause for Wang Hao's consecutive displays of brilliance. With this three-pointer, the score escalated to 70-60, and the Lakers had stretched their lead to double digits. Just moments prior, the Raptors had trailed by a mere 2 points. All of this momentum had surged forth since Wang Hao's re-entry onto the court. As Wang Hao made his entrance, a line from a video game character sprang to mind. "You all," Kuf Fan began. "Let us turn the tide." Xiao Qi interjected. Indeed, Kuf Fan chuckled. If the Raptors cannot contain Wang Hao, the Lakers stand a significant chance of securing their 5th consecutive victory, Li Ku added thoughtfully. However, just as the Lakers players returned to the half-court with smiles upon their faces, Lowry, all alone, swiftly brought the ball across half-court and unleashed a pull-up three-pointer aimed directly at Wang Hao. For the first time in a long while, Wang Hao was caught off guard, merely watching as the shot was taken. Chapter 87, a dominant 5-game winning streak, the forefather of Versailles. Yet, just as the Lakers players returned to the half-court with smiles upon their faces, Lowry, all alone, swiftly brought the ball across half-court and unleashed a pull-up three-pointer aimed directly at Wang Hao. For the first time in a long while, Wang Hao was caught off guard, merely watching as the shot was taken. Swish! With a clean and decisive three-pointer, Lowry scored. After the basket, he maintained a stoic expression, fixating his gaze upon Wang Hao. Clearly, this was his retort. To defeat the Raptors? It is not that simple. Wang Hao met Lowry's gaze, locking eyes for a moment. In that instant, it seemed as though sparks were igniting between them. The clash of star players has always been a source of delight for the audience. Consequently, the crowd began to stir, erupting into waves of cheers, embodying the spirit of revelry and enthusiasm. Wang Hao calmly turned around, unperturbed by his opponent's challenge. As the Lakers prepared to inbound the ball, Wang Hao gestured for it. Anyone who has played basketball understands that there are moments on the court that demand a display of competitive spirit, during which the support of teammates is crucial. Without hesitation, Ball passed the ball to Wang Hao. This was an uncommon occurrence, as Wang Hao initiated his dribble from his own half. On the Raptors' side, Lowry signaled to his teammates to refrain from assistance, opting for a one-on-one defense against Wang Hao. Lowry's decision was born out of necessity. Since Wang Hao returned to the game, the Lakers surged with momentum, poised to widen the score gap. At this juncture, if extraordinary measures were not employed, it would be exceedingly difficult to contain the youthful Lakers. Thus, even though he lacked absolute confidence in his ability to defend against Wang Hao, he was willing to take the risk. In the vernacular of Huaxia, this strategy could be described as capturing the king to catch the thief, striking at the crucial point. Now was the moment of urgency. If he could successfully defend this possession, it would invigorate the Raptors' spirit. Li Ku, as a player, recognized the significance of momentum. Wang Hao dribbled steadily across half-court, lowering his center of gravity while observing Lowry's positioning. How should one articulate this? Lowry stood just a step away, clearly intending to spring forward at any moment to disrupt the shot. However, considering his height, Wang Hao immediately sensed that a direct shot would render it difficult for the opponent to obstruct his line of sight. With this thought in mind, Wang Hao hesitated not for a moment and unleashed a three-point attempt. Although Lowry remained vigilant, as Wang Hao anticipated, he failed to create any significant interference. Swish! Wang Hao sinks another three-pointer. Remarkably resilient, he immediately responds in the style of Lowry, launching the ball from an even greater distance. Ku Fan exclaimed with excitement. Lowry, begrudgingly, gazes at the basketball that has fallen to the ground. Ibaka inbounds the ball, and as Lowry brings it up the court, he once again directs his teammates to create space. Wang Hao unreservedly approached him, kneeling and extending his arms, ready for the confrontation. The duel between the two continued. Lowry began with a series of behind-the-back dribbles, testing Wang Hao's defense. Observing Wang Hao's unwavering stance, he intensified his dribble as he transitioned the ball back to his right hand. The ball soared high, and Lowry executed a hesitation move, bringing the ball to shoulder height. This maneuver could seamlessly lead into a drive or a crossover, reminiscent of the signature moves famously employed by Iverson in his prime. Wang Hao gazed intently at Lowry's central axis, the nose and chest. This was a defensive technique imparted to him by Kobe. The eyes of an offensive player may deceive, and shoulder movements can mislead, but the central axis never lies. Wang Hao stood silently, awaiting Lowry's next move. Opposite him, Lowry was also searching for an opportunity. Yet Wang Hao maintained a remarkably stable center of gravity, revealing no vulnerabilities. Without allowing his technique to grow stale, Lowry made a swift decision. He neither penetrated nor altered his direction. Instead, he executed a jump shot directly, wagering that Wang Hao would be caught off guard. However, with a resounding slap, the ball was ruthlessly intercepted by Wang Hao, leaving Lowry in a state of stunned disbelief, flailing in the air. The atmosphere in the Air Canada Centre turned somber, the earlier excitement dissipating into a chorus of boos. Lowry attempted a pull-up jumper in front of Wang Hao once more, but a warrior of the Saints would not be felled by the same move twice. Wang Hao remained an unwavering force. At this moment, Ku Fan had fully transformed into an ardent admirer, fervently praising his idol without restraint. Simultaneously, the Lakers launched yet another counterattack. Wang Hao surged ahead, plunging into the heart of the Raptors' territory, while Lowry struggled in pursuit from behind. One-on-one encounters between guards invariably carry such inherent risks. When you stand beyond the three-point line to isolate, the space behind you is inevitably devoid of support. In such moments, a missed shot is not the worst outcome. A direct steal would render your teammates incapable of providing timely assistance. At this juncture, the Raptors fans in attendance held their breath, yearning for a miraculous turn of events. However, Lowry, not particularly known for his vertical leap, could only rely on his speed advantage to continuously keep pace with Wang Hao. Just before the latter could release his shot, Lowry reached out to intervene. Beep! Foul! In a hurried moment, Wang Hao's shot fell short. Yet he found himself at the free throw line. "You cannot guard me," he stated to Lowry with an air of indifference, as if declaring an undeniable truth. It was rare for him to utter such provocative words. This was merely a retort to Lowry's earlier gaze. Lowry, rendered speechless, turned his head away, choosing no longer to meet Wang Hao's eyes. Wang Hao approached the free throw line, enduring the overwhelming cacophony of boos from the audience, accompanied by faint cheers. Undeterred by the pressure, he accomplished his mission, sinking both shots. 75-63. The Lakers continued to extend their lead, and since Wang Hao's entry onto the court, the team had unleashed a formidable offensive surge of 17-7. More crucially, following this sequence, the Raptors' momentum evaporated, with even Lowry succumbing to self-doubt. Despite Coach Casey's earnest efforts during halftime to inspire his players, the flame of their competitive spirit remained extinguished. Particularly, their two star players, the Trash Brothers, had been effectively contained by Wang Hao for an entire quarter and had yet to recover. Consequently, in the ensuing third and fourth quarters, the Raptors could not mount an effective counterattack, succumbing to the Lakers' relentless pressure, culminating in a resounding defeat. When the final buzzer sounded, the Lakers triumphed with a score of 120-105 against the formidable Eastern Conference powerhouse, the Raptors. Wang Hao shone brightly, amassing 25 points, 7 assists, and 4 steals, with one of his deflections erroneously recorded as a block. After the game, NBA TV host Rachel approached Wang Hao. "Hello, Wang Hao, it's been a while," she greeted, her smile radiant as a gentle breeze, playfully jesting. "In fact, we saw each other just a few days ago. Indeed, it feels like ages since we last met," he replied. Wang Hao jestingly remarked, though his gaze inadvertently drifted downward. It was unavoidable. Rachel's long legs were simply too striking. Rachel, aware of his attention, rolled her eyes in exasperation and continued. "First, congratulations on leading the team to an astonishing 5 consecutive victories. What do you believe has contributed to the remarkable success of such a young team?" Having encountered similar inquiries before, Wang Hao was prepared with a response. He glanced at his teammates and smiled, saying, "Our team is exceptionally united, and it is through our collective effort that we achieve victory. However, your performance has been particularly outstanding. Many fans in our homeland believe you are the future of the Lakers. What is your perspective on this?" In response to Wang Hao's official reply, Rachel was determined not to let him off easily. "I have only made a modest contribution," Wang Hao said, touching his nose with a composed demeanor. At that moment, he was unaware that in the near future, due to this interview, he would affectionately be dubbed the patriarch of Versailles by domestic fans. Rachel recognized that Wang Hao was teasing her and was not offended. It was peculiar. From their very first encounter, a playful atmosphere had permeated their interactions. "You are about to face the reigning champions, the Warriors. Do you have confidence in securing another victory?" Rachel posed a question that many in the audience were eager to ask. This time, Wang Hao's demeanor shifted from playful to serious as he replied, regardless of the opponent. "I am confident in our ability to win." Rachel nodded. What captivated her most about Wang Hao was his confidence, and she was inclined to believe his words. Once the interview concluded, Wang Hao swiftly returned to the locker room. Before heading to the shower, he sought out Walton to inform him that he did not wish to participate in the press conference that day. The reason was simple. Wang Hao felt that frequent appearances in the spotlight would not benefit him at this time. Furthermore, having attended several press conferences after recent games, he hoped his teammates could have their moment in the limelight as well. Players like Lonzo and Kuzma had been performing admirably and deserved more recognition. Yet, overshadowed by Wang Hao's brilliant performances, they had been somewhat overlooked. Of course, there was another reason for Wang Hao's decision: a rendezvous with a beautiful companion. He was scheduled to meet Billy that evening. With the clock striking 10, he knew he had to seize the moment. Once again, in the familiar confines of the shower, Wang Hao's mind delved into the depths of consciousness. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the system task. Offensive pillar. Task details. 1. Achieve 5 assists. Completed. 2. Score 20 points. Completed. 3. Lead the team to victory. Completed. Completion reward. 1,000 exchange points. Additionally, congratulations to the host for leading the team to achieve 5 consecutive victories, successfully completing the main quest, a trial of skill. Rewards include 2 free attribute points and $300,000 in cash. Is there no reward for a perfect completion of the task? Wang Hao felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet he was able to come to terms with it, for the system had previously issued a clear warning that he had surpassed the novice phase, and the forthcoming expectations would be considerably more stringent. As he prepared for the next match against the Warriors, he knew he must enhance both his stamina and ball handling skills. Wang Hao pondered deeply. Engaging in a fierce battle against the reigning champions, the Universe team would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge, and possessing ample physical stamina would prove to be a crucial factor. Furthermore, the Warriors boast the renowned quartet of defensive prowess: the relentless Draymond Green, the cold-blooded Klay Thompson, the iron-willed Andre Iguodala, and the merciless Kevin Durant. Excluding Durant, who relies heavily on innate talent for defense, the other three are fundamentally sound defenders, particularly Green and Iguodala, who are undoubtedly of Defensive Player of the Year caliber. Given Wang Hao's dribbling skills, should the opponents intensify their defensive pressure, he could easily suffer devastating turnovers. Additionally, the Eye of the Heavenly Emperor can only be utilized 3 times, which is utterly insufficient. Consequently, Wang Hao allocated his 2 free attribute points to stamina and spent 1,000 exchange points to upgrade the skill Butterfly through Flowers to level 5. This is a skill he seldom employs, typically reserved for linking other techniques. Yet it inherently enhances ball handling abilities. Wang Hao, embracing the audacious spirit of taking risks, opted for an upgrade. In the next moment, the system refreshed the skill description. Butterfly through Flowers LV5. The host possesses 10 points in dribbling ability, with a 15 chance to evade an opponent and a 3 chance to topple them. This skill can be utilized up to 10 times in each match. An additional 5 points were granted to his dribbling, while other attributes saw minimal enhancement, yet it remained commendable. After all, it was merely a foundational skill, and Wang Hao did not harbor overly high expectations. Having completed all these tasks, he once again summoned the attribute panel. Wang Hao, with a towering height of 198 meters and weighing 92 kilograms, possesses an impressive wingspan of 208 meters. His vertical leap reaches 72 centimeters, while his running jump soars to 82 centimeters. In terms of physical prowess, he exhibits a strength rating of 57, a speed rating of 58, and an endurance rating of 60. His explosive power is scored at 57, with ball control at 70, passing ability at 55, close-range shooting at 56, mid-range shooting at 57, and three-point shooting at 62, 100. His ultra-long-range three-point shooting stands at 51, while his dunking ability is rated at 50. He boasts a stealing proficiency of 59, 99, and a shot-blocking capability of 50, with defensive skills rated at 60, 80. His repertoire includes the green-haired Shintaro's high-arching three-point shot at level 2, the Eye of the Heavenly Emperor at level 1, the Line of Sight Deception at level 1, the Deathly Entanglement at level 5, and the Butterfly through Flowers at level 3, with a redemption value of 1950. Observing notable improvements in foundational abilities, such as explosive power and jumping after diligent training and competition, Wang Hao felt a profound sense of satisfaction. After a brief refresh, he donned a hoodie, a mask, and sunglasses, fully equipped as he departed from the gym and hailed a taxi. 15 minutes swiftly elapsed as the driver halted in front of a quaint villa. After Wang Hao alighted from the car, he placed a call to Billy. Before long, a striking figure emerged within his line of sight. The great superstar has arrived. Billy greeted him with a smile. So, how have you been lately? It was then that Wang Hao truly noticed Billy's makeup. She had opted for a subtle look, yet her exquisite features, fair skin, and gem-like deep-set eyes, complemented by slightly sharp eyebrows, all radiated an ethereal charm. "I'm doing all right," Billy replied nonchalantly, noticing Wang Hao's captivated gaze. She playfully teased, "What's wrong? Are you enchanted by your sister? Get away." Wang Hao retorted with mock annoyance, but then sincerely added, "However, you do look quite lovely today." One of Wang Hao's remarkable virtues is his honesty, and he never shies away from complimenting the opposite sex. What he expresses are his genuine sentiments. "You truly have an eye for talent," Billy remarked, lowering her head. "This young lady is rather immodest," Wang Hao thought to himself. In truth, had it not been for the cover of night, he would have noticed the faint blush adorning Billy's cheeks. "Come, allow me to show you around my workplace," she said, leading the way as they entered the quaint villa. Upon opening the door, a myriad of musical instruments, speakers, and equipment were scattered throughout the spacious room. "The ambience is quite pleasant," he observed. Wang Hao glanced around and eventually approached a guitar. This was the instrument he had excelled at in his past life, though it had long been neglected. Now, with a fine guitar before him, He could not help but feel a twinge of excitement. "Do you still play an instrument?" asked Billy with a smile. "Who do you look down upon?" Wang Hao retorted playfully. "In the past, my guitar skills captivated countless young women." As he spoke, he casually picked up the guitar and strummed a few chords. "You rely on that mouth of yours, don't you?" "You are quite the eloquent one," Billy replied, casting a sidelong glance at him. She then moved to an electronic keyboard. "I am currently working on a new album and have just composed a song. Let me sing it for you." Wang Hao set down his guitar, listening intently. The song was titled 6 Feet Under. Billy, with delicate fingers gliding over the piano keys, spoke softly. This melody was one with which Wang Hao was intimately acquainted, having looped it endlessly in his previous life. Billy withdrew her smile, immersing herself in the performance. A hint of sorrow etched upon her features. "Help, I lost myself again." With just a single line, 3 words echoed in Wang Hao's mind, compelling him to kneel. "Our love is 6 feet under. I can't help but wonder if our love was watered by the rain." The essence conveyed that love, hidden beneath the ocean's depths, yearned for the day it would bloom. Yet that day seemed ever elusive. The overall sentiment of the song could be encapsulated in one word: melancholic, perfectly mirroring Billy's distinctive misanthropic aura. As the final notes faded, Wang Hao found himself completely enveloped in the atmosphere conjured by the song, only regaining his senses when Billy gazed at him with a smile for an extended moment. The applause rang out. How profoundly heartfelt the singing was, contrasting sharply with his usual nonchalance. Wang Hao sighed inwardly and then spoke. "It is delightful, truly resonant." With a haughty little expression, Billy waved her hand, her transformation so swift that she seemed to be an entirely different person from the sorrowful girl just moments ago. "By the way, are you hungry?" Billy inquired. "I'm indeed a bit famished," he replied. Wang Hao gently caressed his stomach, having just concluded an intense match. He indeed felt a pang of hunger. "Wait here," he said, as Billy stepped out of the room. Wang Hao settled onto the adjacent sofa, continuing to savor the melody of the song he had just heard. Engrossed in the performance moments ago, he now pondered how her rendition seemed to differ from the version he recalled from his previous life. A sense of bewilderment enveloped him as he mused over how the earlier version had been sung. Wang Hao diligently recalled, unconsciously humming to himself. Chapter 89, Talent and Ambiguity. How did the version I listened to before go? Wang Hao diligently endeavored to recollect, inadvertently humming to himself. At that moment, Billy returned to the room, carrying food and 2 cans of beer. The door was slightly ajar, and as she approached, she heard Wang Hao's voice. Would roses bloom? Could roses bloom again? Was it possible he remembered it after just one listen? No, his rendition was somewhat different from mine. Could it be the very sensation I have been searching for? How could he? At this instant, Billy was overwhelmed with astonishment, nearly dropping the tray in her hands. This song was a recent masterpiece, yet she still felt there were elements that fell short of perfection. However, she could not articulate precisely what was lacking, until she heard the melody Wang Hao was humming. Back already? Wang Hao noticed the girl standing by the door and cheerfully reminded her. Billy snapped back to reality. "Why are you eavesdropping? You seem quite captivated." Wang Hao teased, mimicking Billy's self-absorbed tone. "I wasn't eavesdropping." Billy rolled her eyes, then added, "By the way, how did you come up with that melody you just hummed?" "Could you sing it again?" "That's the song you sang earlier," Wang Hao replied. "No, although it is broadly similar to my rendition, your version sounds even more melodious. Moreover, it embodies the very feeling I have been seeking." Billy spoke earnestly. "How did you conceive it?" Billy gazed intently at Wang Hao, her eyes as profound as the ocean. "Just a melody suddenly came to mind, and I hummed it," Wang Hao fabricated. "Please sing it again. It would be a pity to forget it later." "I'll record it," Billy insisted earnestly. "All right," Wang Hao nodded. He was taken aback by the earnestness of Billy, finding her unexpectedly enchanting. Wang Hao picked up his guitar and performed the final version of 6 Feet Under in its entirety. "Our love is 6 feet under. I can't help but wonder." Wang Hao possesses a deep and magnetic voice, although his timbre and technique may not rival that of Billie Eilish. He nonetheless exudes a distinctive charm. It is now time for Billy to receive the applause. Wang Hao's display of musical talent completely took her by surprise. Initially, she had merely invited him to sing a song, but she found herself unexpectedly enriched by the experience. What astonished her even more was his ability to compose such a high caliber of music in such a brief period. He was nothing short of a genius. "Could you perform this version for me? Let us consider it a collaboration and arrangement," Billy suggested. "Oh, no. I was merely singing for fun. There is no need to credit me." Wang Hao hastily declined, for this was originally the creation of another. he merely facilitated its early release. "You must write." Billy stepped forward, her beautiful eyes locking onto Wang Hao's with earnestness. Then, with a playful shift in demeanor, she revealed a mischievous smile. "But by gifting me this melody, are you perhaps hoping to pursue me?" At that moment, the distance between them was less than 5 centimeters, and Wang Hao could even sense her breath. Moreover, despite her seemingly aloof demeanor, the allure before him was undeniably captivating. Even Wang Hao, who prided himself on his worldly experience, suddenly found his throat slightly parched. Imagine it, a woman weary of all worldly matters, yet inexplicably drawn to you. Wang Hao is not a saint. He undoubtedly possesses a sense of vanity. Although he is still uncertain whether his feelings for Billy transcend mere affection, he cannot deny the fluttering sensation within his heart at this moment. Billy perceives Wang Hao's embarrassment, yet she remains silent, merely smiling. Wang Hao swallowed hard, his throat constricted with difficulty. Billy, emboldened, inched closer, her gaze unwavering, a provocative smile curving at the corners of her lips. Such audacity! Wang Hao, with a resolute heart, decided to respond through action. He closed his eyes and leaned in for a kiss. The delicate sensation between his lips was evident, yet he realized that he was not kissing lips at all. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that it was 2 slender fingers resting against him. "Not yet," Billy said playfully, her face adorned with a smile. Having navigated through the flower fields for years, Wang Hao had never encountered such an indignity. He could not allow this young lady to revel in her triumph. A plan formed in his mind as he gently extended his tongue to touch the jade-like fingers at his lips. Ah! In an instant, the girl, who had just been smiling, jumped back, exclaiming loudly, "Wang Hao, you pervert!" With a sense of victory, Wang Hao disregarded Billy's scolding, turning to rest his hands behind his head, a slight smirk playing on his lips. After their playful antics, they settled down to replenish their energy. As the clock approached midnight, he remarked, "It's getting late, and I have training tomorrow. I should head back." "All right," Billy replied, rising to her feet and nodding. "I'll see you off." Wang Hao did not decline. Billy accompanied him to the entrance of the villa. "Will you truly not stay?" In the dim light of the evening, Billy resumed her playful banter. "Very well, then I shall not return tonight." Wang Hao feigned agreement. "Oomph." Billy lightly tapped Wang Hao's arm. "I had a wonderful time this evening," Billy remarked with a smile. "Indeed, I too found great joy," Wang Hao replied with a grin. "You should come watch me play basketball sometime." "Certainly." This is an epilogue. The two sat on the sofa, sipping beer. "Billy, are you afraid of spiders?" Wang Hao suddenly recalled his previous mission. "Fear not," said Billy with an air of calm. "By the way, I have a new song ready for an MV, which incorporates elements of spiders." Wang Hao pondered. "I fear spiders." "Really? How can a grown man like you be afraid of spiders?" replied Billy with a laugh. "I am inherently afraid." "Yes, I am inherently afraid," Wang Hao fabricated. "If you refrain from encountering spiders, I could compose a few more songs for you in the future." Wang Hao's response illuminated Billy's eyes. "My music has a rather unique style," Billy remarked. She acknowledged Wang Hao's creative talent, yet she remained uncertain if he could compose the song she desired. "I assure you, you will be satisfied. If not, I shall rewrite it," Wang Hao declared with confidence. Having listened to Billy's most popular song, "Bad Guy," countless times, he believed that with such a solid foundation, there was little chance of disappointing her. "Then perhaps I shall consider," Billy replied. She did not insist on incorporating spiders. The element of spiders in her song, "You Should See Me in a Crown," was merely meant to convey a queen's formidable presence. There were numerous alternative methods to express such sentiments. If a different approach could yield a wonderful song, Billy was more than willing to embrace it. Chapter 90. The Clash of Titans, Lakers versus Warriors. On October 29th, Beijing time, in Los Angeles at the Staples Center, a highly anticipated event was about to unfold. The Los Angeles Lakers versus the Golden State Warriors. The reigning champions were set to face the most surprising underdogs of the season, a match teeming with intrigue. Not only was this a focal point in America, but the basketball community in China was equally captivated by the event. As a rising star, Wang Hao had already been regarded by domestic fans as the future hope of men's basketball. Many longtime fans who had abandoned the sport for years were now eagerly following the NBA once more, glued to their mobile screens or televisions for every match. In previous games, Wang Hao had been unstoppable. Regardless of the challenges presented, he had performed remarkably well. Some fans humorously suggested that had Wang Hao joined the legendary Golden Generation, perhaps the men's basketball team could have achieved miracles in the Olympics. Of course, the dream of Wang Hao teaming up with Yao Ming was destined to remain a fantasy among fans. Yet, this demonstrated the immense expectations fans had for Wang Hao, reminiscent of their hopes for the little giant back in the day. Today, Wang Hao would face the strongest team in the league, the Warriors, for the first time. Greetings, esteemed viewers. I am Yoga, and welcome to CCTV 5, where we bring you the thrilling NBA matchup. Today, we will broadcast the highly anticipated game, the Lakers versus the Warriors. We are also joined by our dear friend, Coach Zhang Weiping, to share in the excitement of the game. Hello, I am Zhang Weiping. Coach Zhang, could you provide us with a brief analysis of this matchup? Yoga inquired. Certainly. Both teams are entering in excellent form. The Lakers, unbeaten thus far, and the Warriors, despite an unexpected loss to Kawhi's Spurs in their opening game, have since secured 3 consecutive victories. In terms of overall strength, the Warriors are undoubtedly the superior team. Although they are still in the process of integration, their roster is exceptionally formidable, making it quite challenging for a youthful team like the Lakers to withstand their prowess. The Lakers must exercise patience, minimize errors, and play with sufficient rationality to possess a fighting chance. Naturally, the focal point of everyone's concern remains Wang Hao. The matchup between him and the likes of Curry, Durant, and Klay Thompson promises to ignite spectacular sparks. I find myself at a loss to predict the outcome, yet I am certain it will be nothing short of thrilling. Zhang Weiping offers a meticulous analysis, unfolding the narrative with finesse. Now, the starting lineups have been announced. For the Warriors, the dynamic duo of the Splash Brothers commands the backcourt, while Durant and Green form a formidable front line, complemented by the Georgian center Pachulia fortifying the paint. On the Lakers side, the regular starters take the floor, Wang Hao and Ball in the backcourt, Ingram and Randall on the wings, with the towering Lopez anchoring the interior. The match is about to commence. Let's turn our attention to the action ahead. The commentator exclaims, "The atmosphere within the arena is electric." Wang Hao is engaged in his final preparations. Today, he arrived at the venue 2 hours early to warm up, all for this momentous showdown. The term drawing the sword signifies confronting formidable adversaries, knowing full well that one's own strength may be inferior, yet resolutely standing firm. This is the essence Wang Hao ascribes to this battle. After all, to seize the championship, one must first overcome the trials posed by the valiant Warriors. Today marks the moment to bravely confront the seemingly invincible universe team. Ding! The main quest. The 3 heroes battle Lubu has now been issued. Among the Warriors, there are 3 players ranked within the top 15 of the league: Curry, Thompson, and Durant. In light of their challenge, one must deliver an exceptional performance. The system's cold, metallic voice resonates as expected. Quest details. 1. Score at least 30 points against these 3 players. Reward: 1,000 exchange points. 2. Achieve a minimum of 6 steals while defending against these 3 players. Reward: 1,000 exchange points. 3. Lead the team to victory. Reward: 3,000 exchange points. Wang Hao exhaled deeply, alleviating the slight tension that lingered within him. This task proved to be significantly more challenging than those undertaken previously. However, the rewards were correspondingly enhanced. This flawed system exhibited a semblance of humanity, unlike before, when the failure of a single subtask would result in the forfeiture of all rewards. Detection of verbal assault directed at this system by the host has prompted a formal protest. It even has the capacity to protest. Wang Hao couldn't help but chuckle. "Hey, how were you laughing at all by yourself?" The anxious Ball brother, having emerged from a tense state, noticed Wang Hao's curious laughter on the sidelines and quickly inquired. He was somewhat concerned that Wang Hao might be succumbing to the pressure, leading to a mental breakdown. "It's nothing," Wang Hao snapped back to reality. "I must admit, after such a brief interlude, the unease within me had considerably diminished." Gazing towards the Warriors' half, I observed Curry showcasing a remarkable long-range 3-pointer from the logo. He attempted 3 times in succession, and the 3rd shot swished through the net effortlessly. Curry, resembling a jubilant child, dashed off in celebration, eliciting applause from the crowd. Aside from the fans of the few directly competing teams, few could harbor any animosity towards a court wizard like Curry. The Lakers supporters, having yet to glimpse any hope of contending for the championship, found it only natural to cheer for him. However, Wang Hao did not appreciate the encouragement from his own team's fans. Having ceased his warm-up drills, he gestured to the trainer, signaling for the ball to be passed to him. The spectators immediately took note of Wang Hao's actions. Their interest peaked. Such competitive banter among players is what fans relish most. At that moment, Wang Hao stood near the technical area, precisely in the corner of the half-court. a position further from the hoop than even the logo zone. Upon receiving the ball, Wang Hao made no adjustments, hardly scrutinizing the basket, and effortlessly released the ball. His shooting motion was so swift it resembled a casual toss. The arc of the ball was absurdly high, soaring to an almost unattainable altitude. The prolonged flight time allowed other spectators, players, and coaching staff ample opportunity to divert their attention. Even Curry, who had originally dashed to the player tunnel in celebration, turned to glance at the Lakers' half. With a swoosh, the rapidly spinning basketball brushed against the net, causing it to flip upside down. Wow! The Staples Center erupted into a thunderous cheer, the roar so immense it seemed capable of uprooting the very ceiling. At this moment, the game hadn't even commenced. As Wang Hao turned after scoring, he locked eyes with Curry, who wore a smile that reflected both admiration and excitement. With the referee tossing the ball high into the air, the match commenced in earnest. Due to Pachulia's clumsiness, Lopez seized the rare opportunity to triumph in the jump ball. The Lakers launched the first defensive move. Ball with the ball in hand, advanced while directing his teammates to position themselves. Standing before Wang Hao was the illustrious Klay Thompson, a shooter of historical caliber, undoubtedly among the top 5 in the annals of the game, and his defensive prowess was equally commendable. In essence, he epitomized the quintessential 3D player of the small ball era. During yesterday's video analysis session, Walton had anticipated that Warriors coach Kerr would assign Curry to guard the less offensively formidable ball, thereby conserving Curry's stamina while allowing the more defensively adept Klay to focus on Wang Hao. Klay's defensive techniques are remarkably solid. Though he may lack the aggressiveness of players like Tony Allen or Patrick Beverley, he rarely finds himself out of position, exhibiting an exceptionally high defensive effectiveness. His primary concern lies with irrational superscorers like Kobe and Irving. In this regard, he poses a significant challenge for Wang Hao, as the latter's high-arcing three-point shots necessitate an unobstructed line of sight to be unleashed effectively. Wang Hao was acutely aware of this, which is why he initially refrained from rushing into an offensive play, opting instead to seek opportunities through strategic positioning. Klay, evidently well-prepared, shadowed Wang Hao closely from the very beginning. As a fellow elite shooter, he understood that Wang Hao was the type of player who could swiftly punish any lapse in defense. The Lakers initiated their first offensive play from the interior, with Lopez establishing a low post against Pachulia. The two were of similar height and weight, and after a couple of attempts to assert dominance, Lopez found it challenging to penetrate deeply and chose to pivot, preparing for a hook shot. However, the keenly perceptive Draymond Green seized the moment, darting in from the side to intercept the ball with a swift motion, accompanied by a degree of physical contact. Lopez immediately raised his hands in protest, signaling to the referee that he had been fouled, but his pleas went unheeded. The Warriors launched a counterattack. In an instant, 4 Warriors players, except for Pachulia, surged toward the Lakers' half, their speed so astonishing that only Lonzo Ball and Wang Hao, the 2 guards, managed to react in time. It was a 4-on-2 situation in the frontcourt. Wang Hao was acutely aware that if the Warriors were allowed to seize momentum from the very beginning, the ensuing match would undoubtedly transform into a veritable hellish challenge. At this moment, action was imperative. However, as Green advanced with the ball, the other 3 players resembled a formidable tidal wave, each possessing the capability to receive the ball and shoot with precision. Regardless of which of the 3 he approached, there would inevitably be an opportunity on the opposite side. In the blink of an eye, Wang Hao made a decisive choice, sprinting towards the ball handler Green. Wang Hao's defensive strategy is indeed peculiar. He opted to confront the ball-dominating Draymond. Given Draymond's exceptional passing skills, once he released the ball, it would inevitably lead to an open 3-point opportunity. Yoga, puzzled, questioned this choice. Green shared the same bewilderment. Is this truly the new generation of defensive stalwarts that Kerr spoke of? Relying on his slight height advantage over Wang Hao, Green effortlessly lifted the ball above his head and prepared to shoot. In that fleeting moment, Wang Hao activated the eye of the Heavenly Emperor. Indeed, it was not a death grip. Under these circumstances, Wang Hao's physical prowess could not encompass all possible passing routes. To make a forceful steal would mean wagering on a single direction. Should he guess wrong, the effort would be in vain. Aware of the formidable nature of the Warriors, Wang Hao understood that he could not squander any of his skills. Thus, he opted for the Eye of God, which allowed him to foresee his opponent's next move. He anticipated a pass to the left. Without hesitation, the prescient Wang Hao lunged to the left, intercepting the ball mid-air and seamlessly transitioning into a counterattack. From the steal to ball possession, It was as if it had been meticulously rehearsed. Green was astonished. He was taken aback even before landing. How did he decipher my passing trajectory? I leapt vertically, even feigning with my gaze. How could this be possible? No one could answer him. The steal was successful. Wang Hao, excellent. Let's play him. Coach Zhang exclaimed passionately. Moreover, as the Tsunami brothers had sprinted ahead of Green, and with Draymond unable to retreat in time due to his leap to pass, the situation shifted dramatically from a 4-on-2 advantage for the Warriors to a 4-on-1 scenario for the Lakers. And that lone defender was the sluggish Pachulia confined to the paint. Wang Hao, without hesitation, approached the three-point line and unleashed a remarkable three-pointer. The ball soared through the air like an arrow, igniting the flames of fervor. The Lakers seized the lead with a score of 3-0. The Staples Center erupted once more. From Lopez's error to the Warriors' counterattack, and finally to Wang Hao's steal and subsequent three-pointer, within less than a minute of the game, the fans were left in awe, expressing their genuine admiration. It was truly spectacular. This match, long awaited by many, undoubtedly showcased a level of excellence. Yoga praised. CCTV 5 has been airing fewer NBA games lately, typically selecting only the most significant matches. However, a few days ago, the leadership convened an urgent meeting and decided to prioritize the broadcasting of Wang Hao's games. Today marks the first of those matches. Upon hearing this news, the renowned basketball forum Hupo was abuzz with excitement. Countless fans from Huaxia felt as though they were transported back to a few years ago, eagerly seated in front of their televisions, awaiting the start of the game. And this match, in merely the first round, allowed the fans to once again experience the allure of the NBA. A single post swiftly garnered immense attention. Wang Hao, single-handedly, thwarted the offensive advances of the Warriors' formidable quartet. Chapter 92, A Legacy continues. Countless fans from Huaxia found themselves transported back to days gone by, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the game before their television screens. This match, in its very first quarter, rekindled the fervor of the NBA for the spectators. A single post swiftly attracted boundless attention. Wang Hao, with his singular prowess, thwarted the offensive onslaught of the Warriors' formidable quartet. The post simply featured a GIF capturing Wang Hao's magnificent moment. Instantly, a reply emerged. Chow Chow isn't as swift as you. Others hailed Wang Hao as the valiant hero against the Warriors. Meanwhile, on the court, the Warriors, despite their initial setbacks, exhibited no signs of despondency. Indeed, it was a near-perfect defense, yet the seasoned Warriors remained remarkably composed. Green raised his hand, acknowledging his earlier mistake, and promptly re-engaged in the offensive play. Curry dribbled past half-court as Wang Hao stepped up to defend, confronted by a superstar capable of launching a shot at any moment. With a range extending nearly the entire court, it would be disingenuous to claim he felt no anxiety. Nevertheless, Wang Hao resolved to assert his dominance from the outset, adhering to his usual strategy. Seizing the moment while Curry directed his teammates' positioning, he lunged forward. His hands, akin to the Grim Reaper wielding a scythe, reached for the basketball in Curry's possession. Throughout the past 5 games, Wang Hao's death grip maneuver had proven consistently effective. Just as he believed success was within his grasp, Curry astonishingly reacted, executing a behind-the-back dribble, swiftly transferring the ball from his right hand to his left. This was Curry, the first to unravel Wang Hao's skill. Thanks to his unparalleled dynamic vision and reflexes. Had he failed, Wang Hao was slightly taken aback. Fortunately, Curry's misfortune this time was not a deliberate feint, but rather a reflexive reaction. After switching hands, the basketball was not entirely under his control. Ball brother immediately seized the opportunity, taking a swift step forward and reaching out with his right hand to make contact with the ball first. In his unsteady state, Curry could not halt his momentum and collided with ball brother. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded, signaling a foul on Curry. The Lakers successfully defended once more. Splendid. Coach Zhang exclaimed. Wang Hao contributed 70 to that defensive play, while ball brother contributed 30. The young backcourt duo of the Lakers had taken on the defensive burden remarkably well for 2 consecutive possessions. Yoga could not help but praise, especially Wang Hao. His defense and aggression are formidable, causing Curry to be in such a predicament right from the start. After being called for a foul, Curry, somewhat disgruntled, partially removed his mouthguard and, while biting on it, engaged in dialogue with the referee. However, the referee remained unfazed and gestured for the ball to be inbound. The Lakers were on the offensive. Wang Hao silently maneuvered, subtly initiating a visual misdirection. The ball handler stationed at the arc orchestrated the play, while the remaining 4 Lakers players engaged in intricate movements. This strategy was a tactical import from the Warriors, courtesy of Walton. However, due to the disparity in player abilities, the Lakers' execution of such a passing and cutting offense lacked the potency exhibited by the Warriors. The Warriors firmly anchored their defensive focus on Wang Hao. Wang Hao adeptly adapted to the unfolding situation, actively enhancing his presence to attract greater attention. At last, after maneuvering around Lopez's defense, Wang Hao found himself with a sliver of space to shoot. Concurrently, Curry unconsciously shifted in his direction. The ball handler, initially positioned just beyond the three-point line, began dribbling with his back turned, assessing the scenario. To his astonishment, the defender assigned to him simply walked away. This blatant disregard was quite disheartening. After all, he was a guard with a college three-point shooting percentage exceeding 40. How could one so brazenly abandon him? Though his inner thoughts raged, the ball handler remained focused, swiftly gathering the ball, positioning himself with a tilted stance, and launching a three-pointer. The ball danced around the rim before settling into the net. 6-0. The Lakers commenced the game with an impressive surge. In the stands, LeVar Ball, the ball handler's father, leaped to his feet, clapping joyously, a broad grin nearly reaching his temples. Prior to the season, he had proclaimed his son to be a superior version of Curry, and at this moment, the ball handler had certainly delivered, much to his father's delight. It was only as the ball handler released a shot that Curry realized his positional error. And by the time he attempted to recover, it was far too late. He quickly raised his hand in acknowledgement of his mistake. As the play transitioned, Curry dribbled past half-court before passing the ball to Draymond and proceeded to reposition himself. Wang Hao naturally remained steadfastly close to his mark. Meanwhile, Durant, utilizing a screen, stepped back to exploit the defense. The Lakers, wary of his shooting prowess, were compelled to switch their coverage. It was Lopez against Durant. Durant immediately gestured for space. He then dribbled the ball into his right hand, feigning a drive with a hesitation step, prompting Lopez to swiftly shift laterally. However, as Durant sensed Lopez's shifting balance, he quickly gathered the ball and launched a shot. With a swift and decisive flick, he sank a clean three-pointer, bringing the score to 6-3 and momentarily alleviating the Warriors' woes. Lopez wore a look of resignation. His foot speed paled in comparison to Durant's. If he remained stationary, the opponent would effortlessly break past him, yet the moment he moved, Durant would seize the opportunity to shoot. This matchup proved to be insurmountable. Wang Hao quietly approached Lopez and gently patted his older brother's back, reassuring him, "It's all right, it's not a big problem." Lopez nodded in response. Had it been another rookie, daring to speak such words at this moment, he might have felt irked, thinking, "Do I still need you to teach me how to adjust my mindset?" However, Wang Hao's comforting gesture instilled in him a sense of hope that this traditional powerhouse finally had a promising successor. As the game resumed, Wang Hao resolutely adhered to the principle of strong start. He signaled for the ball and dribbled past half-court. Upon witnessing Wang Hao's determined demeanor, Thompson immediately recalled Coach Kerr's pregame emphasis. "If Wang Hao pushes the ball, we must start applying pressure at half-court." Without hesitation, he moved to the logo area, lowering his center of gravity in anticipation of Wang Hao's arrival. Wow, it's quite rare to see Thompson adopt such a stance, ready to engage right after crossing half-court, remarked Coach Zhang, astonished. Wang Hao was somewhat taken aback by Thompson's demeanor. Indeed, this must be the hallmark of a championship player. Wang Hao pondered inwardly. Even after securing the championship and establishing the remarkable record of 73 victories in the regular season, he still exerted his utmost in every ordinary game. Regardless of whether he was defending against a rookie or an undrafted player, he executed the coach's directives with unwavering commitment, extending the utmost respect to his opponents. Thompson watched intently as Wang Hao dribbled the ball. The scouting reports had indicated that this player possessed exceptional dribbling skills, yet his fundamental ball handling was not particularly sound, leaving a mismatch with his dribbling finesse. If an opportunity arose, a steal could be attempted. With his dribbling center of gravity precariously high, the moment was ripe. Like a ravenous tiger, Thompson suddenly lunged at Wang Hao. However, Wang Hao did not allow him to achieve his desires. It turned out that the dribbling posture he had just displayed was a deliberate ruse. His center of gravity appeared elevated, yet he remained ever vigilant against the opponent's sudden advances. Moreover, Wang Hao had elevated his butterfly through flowers to its zenith, having deftly mastered several fundamental dribbling techniques. What he lacked was merely a more refined rhythm and pace in his dribbling. If his skills were insufficient, he would compensate with intellect. Wang Hao deliberately emulated his clumsy ball handling from previous matches, creating an illusion for Thompson that the ball was ripe for a steal. Just as Thompson lunged forward to swipe it, Wang executed a sudden behind-the-back dribble, effortlessly bypassing Thompson. The crowd erupted in astonishment at Wang Hao's unexpected maneuver, unable to stifle their gasps of admiration. The Lakers bench instantly ignited with excitement, as Kuzma feigned restraint, urging his teammates to remain composed, while a broad smile illuminated his face. At that moment, Wang Hao was singularly focused, having just deftly eluded Thompson. He did not seek to execute a devastating move like the one he had previously employed with the God's Eye. Thus, he could not afford to leisurely adjust his position, but instead launched his shot with rapidity. My goodness, Wang Hao took the shot directly. This decision seemed rather audacious. Coach Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief at Wang Hao's offensive choice. This shot was nothing short of a logo shot. With ample time remaining on the shot clock, he took the daring attempt from beyond the arc after having maneuvered past his defender. One must ask, who in this league possesses the audacity to attempt such a bold shot? Meanwhile, behind Wang Hao, Thompson was leaping with all his might. Even the Buddha has his limits. After all, Thompson was a renowned star, a near superstar. How could he allow a mere rookie to mock him so brazenly? Yet, Wang Hao acted with remarkable decisiveness. From a moment he evaded Thompson to the instant he released the shot, there was not a flicker of hesitation, affording Thompson no opportunity to recover. Consequently, Thompson's desperate leap failed to block the shot. Instead, he merely collided with Wang Hao from behind. Wang Hao collapsed to the ground, yet his gaze remained fixed on the swiftly spinning basketball. The fans at the Staples Center held their breath, eagerly anticipating the outcome. Several animated members of the Lakers bench had already risen to their feet, creating a lively scene as they rallied together. The basketball traced a rainbow-like arc in the air, soaring through an impressive distance before. Swish! It passed through the net with a perfect sound. Beep! The referee's whistle punctuated the moment, signaling that the basket counted along with a free throw. Wow! The arena erupted with jubilant cheers as fans clasped their heads in disbelief, exchanging incredulous glances. On the bench, a few players were already ecstatic, nearly rushing onto the court to celebrate. For teammates dashed towards Wang Hao, lifting him up. Ball brother playfully ruffled his hair, while Lopez delivered a couple of firm punches to Wang Hao's chest. Clay, visibly frustrated, could only walk away with his head bowed, muttering to himself, acknowledging that the foul call was entirely justified. Stepping up to the free throw line, Wang Hao took a deep breath. Once again, the air above Staples resonated with chants of MVP. This time, the sound was not a chaotic murmur, but a resounding and harmonious rallying cry. The last time such a scene unfolded was during Kobe's retirement game. Coach Zhang reflected, marveling at how Wang Hao had captured the hearts of Lakers fans in just a few games. It was no small feat as long as injuries do not plague him. Wang Hao will be the cornerstone of our national basketball team for the next 2 decades, Yoga remarked earnestly. As a veteran sports journalist, Yoga had witnessed the painful departure of Yao Ming, who retired at less than 30 due to injuries. Now, Wang Hao reignited the hope for Chinese basketball, and at this moment, he could only wish for injuries to stay far away from this young talent. With Wang Hao sinking the free throw, the Lakers' lead continued to widen. In the brief interlude, Curry noticed the fierce determination in Thompson's eyes and promptly stowed away his smile. Green clapped vigorously, shouting words of encouragement to his teammates. Durant nodded subtly, though his demeanor was no longer as relaxed as before. Perhaps the Lakers had languished for too long, as the Warriors stars had entered the game with a mindset of merely putting on a show, eager to demonstrate to the proud Lakers fans who the true new elite of the NBA was. Little did they expect to be doused with cold water from the outset. Thus, they had no choice but to transform the showcase into a battlefield. The Warriors were ready to get serious. Chapter 94. Tides rise and fall. The Warriors launched their offense. Curry advanced with the ball, this time opting not to pass to Green, but instead called for a pick and roll. He summoned Durant for the screen. Wow, the Warriors utilized the Curry-Durant pick and roll in the first quarter. They were clearly fired up. The yoga practitioner expressed astonishment. Throughout the recent matches of the Warriors, they have only employed this strategy in the fourth quarter when confronted by formidable opponents. This is indeed the Warriors' signature move. Durant swiftly brought Ingram along. Despite his slender physique, the young talent executed screens with remarkable proficiency, effectively keeping Wang Hao firmly behind him. Wang Hao could hardly exhaust all his skills in the first quarter. Thus, he could only navigate the situation with great difficulty. At that moment, Ingram stood between Curry and Durant, who spread out to either side. Two of the league's premier sharpshooters stood before him. Two vials of poison. How to choose? Ingram had no choice but to follow his matchup, Durant. Of course, this choice stemmed from his trust in Wang Hao's defensive capabilities, believing he could provide timely support and catch up with Curry. Little did he anticipate that Curry, before Wang Hao could maneuver around, would act decisively and shoot without hesitation. The swiftness of the release took Wang Hao completely by surprise. Is this the release speed of the league's top shooter? Wang Hao mused. Although he had witnessed numerous games featuring Curry in his previous life and was aware that his release speed ranked among the very best in NBA history, seeing it firsthand was still astonishing. For shooters of their caliber, the speed of release was akin to lightning. Thus, each increment of speed represented a different realm of skill. In that moment, Curry clearly exerted his utmost effort. However, with a resounding clang, the basketball ricocheted off the rim. Curry's fourth shot missed. What a pity, as the rhythm was impeccable and the trajectory was remarkably straight. Yet the force was somewhat lacking, commented Coach Zhang. Beside him, Yoga chuckled inexplicably. Coach Zhang, you might not be aware, but for the past few seasons, no matter how well Curry performs, he fails to find his aim at the Lakers arena. Such a phenomenon? Coach Zhang was taken aback. There was one instance where, unguarded, he slipped while attempting a dunk and then missed a three-pointer entirely. Yoga provided his rationale. Well, that is certainly good news for the Lakers, Coach Zhang laughed. As they spoke, Lopez leapt high to secure the rebound. The Lakers initiated their counterattack. Wang Hao swiftly surged forward, seizing a splendid opportunity to score. The task of achieving 30 points in this match is no small feat, considering he had previously managed to score no more than 20 in his earlier games. He had calculated that, given his current reserves, to attain a high score, he must adeptly exploit counterattack opportunities, conserving his divine eye until the crucial moments. Moreover, within the team, there exists a guard, Ball, renowned for his rapid transition play. Whenever an opportunity arises, he is nearly guaranteed to receive the ball. Since Thompson was not matched up against Wang Hao at that moment, he found himself distant from Wang Hao as the Lakers initiated their counterattack. By the time he realized, he discovered that Wang Hao had vanished from his line of sight. Indeed, the misdirection had taken effect. Wang Hao vanished like a phantom on the court, eluding the Warriors' player's sight. Until Ball's quarterback threw a long pass that traversed the entire court, locating Wang Hao, who had nearly slipped to the corner. Such a considerable distance. Yet the ball found its way securely into his hands, prompting Wang Hao to marvel at Ball's extraordinary passing talent. This spatial awareness, mastery of distance, and control over force is truly a gift. No amount of effort can replicate such innate ability. With the court devoid of defenders, Wang Hao calmly dribbled the ball for adjustment before launching a three-pointer. Swish! The three-pointer landed perfectly. 13-3. The Lakers astonishingly surged ahead in the opening, expanding their lead to double digits. Just returning to the basket, Pachulia glanced at the bench. Typically, in such situations, a coach would call for a timeout. However, Steve Kerr, unfazed, raised his right hand and pressed down twice, uttering "calm down." Besides that, he offered no further instructions, nor was there any hint of timeout. This scene was captured by the camera, and in the 10-cent broadcast room, Yu Jia couldn't help but exclaim, "Kerr has such confidence in his players." Less than 3 minutes into the game, having been outscored 13-3, and he still doesn't call a timeout. I believe the Warriors, although dubbed the super team, have only just begun to gel and are still unfamiliar with one another. Kerr likely intends to use this adversity to strengthen the team, he continued thoughtfully. After all, this is merely a regular season game. Winning or losing is one aspect, but better integrating the team is far more significant. Of course, I am not suggesting that the Warriors do not value this game. Their ability to close the gap is unrivaled in the league, and young teams like the Lakers can be easily caught off guard. Coach Zhang narrated smoothly, demonstrating his experience as Yu Jia nodded in agreement. As expected, the Warriors regrouped and executed their plays with precision. Green passed to Clay, who raised his hand and sank a three-pointer. 13-6. In the transition, Green intercepted Randall's dribble and advanced the ball himself. Durant spotted an opportunity beyond the arc and executed a two-step, trailing three-pointer. Bang! Another hit. 13-9. In less than a minute, the Warriors had landed 2 consecutive three-pointers, narrowing the deficit to just 4 points. During these 2 sequences, Wang Hao did not involve himself much. It was not due to a lack of desire, but rather that the ball's movement transpired away from his vicinity. Sweat quietly trickled down his forehead as he observed his teammates under the basket. They were giving it their all. Chapter 95. How dare they? In a fleeting span of less than a minute, the Warriors executed 2 consecutive three-point shots, swiftly narrowing the deficit to a mere 4 points. During these pivotal moments, Wang Hao found himself on the periphery, not due to a lack of desire to engage, but rather because the ball's movement transpired at a distance from him. Sweat discreetly trickled down his forehead as he helplessly observed his teammates beneath the hoop. They had exerted considerable effort in their play. The disparity in skill and talent is not something that can be merely countered by hard work alone. One also requires an advantage. Wang Hao resolved that he must step forward in the next round. One cannot help but marvel at the formidable prowess of the Warriors. Although they have only scored 2 baskets, their speed in scoring and the ease with which they do so can swiftly undermine the psychological defenses of their opponents. This could very well be one of the reasons why they frequently manage to conclude matches by the end of the third quarter. Even the once bustling Staples Center, which had been filled with excitement, now finds itself subdued by the overwhelming presence of the purple and gold tide. The game continues. Lopez initiates the play, while Ball advances with the ball in hand. Wang Hao did not hastily demand the ball this time. Instead, he synchronized his movements with the Ball brother as they traversed the half-court. Clay remained exceedingly cautious, his gaze fixed intently upon Wang Hao. The previous fast break had left Wang Hao feeling utterly exasperated with himself for having been outpaced. Known for his high self-expectations on the court, he found it intolerable to concede an easy basket to the opponent due to a momentary lapse in concentration. Consequently, from that moment onward, Thompson's focus remained unwaveringly on Wang Hao, even becoming vigilant of the latter's movements as his teammates prepared to shoot. Wang Hao halted near the logo area, and Klay Thompson rushed over. The message was clear. Once the ball crossed half-court, there would be no room to maneuver. Rookie, do not harbor illusions of escape. Klay stood beside Wang Hao and, for no apparent reason, uttered these words. Wang Hao was momentarily taken aback, but he smiled nonchalantly and chose not to respond. Having read numerous articles about Thompson in his previous life, he was not surprised by his propensity to engage in trash talk.